Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome. It's such a nice, evocative word, isn't it? Makes one think of love, of friendship, and kindness, of joyful reunions. But I'm sorry to say that our little theater doesn't usually deal with such pleasant topics. We prefer murder, mayhem, and mischief of all kinds. So that's why this story is called Welcome for a Dead Man. It's about a reunion and a man named Harry Beggs, a very special man with a very special problem.
Go away, kid. Go away and leave me alone.
Everybody knows what you did, Harry. You killed that factory cop and you got life for it. Only you made yourself a model prisoner.
I gotta go now, kid.
Where did you bury that money, Harry?
There isn't any money.
You might as well tell me, because if you don't, you'll be seeing me for the rest of your life.
Our mystery drama, Welcome for a Dead Man, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Howard Da Silva. Let me show you a picture postcard. It's an idyllic country setting. The trees are tall and green, and the surrounding hills are gently curved. In the distance, you can see the turrets of some gray stone building that might be somebody's ancestral home. But if you were to come closer and recognize that structure for what it is, you would probably shudder silently and move on. Because prisons affect people that way. And this place is one of them. But for at least one of the long-time residents, this is a very important day.
Come on in, Harry. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Didn't you hear me? I said sit down.
Yeah, sure.
There is no part of my job I like better than this. Seeing you men leave this place.
Yes, sir.
Especially men like you, Harry. Men who have served long sentences, stayed out of trouble, and went out clean. How long has it been, Harry?
You got the record right there.
Well, I'm sure you know the exact time a lot better than I do.
Yes, sir, I know the exact time. 21 years, 1 month, 3 days.
I'll bet you can tell me the hour if you wanted to.
Whatever you say, Ward.
Oh, come on, Harry, cheer up. You don't look like a man who's facing the greatest day of his life. Now, you've got a lot of living ahead of you. Now, I just hope you know that.
Not me.
Oh, of course you do. You're only 50. 50's not old these days. Plenty of men get new starts in life at your age.
It's too late for that, Ward.
What?
I'm a dead man.
Oh, nonsense, Harry.
I died in the joint 10 years ago. You just forgot to bury me.
I don't like that kind of talk.
Yeah, but it's the truth. I'm dead. I'm a corpse. In a brand new suit and $20 in my pocket. Just enough for a cheap coffin, maybe.
I don't like that. I don't like it at all.
Whatever you say, Ward.
You've got a family, haven't you?
No.
Oh, don't talk bull to me, my friend. Now, I've got the records right here. Just as you said, you've got a wife and a child.
You're wrong.
Oh, all right. All right, now, I know she wasn't much on visiting. But she will be out there now waiting for you.
No, nobody's waiting for me. Except maybe the elephants.
The what?
Nothing.
You said something about elephants. What did you mean?
Nothing, Ward. Just a little joke.
Well, I've got a joke for you, Biggs. Now, you walk out of this place feeling the way you do, acting this way, and you know what's going to happen to you?
No, sir.
You will be right back here. And you wouldn't be the first I've said goodbye to one day and hello to the next. Now, do you understand me?
Whatever you say, Warden.
Oh, all right, I'll get the hell out of here.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Beggs. One more thing.
Yes, sir.
If you are going to pull another robbery, steal something smaller the next time, and don't shoot anybody doing it.
I'll remember that, Warden.
Hello? Hello? Who is this?
It's Harry, Edith.
Harry? Well, what do you know? What is this? They're letting you people make phone calls now?
I'm out, Edith.
Out? How do you mean, out?
That's it. Out of prison, paroled.
Oh, you've got to be kidding.
I'm in a phone booth at the bus station right now. I had to break the 20 they gave me to make this call. I didn't even know if you'd be at the same number.
I'm at the same everything. Nothing ever changes for me. Harriet, how could you be out serving life?
I told you. Parole. They reviewed my case again. They decided it was time.
Not because you told them anything.
I had nothing to tell nobody.
You know what I mean. About the money.
They stopped asking me about that 10 years ago, Edith. If you had come to visit me, I would have told you that.
I can't believe it. I never thought I'd live to see the day.
The day's here, Edith. Only now what?
How should I know?
Somebody's got to tell me.
Oh, leave us alone, Harry, all right? Go find your friends, your old friends.
My friends are all gone. There's none of them left. Except maybe the elephants.
The what?
I used to dream about the elephants every night. I used to wake up in my cell, sweating. But it's funny, you know. After a while, I stopped worrying about them. Maybe it's better that they find me and finish the whole thing.
What thing? What are you talking about?
Well, somebody's got to do it. You can't let a corpse walk around. It isn't decent. You've got to bury them.
Harry, have you gone crazy? What's all that about a corpse?
I went and died in prison, Edith.
You must be crazy.
I'm dead.
I'm going to hang up.
No, wait. One more thing.
What is it?
Edith, what if I came home?
No, Harry.
You haven't seen me in 10 years. I'm 10 years better looking.
Look, stay away from us, Harry. You're here.
Don't you want to see if I lost my hair? Remember you used to say I'd look like my old man if I went bald? Well, don't you want to see?
No. Oh, for heaven's sake, why didn't you stay out of my life? Why did you have to call me?
I want to see you, Edith.
No. You can't. You can't look at me. I don't want to see what I look like in your eyes.
Why not?
Because I'm an old woman now.
No, not you.
Yes, I'm old. Older than I ought to be, thanks to you. I look older than my mother does. That's what my last 10 years were about, Harry. Working like a dog. No money, just getting poor and old.
Let me come up, Edith, just for a while. We could talk.
No, stay away from here. You understand me? You say you're a dead man? Fine. Stay dead, Harry.
Here's your change, Mac.
Price of the beer has gone up, huh?
Everything goes up. Inflation.
Yeah, we heard about it. Even inside.
Want something else?
I got all I can have.
Okay, pal. Just yell if you want anything.
Can I buy a drink?
Huh?
I said, can I buy you a drink?
What for?
Just for the heck of it. What else? No, I seen you sitting around there all alone, looking like you could use a friendly word, so here I am.
And what's the friendly word?
A drink, of course. Come on, name it. Come on.
Now, what makes a guy like you want to buy somebody like me a drink? Why don't you wait until some nice chick comes into the joint? I mean, if you still call them chicks.
Yeah, we still call them chicks. It's what you said, the bartender.
What did I say?
Well, I heard you say to him about being inside. Now, look, he's a nice, clean guy, and maybe he doesn't know from that kind of talk. But me, I know a few things.
Tell me just one.
Inside means the joint. Am I right?
Could be.
You sitting there with that suit on? Look at the creases in that suit. They're like broken cardboard.
You ever wear a suit like this?
Oh, no, not me. The only time they had me in a slammer, I walked out 2 days later in my own hard Schaffner and Marks.
And that's all, huh? You must be lucky.
Well, I like to think I'm smart.
Okay, so you're smart. Only now I'll be smart, too, and get out of here. I'm not used to alcohol.
One drink, huh?
All right. One more beer.
Okay. Hey, Max, 2 beers, and we'll take them over here to the table.
What's wrong with the bar?
The table's more private. Come on.
Okay, since you're buying.
That's better, isn't it, huh? Well, now we can talk.
Sure. Only about what?
Well, let's talk about you. How long you been on the street?
This is the first day.
Oh, are you kidding me?
First day.
Well, ain't that something, huh? Well, this really is a day to celebrate. You know, we ought to be having some champagne.
No beer.
Thanks. Hey, listen, I didn't get your name. Mine's Roy.
My name's Harry.
Well, here's good luck to you, Harry.
Thanks.
Sure. And here's hoping you get everything you want out of life. Oh, boy, you deserve it after all those years.
I didn't say how long I was in stir.
No, you didn't say. How long was it, Harry?
How old are you, Roy?
Me? 23.
You were still eating baby food when I went in.
No, kid. Well, that's a real shame. All those years wasted.
Yeah.
I bet you thought about this day a lot, huh?
I used to think about it. Then I stopped.
Oh, come on. Don't kid me. I bet you made plans. I mean big plans.
No.
Well, what about women? Bet you thought plenty about women, huh? Like I said, I was locked up only a few days, and that was all I could think about.
Even that stops. Everything stops when you die.
Huh? Well, what's said about dying?
Nothing.
Well, here's to you, Harry. Here's to your future. Hey, you're not drinking.
I'm not thirsty anymore, I guess.
Boy, if I had spent 20 years in the joint, I'd be mopping up every bar in town, eating every steak I could get my fork on.
Yeah. You got a 23-year-old stomach, Roy.
Come on, you look in pretty good shape to me. Oh, I'll bet you mopped up a few bars in your time, huh?
No, just one of them. There was just one place I used to hang out. Looked a lot like this one.
Where was it?
Over on Clinton Street, right across the way from the building where I lived. It was called Lucky's.
Lucky's. No, I don't know the places. Any kind of action there?
It was just a neighborhood place. My wife and I used to go there a couple of nights a week.
So you're married, huh? Well, why don't you say so?
I'm not married. Look, Roy. I'm feeling a little woozy. Like I said, I'm not used to alcohol.
Hey, please, one more minute, huh? Oh, come on, I want to talk to you, Harry. No kidding. About what you're going to do.
Why should you care about that?
Because I want to help you.
What are you talking about?
No, I mean it, Harry. I want to help you. Well, you look like you could use some help. I mean like a partner.
Hey, are you stoned or something? What would I need a partner for?
Oh, you know, Harry.
No, tell me.
The money, Harry.
What?
The 50 grand. Well, you're going to need help getting it. You know that.
Good Lord.
Don't look at me like that, Harry.
You're an elephant.
What?
I never would have figured you for one of them. I've been waiting for one of you to show up, but I never figured a 23-year-old kid.
What do you mean, elephant?
The ones that wouldn't forget me. Not even after 20 years.
And so Harry Beggs, who calls himself a dead man, has met a man he calls an elephant. Definitely an odd couple. But what will become of their encounter? Will Harry obligingly tell the young man named Roy where to find $50,000? They say that dead men tell no tales. Will Roy be satisfied with silence? We'll find out in just a moment when I return with Act Two. Harry Beggs is a free man. He has just put 21 years behind him and walked out into the future. But less than 24 hours later, the past has come back to haunt him. The past has taken him by the elbow, led him to a table in a dimly lit tavern, and made its grim presence only too clear.
Let's not be cute about this, Harry. You're too old to be cute.
I'm telling you, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about 50 big ones. The money you walked off with from the Reed Hammer job.
You got the wrong guy.
Okay, your name is Harry, isn't it? Harry Beggs?
That's right.
Then I got the right guy.
Who you working for, Roy?
Me? I'm self-employed.
Don't give me that. You're 23 years old. You're too young to know me.
You're a famous man, Harry.
You were in diapers when that Reed Hammer job was pulled.
So what? I wasn't around for the American Revolution either. But I heard about it.
Go away, Roy. You're starting to bother me.
Oh, come on. Then that's no way to talk. I bought you beer, didn't I?
I see. And now you want 50 grand in return, huh?
No, I didn't say that. I just want a taste. Now, I wouldn't take the whole bundle. You put in a bit of time earning that money.
There isn't any money.
Oh, everybody knows it wasn't recovered. Now, you must have hidden it someplace, right? Well, that's what everybody says.
All right, for the last time. What you heard about me, about that payroll money, is all a phony. I pulled a heist and I shot that guard and killed him. But all I got for my trouble was 21 years in a tin can.
What happened to the money?
I don't know.
Don't give me that baloney, dead man. Now, you had it in your hand. Now, what did you do with it?
I had to dump it.
Where?
I don't know. I just dumped it. Side of the road someplace. I couldn't tell you where.
Yeah, sure, that's the story you told the cops. Now, don't keep repeating yourself.
I told the cops the truth. I was in a panic. I didn't know what I was doing, and I saw the roadblock ahead of me, and I knew I was finished.
You're kidding me, Harry.
I'm telling you the truth.
You make it sound like the cops grabbed you 10 minutes after the heist. Now, it was a good 6 hours before you were arrested.
You really did your homework, Roy, huh?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I was driving a long time. I was almost at the state border before the cops threw up that blockade, and then...
The money, where was it?
I told you. When I knew that I was going to be caught with a meat in my mouth, I did the only smart thing. I tossed it out of the car window.
Oh, the hell you did.
It's the truth.
You buried it someplace. Everybody knows you buried it.
People like to think that. They like to think there's buried treasure all over the place, just waiting to be picked up by any guy with a lucky shovel.
Oh, come on, you buried that money. Now, you figured you might get out of stir and come back for it one day.
Oh, forget it, kid, huh? I'm telling you, the money's gone. It's gone for as long as you've been alive.
The cops searched that whole road for the money bag, and so did 9 million other people. Only it never turned up.
I'll tell you why it never turned up. Some smart farmer boy found it and stashed it in the barn. He's been living high off it ever since.
You're a good liar, Harry.
The money's gone, kid. You think I'd be sitting in this bar drinking beer if I knew where it was?
No, you're too smart to rush it. You figured there'd be some elephants around who might be watching you, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I was looking for some old elephants. Instead, I get a kid.
Okay, mister. You stick to your story. But now, listen to my proposition. Huh?
What for?
Now, just shut up and listen. Okay, now let's say you did bury that money.
Look, I told you...
This is just a for instance, okay? Now, let's say you buried that money. Now, that's what the cops think. That's what the Reed Hammer's insurance company thinks. And for all you know, they've been tailing you ever since you left the joint.
Tailing me? What are you talking about?
Oh, come on. You can't be that dumb, Harry. Now, didn't you figure they'd be watching you?
No, you're wrong. Nobody's tailing me.
How do you know?
Because it's crazy. Because it's 21 years.
The money is still good.
All right. So what's this proposition you're talking about?
It's a sweet deal for you, Harry. No, I mean it. It's a way for you to get your 50 grand without any trouble at all.
I see. All I have to do is tell you where it is.
Hey, that's right. You see? You're not so dumb.
And you're not so smart if you think I'd do that.
But it's the only way to go, Harry. You can't dig it up yourself. Now, even if you stay on ice for 6 months, you'll never be sure some fuzz isn't sticking on you. Or maybe one of your old elephant friends. You'll never know if you'll wind up with a shovel in your hand or a bullet in your neck.
Go on.
But if you didn't pick up that bag yourself, I mean, if you didn't do the digging, but had somebody do it for you, now somebody who you could trust...
Meaning you, I suppose, huh?
Yeah, now you got it, Harry. Look, I'll do it for you. And guess what? All I'll take for my trouble is 20%.
Is that all?
Yeah, 10,000. It'll be worth it to you, believe me. You won't run any risks at all.
No risk, huh? What would stop you from taking the whole thing?
You just have to trust me, Harry. I got an honest face, don't I?
Go away, Roy. Go away and take your cat pistol with you. I don't want to see that honest face of yours again.
But you're gonna see it, Harry. If you don't make a deal with me, you're gonna be seeing it all the time. Now, everywhere you go, in every mirror you pass.
You intend to follow me around?
Yeah, for as long as it takes. Sooner or later, you'll have to dig it up. You'll have to.
What if I get someone else to do it for me?
But you'll still have to receive it. And I'll be there. Me and my cat pistol. Now, what do you say? Are you going to be sensible?
All right, Roy.
Hey, well, now.
All right. I don't want your ugly shadow following me. I got enough shadow of my own.
Hey, then it's a deal?
On one condition. That we make the dig together.
But what if we're being tagged by one of your elephants?
I'm sure they're all in that graveyard. But I won't let you dig the bag up by yourself.
Something tells me you don't trust me, Harry.
That's right, Roy. I never trust anybody under 30.
Hey, where is this place, anyway? I've never been so far out of the city.
It's called Purdy's Landing.
Real country stuff, huh? Well, I didn't know you were a country boy, Harry.
When I was a kid.
Is that what gave you the idea? I mean, the stash, you know what out here?
You talk too much, Roy. I know where the bag is, but it's 21 years ago. Someone else might know, too.
Well, how do we get to this place?
We get off the train, then we get a taxi.
Hey, you think this old heap is going to make it to where we're going?
Who's that?
I said, where did you get this pile of junk? Out of a car museum?
Always gets where it wants to go. Now, where's that again?
I told you. The Cobbin Farm on Edge Road.
Never heard of Cobbin Farm. Heard of Edge Road, but never heard of any Cobbin around here.
Well, just take us to the road.
Seems to me you got the wrong place, mister.
There was a family named Cobbin lived on the road about 20 years ago.
Well, they must have moved then. I've been living around here about 15 years now and never heard of them. But I guess things change.
Yeah, that's right. Things change.
How much further?
Not much.
Well, you said that 20 minutes ago. When we first got into these dumb woods.
We'll come to the clearing soon.
How do you know we're in the right place, huh?
You think I could forget it? You think I could put a suitcase with 50 grand on the ground and forget where?
Well, let's go then. Let's go.
There. There's the embankment. I remember that. I remember I could see the top of the silo from this spot. It was painted red then. I guess the color got worn off.
Yeah, and I'm getting worn out, so come on, hurry up.
Keep looking for the stone I told you about.
Okay.
The big black stone. If the sun was shining, you'd see it all sparkle like diamonds.
I don't see anything like that.
Oh, it's here someplace. Even 20 years wouldn't touch that old stone. Looked like a fist coming out of the earth.
Hey, is that it? Over there.
Yeah, that's it. That's the stone.
Where's the money?
3 paces from it. 3 paces to the nearest tree. Damn.
What is it?
The tree's gone.
What?
The tree, I remember. It must have fallen or something. Yeah, but this is the spot. It has to be the one.
What do we have to do? Dig up the whole clearing?
No. We won't have to dig it all because there's the other rock, the one I put over the payroll bag.
Where?
By that stump. That must have been the old tree. Yeah, I remember rubbing my hand on that old tree and telling it I'd be back. I didn't know it would take me 21 years.
Let's go.
All we gotta do is move that smaller rock, Roy. If she's still there, that's where she is.
Stuck in the ground.
I'll help you.
Come on. Push.
I'm pushing.
She's coming. I think she's coming loose.
Here it goes.
Hey, it's over.
You see anything?
There. There's something over there under the leaves. It looks like canvas.
Yeah, that's what it was. The bag was canvas,
Harry,
right?
we found it. Harry, we found the money.
Looks like we did.
It's here. It's just like you said. Now look, I can see the name on the bag. The Reed Hammer Company.
That's the one, Roy.
Oh my God.
What is it?
Oh, there's nothing in the bag.
What?
There's nothing in the bag. It's just leaves and dirt and rocks. There's no money. There's no money. There's not a dime.
Let me see.
It's all gone.
Gone?
Somebody swiped it. Somebody took all the money out.
Some farmer boy. I warned you, kids. Some farmer boy searched this spot and found the money. He took it all and threw away the bag.
It's not fair. It's just not fair.
How do you think I feel, Roy? I waited 21 years for this. For this handful of dirt.
What happened to that young fella come up with you?
He's not with me anymore. He decided to take the train back to the city.
And you really want to go to the old country graveyard, huh?
That's right.
What do you want with that place, if you don't mind my asking?
I want to find something there.
Tombstone?
That's right.
Someone in your family?
Someone who used to be very close to me.
I see. Sort of sentimental journey. I say something funny?
I was just thinking about a joke. A very funny joke.
So Harry Beggs, the dead man, is going to pay a visit to the home of the dead. But obviously he has something more in mind than a sentimental journey. Obviously, Harry Beggs is interested in the old county graveyard for reasons that have to do with the living. 50,000 reasons. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Monsieur.
Harry Beggs spent almost an hour alone in the county cemetery at Purdy's Corner. His taxi driver waited patiently at the foot of the hill, gently dozing in rehearsal for the night that was rapidly approaching. And when he saw his customer again, he seemed suddenly transformed. You might almost say that the dead man had come to life.
Hello?
Edith, it's Harry again.
Oh, for heaven's sake, what are you bothering me for?
I've got to talk to you, Edith. It's important. Are you alone?
Of course I'm alone. I'm always alone.
Edith, listen carefully. I've got big news. I'm a rich man.
What?
I got $50,000 in a paper bag.
Are you crazy?
I got it with me right here in this phone booth. It's got a funny smell to it. It smells like dirt and dead leaves and maybe corpses for all I know.
I swear you went crazy in that jail.
I thought I died. I told you that, only now. Maybe I can come alive again. When I touch this bag full of money, it makes me feel like maybe I can live.
Harry, are you telling me the truth?
I wouldn't lie to you, Edith. You see, I did hide that money just like they said I did. I hid it in the graveyard.
Oh, Harry.
I buried it where they bury people. I thought that it would be safe there, and I was right. Only at first I took it out of the bag that it was in. I hid that bag in the woods. I'm glad I remembered where I hid the bag, too. That came in very handy.
I don't want to hear about this.
What? Edith, you don't understand me.
Of course I understand you. From the minute we got married, I realized you were a cheap crook.
I wasn't cheap. I was just no good. But now, Edith, I've got $50,000. Don't you know what that can mean to us? We can be a family. You can move out of that dump. We could buy ourselves a house in the country, just like we had when we were kids.
Oh, leave me alone. You sound just like you did then, when we first got married 25 years ago. All those promises you made me, all about money, nothing but money.
No, that was a dream. This is real.
You wanted money more than you wanted me, Harry. You didn't want a family, a house in the country, nothing. Just that bag full of money.
Oh, you...
Well, I'm glad you got it. I hope you're very happy.
No, Edith. Edith, don't hang up. Edith.
What can I get you, mister?
I'll have a beer.
One beer coming up.
No. Wait a minute. Make a whiskey.
Okay. One whiskey. How do you want it?
Neat with a soda on the side.
Here you go.
Thanks. Hey, can I ask you something?
Sure.
I used to know this boy. I mean, I used to live right across the street.
No kidding.
Yeah. What I wanted to ask you was, whatever happened to Lucky Rossiter?
Rossiter? 6 feet down.
No kid.
12 years ago. His wife gave him a set of golf clubs. Goes out on the course, drops dead on the first tee. You wonder why they called him Lucky?
And what do they call you?
They call me Lucky, too. For me, I don't play golf. Hey, take it easy.
Sorry.
Maybe you should have stuck to beer.
I'm just not used to whiskey. It's been a long time.
You been sick or something?
Yeah, something. Give me another one. I'll mix it with soda this time.
Suit yourself.
Gee, this place looks different now.
Yeah, I spiffed it up.
Yeah, used to be just plain. No jukebox or stuff like that.
Well, you gotta keep up with the times. We even got a machine here that plays electronic ping pong. How about that?
Hey, that's progress, I guess. And women. You hardly ever saw women in the old Luckies.
You said you came in with your wife.
No, I mean women like that.
You're looking at her like you never saw any kind of woman before. Well, enjoy the drink. I got things to do.
Yeah.
What's the matter, Pop?
What?
You got a cold or something?
It's the drink. I'm not used to this stuff anymore.
Oh, well, you need practice, that's all.
No, maybe I better just quit while I'm ahead.
Oh, you can't fly on one wing.
This is my second wing.
Yeah, but you're still not flying, are you? Oh, why don't you have one more?
No, I don't think so.
I tell you what. You buy one more and try it. If you don't like it, I'll finish it for you. It's like a money-back guarantee, only you don't get your money back.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try one more. Maybe you'd like one of your own?
Oh, hey, that's a nice idea. I mean, I like mine with ginger ale. And, maybe we could have it at a table, huh? I hate these stools, don't you?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we could do that.
You're cute, you know what?
Cute?
Yeah. I love men with gray hair. And by the way, everybody calls me Honey.
Hey, Mac.
What?
Wake up.
The machine is still on.
It's a vacuum cleaner.
Huh? Oh, I thought it was the machine shop. I must have been dreaming.
Yeah, you've been dreaming for a good half hour. Only this ain't a hotel. I have to close up.
What time is it?
It's after 1. Time to go home.
Home?
Come on, you had a good time. Now let's pack it in.
Yeah, I'm going. Where's my bag?
What?
The paper bag I had with me.
What bag?
I had it with me on my lap at the bar. I took it with me to the table.
Don't look at me, mister.
It's gone. It's gone.
I didn't see any bag. If you're accusing me...
That girl I was with, the one that works here.
No girl works here, fella. You got the wrong idea of the kind of place I run.
Please don't fool around. What did you do with her? Where's that girl? She called herself Honey.
Mister, I'll tell you this once more. I didn't see your lousy paper bag.
Please.
And no girl works here. And if you got rolled by somebody, that's your business, not mine.
No, you're lying on me. You're lying.
Huh? That does it. That really does it. I don't care if you knew old Lucky Rossiter. You're getting out of here, pal.
Please.
You're either getting out on your feet or on your tail. Now you take your choice.
All right, I'm going.
Who is it?
It's me.
Who?
It's Harry, Edith.
Oh, no.
Please open the door, please.
1 second.
Edith.
Oh, I was afraid you'd do this. I was afraid you'd just show up.
Let me come in, please.
Oh, you look terrible. You look sick, Harry. I never would have recognized you.
Can I come in?
You're not even looking at me. Why don't you, Harry? Why don't you see the mess I am? Oh, all right. Come inside. Oh, so you didn't go bald.
No, just gray. Edith, I'm in trouble.
Trouble? You? A rich man like you?
Something happened to the money.
The cops weren't following you. Harry, you didn't let the cops know you were digging it up.
No, nobody followed me. There was this one kid I told you about, but I got rid of him. I fooled him. He won't bother me again. But the money, the $50,000, it's gone.
What do you mean, gone?
I got drunk. 21 years I was sober, Edith. Sober and dead. And then I go to Lucky's, and I get drunk, and now the money's all gone.
Well, how did it happen?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, Edith. I should have realized it wouldn't matter. A dead man can't spend money.
Oh, please stop saying that. Stop talking that way about you being dead.
No, but I am. And you know what killed me, Edith? It wasn't the prison. It was you.
Me?
When you gave up on me 10 years ago, when you decided to think of me as dead, that's when I died.
Oh, Harry.
You were the only thing keeping me alive. You and our kid. The thought of you. But when I knew you stopped thinking about me, that was it.
Oh, don't you? You're hurting me so much, Harry.
I just wanted to see you one last time, Edith, and you know something? You don't look as bad as you said. You still look beautiful to me.
Harry?
Yeah?
Where are you going?
I don't know. Anywhere.
It's late. Where will you sleep?
Park bench, bus station. What does it matter?
You could stay here.
What?
I couldn't turn you out without a place to go. I couldn't do that to a dog. You could sleep on the couch if you wanted to. Do you want to do that?
This couch? I'd rather sleep on this couch than in a palace.
Oh, Harry. Harry.
Edith, I missed you so much. It wasn't the money I thought about all the time in prison.
Oh, hush, don't talk now.
It was you, Edith. You and all the things I could do for you with that money.
Oh, don't. It's all right now. Everything's all right. We're together again. That's all that matters.
You mean it? You mean that together?
Oh, I felt dead too, Harry. Maybe together we'll be alive.
Alive, Edith.
Harry, you know how old I am.
I don't care.
I'm a woman with a grown daughter. Oh, Harry, you never even saw your own daughter. You never saw Angela. She was only a baby when... Angela! Angela, wake up!
She's here?
In the bedroom. Angela, come out and meet somebody. What the heck's going on? What's all the yelling about? My God! What's he doing here? Just wait till you hear who he is, honey.
Honey.
Harry, tell her who you are.
I'm nobody, honey. Just a dead man.
That's the trouble with the past. It seems to be sleeping peacefully, and then sometimes it wakes up and stares us in the face, filling the present with horror. We hope we've added a little horror to your life. I'll be back in a moment. It's been said that the past is history, but isn't it also true that the future is mystery? It's the unknown that lies ahead of us that gives life its excitement, its novelty, and its terror, which describes exactly what the future has in store for you at Mystery Theater. Excitement, novelty, and terror. We hope you'll be back for another helping of all three. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Bryna Rayburn, Earl Hammond, and Gil Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Sox station, Sports Radio 78, WBBM, Chicago.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Music, it is said, has charms to soothe a savage beast, to soften rocks, or bend a knotted oak. For so many of us, music has provided so much happiness and comfort. And yet, so often, music, even the most divine music, has failed to soothe or soften or even comfort the very people who created it. Isn't it a mystery that so many of those gifted composers who wrote such heavenly melodies often felt they were living in hell?
Hector, what are those?
What do they look like? Double-barreled pistols, my friend.
But why?
I have 4 bullets. One for the scheming mother, one for the faithless trollop, and one for the fat fool for whom she betrayed me.
And the 4th bullet?
That's for me.
You mean you'll kill yourself?
Ferrand, would you rather I was sent to the guillotine?
Our mystery drama, The 4th Bullet, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Russell Horton and Bernie Grant. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Ask any successful person, what is the secret of your success? And the answer will usually be timing. Timing makes all the difference between failure and success. What was the wrong move yesterday may be exactly the right move for today. And so, the wise time their actions with one eye on the calendar and the other eye on the clock. But of course, the most important timing of all is beyond our power. Regardless of how talented or brilliant we happen to be, there's one thing none of us has the power to decide, and that is when we shall be born. And so often, that makes all the difference in the world.
Such divine music. It will live forever, along with everything else he wrote. I'm speaking of my best friend, Hector Berlioz. This is the overture from an opera called The Secret Judges. I wrote the libretto. Hector! Hector! Are you at home? Hector!
Ferrand, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? We had an appointment.
Did we?
Yes. I finished the libretto. You wanted to see it.
What libretto? Oh, that's right. The Secret Judges. Well...
Don't tell me you've lost interest.
No, my friend, not at all. I'm fascinated more than ever by the whole dramatic idea. This court of secret judges in medieval Germany which dispenses a summary justice of its own. What was it called?
The PEM.
Yes. And do you know, there are those who say it still exists to this day, even in this enlightened year of 1830.
Hector, here it is. Do you want to read it?
Oh, I can't at the moment. I'm leaving for Italy.
Italy? When?
Tonight. The Academy has given me a scholarship to study in Rome.
Oh, I didn't know. Congratulations.
And the libretto's finished. Good. I shall take it with me and write it in Rome. Rome, the eternal city.
Hector, I wanted to talk to you about something.
Of course you do. We must have a long discussion.
Yes, but when?
Tonight.
But you're going...
I'm not leaving Paris till after dinner. Come with me. I'm going to dine with the Countess Moke.
Yes, but I haven't been invited
Well,
to
no,
dine.
since you're with me. I have to have dinner there tonight.
Why?
Because I'm in love. Yes, dear friend. I'm going to marry the Countess's daughter, Camille.
And what made you fall in love with Camille Moke?
When I heard her play a rhapsody by Franz Liszt.
So the sense of what you're saying, then, is that you fell out of love with one and in love with the other.
Exactly, my friend.
But how do you know you're not in love with the music?
Oh, Ferrand, look at the divine face of Camille Moke and tell me that.
I had already looked at the divine face of Mademoiselle Camille Moke, and I found it somewhat too intense for my taste. The same could be said about her playing, even though she was the latest rage of Paris and all of her concerts were sold out. Yes, the word to describe her would be intense. Also, smoldering, simmering, seething. If you ask me, if these two ever were married, they would go up in flames. But nobody ever did ask me. After dinner, Camille played a little music for us.
Magnificent, superb. Isn't she marvelous, Ferrand?
I congratulate you, Mademoiselle Camille.
My adorable Camille, our lives shall be spent with music.
My beloved Hector, you shall write the notes, and I shall make them come alive.
My angel, my adored one.
Oh, my precious.
My love.
These exchanges continued despite the fact that they were not alone in the room. Oh, I didn't count. To Hector, I was more or less like another piece of furniture. But among others, there were the Countess Moke and a thin gentleman called Ignaz Pleyel. And Monsieur Pleyel seemed quite upset. And obviously the Countess wasn't giving him very much comfort.
Are they not the most adorable looking couple?
Oh,
Don't you think he is the most handsome gentleman in Paris, Monsieur Pleyel? He has the most magnificent brow. Truly, a creative artist's forehead. That, of course, he leaves for Italy tonight. Did you know that? He will be away for a year. Who knows what can happen? Especially when a girl is young and impetuous. Ah, look at her, monsieur. She is a flower that must be constantly nourished by love. Have you the heart to leave her to languish on the vine? Seize the day, the hour, the moment. Remember, absence makes the heart go wander. Direct that searching heart toward yourself.
So, that's what the old witch was after. To my friend Hector's face, she was as warm as the summer sun, gentle as the spring rain. But that's how women are. And we men, are we any better?
How brilliantly she plays, Countess.
My dear Hector, this is your inspiration at work. It is your noble spirit that moves her.
How can I leave her?
But you must. Fame, fortune, glory await you in Italy.
Perhaps I shall not go.
Go. And return as one of the immortals. Already they speak of you in the same tone, reserved for Mozart, Beethoven, even Bach.
But Bach didn't write operas.
Which is why you shall surpass him in greatness one day. Ah, how proud I shall be to call you my son.
And so when the evening drew to its reluctant conclusion, there were tearful, almost heart-rending farewells. Camille swore that she would be faithful to Hector forever. And 3 weeks later, she announced her engagement to Pleyel. Somehow, I felt I'd better be there when Hector received the news. So, I decided to go to Rome immediately and tell him myself.
What? It's Ferran.
Hello, Hector.
What good wind blew you to Rome? Come in, come in. I'm so happy to see you. I'm not even one bit disappointed.
Disappointed?
Oh, that you're not the post. I've been waiting all these days, all these weeks for a letter.
Oh? Any special letter?
Special? It's the only one in the world. From my darling Camille.
I see.
Why is my beloved Camille so cruel to me? Why doesn't she write?
Well, the fact is, perhaps it's because she no longer has anything to write about.
Well, how can that be?
Now that your engagement is broken...
Well, even if our engagement is broken, how could that affect the plans for our... What did you say? Did you say our engagement is broken?
Hector, believe me, it's for the best.
She broke our engagement?
Her mother wanted someone like Pleyel. Someone who was harmless and could be handled.
I want to be alone.
So they used you to make him jealous, to force his hand.
I must be by myself.
Oh, Hector, if there's anything I can do...
There is. Walk out that door.
I was frightened. I had expected fireworks, but I wasn't prepared for a quiet, subdued Hector Berlioz. What would he do? But there was no help for it. I went outside. I remained near the house to watch, to wait.
What are you doing here?
Hector.
You're spying on me.
Oh, I'm worried.
About what?
About the engagement. I was afraid you might do something violent to yourself. Where are you going?
I must perform a few errands. Come dine with me this evening.
Oh, why don't I come with you now?
It would be best if you were not involved in this particular aspect of my activity. Till dinner, then.
But
if you try to follow me, I shall never speak to you again.
More fruit? No, thank you. I've had enough of everything. Except an explanation. Hector Berlioz, what are you up to?
Permit me to open this wooden box. This may explain.
What are those?
Well, what do they look like?
pistols?
2 double-barreled pistols. That's because 4 shots are needed.
4 shots?
One for the evil genius behind the plan, the mother. The second for the perfidious daughter. The third for Monsieur Pleyel. I've been wounded by these vulgar people. I have every right to restore my honor.
But murder, Hector.
I'm willing to pay the price.
What price?
I have 2 double-barreled pistols, 4 shots. 2 for the women, 1 for the man, and the 4th one for me.
You're going to kill yourself?
Ferrand, would you rather I went to the guillotine?
Oh, I would rather you forgot the whole business.
My friend, I am a Berlioz.
And you intend to walk into the Countess's salon and simply commence this gunfire?
Oh, no, it cannot be done simply. They know me, these harpies. They expect me to come back. They fear my vengeance. They'll take precautions. I should never be permitted to set foot in the house as Hector Berlioz.
Then the thing's blown up right there. You couldn't even get into the house, which is the only place you could be sure of finding all of them together.
I cannot get into the house, I said, as Hector Berlioz, but I can get in as someone else.
Who?
As the Marchesa di Forli Speranza.
Who is the Marchesa di Forli Speranza?
You like her? I just made her up. Now, you know what a frightful snob Countess Moke is. She loves to collect all sorts of titles. So, I shall call at one of her soirees. I shall be admitted. I shall be announced. And once inside, I shall produce my 2 double-barreled pistols from where they've been hidden in my voluminous skirts. Oh, that reminds me, voluminous skirts. We need a dressmaker.
We need a dressmaker?
You haven't been paying attention. I must have a complete wardrobe created for the Marchesa di Forli Speranza. No, not complete. A gown for when I shall call on the Countess Moke, and a traveling costume.
A traveling costume?
Of course.
Are you going to travel? Dressed as a woman?
I shall travel as the Marchesa di Forli Speranza.
Yeah, but why? Even if you intend to go through...
If?
You don't have to dress up as a woman until you're about to enter the Countess's house.
Hector Berlioz pretending to be the Marchesa di Forli Speranza would never be admitted inside. Therefore, I must become the Marchesa.
Oh, but Hector...
Not another word. Those who are not with me are against me. Now, where do you stand?
I'm with you.
Good.
It's not the first foolish thing you've ever done, but it may very well be the last.
And so the plot thickens and the pace quickens. Revenge for an insult. Loaded pistols. Disguising oneself as a woman. It has all the time-honored ingredients of grand opera. And why shouldn't it? Isn't it all being conceived by one of the great operatic composers himself? We shall return with Act 2 shortly. He seems a bit flaky, this Hector Berlioz. And you may think we're taking poetic license, but the fact is, he was quite a singular character. And he did live in a very floridly romantic age. Remember, his contemporaries were Byron and Keats and Shelley and Poe, and a great many others who insisted on marching to the beat of their very own drummers. Here once again is Monsieur Ferrand, Hector Berlioz's best friend, who seems to be taking this latest escapade as a matter of course.
Yes, well, he had every intention of disguising himself as a woman and traveling to Paris to kill 3 people, and then himself. So you might ask yourself, why didn't I try to stop him? My answer? How could I? My only hope was to humor him and to pray that over the course of what would be quite a long journey, something might come along to distract him.
I must become letter perfect as the Marchesa di Forli Speranza.
Yes, Hector.
Who is she? Think. What sort of woman? What are her tastes?
Oh, Hector, after all, how...
We are creating a character, my good Ferrand.
You talk as if this were theater.
Well, of course it is. When I present myself to the Major Domo at Countess Moke's establishment as the Marchesa di Forli Speranza, shall I not be playing a part? And unless I believe in the character, as every good actor must, my audience will not believe me. Now, to begin, I must shave closely. Then I shall be posing as a woman of 30. What colors suit my personality? What is my personality?
You would think he was composing an opera. Well, whether he knew it or not, he was. Of course, it would have an ending unlike anything in the theater. The people who would be shot in the final scene would remain dead forever. I kept hoping for something to turn up, but every day saw the plot advance further. Finally, it was time for wardrobe. We went to the finest shop in Rome, naturally. Only the best for Hector.
And how may I be of help, Signor?
Ah, Signora, we wish to purchase several outfits for a young lady.
Ah, I shall be happy to serve you. What does the young lady need?
Everything.
Oh, I see.
Particularly a traveling costume.
Yes.
Also, a formal gown and all of the required undergarments.
I understand.
Can it be done quickly, Signora?
As quickly as you can bring the young lady in for her fittings?
Oh, well, that may present us with a difficulty. It's not convenient for the young lady to come here.
In that case, perhaps you could supply me with her measurements.
Her measurements?
Or would that also be inconvenient?
No. As a matter of fact, we could do that right away.
Do you happen to have them with you?
Actually, you might say that I have them on me.
Signor?
You see, the young lady and myself, by a coincidence, happen to have the same measurements.
Exactly? The same measurements?
You might add an inch or two, or perhaps 3 to certain parts of the basic costume.
Oh, yes. I suppose I could.
Good. Shall we begin?
And they began. There was a burst of activity throughout the entire shop, what with stitching and cutting and sewing and embroidering and who knows what else. He'd keep going back for more measuring and consultations about colors and, well, I lost track of it all. But finally, it came to an end. Everything fit perfectly.
Signora Rosetta, you have done a most spectacular job. You're a sublime artiste.
Oh, grazie, signor.
There's your money.
Oh, thank you again, signor. May I say that you... the young lady will be quite charming.
I shall be forever in your debt. Come, Ferrand, my good friend. Let us be off.
Maria, come here, child. Those two French gentlemen who just left this shop. Follow them. See where they go.
And now what, my friend?
Now we go home to France.
There's a brig that sails from Ostia to Marseille.
No. We shall return overland.
By land? Do you realize we'd have to ride through more than half of Italy and all of southern France? The trip from Marseille to Paris is bad enough, but that would...
We need the time, Ferrand.
For what?
For rehearsal.
Very well, my friend. If you insist, we'll get seats on an overland stage.
No, we'll hire a trap.
A trap? And a driver? What, with changes of horses? Do you realize the expense?
It won't be too bad if we drive it ourselves.
What was the use? He would have his way. We hired a trap. It was small, it was uncomfortable. The roads were narrow and needed repair, deserted for the most part. And we could never make real time because we had to keep stopping to rehearse.
Now, let us play the entire scene again.
Go ahead.
The major domo opens the door. I tell him I am the Marchesa di Forlì Speranza. He bows, he admits me. He passes me along to an usher who conducts me to the reception room. He raps on the floor with his staff and announces my name.
Wait. The flaw.
What flaw?
The fatal flaw in the plan. Now, you can dress like the Marchesa. You can wear your hair like a Marchesa. You can walk like her, smile like her. But once you open your mouth, you, my friend, are undone. Your voice is the voice of Hector Berlioz.
Oh, I can disguise my voice.
Can you? Can you sound like a woman? Pretend I'm the major domo. Tell me who you are.
Very well. I am the Marchesa di Forli Speranza. Didn't sound too good, did it?
No.
Was it forced?
Yes.
Artificial?
I'm afraid so.
I have to work on it. There's just no way I can do it, is there?
No way at all.
What am I going to do now?
Go back to Rome. Study. Create.
But my revenge...
Oh, revenge yourself by becoming successful. Show her what she lost when she cast you aside.
No one cast Hector Berlioz aside. She made me the laughingstock of Paris. They all did, all three of them. They are going to pay for it with their lives.
Yes, but this present plan of yours is obviously unworkable.
Whoa. Wait. Why do you say that? Aside from the voice, it's all perfection, isn't it?
Yes, but the voice destroys the illusion.
Then there shall be no voice. The Marchesa is unable to speak.
The Marchesa is dumb?
The Marchesa is mute.
But how can you introduce yourself if you're unable to speak?
Well, you shall do it for me. You'll be my escort. Come, we must rehearse. We're arm in arm at the door of the Countess's house. Here is the butler. Well, what do you say?
Monsieur Ferrand and the Marchesa di Forli Speranza.
You need more confidence, more authority.
Well, I'm sorry. I've never been a person of very much confidence or authority.
You'll get it in rehearsal, my friend. Never fear. Now, come along. We're ushered into the salon. There they are, this despicable trio, the Countess, Camille, and Monsieur Pleyel. Now, don't stand there. Introduce me.
May I present the Marchesa di Forli Speranza?
We can smooth all that out. Now, everyone smiles, and I produce the pistols. Everyone is shocked. No one can move. I fire the first barrel. The Countess falls, a ball through her scheming head. I fire the second barrel. Camille falls with a bullet through her perfidious heart. I drop the first pistol. I bring the second to bear. I pull the trigger. Foolish Pleyel falls mortally wounded. And now, as everyone watches in horrified silence, I simply kill myself. Now, let's do it again.
Why did I take all this from Hector Berlioz? He was a genius. And he had a hard life. He was born at the wrong time. He was too classical for the romantics and too romantic for the classicists. In addition, he had a new way of perceiving music. Innovators in art always have a difficult time of it. Of course, I was having a difficult trip. My back was killing me.
Wake up, Ferrand. Wake up!
Huh? Oh, no. Oh, Hector, why did you do that? If I was lucky enough to doze off, why couldn't you just let me sleep?
Time to rehearse.
Oh, no, not again.
We'll stop here. Whoa! Whoa, I said. Oh, these nags are as hard to conduct as the musicians at the Paris Opera. Now, then, Ferrand, let us begin.
Hector, look back there.
What is it?
All I can see is a cloud of dust, but seems to be coming this way very quickly.
Well, obviously, people are coming, but that's no affair of ours.
I just hope that we're no affair of theirs. Hector, look, they have guns.
Perhaps they're soldiers.
But they're not wearing uniforms.
What do you suppose that means?
If they're not in the military, and they're armed, and they're riding so fast, it means only one thing. They must be bandits. Let me take those reins. Get up! Hand me the whip, Hector.
Yes. Why must we run? I have my 2 double-barreled pistols.
Are you mad? Uncap those weapons. And hide them under the seat. Quickly.
I am a Berlioz. I shall never refuse a fight.
Hector, listen to me. I learned all about bandits in Sardinia. If you look as if you mean to defend yourself, you'll be shot down at once.
So then why are we running from them? They're gaining on us. Why not get it over with?
They like the excitement of a good chase.
Ferrand, are you sure they won't shoot us anyhow?
Hector, in this world, how can one be sure of anything?
You can be sure, at least, of this. There's going to be a third act to our story. Hector Berlioz is headed for Paris, where he intends to take drastic and fatal revenge on 3 people who have made him appear ridiculous. That is, he will if he can ever get there. Act 3 will be upon us shortly. Here we have one of the great composers of the 19th century, Hector Berlioz, a man whose artistic immortality has already been established. And what is he doing? He is disguised as a woman, and he is driving at full speed down a back road in rural Italy, being hotly pursued by a gang of highwaymen.
Can you go any faster, Ferrand? They're gaining on us.
No, I think it's time we stop running. They may become angry and start shooting at us.
But can't I fire at them? Perhaps I can scare them off.
Please, Hector, they mustn't know we're armed.
Ho! Ho there! What are we going to do now?
You mustn't say a word. A word. I shall try to appeal to their sense of chivalry. Here they come.
Well, try to look frightened. You mean I don't look frightened now? I'm scared out of my wits.
Try harder.
Well, what have we here?
Good day to you, senor.
A better one to you. May I have your money?
Oh, certainly, senor. And to whom do we owe this opportunity to share our wealth?
I'm called Il Pardo. You ever heard of me?
Who hasn't heard of the leopard?
Who is that beauty sitting there beside you?
Huh? It's my wife.
What is your name, my exquisite signora?
She cannot speak.
She cannot speak? For what reason?
She suffers from an illness. That's why we're on the road. We are hurrying toward Florence.
Yes, I see how pale she is.
Yes, there's a famous doctor there. Perhaps he will cure her.
And perhaps he will kill her with his infamous pills and potions. My friend, there is no need to travel all the way to Florence to see this quack.
Oh, but we do
I myself can cure her. Oh, how pale she is.
Yes, she suffers.
She suffers from living in the dirty, dusty, crowded city. She suffers from lack of fresh air to breathe, spring water to drink. Although this is a rather delicate subject, it should be obvious she is withering away because of lack of affection. But we can remedy all these deficiencies here in our healthful mountains.
What does that mean?
It means that the woman pleases me, and I intend to have her.
But she's my wife.
True. So you have 2 choices. You can sell her to me, or you can fight me for her.
Fight? But you wouldn't want her.
Why not?
Oh, because, well, she may not be everything you think she is.
She is everything and more. I will have this woman. Come down, my magnificent blossom. Let me sweep you into my saddle. We shall ride to paradise together.
But
you wish to be paid? Very well. I shall let you keep your money, your baggage, your horses. Fair enough? More than fair. And now, beloved, come to me. Soldiers, run! Dogs! They sniffed me out. Another time, my angel. We shall meet again. Head across the fields, men!
Safe. Oh. We're safe, Ferrand.
Yes.
We've been delivered from these brigands. Doesn't this prove that Providence is with us? We are destined to succeed. Oh, sir, I want to thank you for saving our lives.
Don't thank me so quickly. You may have been better off with the bandits. You are under arrest.
Arrest? What's the charge?
Espionage.
But we're not spies.
Silence! You will be given a fair trial before we hang you.
It was a long, slow, terrifying journey back to Rome. We weren't permitted to say a word, not even to each other. We were taken to a grim-looking building. We were surrounded by serious-faced soldiers.
Bring in the woman.
The woman! If only you would allow us to explain.
Silence. You are the Signora Rosetta.
Yes, Colonel.
And these are the men?
Oh, these are the men. And that is my dress he is wearing.
I didn't steal it. I paid for it.
Silence. Continue.
Why should a man wish to dress as a woman? I asked myself. Suddenly, the answer became clear. He must be a spy in the service of the King of France.
But that isn't true.
Basta, Signor. You will be given your opportunity. Now, do you deny that you are a Frenchman?
I proclaim it.
Therefore, does it not stand to reason that you are a spy?
Why does that stand to reason?
All Frenchmen are spies.
But I, sir, am Hector Berlioz.
Who is Hector Berlioz?
I am a composer.
I never heard of you.
Ask at the Academy.
I don't know anyone at the Academy. I don't hold much with composers.
But you could ask Paganini.
My instinct tells me that you are an agent. Hold. Did you say Paganini? Now there is a musician for you.
Well, ask him. He'll identify me.
Very well. But if you are not who you say you are, you can expect to be looking at a firing squad in the morning.
A firing squad?
Would you rather be hanged? Send for Signor Niccolo Paganini.
And so they finally ran him down. And Signor Paganini came in as diabolical-looking and sardonic as ever. They said he was in league with the devil. Only Satan could teach a man to play a violin at such speed. And he looked at Hector without blinking an eye, as if it were absolutely normal for anyone to go about dressed as a woman.
Yes, this is Berlioz. You are certain?
Yes, I commissioned him to write a viola concerto for me. It wasn't much good.
That's a lie. It was excellent. You're complaining because your part wasn't big enough.
What am I supposed to do during a half of it? Fall asleep?
Colonel, it's called Harold in Italy. It's magnificent.
It is a trap.
It's ahead of its time.
Charlatan.
Gypsy fiddler.
Get out of here, the bug of you. Madmen. Lunatics. What is this? An insane asylum?
So the days went by. We crossed the border into France. We drew closer and closer to Paris. Nothing occurred to me. The colonel was right. Berlioz was a madman. He would go through with this. How could I stop him? And we would pause in some deserted field and rehearse constantly.
And now I produce my pair of pistols. The first bullet for the Countess. The second for Camille, the third for the fool, and the fourth for me. Very good. Let us ride on, my friend.
Hector, I was hoping...
For what?
For a return of reason.
Are you saying I've lost my reason?
Well, I thought this long ride might have made you reconsider.
Never. I'm resolved, Ferrand. There's a slogan in the Berlioz family. The stain of an insult can only be washed away by blood.
But then, what washes away the stain of the blood itself?
I am not concerned with that.
Why didn't I report him to the police? What can I say? I was completely under his spell. I knew him as the greatest genius of his time. I prayed with all my heart that something at the last second would turn up to avert this tragedy. But we arrived in Paris, and we went to the house of the Countess Moke, and we were admitted as Monsieur Ferrand and the Marchesa di Forli Speranza.
She's always at the piano, the minx.
Hector.
Quiet. Soon she'll be finished. And her mother and that oaf will join her. And then you will present me,
Hector, for the last time. Please.
My mind is made up even more strongly than ever. You hear? She finishes.
How prettily she blushes. How modestly she bows.
What falsehood? What artifice? Does anyone wish to know who this woman really is? Ask me. Now they come toward her. In just a moment, you shall present me.
Hector. Suppose what? Something goes wrong.
What can go wrong?
A pistol can always misfire.
No, not these. I've carefully measured out the charges to the final grains of powder. I have the finest, the most expensive percussion caps.
Yes, but still...
Even more important, I am perfectly rehearsed. I raise the first pistol, 2 shots the women. I raise the second, 1 shot the man. The 4th shot for me. I've done it over and over 100 times.
No, you haven't. You haven't even done it once.
Are you mad? How many times have I fired?
You've only fired 3 shots. Never, not even once, have you fired the 4th.
Oh. Well, that's because...
Yes? Because?
Well, hang it all, I can only kill myself once.
How do you know you can even kill yourself at all?
Well,
because to kill the 3 would be a source of immense gratification. True?
Oh, how true.
But to kill yourself afterward, you don't know yet if you can really hold the muzzle of that pistol to your temple. You don't know if you can pull the trigger and allow the trigger to blow your brains out.
Please, Ferrand, you needn't be so indelicate.
Shall you be able to say farewell to life, to art? Shall you murder not only the 4 of you, but also the great works that are still in your head, waiting to be released? The operas, the symphonies, the fantasies, all the brilliant music of Berlioz. Shall most of it die unborn?
Now, Ferrand, you must not try to weaken my resolve.
But how strong is it? Can you turn that pistol on yourself? Have you ever rehearsed?
Do not try to swerve me from my purpose.
Die or don't die. Hector, I wash my hands of it. I am leaving. Farewell, Hector. Goodbye forever.
Wait, Ferrand, wait!
For what? Looking at her, getting up from the piano with that simpering smile? This is your queen of beauty? Your angel of delight?
What can I do? I love her still.
After what she said. Remember what she said last time we were in this house? My darling Hector, she said, you shall write the notes, and I shall make them come alive.
She said that? She will breathe life into my divine music? Why, that fumble finger...
Why not tell her yourself? Here they come now. Mama, daughter, and the fool.
Monsieur Ferrand, do please introduce us to the lovely Marquesa. All Paris is talking about her.
I can introduce myself.
That voice. Why,
It's a fool named Hector Berlioz who came here to put you out of your misery. But now I say unto you, suffer! Endure a lifetime of agony and stupidity and arrogance. Do you see these pistols? You cannot have the blessed relief from these precious bullets. I give them to your ceiling, your mirrors, your windows.
You are a madman.
No, madame, I was a madman, but now my sanity is completely restored.
That remark might have inspired differences of opinion among his contemporaries, but then again, if you were to rate sanity on a scale of 1 to 10, where would most of us place? And what did our story prove? Quite possibly that these illustrious people whom we tend to set up on pedestals have feet of clay, just like the rest of us. However, my feet, even if of clay, shall bring me back here shortly.
You've got it.
So you may ask yourself, was this a true story? Of course. The incidents are selected from the memoirs of Hector Berlioz himself. So if it's fiction, it's his fiction, not ours. Of course, we have juggled a scene here and there, adjusted the timing a bit. But when dealing with composers and poets, one is always entitled to take a bit of poetic license, no? Our cast included Russell Horton, Bernie Grant, Evie Juster, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I'm Hyman Brown. Are you ready for us? We trust you are, because we propose to deal with the most obscure of subjects, that of death. Some people never speak of death, while others can't stop talking about it. We have chosen in the next hour or so to consider it calmly, perhaps philosophically, with a minimum of agitation, and naturally to arrive finally at the most fascinating question of all. What, if anything, comes after?
What comes after, Joe?
After what?
After we've, packed it in?
Nobody knows, Harry.
I know.
Oh, Harry.
I'm going to go on, Joe. I am. Somehow, somewhere, Harry Cantor is going to go on.
Our mystery drama, Appointment in Uganda, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars William Redfield. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Harry Cantor lies flat on his back in a hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. Across the room, a sturdy, middle-aged nurse sits in an armchair. It's very quiet. The machine next to Harry's bed makes no noise, though its dancing lines are carefully recording every beat of his heart.
Is it all right to come in, nurse?
Are you Mr. Burroughs?
Joe?
Yeah, it's me, Harry.
Oh.
Dr. Klein said it's okay for 5 minutes. I'm his business partner, Joe Burroughs.
Oh, he's been crying for you. Come in.
How do you feel, Harry?
I almost died, Joe.
I know, you're hard.
Never been sick a day in my life, and now this.
Oh, you're going to be fine, Mr. Cantor. Long as you do what the doctor says.
I lie here and I think... Joe, do you believe in reincarnation?
You mean coming back as somebody else?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
You two gentlemen mind if I go out for some coffee?
No, don't go. Don't you leave me.
Well,
don't leave
Mr.
me.
Burroughs will be here.
I'll be here, Harry.
What does he know about heart attacks?
Well, you're off critical, Mr. Cantor. Long as you don't excite yourself, you'll be okay. I really need a break, Mr. Burroughs. 5 minutes? What I really need is 5 weeks.
Joe, sit down. I got to talk to you about the crypt.
The crypt? You're going to get well, Harry.
I got to have it ready.
Harry, lots of guys have had heart attacks and go on to a ripe old age.
I got to be ready. Now, write this down. I wanted marble. Marble from Italy, that good kind.
Carrara, that's the best.
Okay, then that's what I want. Write it down.
Okay, now, how big a crypt did you plan on?
Big. Very big.
But you're going to be there all alone, Harry. And you're not going to be moving around exactly.
You never know. Make it 8 by 10, the very least.
What about shelves?
Shelves? Shelves for what?
Well,
Well, it's my understanding people do have shelves put in crypts, you know, for loved ones who, later on when the time comes. It's a nice idea.
Who would I put on the shelves? Who? Oh, unless you want to
No, not me.
Well, you're my friend. You're my partner.
No, I was thinking your mother, maybe.
Oh, my mother. She hasn't even been to see me. Why should I give her a shelf?
Well, Bernice.
Bernice hasn't even sent me a get-well card.
Well, she's called up every day, Harry. I happen to know that.
So, what's the phone call?
She's at work all day, you know.
She's through by 5.
Harry, this is the first day you've been off the critical list. I'm the first person who's been let to see you.
Well, she could have tried.
Look, when they let you out of here, why don't you take a nice trip? You know, you could take Bernice with you.
I already did that, Joe, 15 years ago.
You could go to Europe.
That's where I took Bernice. 6 countries in 6 weeks. Terrible. And no cottage cheese.
California. How about California? They have cottage cheese.
Joe, while I was lying here, I had an idea. For the business. I want to tell you.
You just had a heart attack and you're thinking about business? Gee whiz, Harry.
Well, what else have I got to think about?
Well, I don't know. Think about being reincarnated or something.
Oh, nuts to that. Now, look, here's what I figured out, Joe. Lots of people are turning to natural sponges, you know? And I know where we can get our hands on some very cheap. Very cheap. Labor costs are practically nothing. These peasants, they dive for them, see? They dive.
Harry, my time is just about up. I really got to get going. I'll call the nurse. I'll get in touch with your mother.
Don't go, Joe.
I'll tell Bernice that you're coming along.
Joe, I just thought of something.
What?
For the crypt.
Yeah?
I want music. Perpetual music.
Oh, well, what kind of music, Harry?
All the good old songs. Stardust. The moon comes over the mountain. Dardanella.
Harry, I don't know.
Oh, are you my friend?
Well,
are you my partner? I want music.
Well, I'll look into it, Harry.
You'll see to it?
I gotta go. I'll
One
be
night
back.
of love.
Yeah,
Barney Google.
Oh, there you are.
Well, everything all right, Mr. Burroughs?
Well, I tried not to upset him about anything. He seems to be fine.
Good.
I had a telegram from his mother, but I didn't show it to him. It wasn't exactly a telegram for him. She sent it to me.
He never mentioned having a mother.
Oh.
Matter of fact, he never mentioned anybody but you.
Yeah, well, see, I wired his mother right after the attack.
Yes?
And, well, here, I've been carrying her reply around with me in my pocket ever since. See, here it is. I didn't know whether to show it to him. You know, he might take it the wrong way.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, please.
Harry is too mean to die, and tell him I said so.
Yeah, see, his mother's kind of a joker at times.
You ask me, she's one smart old lady. That man in there is too mean to die.
Mrs. Canner?
Hold your horses. I'll be right there.
It's Joe Burroughs, Mrs. Canner.
Oh, how are you, Joe? It takes me a little time to maneuver the old wheelchair. I got some tea ready for you, so come and sit down.
Boy, you sure get around in that thing, Mrs. Canner.
Oh, well, practice makes pretty good. Oh, come on, sit down.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I saw Harry yesterday, Mrs. Canner. They say as long as he doesn't excite himself, he's going to pull through in great shape. I didn't show him your telegram.
Harry knows what I think of him. Here, have a cookie.
Oh, you baked these?
No, Bernice did.
They're good. You see a lot of Bernice?
Oh, she stops by 3-4 times a week, does errands for me.
Oh, yeah. Nice girl, Bernice.
Simple-minded, but very nice. What did you talk about?
Well, we talked about the crypt.
Oh, that crypt.
Yeah, well, it means a lot to him.
You know, Harry's never realized that death is just an incident. Well, it's the final incident, of course, but even so, just an incident.
He's thinking about reincarnation.
Oh, that's something new.
Do you believe in reincarnation, Mrs. Canner?
Well, it's a pretty idea.
But you don't believe in it, right?
Joe, what's the difference if I believe in it? That doesn't make it true. On the other hand, if it's true, it'll happen anyway. Now, what else did you and Harry talk about besides that silly crypt?
Oh, not too much. I did bring up the question of having shelves built into the crypt.
Shelves for what? Cancel checks?
No, well, as a rule, they're for those nearest and dearest. I mean, if that's what they want.
Oh, It's not what I want. Shut up in a tomb with Harry for eternity? Oh, no. No, I'm going to be placed gently in the ground up at Fargus Falls. That's where I was happy with Harry's father. I still have the house, you know. Well, I suppose I ought to go see Harry at the hospital.
Oh, I think he'd like that.
He won't like it, but he'll hate it if I don't.
Yeah, well, should I tell him that...
Well, tell him I'll get over there soon. And Joe.
Yeah?
Tell him I'm sorry. Sorry for everything.
Oh, that's probably Joe.
Hello, Mr. Burroughs.
How is he?
Oh, he's coming along fine. Come on in.
So, how are you, Harry?
As well as can be expected. That's what they all say around here.
Yeah, well, I saw your mother. She said she'll be in to see you real soon.
How soon is real soon?
Well, today, maybe.
What about the crypt?
Harry, what are we going to talk about, the crypt?
Well, what about the crypt, Joe? How many times have I got to ask you? What about it?
Your mother doesn't want to be put in the crypt.
Why not?
She doesn't like the idea of the shelf. She wants to be buried up at Fargus Falls.
No. She can't do that.
She likes it there.
Joe, that 10 acres was made to order for a development. Or it will be in another 10 years. Right now it's a little too far out, but in another 10 years, I got it all worked out in my head. Shopping center, parking lot, the whole schmear.
Yeah, Harry, I talked to the cemetery about the crypt. They said it's okay about the size.
Well, of course it's okay.
And the Italian marble, I think I know where I can get that.
Joe, what are you holding out on me?
The cemetery plays music regularly. There's always some kind of nice, soft music on.
No, I want my own music. That's one of the main reasons for a crypt, so I can have everything my own way.
Take it easy, Mr. Cantor.
Now, Joe, you go back and tell them I gotta have it my way, or the whole deal's off.
You'd better leave, Mr. Burroughs.
Yeah, I better
You tell them I got the money, and I gotta have it. I gotta have it.
Oh, out of my way.
Is he happy?
Yes, he is. Push that emergency button. Dr. Klein, 407 on the double, heart emergency.
I better leave.
Hand me that tray with the hypodermic needles.
Harry?
Clear the way, lady. The emergency heart unit is coming in.
There is no more satisfying and awesome sight than a group of people doing what they have been trained to do, what they do best. Their faces do not matter, or their shapes, or their colors, or their accents. They are professionals at their work, and they are working together in harmony and understanding. Mystery Theater will be back with Act 2. At the close of our first act, Harry Cantor had just suffered his second, his most severe heart attack. Actually, his heart had stopped completely. He had no pulse, he had no breath, he had no life. Where, you may ask, was the soul of Harry Cantor? Where had it gone? Where is it now? A pertinent and awesome question, one we shall now attempt to answer.
All right now, Kaylin. All right. That's it. Good. Oh, it's your baby. A male. Oh, well, at least he looks healthy. Come on, little one. Up on your feet. Come on now. Up. On your feet. On your feet.
Are you my mother?
I'm your mother's sister. I'm Bombine.
Where's my mother?
She's cleaning up. Birth is a messy business.
No.
Come on now. Time to stand up.
You have such beautiful eyelashes, Bombine. And how tall you are.
Oh, just average for an elephant. Now stand up.
What are all those others doing?
Standing around waiting for you to be born.
Do elephants always do that?
Well, you didn't think they only did it for you.
Mm.
Now, they're getting impatient. We've got to get going, so get up. Kaylin, come get your new child on his feet.
Oh, little Abu. Come on. Get up, little Abu. Get up and eat. That's it, little one. Feel around till you find the milk.
I think you've born a stupid one, Kaylin.
Oh, what's the matter, little son?
My nose gets in the way.
Oh.
That's not your nose.
Well, then tuck it up between your ears. He's not stupid, Bambini. All newborns have trouble with their little trunks.
Well, the herd is getting impatient. The flies and mosquitoes are very bad today.
Oh, I could stand a good swim myself. Are you through, little Abu? We must move on.
Is that what you're going to call him? Abu?
It's a nice name, don't you think?
Very nice, yes. Well, Abu, let's get going.
Well, where are we going?
Into the forest, Abu, where there's food for all.
Now, I shall walk on one side of you, and Bambine will walk on the other. And we will go with the herd into the forest.
I am Abu, and I am an elephant. What are we looking for, Mother?
Food, silly, and water.
Well, why are we all going in the same direction? Why don't you and I and Bombine go off on our own?
Now, what would be the point of that?
Well, we might find something good, and we could keep it for ourselves.
What would be the point of that?
Why, then we'd have it.
I repeat.
I told you he was stupid, Kaylin.
Oh, well, maybe he's just odd, Bambine.
No, I mean, Mother, if, say, we found water, if we didn't tell the others, then they would have to come to us to find out where it is, and we wouldn't tell them unless...
Unless what?
Well, unless they did something for us.
Like what?
Oh, worked for us or gave us something or, well, at the very least, they'd respect us. They'd think we were very superior and wonderful.
We are all very superior and wonderful, Abu.
But the three of us would be more superior and more wonderful, don't you see?
Oh, what I see is that you have a lot to learn, Abu.
And a lot to unlearn. Where do you get these peculiar ideas, Abu?
They sort of pop into my mind.
Abu, you must understand that elephants have the marvelous gift of finding water.
Mm-hmm.
And we find it not just for ourselves, but for all the other animals, too.
All of them?
All. It is our responsibility.
Why is it our responsibility?
Because we are so good at it.
I don't follow that at all.
Bumbine, I'm going to bring down this tree. Now, I can't quite reach the leaves at the top, and they look so delicious.
Bombine, are we friends with all the animals?
What do you mean by friends?
Well, it's not possible, is it? To love them all?
Oh, you talk very strangely for an elephant. We have due and proper respect for all the animals, as they have for us. Does that answer your question?
Oh, are they afraid of us?
Well, I don't think so.
Are we afraid of them?
Of course not.
Not any of them?
Well, there's one you should look out for until you have grown larger. The one with the stripes.
The tiger.
When the tiger is very hungry, he sometimes attacks a very young elephant for food.
Oh, that's terrible.
Just you stay close to your mother and me.
Well, what will you do if a tiger tries to hurt me?
Your mother will pick the tiger up and dash him against a tree. Then I shall sit on him. Understand?
Ooh, what a good arrangement.
There now. Your mother has knocked down the big tree. Come.
But all the little animals are eating too. The elands and the dik-diks, everybody.
Why not?
Well, but it's our tree.
Who said it's our tree? It's part of the forest. Come on now. I'm hungry.
Mother, where is my father?
Around somewhere.
I'll bet I know where he is. I know. He's at the head of the line. He's the leader.
Oh, Oh, Bombine, did you hear that? Abu says his father is leading the herd.
I told you he's a strange child.
Well, why shouldn't he be leading the herd? I'll bet my father is the strongest, the wisest, the cleverest, the most handsome.
Do shut up, Abu.
I won't shut up. Mother, Bombine hit me with her trunk.
She had every right. And it won't be the last time. Every elephant in the herd has the right and the duty to punish you when you get too impudent and talk of things you know nothing about.
All I said was my father is probably our leader.
Our leader, my dear little stupid, is a female.
Is it female?
The oldest, the wisest female of us all.
But that's wrong. Mother.
I have been cursed with a stupid male child, Bombine.
Pardon me if I say I told you so.
No, but wait. If the male elephants don't lead, what do they do?
Oh, let's see. Well, they sort of hang around.
They are very agreeable. Very companionable.
And then there's something else. Every now and then I remember your father. At least I think I do. It was quite a long time ago. He and I were companions for a while. A long while. And then suddenly, one day, he seemed different to me. More than a companion. We stroked each other with our trunks. Something we'd never done before. And gave each other little pinches with our mouths. We thought we were only playing. And then...
And then? Then what?
Well, then I noticed that his ears were flapping wildly, and his tail was whisking back and forth. I was surprised. And then I felt that my ears were flapping and my tail was whisking crazily. Oh, my, I was so excited. I felt that he was the only elephant of the forest for me, and that I was the only elephant for him. It was a wonderful day. I remember it rightly.
But you must remember it.
Oh, it was seasons and seasons ago, Abu. A long time. And now you are here.
I want to meet him. Which one is he?
Oh, heavens, I don't know.
I'm going to find him. I'm going to ask around.
If you have any sense, Abu, you'll stay here.
I'm just going to join the males and talk to them.
He hasn't any sense, Caleb.
The males don't care too much for young elephants, Abu.
Just the same, I want to try.
Abu? Let him learn, Bombine. Let him learn the hard way.
Sir? Do you think you might be my father?
You're what?
Kayleen is my mother. She's over there with Bombine.
So?
Do you remember being married to my mother?
Being what?
Well, I mean, did you sort of keep company with her for a long time, and then one day did you start whisking your tail and flapping your ears and fall in love?
Well, seems to me I remember something like that.
Was it my mother you fell in love with?
Well, how would I know? It's happened to me so many times.
Many times?
Many, many times. Oh, many, many, many times.
How many?
No!
You hurt me.
You ask too many questions.
Well, I'm curious. Are you very old?
I think I am.
Don't you know?
Well, how should I know? The flies bother me more than they once did. Sometimes I shiver. I never used to shiver.
Oh, you're sick.
I don't feel well, that's certain. Now go away.
But I want to ask you...
I said go away!
Oh.
I don't want any children around me. I don't want anyone around me. I want to be myself.
Mother, Bombine?
Who are you talking to back there?
Oh, a very old one. He didn't know how old, but he said he'd lived through many things many, many times. And now he doesn't feel very well. He shivers, he said.
That's old Noor.
Yes, that's Noor. Very soon now.
Yes, very soon.
Very soon what? Very soon what, Mother?
Very soon, old Noor will wander off into the deepest part of the forest.
By himself?
All by himself.
Well, then what?
Then we shall never see him again. nor will anyone at all ever see him again, nor any trace of him, not skin or tusk or bone.
Well, how can that be? Mother, Bombine, how can that be? Surely a tusk, surely a bone will be left behind.
Nothing. Nothing. It's the secret of the elephants, Abu. When you have grown, you will learn the secret.
When? When will I?
Perhaps not till the very end. Come now. It's time to bathe.
Oh, that feels good. Spray some more water on me, Mother.
You've had your bath for today. Bombine, the sky is getting dark.
Oh, yes. Well, I am bathed.
The day is ending, Abu. Come.
But I like the water. No.
Pay attention when I speak to you.
Well, what are we going to do now?
You'll see.
Well, where are we going?
We are not going anywhere. We are going to stand right here. Do you see the other elephants? They've all stopped bathing.
Why have they?
The good red circle of fire is leaving us, Abu.
And the darkness is coming on.
Why is it leaving?
Because it is time for it to leave.
Will the good red fire circle come back?
When it is time for it to come back.
Come now, Abu. Stand in line with us and all the others.
Hurry, Abu. Don't dawdle.
What now, Mother?
Be silent. Stand still. Watch the great fire circle as it goes.
Where's it going?
Be quiet.
But where?
Hush. And watch.
Oh, Mother. Please, Mother. What are we doing, Mother? Mother, are we praying?
It's quite true, according to those who have watched and studied the great elephant herds, that they stand silent and motionless, facing the sun, not only in the evening when it sets, but again each morning when it rises. We're too ignorant or too far removed from our natural heritage to know just why it is that they do this. There's no obvious reason, no apparent advantage, no material gain. So perhaps the answer to Abu's question is, yes, the elephants are praying. Mystery Theater will be back shortly with Act 3 of our strange tale. We left the great herd of elephants facing the setting sun in silence, except for little Abu, who asked, "What are we doing, Mother? Are we praying?" It may very well have been. How do we know that it wasn't, that the elephants were praying for the return to life of one Harry Cantor? At least it looks that way as we return to Act 3.
Back in your own little Betty Boo, Mr. Cantor? Does it feel good?
Bombine?
I'm your nurse, Mr. Cantor. You remember me?
Where's Mother?
Outside. You can see her when you're stronger.
How's Noor? Did he die?
You're the one almost died. Oh, it was a near thing there. Your heart stopped for 6 whole seconds.
Oh, it must have been more than 6 seconds.
Well, you were in intensive care for 2 weeks.
Am I alive?
Alive? You are alive, and you're going to go on living. Only this time, you'll do as you're told. No excitement like before. You've been very sick. Are you warm enough? I'm going to put this extra blanket over you.
What happened to your eyelashes?
My eyelashes?
You used to have such beautiful, long eyelashes. Were they false?
Mr. Cantor, I have never worn false eyelashes in my life. Or false anything else.
I'm sorry, Bombine.
My name is... Well, never mind. You just rest.
Are we going to take a bath?
You want a bath? Well, I'll ask Dr. Klein.
You don't have to ask anybody. We'll just wander down to the river when it gets cool.
Mr. Cantor.
Just before the sun goes down. That's the beautiful time.
Yes.
And then the big, good red circle goes away for a while.
It does?
Mm-hmm. And we pray.
You pray?
I don't know exactly what we pray for.
Uh-huh.
Maybe for it to come back, or maybe we just say... Thank you?
I never knew you were religious, Mr. Cantor.
I'm not. I never have been. I don't know anything about religion.
Well, now, do you think you could go to sleep now?
I think so.
Do you want me to pull the blinds?
No. I want to watch the sun go down. Then I'll go to sleep.
Mr. Burroughs?
Is he all right, nurse?
Yes.
Can we see him?
Well, he's sleeping right now.
When he wakes up?
Yes. But I think I ought to tell you, he may seem a little strange.
Strange? What do you mean by strange?
Well, different. He talks sort of funny.
His speech is impaired.
Brain damage?
No, nothing like that.
Well, then what?
Well, he asked me what happened to my eyelashes.
Did anything happen to your eyelashes?
Of course not. Then he called me Bombine and talked about going down to the river to take a bath and praying to the big red circle.
Oh, Joe, you think maybe...
Maybe we should call in a psychiatrist.
Well, not yet. Anyway, he's not strong enough.
But later?
Mrs. Cantor, remember your son did have cardiac arrest. For 6-8 seconds, his heart was not beating at all.
He was dead?
Well, yes. But he's very much alive now.
Oh, when I walked into that room, my son was dead.
Now, Mrs. Cantor.
I'll never forgive myself.
Nurse, listen, when he wakes up, will you call me? Maybe I better go in and see him first.
Yes, I think maybe you had.
Yeah.
Then you can sort of, you know, prepare his mother for what to expect.
Who is it?
It's me, Harry. How are you feeling?
Why, it's Noor.
Noor?
Oh, Noor, you're alive.
Yeah, I'm just fine, Harry. I'm fine.
Oh, I was so worried.
Your mother's outside. She wants to see you, too.
Oh, how is she?
Oh, she's fine, Harry.
She's wonderful, my mother. Very strict, but very wonderful. And a wonderful swimmer.
Oh, I never knew that.
Oh, yes. And a wonderful mother. Very strict, though.
Harry, maybe I better not stay too long.
No, stay. I know you don't care too much for children, but I want you to stay.
Harry, I'm Joe. You know, Joe Burroughs. I'm your partner. I'm your friend.
You're not Noor? No, you don't look like Noor.
I'm Joe Burroughs. Your mother's waiting to see you. Your girl, Bernice, she'll be around later.
Joe Burroughs. My partner. My friend.
Right. We're in the import-export business, Harry. You remember? You were talking about some kind of deal to have to do with sponges. You remember before?
Sponges? What?
Yeah.
What do we want with sponges?
Yeah, well, nothing. You just thought if you could buy up all the sponges.
Well, what for?
Well, for nothing, Harry. Absolutely nothing.
You see, we are very wonderful, superior beings, Joe.
We are?
Therefore, we must be responsible. Act responsibly. I mean, you understand?
Well, I'm not sure I do.
That's because you're not an elephant.
I'm not...
I'm an elephant, Joe. I mean, I was an elephant, and my name was Abu.
When were you an elephant, Harry?
For a little while.
Oh.
Just for a little while.
How was it being an elephant?
Beautiful.
You're not an elephant anymore, are you, Harry?
No, I'm just Harry Cantor. But I'll never forget being Abu, and the sun going down, and all of us standing in a line.
Harry, I think I know what happened. When your heart stopped, You do know your heart stopped there for a minute, don't you?
Everything's
Harry, you died for a minute, and Harry, you were reincarnated. You were reincarnated into an elephant.
Is that possible?
Oh, I don't know if it's possible, but it happened. That has to be what happened.
Maybe.
Oh, positively.
I hope you're right. Only, Joe.
Yeah, Harry, what?
The next time my heart stops.
Oh, there isn't going to be any next time.
Well, there has to be some time. And what if I'm not reincarnated into an elephant, Joe?
Oh, but you would be.
No, what if I was reincarnated into a tiger, Joe? And my own mother sat on me.
Mrs. Cantor, sit down here, Mrs. Cantor. I'll try to explain if I can.
Oh, I'm sitting. Explain.
Yeah, Mrs. Cantor, when Harry's heart stopped, he was what you might call deceased.
Dead?
Yeah, well, in a way, yes. He was departed. But the emergency unit, see, they came rushing in.
Oh, they knocked me down almost. I never saw such a hurry.
Yeah, well, with all that, they brought Harry back to life.
Oh, so he's all right again.
He's all right, but...
So what's all the worry?
Mrs. Cantor, during those seconds, while Harry was not of this world, if I may put it that way.
Oh, put it any way, but get on with it.
He was not Harry Cantor. He was...
Well, for heaven's sake, Joe, what was he?
He was an elephant, Mrs. Cantor.
Harry? An elephant? My boy, an elephant?
That's what he says.
How could that be?
Mrs. Cantor, it is my belief that Harry was reincarnated, see, when his heart stopped, and before they started it up again, Harry's soul left his body and entered into the body of an elephant.
Can such things be?
Well, you said yourself, Mrs. Cantor, we just don't know.
No, I don't believe it. Harry couldn't be an elephant. I don't know if he even likes elephants.
Well, he does now.
You know what I think, Joe?
What?
He dreamed he was an elephant. It was all a dream went through his head.
Well, I don't know if you dream when your heart isn't beating.
Well, I'll ask Dr. Klein.
Well, if it was a dream, it was a very beautiful dream.
So you see, Ma...
Oh, I love you to call me Ma. It's been so long.
Yeah. Well, you see, elephants are really the kings of the jungle. Not just because they're so big, but because they have a sense of responsibility. They find water for all the other animals. And you know who's the leader of the elephant herd? A woman. The oldest and the wisest woman elephant. Would you believe it?
Oh, that's the best thing of all.
And the men elephants, you know, they sort of hang around together, except every so often they get excited and flap their ears and whip their tails around. And the female elephants do, too. And that means they're in love.
You know, you learned a lot in your dream, didn't you?
Wasn't a dream, Mother. Wasn't a dream. I was there. I was one of them.
If you say so.
I was Abu, the elephant.
Whatever you say, Harry.
I mean, I don't mean to contradict you, Mother.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, you see, you don't understand because you've never been an elephant.
Well, I'm looking forward to it.
Ma, I just thought of something. What happened to Abu? Did he die? Oh, no, I hope he didn't die. But if I was Abu, and now I'm Harry, what happened to Abu?
Now, son, I think... let me see. I think that in a dream, a person can be all kinds of things.
No, Ma, that isn't it. No, because you see, it wasn't a dream. I was Abu. My soul, Harry Cantor's soul, entered into Abu the second he was born. And it stayed there a little while, and now it's come back into me, Harry Cantor. But it's still Abu's soul, too. And as long as I live, I'll have the soul of Abu inside me.
Not a bad thing.
Mother, the big red fire circle is leaving now.
Oh, you mean the sun is going down?
Yeah, so, let's be very quiet, Mother, very quiet. Let's not talk at all. Has Fargus Falls changed much, Ma?
Not much.
It's been, I don't know. Years since I saw the old place.
Well, it's pretty run down.
Oh, we can fix it up.
If you want to, Harry.
Maybe not. Maybe we'll leave it the way it is. Are the trees all there?
Everyone.
And the brook?
Still running.
That's nice. That's nice.
Oh, Harry, I'm glad you're taking an interest in the old place.
Interest? I'm going to live there.
You are? But what about the business?
Oh, I don't know. Joe can run that. I'll sell it to him. Maybe I'll give it to him.
Oh, it won't do so well without you. Joe's a very nice fellow, but you were always the brains.
I got different brains now, Ma. Once you're an elephant, you never forget it. Oh, did I tell you I asked Bernice to marry me?
Oh, you did? Oh, what did she say?
Well, she sort of whisked her tail and flapped her ears. No, I mean, she said yes.
Oh.
She said yes. Do you think she'll like living in Fargus Falls?
Oh, I think she'll love it.
We'd want you to live there with us, Ma.
You mean that?
Well, you're the oldest and the wisest, aren't you?
Oh, if you say so.
Hey, we're almost there, aren't we?
Turn left, up ahead, down that little road.
Oh, I can smell the woods, Ma. I can smell the water.
Oh, turn here.
I remember. Look, there's a chipmunk. Yeah, look. And a raccoon. Hey, a raccoon. And there's birds. That's a cardinal. Oh. I know a cardinal. I remember cardinals from way back, right? Oh, Ma, look, there's the woods.
That's right. And the house is just beyond.
Let's stop right here for a minute. Ah, beautiful, isn't it?
Yes.
Quiet.
Yes.
Peaceful.
I always thought I'd like to be buried here when the time comes.
Yeah, I'd like that too. When my time comes.
Oh, I thought you wanted a crypt in the cemetery with shelves.
No, that was a crazy idea. I'd like to be buried here.
Oh.
Or maybe, just maybe, I won't be buried at all.
Oh, well, what did you have in mind exactly?
Maybe, Ma, I'll just wander off into the woods by myself. And no one will ever find any trace of me. Not skin, or bones, or hair, or anything.
How can that be possible? Something like that.
It's the secret of the elephants, Ma. And only the elephants know.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. Our story has ended. Story, I can hear you ask. All right, then. Call it what you please. Call it a fantasy or a fable. Call it a parable. Call it a myth. Or, and it might be the most apt description of all, a morality play. And as with audiences of all time, you must find the moral for yourself. Our cast included William Redfield, Arnold Stang, Bryna Rayburn, and Joan Shea. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, guardian of the flame that flickers and flares here 7 times each week. The incredibly sophisticated jet crashes. The absolutely safe luxury liner founders. The beautifully engineered bridge collapses. The reason can be picayune, almost paltry. The malfunction of a part that might cost all of 22 cents could destroy a machine worth millions. A simple but undetected mathematical error might insidiously multiply itself to a point where a magnificent structure suddenly becomes a heap of ruin and rubble. Or perhaps what we're talking about is beyond science. Our mystery drama, Fireball, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Kim Hunter. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. We assume that we are superior to the other members of the animal kingdom. We believe that we are more intelligent. After all, look at what we can do. Certainly, animals can't read, write, build, manufacture. And if they can't, how does it happen that we can? We like to say that man is blessed with a divine spark. If this is true, that can only mean that God, or the gods, speak through us. And our works are expressions of their will. Benjamin Cantwell, or Big Ben, as he is known in industrial and government circles, comes home one evening.
Louise?
Is that you, Benjamin?
Who are you expecting?
I wasn't expecting you.
Why not?
You know perfectly well that days, even weeks go by without ever seeing you.
Now, Louise, you know it's necessary for me
I didn't say it wasn't necessary.
Then why are you complaining?
I wasn't aware that I was complaining. I merely stated a fact. Since you're not home more often than you are home, then your very presence is a surprise. Would you like me to begin all over again?
I'll try to spend more time at home, but what I'm doing is important. The very fate of our country rests on it.
I didn't say no.
The fate of the entire free world. I'd like a little sympathy and understanding for my own wife.
You can have all the sympathy and understanding you want. It's not my fault you're hardly ever home to collect it.
Well, I'm home now.
And it's only Friday. Don't tell me, we're actually going to spend a weekend together?
You know, I couldn't wait to get home here to the country.
Well, guests start to arrive tomorrow.
Admiral Lawrence and his wife will be coming later tonight. And Senator Sullivan and his, well, I assume she's his wife.
And here I thought we were going to have a quiet little weekend.
Well, it won't be more than 8 or 10 all told.
Thanks for telling me now.
Louise, you don't understand. I'm having some important people here before...
They're always important.
Well, you know who I invite. Senator Sullivan is chairman of the Military Appropriations Committee. Admiral Lawrence...
Oh, darling, I'm impressed.
I'm not saying all this to impress you. I want you to know who these people are.
Why? So I can defer to them?
No. So that you can discuss things intelligently.
What are we supposed to discuss? It's all top secret.
Oh, I give up.
No, Ben, I'd like to understand what it is we're supposed to discuss. After all, the reason you invite them is always to sell them something.
That's not true. I'm not here to sell.
You aren't?
I'm here to help them understand our country's true need in defense materiel. And, of course...
Since your products best satisfy those needs...
This is an inference they are free to make.
After you have wined them and dined and entertained them...
Why do you insist on making it sound so disreputable?
Ben, please admit it. The fact is, everything you manufacture is used to kill somebody.
That is completely unfair. Somebody has to do it.
Darling, all I'm doing is stating a fact.
Why don't you look around at all the charities, the hospitals that I have endowed?
Oh, I must say you have it down to a science. First, you manufacture the means to maim people. And then you tenderly care for the victims. Oh, Ben, you're not all bad.
Before you accuse me of fattening on human misery, examine your own conscience.
At least I don't drape myself in a mantle of pious hypocrisy. I fully expect to be punished.
By whom?
Oh, the gods.
Louise, you have to take the world as you find it. Mankind, for reasons I'll never understand, insists on destroying itself. If I didn't make the means with which to do it, someone else would.
Yes?
You said I was to come back tonight after supper, ma'am, to meet the mister.
Oh, yes, Mr. Vulcan. Ben, this is Mr. Joseph Vulcan.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Cantwell.
Mr. Vulcan is our new blacksmith. Summers recommended him.
Oh. And had you ever worked for Mr. Summers?
No, sir. Dick Summers worked for me.
Is that so? Well, you're a much younger man.
Guess I'm older than I look. I taught Dick Summers the business.
You taught old Dick Summers?
Yep. And it was still a business in them days. Of course, motor cars had already been around a while and all them tractors. But there was still plenty of horses, like for deliveries in the town and work on the farm.
But you look like such a young man.
Well, these days there ain't much work. You can pick up some money getting connected with a racetrack or on a couple of estates like this one, where the rich folks have stables.
Has my wife already discussed your pay and other arrangements?
Yes, sir, Mr. Cantwell, and I find everything satisfactory.
Very well. That'll be all.
Thank you, Mr. Cantwell.
Louise?
Yes?
I want you to fire him.
Ben, why?
I want you to fire him.
Well, not unless you tell me why.
I can't.
Oh, yes, you can. I know you. You have sudden automatic responses. You're a creature of violent first impressions. What have you got against that man?
I said I don't know.
Something bothers you. Try to analyze it.
Why? Isn't it enough that it bothers me?
Tell me.
All right. This is as good a reason as any. I don't like deformed people.
But he's not.
Well, obviously he's very lame. You see how he walks. You hear how he walks.
Can this be your conscience? Suppose he's a veteran, and he was maimed by one of your instruments of destruction.
For the last time, I am not ashamed of what I'm doing. It's work that is legitimate, necessary, and moral. It's sanctioned by the law.
Why do you protest so much?
Because Oh, forget it.
Do you really want to know why I hired him? I hired this one because of his name.
His name?
Yes. It was just too delicious to resist. His name is Vulcan.
Vulcan?
Vulcan was one of the ancient gods, the god of fire. He was actually a blacksmith. He made all the weapons for the other gods.
Are you sure you're all right?
I think he was married to Venus.
Now, Louise, what kind of
the
nonsense...
marriage didn't work. She was always cheating on him.
All right. All right, you've had your little joke. Let him catch up with whatever shoeing he has to do, and then let him go.
Good morning, Mr. Vulcan.
Oh, morning, Miss Cantwell.
How long have you been doing this, Mr. Vulcan?
Oh, a long time. They've always been smiths.
Did you know the ancient god Vulcan was a blacksmith?
No, ma'am. I never was much on all them heathen gods.
And you never heard of Vulcan? I thought there might be a relationship.
No, ma'am. I can't say that I know of any.
Mr. Vulcan, may I ask you a question?
Well, you go right ahead, ma'am.
How did you happen to become lame?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't?
No, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry.
It's all right, ma'am. Well, I understand my father dropped me when I was a small baby or something like that.
Mr. Cantwell, as you may know, has endowed a great many hospitals and medical research centers.
Oh, I've made the rounds of all of them, ma'am, and the verdict is this is how I have to be for the rest of my life.
Well, if there's a breakthrough somehow, then then you will be able to benefit. We'll see to that.
Oh, thank you. I must say, you and Mr. Cantwell are the best folks I ever worked for.
Did you fire that blacksmith? That, what's his name, Vulcan? Joe Vulcan?
No.
No? But I thought we agreed.
We didn't agree. You merely suggested it. But he intrigues me.
Why?
I told you. He's a blacksmith named Vulcan. So is the ancient god, Vulcan. He's lame. So is the ancient god.
Oh, please.
Oh, this gets better. I asked him why he was lame. Do you know what he answered?
How would I know?
Oh, you really are touchy. He said when he was an infant, his father had dropped him.
Oh, for crying out loud.
No, you must listen to this. Vulcan's father, or at least his mother's husband, I'm trying to be delicate about this, was Jupiter.
Oh, who cares?
His mother gave birth to Vulcan, and Jupiter was so angry that he seized the child and hurled him from Olympus down to the earth below. And that's why Vulcan became lame. Do you see the similarities?
What I don't see is what you're really driving at.
Well, they say the ancient gods would, from time to time, visit the earth, disguised as mortals.
Are you trying to tell me that this silly-looking oaf that is employed in our stables is actually an ancient Greek god called Vulcan?
His Roman name was Vulcan. His Greek name was Hephaestus.
All right. Quit trying to prove how smart you are. Just answer one question. If it's true, what is he doing here working for us, this god of yours?
With very few exceptions. A visit from the gods usually meant a great deal of trouble for the people he called on.
What kind of trouble?
I just hope we never find out. The hard way.
Coincidence. And what is Louise's rationale for saying that their latest employee is actually Vulcan, the ancient god of the blacksmiths? Well, you heard it. And it's all circumstantial evidence. And you know what the philosopher said about that, don't you? Some circumstantial evidence is very strong, like when you find a trout in the milk. What will we find in Act 2? Every time something is made by man, every time man works a raw material into a finished product, every time man transforms nature from a work of God into a work of his own, man approaches something that is divine. For man is now doing what only God, or the gods, could do originally, and that is create. However, sometimes man being man, and nothing really more, lets all of this creativity get out of hand.
I thought the weekend went rather well.
Did you?
And I must compliment you, Louise. You were a superb hostess.
Tell me, did you sell the fireball?
What did you say?
I said, did you sell the fireball?
Don't ever mention that word. Nowhere, to no one. It's top secret.
Really?
How did you find out?
How did I find out? There were these papers lying on top of the dresser.
Oh. Well, that's inexcusable.
You have to read those papers somewhere.
If I'm that absent-minded, it means I'd better not take papers home anymore.
Besides, you talk in your sleep.
Then I'll have to sleep alone.
No sacrifice is too great to make for your country.
Tell me, what did you learn about that weapon whose name you must never mention?
That it's called unmentionable because you merely hang it in the sky over an enemy city and poof, the whole place is burned to cinders in minutes.
Louise, you must never breathe a single...
I suppose you're proud of yourself, aren't you?
Louise, I will not get into this argument again. Would you rather other countries had it and we didn't?
Oh, why don't we chuck the whole thing, Ben, and just enjoy life from now on?
It's easy enough for you to say that, but I have responsibilities.
You are now going to give me what I have classified as speech number 16B.
Louise, listen to me. We have just developed the thing in the lab.
If it's so hush-hush, and I know too much now, why tell me more?
I have to tell someone. We can do it. We can make this thing, but we don't know why.
What do you mean? You don't know why?
We don't know why it should work. All we know is we can make it.
So what's the problem?
Well, there isn't any problem.
Then why do you sound so upset?
Because I feel maybe we shouldn't turn this thing out. This time we may have blundered into something that's more than just a discovery. This thing is part of the process of how matter itself was created. It's almost something beyond the capability of human understanding.
Then drop it.
Drop it?
Yes. Put a stop to the project. Forget it ever existed.
You're crazy.
I'm crazy? Did you hear what you were just telling me?
Well, sometimes I just have to talk.
But you never spoke like that before.
Maybe it's because I had a crazy dream.
Aren't you the one who says you never dream?
In the ordinary way, I don't. It's your fault.
You have a dream, and it's my fault.
Yes, because you've been filling my head with that nonsense.
What nonsense?
About Vulcan.
What are you talking about?
You know, Vulcan, the ancient god of fire.
I see. I'm to blame.
Well, aren't you?
No. And I can prove it. When you saw Joe Vulcan for the very first time, you instinctively reacted against him before you even knew who he was. Well?
Well, as some people, you dislike at sight. That's all.
You didn't need me to be afraid of him.
I'm not afraid of him. I just don't like him. And I insist that you fire him.
Well, if that's how you feel about it, why don't you just go down to the stables and fire him yourself?
All right, I will.
Oh, morning, Mr. Cantwell.
Vulcan, I'm going to have to let you go.
Yes, sir, Mr. Cantwell. When do you want me to leave?
Well, I want you to finish up around here. Take 2 or 3 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Vulcan, I don't want you to feel badly.
No, sir.
It's nothing personal. You can see that for yourself. We don't require a full-time blacksmith.
That's true.
And if you need references for your next job...
I don't think there's going to be another job.
Oh, don't say that. Good men are hard to find, especially in the kind of work you do.
No, sir. I think I'll quit roaming all around the country. You may have done me a favor.
A favor?
Yes, sir. I don't spend nearly enough time with my wife.
Oh.
She's a beautiful woman.
Really?
I know what you're thinking. An ugly cuss like him, how do you ever get a beautiful woman to even look at him, much less marry him?
Oh, I didn't mean to imply that.
Oh, it's all right. I'm used to it. Funny. A lot of folks say that she steps out on me. You know what I mean? But even if it's true, it's my fault.
What do you mean?
Because I'm also being untrue to her.
Oh?
Oh, not in that way. But I'm still cheating on her.
How?
Well, I'm giving time and energy that you might say belongs to her, to my job. You see what I mean? A lot of fellas do that. And then they wonder why their wives find something else or someone else. Well, sir, if you don't want me on the place, I'll be going.
So you did it.
It's economically unfeasible to have a full-time blacksmith.
The real reason you fired him is because you're afraid of him.
Afraid? Louise, have you ever had a conversation with this man?
Of course. I've spoken to him.
I mean a sustained conversation.
Well,
This is the most frightened, timid milquetoast.
He's quiet, I'll admit that.
And you thought he was one of the ancient gods?
I said it was possible.
Never. They were men. I mean, beings of strength. He's so ineffectual. I'll tell you what would amuse you. He said, maybe being fired wouldn't be the worst thing. It would give him more time to spend with his wife.
Why, isn't that a sensible statement?
And it turns out he has a beautiful wife.
Just like Vulcan.
And maybe it would cure her from, as he put it, stepping out on him.
Vulcan's wife was Venus. She certainly had her affairs. Maybe she still does. Who can say that these gods are dead?
Or that they even existed?
Dan, you can say what you like. I still believe he is the ancient god Vulcan. And that he chose to visit our house.
Why?
To get you to do something.
Like what?
I don't know.
Then why didn't he come out with it?
Maybe he did. Maybe you just didn't want to understand.
If he's a god, why does he have to beat about the bush? Why not just hurl a thunderbolt or something? And say, do it my way, or else.
Because a god wants things to happen, not by threats, but through enlightenment. The thunderbolts are only a last resort.
What am I supposed to be enlightened about?
I don't know. What's bothering you?
Hello, Senator. Sit down.
Morning, Ben. I'm sorry to be late.
Oh, it's all right. Our starting time is whenever we decide to show up at the first tee. Well, shall we order?
No, I'm on the diet. Say, that's a pretty big spread on you in the Post.
I was afraid of that. They go all the way back to the 30s to find a phrase to describe me. Merchant of death.
Actually, it's a rather philosophical article.
Philosophy? In the Post?
Well, as a matter of fact, the writer calls you Vulcan.
Vulcan?
Yeah, you know, the ancient god of fire.
Where does he come off with?
Well, he calls you the modern god of fire. You must admit there's a basis for it.
A basis?
Well, you're perfecting a thing for us, and it's almost supernatural.
Is this Senator Sullivan talking?
Oh, come on, Ben. Whatever happened to your sense of humor?
I'm too busy to have one.
They even write that you run the risk of being punished for hubris.
You just lost me.
Well, the hubris is a kind of defiance of the gods. You know, by taking unto oneself one of their attributes, by challenging them in their own speciality.
Is that a fact?
Oh, yes. There was a girl named Arachne in ancient Greece. Now, she claimed she was the finest weaver in the world. This annoyed the goddess Athena no end.
I can't believe this conversation.
Well, you see, Athena held a distinction for herself. So, poor Arachne, for her hubris, was punished. Now, do you know how?
I can't even begin to imagine.
She was turned into a spider.
Am I going to be turned into a spider, too?
Well, you haven't annoyed Athena. Your problem is with Vulcan.
Oh, I see.
And since you've set yourself up as a master of fire, he just might decide to have at you that way.
Need I tell you, I am terrified.
Oh, and also on personal level, you may have affronted him.
What did I do now?
Now, he was married to the most beautiful of all women, Venus, and your wife...
Oh, come on. She's a good-looking woman, but...
No, don't say that. Louise is beautiful.
You know what I think? You're trying to psych me. You have to have an edge, but it won't do any good, Senator. I'll still beat you on the course today.
Let's see. This marks the third night in a row that you're home.
How do I win? If I'm detained somewhere on business, I get complaints because I'm never home. When I stay home, I still get flack.
I was just making a comment.
Did you read that article about me in the Post?
Oh, I didn't want to mention it because I know those things annoy you.
I had my secretary clip it out for me, and I've got it right here. The vengeance of Vulcan.
It's stated as a question.
What annoys me is that they're factually inaccurate.
Oh?
You see, Vulcan, assuming there's a basis for this nonsense, Vulcan doesn't have a vengeful bone in his body. He was the kindliest of all the gods. He wasn't jealous of anyone. He didn't mind what anyone did to him or said about him. So, he wouldn't take vengeance on anyone.
And how do you know all this?
Because I did some research.
Why? Why should you take time from your busy schedule?
Because I have to set certain people straight.
About what?
You know, if this conversation were ever made public, both of us would be prime candidates for a sanitarium. Well, so, even if I did have the hubris to offend Vulcan, he wouldn't do anything about it anyway.
Oh. Well. Now, do you feel better?
Who says I'm feeling badly to begin with?
Oh, I'll get it.
No, I'm right here.
Hey, guess who?
Senator.
Hello, Ben.
I'd know your voice anywhere.
Ben, I just called to let you know that you can expect to have clear sailing in the Senate committee tomorrow.
That's great.
Yes. Well, I thought you'd like to hear that.
I certainly do appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I'm glad. Goodbye, Ben.
Goodbye. That's funny.
What is?
The senator. He called to tell me about the committee hearings.
Well, doesn't he usually?
Except this morning at the club. I told him I'd be out of town.
Maybe he forgot.
He hasn't forgotten anything since the day he was born. No, he thought I wouldn't be home tonight. And that's why he called. Well, a kind of light begins to dawn in the eyes of Big Ben Cantwell, tycoon extraordinary. And he looks at his beautiful, desirable wife, and all of a sudden it occurs to him that perhaps the phone call from the fun-loving senator was not really for him after all. This little cloud will assume larger proportions when I return shortly with Act 3. Are we playthings of the gods? Probably. How else can you explain the absolute madness of the world we live in? There was an ancient god named Vulcan, god of the forge and flame. And like his fellows, he likes to walk the earth. That is, according to legend. Well, don't laugh at legends. You can never tell when you might need one. It's quite possible Senator Sullivan wasn't calling me at all.
Oh, really?
He may have been calling you.
Me? Whatever for?
What reason does he have to call any woman?
I wouldn't know.
Louise, what is there between you and the senator?
I consider that question an insult.
Are you part of the senator's collection? Another scalp that hangs from his belt? Another notch on his gun?
I'm afraid you'll have to remain forever in suspense.
Is this why I get such favorable treatment from the committee? Now, you listen to me, Louise.
You listen to me, Ben. For 15 years, we've been little more than strangers.
That's not true.
How often have we seen each other?
I've been busy.
And I've been busy, too.
With what? With whom?
I don't think that's your business.
You're my wife, and I'm your husband.
It's been a long time since we took those roles seriously.
What is there between you and Senator Sullivan?
Why don't you ask him?
I will. Everybody's probably laughing at me while my back is turned. She's stepping out. Stepping out. Oh, listen to me. I'm talking like that idiot Joe Vulcan. But who am I to call him an idiot? I'm in the same boat. We both wear the same hat. Look out! Look out! Watch where you're going, you idiot! Look out!
It was a miracle, Louise. A miracle.
You say he's all right, Dr. Corman?
The car was totaled. All he has is a few scratches.
Are you sure?
Positive. Now come inside. See for yourself.
Is it all right to see him?
Come on, Louise.
It was such a terrible crash, I can hardly believe. Ben?
Hello, Louise, dear.
How do you feel?
Well, I'm all right, except I have this terrible pain in my legs.
Dr. Corman, you said...
Yeah, I know what he says. But I feel this pain.
Now, Ben, we've examined you thoroughly. You know that.
Yes, Doctor.
There's absolutely no sign of any injury. No fracture, no sprains, no torn ligaments, no swelling.
I understand, Doctor, but I have this pain.
Doctor, are you sure?
Not only am I sure, but every specialist we called in is also sure.
I don't like to contradict anyone, but since it's my pain, I'm the only one who can really be sure. Louise.
Ben.
I'm home. It was a very busy day.
Ben, I think we should have this out. Why do you limp?
Why? Well, it should be obvious. My legs hurt.
But the doctors say
The doctors are simply mistaken.
But Ben...
I wish I could oblige everyone. I hate to cause anyone distress.
Ben, what are you talking about?
Yeah, well, it's just that my work itself is so turbulent. It deals with elemental forces that... Well, I like my personal affairs to be calm, peaceful.
What has come over you, Ben?
I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing's come over me.
What kind of a game are you trying to play with me?
Game?
Look, when you got into your car and you decided to confront Senator Sullivan that night...
I don't think we have to talk about that.
Oh, we do. I admit that he and I had seen each other a few times, but...
Louise, dear, please. I don't wish to discuss this. It isn't necessary.
But Ben...
If you'll excuse me,
Where are you going?
To the forge.
The forge?
Yes, you know, the factory.
Don't go.
What is it?
You called it the forge.
Of course.
Why? I'll tell you why. Because that's what Vulcan called his workshop.
Vulcan?
Yes, Vulcan. Now I know what's happened. You actually believe you're Vulcan.
Now, why would I want to do a thing like that?
You've affected his limp.
My feet hurt ever since that accident.
And you can even accept the fact that your wife might be having an affair. Is that who you want to be? Is that what you want to be, Vulcan?
Louise, darling, maybe you'd better see Dr. Corman.
If you want to be a god, be a Jupiter, an Apollo.
You're not well, and I wish I knew what was making you so unhappy.
Look, I don't want to be married to Vulcan.
Vulcan? Whatever makes you think that? You're married to me. You're married to Ben Cantwell.
But you're not Ben Cantwell any longer.
Well, I got here as quickly as I could, sir, but there was all this traffic.
I'm sorry to spoil your holiday, Louis.
No, that's all right.
But I feel this is the day we can finish.
Finish?
Yes, Louis. Today, here, now.
On Fireball, sir?
Is everything set in the firing room?
Yes, sir, but...
But? What's the problem?
Oh, I thought we'd agreed to abandon the project.
Why?
Because it was really beyond our capability, our human capability to control. The final formula, there is no known mathematics to express it. And furthermore, we can't even conceive the formula.
We can't?
Here, I'll start the computer. Yeah, see, all the known data has already been fed into it. And now, watch. You see, sir? Suddenly, the computer stops.
Well, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Now, we're committed to deliver this weapon to the armed forces. But only if experimentally we can. But I don't see how.
Start to build up the temperatures in the firing room.
What formulas are you...
I don't need a formula. Do as I tell you, Louis.
I know you're a great one for intuition, sir, but this time...
Do as I tell you, Louis.
Afternoon, Miss Cantwell.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Vulcan.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Cantwell said to take a couple of 3 weeks to get all the work done around the stables. Well, it's finished.
You're leaving us, are you?
Yes, ma'am. Come to say goodbye.
Well, good luck, Mr. Vulcan. I wish you the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Same to you. Goodbye.
Wait.
Well, what is it, ma'am?
Who are you?
Well, I'm just Joe Vulcan.
That's not true. You are the god, Vulcan.
Who? That just ain't true.
That's right. It's not true anymore. But it was true, and I can prove it.
Prove what, Miss Cantwell?
I can prove it by something you just did.
What did I do?
Come with me. Please, come with me. Ben.
Oh, Louise, dear. How did you get in here?
I'm your wife, remember?
And Mr. Vulcan. What? Here.
It beats me, sir. She just dragged me here.
Ready for firing, sir.
Ben, listen to me. Destroy that machine, that device, whatever it is.
Darling.
Because if you don't, then you really become Vulcan. Then you really acquire his full powers. Is that how you want to live? Look at him.
Louise, I'm very busy.
You don't want to be Vulcan. You'll hate it. Immortality becomes a terrible burden after a while. The gods themselves grow tired of eternal life. That is why they walk the earth. To find someone who can lift the burden from them. And that someone becomes the god, don't you see? That's the true nature of immortality.
What does that have to
do? And Vulcan has found you. He is giving you all his characteristics, his talent, his meekness. It's not too late. Give them back.
Give what back?
Don't finish the fireball. You yourself said that the final step of the formula was beyond human comprehension. But once you comprehend it, you will become more than human. Mr. Vulcan, you know I'm speaking the truth.
Well, I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't know nothing of the kind.
I said he gave you everything, Ben. Mr. Vulcan, please walk to the door.
But why?
Walk to the door, please. Stop. See, Ben? See?
What do you want me to see?
He doesn't limp anymore. His walk is normal. How do you account for that, Mr. Vulcan?
Oh, I guess it's a miracle, huh?
I said he gave you everything, Ben. He even gave you his limp.
Ready for firing, sir. Throw on the A switch. The B switch.
No, don't. You don't want to be Vulcan.
Now, my dear.
If you're to live like Vulcan, I'll have to live like Venus. I don't want that. Will you want me to flaunt other men in your face? The senator, the admiral, even your assistant here.
Louise.
I'll do it. Because I won't be able to help myself. And you won't be able to stand it. You'll prowl the earth to find someone to take your place.
Sir, if we don't fire now. Ready.
Don't, Ben. Then you'll know too much. You'll become the god who knows too much. Vulcan. And that's why he limps and staggers. It's not the injury to his feet. It's the weight of knowledge he must carry. He knows more than any of them. He knows how to make and build. Oh, turn off that switch. Turn it off, Ben.
You heard her, Louis. Turn off the switches.
Ben.
I turned them off, but nothing happened. The reaction could have gone too far. We can be destroyed in here, sir. The whole world can be destroyed.
What are we going to do?
I don't know. As I said, it's beyond human comprehension. Maybe it'll just stop itself.
Mr. Vulcan, please, stop it.
What are you talking to him for?
You know why. Mr. Vulcan. What's the matter?
My legs, I can hardly stand straight. My legs hit me again.
Listen, it stopped.
I guess you were right, Mr. Cantwell. It just stopped by itself. we could never understand it.
Thank you, Mr. Vulcan.
And I think I'd best be leaving.
Ben, look. He's limping again. And look at you. You're standing straight.
Take it any way you like. Chacun a son goût, as our friends in France would say. Do the gods walk the earth and look for their replacements? Is that what happened to Ben Cantwell? Or was it merely a psychological seizure? Think about it, and I shall return shortly. The gap narrows. Our ancestors looked upon the gods as supernatural beings who knew everything. But now, we are starting to do what only the gods themselves could do. Little by little, we seem to be stripping the veil away from all the mysteries of life and death. And so, some say, the gap narrows. But is this also human frailty? Outward appearances to the contrary notwithstanding, is the gap really widening? In any event, let there be no gap at all between you and us here, 7 times each week. Our cast included Kim Hunter, Hugh Marlowe, Earl Hammond, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program was furnished by CBS Radio. Your dial is set for news with John Scott reporting at 8 o'clock.
I'm Barry Farber. Right after the news, Walter Kerr not only treats silent movies, he brings them roaring back to a brand new life. Right here on the Barry Farber Show, WOR, New York.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. None of us is immune to that old game about people once in the public eye. I suppose you could call it the whatever happened to game. In this case, the woman generally considered the most beautiful and desirable in the world, Marcy Herrick. The first accident, of course, was a 10-day wonder. But the second didn't get as much publicity, though it took Marcy into a coma and eventually forever out of sight and out of mind.
All right, clear the area.
How do they always know, nurse?
Disaster hounds, I don't know, Sergeant. They always sniff it out, chase the ambulance if it's anyone in the news. Who is it this time?
Marcy Herrick. Same old problem.
Barbiturate poison?
What else? Check the intern. She's in coma. They'll butt over tea kettle all the way downstairs for good measure.
Yeah.
Know what I thought when I got the call? Let the lady be. I mean, considering that what she's got is a hell of a lot more than any one of us have. That Never Land she keeps trying to get back to sure must be something special.
Our mystery drama, The Prison of Glass, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Lois Nettleton. It's... Marcy Herrick, an American symbol. Blend of Judy Garland and Marilyn Monroe, adored by countless millions, picked by fortune to be the brightest of stars, but confined by the smothering adulation of her fans to life in a goldfish bowl. Child of fortune, queen of misfortune, a national tragedy of mob nonviolence. This is her story.
All my life, I dreamed of being here, inside this glass paperweight, with the feathery snow under my feet, and the dark little house with the bright red door beckoning to me to enter it and discover its secrets at last. No more wondering if I could really see a tiny shadow across the window under the eaves, or the handsome, dark face I pretended to myself looked out from the oriel window on the ground floor. Well, now I am here at last. And all I want to do is break out of my glass prison. I want to scream till the glass shatters. So terrible to look out, seeing everything magnified, and knowing that the one possession I love the best has ended up being a prison I may be shut away in forever.
Marcy, where are you? In the living room, Mother.
What are you doing? Oh, playing with this paperweight. How pretty the snowstorm is. So many years since I saw snow, and since...
Don't you ever get over Fred. Get him off your mind.
Pop? No. I'll never forget him. Do you?
Of course I don't. But there's no point dwelling on the dead.
Oh, every time I see the paperweight, it's like he was still in the room, laughing that funny, deep way he did, pleased that I was pleased with my presence.
It's too long ago to still be mourning for him.
Why?
Because he's gone. I'd like to make an end of that silly child's toy sometimes. You're too old to play with toys.
But this isn't a toy. It's a real old antique. Pop told me. Look at the little house. And the trees planted round, and the path leading over the little hill to the door.
And turn it upside down and then right side up and watch the snowflakes fall.
Look, Mother, wouldn't you love to be small enough and to be able to somehow get inside there and walk up that path and knock on the door? Who do you suppose would open it?
Oh, Marcy, that's enough nonsense.
You know who I keep being sure it would be?
Who?
Pop. That's who it would be. Pop.
Now, that is all. You put the paperweight down and come and get dressed. You've got a million things to do to get ready for the contest. Come on.
Mother, do I have to go?
To the finals? But you're going to win.
So what?
Well, first of all, it means money. And second, it means you can enter the state contest. And after that...
I don't want to go.
Why not?
I hate being stared at and walked around and examined as though I was a prize heifer or an animal in the zoo. Something even worse.
What are you talking about?
You should see how the men look at you in the bathing suit parade and where their eyes go. It's humiliating, degrading.
You mean you'd let me down? After I've devoted every minute of my life to you, working as a cleaning woman, doing other people's dirty work just so I could give you a decent home and a chance in life.
I know, Mom. I want to pay you back, but not this way.
Well, how else? You know I haven't got much time left to me with my heart condition. How are you going to make enough money to pay off the debts I've had to run up? Oh, no, sir. You want to pay me back, Marcy Gerstenberg? You follow the path I set for you. You'll see. One day, you're going to be a star.
I don't want to be a star.
Well, you can decide that when you get there. Because I'm going to keep pushing you till you get to the top. Even if it kills the both of us.
Well, it killed Mom, all right, within a few years. And it killed me, a little bit at a time. The paperweight became a kind of symbol for me. Inside it, I might be safe and private. If the faces were peering in at me there, I could always hide in the soft snow. But there was never a chance to hide. Because even when Mom stopped pushing me and got really sick, there was always someone else. First of all, the man who changed my name. My agent.
You know, what is it? Marcy Herrick, you're damn right, Santa Ann. Little Miss Sunday School, what you think she's trying to do to me?
Good morning, Dave.
Come in and shut the door. What's good about it?
Well, we're both alive.
Well, if I didn't invest so much time and bread in you already, you wouldn't be for long, sister. I'd break that alabaster neck of yours with my bare hand.
Don't be mad.
Mad? I'm on my 6th alpha pill this morning. Why'd you stand up Nicholas Surgat for yesterday?
The guy's an octopus. I just couldn't take it again.
Well, you're not a teenager anymore. You know he's got a part in his picture that can make you. You land this part, do it the way you're told, and we're at the start of the payoff at last. I got an investment in you I want back.
Is that all I am to you? A warm body you can peddle?
Oh, cut the sarcasm, baby. It's not your style. You got a mother in the hospital who's expensive to maintain. You want to keep her there?
Sergey'll never see me now that I stood him up.
I fixed it. I had him on the phone 15 minutes this morning. I'd eat plenty crow, but I fixed it.
How? Now, wait a minute. If you have any idea
now, look, I'm a louse, a hard-nosed son of a gun, but I have some standards. I pulled the little hearts and flowers. I told him you had to go see your mother in the hospital.
That's where I was.
And I figured. With all you got going for you and a mother who needs you, I don't know what it is that you keep running from. I think you still ought to be seeing a good shrink.
No.
Well, it's your business, I guess, but do you make the appointment I set up with Sergei today at 2?
I guess so.
You'd better, because this time, for one reason or another, I'm going to be with you. Meet me in his office 1:45, and wear some lipstick and a dress that fits tight. Ah, Miss Herrick, I'm delighted to meet you again, at last. And Mr. Morgan. Hi, Nick. It really wasn't necessary for you to escort your charming client. She is perfectly safe with me. Marcy has a back-to-back appointment with Multinational for the ingenue lead in the new feature. I'm playing chauffeur for her because her own car's laid up. Oh, I see. Well, then I won't keep you long. Just sit down, everyone, please.
Thank you.
Well, I had forgotten how beautiful you are. What a pity.
You mean the part is cast?
No. I mean only that your time is so short today. I would have liked to go over the shooting script with you personally.
Well, if I can get a copy of the script, I'd be happy to come back and read for you.
No. I don't work that way. I mean, I must learn to know the actor. I'd have him or her learn to know me. We must establish a rapprochement. No? I mean, it is, as we say, a one-to-one situation. No? However, I'm sure we can let Miss Herrick have a scene, a few pages, to give her the feeling of the part. How soon can we meet again?
Well, if you're under any pressure, Mr. Sergei...
When are we not? When are we not, all of us? Name the time and the place. I'll have my client there. All right, my bungalow, on the set. Day after tomorrow at, say, 5:30. We'll be there. She. A one-to-one situation, as I said. She'll be there. Right, Marcy?
Right, Dave. You make the dates. I keep them. I can't blame Dave. Nothing overt was even particularly hinted at. It was a business appointment, it was an exceptional part, and I was an actress. How much of my private self I was willing to surrender for a career was my own business. So, I kept my appointment at 5:30 with Nicholas Surgat. Ready, I suppose, to deliver. And I received a surprise. What he seemed to be interested in was my talent, whether I was right for the part. We went over the scene again and again, and finally he said...
No, it still isn't right. But all the capability is there. The part is yours if you want it.
But of course I do. I don't know what to say.
As far as the part is concerned, we'll let your agent handle that. But as for us, now that is something else again.
Uh-oh.
No. Don't jump to the obvious conclusion. Which is true enough, Marcy. I am a man. I'm not a stone.
And that's what my contract depends on?
Don't be silly. I can have 100 partners, more sensual, more practiced, or more perverted than you. For us, there's something different.
Isn't there always?
Marcy, please grow up. I'm talking of something that I see in you beyond the simple urge of sex. Something that you will communicate to every man as strongly as you do to me. What our final relationship will be is kind of hard to say. I mean, it's compounded of so many things. Director, actress, husband, wife, lover, neophyte. But none of that is important. What is that here and now, I tell you, you will play in my picture. And from it, a star will be born.
Oh, he was persuasive and passionate, and he made me believe him. Incredible to think that we never recognize, except in hindsight, the turning points of life. And that in this moment, with these few words, Nicholas Sergat had shaped my future entrapment and sealed his own death at my hands.
Murder from someone as gentle and dependent as Marcy? And by what means? And to what end? And if indeed there was murder, by what instrument that leads to the strange imprisonment we first found Marcy immersed in at the beginning of our story? I'll return in a moment with Act 2. Most of you will be old enough, I imagine, to remember the headlines at the time. Marcy Herrick, injured in fall. Beloved star in coma. Even if you don't remember them, they have little significance, for this is the true story behind those headlines. A story best told by Marcy herself.
I played in Nick's picture, an experience I don't know if I'd want to live through again, except it shaped my life.
All right, now let's have it absolutely quiet. We have the sticks. Back.
But really, there's nothing to explain. You've made yourself perfectly clear. I have my options. The one thing I'm permitted to do is choose. Heads or tails.
Cut. Okay. Just bury that. Kill the lights. We're on a break. Marcy, come on. I'll talk to you in your dressing room. I don't care what the lines seem to say, darling. It's what they mean. What they must convey to the audience.
Oh, what should they convey except exactly what they say?
Well, please stop talking from the naivete of your own personal morals. You think you have any choice?
Why shouldn't I?
Because this picture has nothing to do with your own personal little Never Never Land. That's why. It's real. It's here. It's where it's at. In the particular situation you find yourself in this script, in the part you are playing, you have no choice. And in spite of what you say, you have to know that.
That I have no choice?
Exactly.
Then I'm playing myself?
Exactly. Why do you think you were cast in this?
Because you think that's all I'm capable of doing.
Because I think that's what the audience wants to see, to buy. Because the quality of you is going to make you a star.
What does that mean?
It's a dichotomy, a contradiction, a fascinating enigma. The girl with everything, looks, figure, sex, a voice that ripples through everyone from the heart right down. And yet...
And yet what?
The other side. The feeling of a little girl lost that everyone wants to protect, to fuss over, arrange for, shield from harm.
But I don't need to be shielded. And I'm not a sex symbol. The truth
is you need a guardian, if not a lover. Now, I want to be both. We ought to be married.
I'm not ready to be married yet.
Perhaps not. But for your mother's sake, I think you better be.
What's my mother got to do with this?
Everything. She has a dream for you that she knows you'll never win for yourself.
A dream that might occur to you that I don't share.
Don't be ridiculous. There isn't a girl in the world who would pass up the chance to be a star.
I won't even answer that. I just want to know how you know about my mother.
Okay. I went to visit her in the hospital. My old world upbringing, perhaps. One asks the parents of the girl one wants to marry for their permission, or at least tacit agreement. Since the father is dead, one goes to the mother.
Oh, good Lord, it's happening all over again. I'm not a person, I'm a commodity. Oh, why can't you all just leave me alone?
To be what?
To be I don't know what. I never even seem to have a chance to find out for myself. To be Marcy Gerstenberg, first off, I guess.
After this picture, Marcy Gerstenberg will no longer exist. There will only be Marcy Herrick.
And if I don't want to be Marcy Herrick?
Pretty hard to escape. There's also one contract I don't think you could break.
What?
An unwritten one. It's with a very sick lady in the hospital.
Mom?
Your mother was going to have open heart surgery. Very expensive surgery.
Don't.
Listen, Marcy, darling, what is it you're afraid of? I mean, most girls would give their eye teeth for the career that beckons you. Why in the world don't you want it?
I don't know. Because I want simpler things. A man to love, children, never to ask anything more from them than they want to give. Some time to myself. I need that. My own snow paperweight world.
What?
Nothing. Just a special thing of my own. But most of all, Nick, I just don't feel I have the talent. I mean, just look at me on the set. I can't get things the way a real actress should.
Baby, who wants you to be an actress? I want you to be you. No one else. If I can achieve that, if you can, you'll be one of the greatest. I know you're going to be. But you need help. I think I can offer it. And best as your husband.
But I don't want to be married.
But it's what you need. You have to be guided, shaped, protected.
And if I refuse?
Well, I might have to make a change in casting. Unfortunately for you, on the production end, there is an escape clause. Among other things, you'd be throwing away a lot of money. A lot of necessary money in your case, because...
You don't have to hammer it home. Like my part in the picture, I have no options. Not even heads or tails.
Marcy, you missed the point. It's the same option. There's always choice. Win or lose.
Before I went to the hospital that night, I sat idly tilting my snowstorm paperweight in my hands, watching the snow, trying to let it calm me as it used to. But not tonight. All I could think of were phrases like caught in a vice, trapped, a squirrel in a cage. And then, without any decisions, I went to see Mother.
Marcy?
Dave, what are you doing here?
Oh, I drop by now and again to say hello.
To Mom?
Oh, sure. I mean, we go a long way back, her and me, you know.
How is she tonight?
No use you going in there. They have her, like knocked out.
She's worse?
Well, it's why I hung around. I called you at home, but you'd already left. The doc is waiting to see you.
Why?
Marcy, I guess this is it. They're going to have to operate.
It was a long operation. Over 6 hours. And Dave sat with me in the waiting room all the way. People talk about a lot of things in the small hours of the night. Not me, but Dave did. And as he talked, I was suddenly seeing him through different eyes, realizing that once in the past, before Dad came along, Mom and he had been quite close.
Now, let's get it straight again. Your contract with Nicholas Sagat and his production company only promises to deliver your services as an actress.
I know that, Dave, but maybe he's right. If this is what I'm to do, I need someone like him to
play Svengali to your Trilby?
It doesn't have to be that melodramatic.
It doesn't have to be at all.
I need money for Mom. Especially if, please, God, she comes through.
If it's money I got.
Well, even if I did borrow from you, Dave, and that's all it could be, it isn't the answer. First off, I'd have no guarantee that I could pay it back, but more important, I need success for Mom to make up to her for all she never had.
You still don't have to marry him.
I'm sort of an old-fashioned girl. So Nick and I were married, and Tales You Win became a colossal hit, and suddenly it seemed, although it took 2 or 3 years, I was miraculously everything Mom had wanted to be.
Damn it, what are you sitting on your rear end there for? Come on, we've got a party to go to. Big deals, big connections.
I'm beat tonight, Nick. I can't go anywhere.
Well, you're going to go somewhere. The speech is up for grabs. I want it. I need it.
Then go alone, darling. What do you need me for? I suppose the curse of my life is naivete. It took Dave to explain that to me later.
He was on the way out when he married him. He latched onto you as a meal ticket. He wanted you with him because he needed you. You're all that keeps him alive.
What?
Oh, baby, he knew he had it in you from the beginning. Sure, he gave you your first chance, but almost from that day on, he's been writing your skirt tales.
What are you trying to say?
I'm not trying. I'm laying on the line. Marcy Herrick is alive and living well in Hollywood. Nicholas Serkat is dead and owes his existence to you not only now, but pretty near from the first day he met you.
You mean that all these years he's been using me?
About the size of it, sweetie.
Oh, what a fool I've been.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You were caught in a nut crack.
No, not anymore. Now that Mama's gone. Okay, Dave. I'll take care of the rest of it. But it wasn't all that simple. Ever since my mother's death, working the heavy schedule I had to face, trying to be a decent wife to a man I thought I owed so much to, other habits had developed. The blessed uppers. Those nice little pills that gave you enough energy to fight through the long days of shooting. And even more welcome, the lovely pills that let you sleep. And while that sleep was coming, allowed you to slip back to childhood with the snowstorm paperweight in hand, searching for someone going up the path, or for that face that you never could quite see in the window, which somehow spelled love and all the answers.
What are you doing just sitting here, Marcy?
Nothing, Nick. Just playing with my favorite toy.
That damn paperweight is about the measure of your brain. Let's have a drink. Come on, we should celebrate.
What for?
I just set you up for a nice new picture.
How nice. Do I want to do it?
$700,000 net and a percentage of the gross.
What's the part?
What's the diff? It's duck soup for you.
You feed at the same trough?
What does that mean?
You direct, of course?
Of course.
If I play?
What's all the flack here? What?
Just about my playing.
What?
I don't think I want to do a new picture. I think I'd rather play with this.
Oh, that silly toy. I'm telling you, one day I'm going to take it from you. I'm going to smash it.
My mother once said that.
Yeah, well, she should have gone... as I think I'm going to do right...
No!
Come on, give me.
Don't you touch that!
Yeah, Tommy.
Go away, you drunken fool! Don't you touch it! Nick, are you all right? You... Blood. You hit your head on the andiron. Or did I hit you with the paperweight? What? I don't know. I don't know. What have I done? I've killed him.
Appalled,
Marcy shifts her gaze from the man, prone and unmoving on the floor, to the beloved paperweight in her hand, somehow tinged with blood. Accident or murder? We don't know yet. Even in the mildest of people, the force is unleashed when their privacy is invaded, or something they treasure threatened, are as primeval as the tiger that lives in all of us. I'll return shortly with Act 3. There was no way, of course, of keeping the story out of the papers or off radio and TV. You'll remember what headlines it made for 10 days, until the investigation was over and Marcy was completely exonerated. Officially, that is. Unofficially, the self-declared insiders, the wise and the worldly, the Hollywood rumor factory that never shuts down, knew better. Nick was an anchor around her neck she couldn't get rid of any other way. Good for her. More power to her for having the nerve and for getting away with it. And then there was Marcy herself.
I knew all about the talk behind my back. It destroyed me, like the Chinese water torture. Because of all people, I least of all exonerated myself in Nick's death. For years, I'd hated him for what he'd made me do. I'd wanted him dead, wanted to kill him. And that night was a blank in my mind. I went to pieces. Now I wanted to die. There was nothing left for me. The pills. That's all I lived on. All that kept me alive.
Marcy, you gotta listen to me, baby.
I killed him, Dave. I killed him.
You didn't. He was falling down drunk. He hit his head on the andiron.
No.
He killed himself.
No, I wished him dead. Same thing.
Marcy, you need help. I have a doctor.
No, there's no help for me. We struggled, Dave, because he wanted to break my paperweight. I pushed him, and that's how he fell.
It was still an accident.
Maybe? I don't know. I don't remember. Oh, Dave. Oh, Dave, I don't want to go on living. There's nothing left.
Oh, now, knock that off. I've got 3 major features lined up for you as soon as you pull yourself together. But you've got to get some help
There's no help for me anywhere. Except maybe inside here. If I could just walk through the powdery snow and up the little path and over the hill to the house, then maybe there'd be help. The secret of my life is here. Somewhere inside here. I've always known that. If I could only get in there and unlock the future, maybe I could find a way to want to live.
Why do you believe that so strongly?
What? Who are you?
Paul Barkley. Dr. Paul Barkley.
Who?
Don't you remember? Dave Morgan recommended me to you and brought you to me.
I don't remember coming here.
I should think that's quite possible under the circumstances.
What circumstances?
You were barely semi-conscious.
Oh, I know. I'd taken a tranquilizer.
A barbiturate, a little heavier than a tranquilizer.
Who are you?
I told you. Dr. Paul Barkley.
Where am I?
In my office. You should be in a hospital.
What kind of doctor are you?
Psychiatrist.
So you think I'm crazy?
No. I think the whole world is. Or sane. Or somewhere in between. That's the human condition.
You sound kind. But I wouldn't go to the hospital.
But you would come to see me here?
It wouldn't do any good.
But you could try. After all, we have met and become acquainted. It isn't as if you were buying a pig in a poke.
A pig in... My father used to say that.
So did mine. That gives us something in common. You liked your father, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Didn't you yours?
Oh, yeah, we got along just fine. Still do.
Oh, you're so lucky. Mine is...
A long, long time ago.
Not for me. It always seems just like yesterday.
I'm sorry. Why did you love your father so much?
Oh, he sort of didn't care. I mean, everything rolled off his back. You know? And Mother was always doing and planning and pushing herself and me and everyone. But Dad always found time to sit back and chuckle, tell a funny story.
You didn't like your mother?
I loved her.
Or maybe you were a little jealous of her.
Why would I be jealous of her?
Because she was the one who was married to your father, not you.
The paperweight isn't an obsession with me. I just love it because...
Because what?
Because it was the last present he ever gave me.
And all this stuff about wanting to lose yourself inside it.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's because when I became famous, I felt I was living in a goldfish bowl. There was no place to hide. And then after, I keep thinking, somehow, if I were in there, I'd find out the real truth about me.
Well, aren't you beginning to get a glimmering of the truth just from all our talks?
I don't know what you mean. Tell me.
It wouldn't do any good for me to tell you, Marcy. You have to find that out for yourself.
I didn't know what Paul meant, but I did know one thing. More and more every day I was conscious of it. For the first time in my adult life, I was in love. I was hopelessly, deeply in love with Paul Barkley. Something I don't think he could know. Or would be talking about.
You've got to be kidding, Paul.
I wish I were.
No, but just when you're really beginning to help her, get her back to herself.
I've got to disqualify myself now. It's too dangerous.
Just because Marcy's fallen in love with you? Isn't that part of the whole analysis picture?
The transference of love, hate. The psychoanalyst takes the place of the, well, in this case, the father. Sure, that's one thing that happened. Be expected. One reason I have to bow out.
Well, I don't get it.
All right. I'll put it as simply as possible. In this case, I can no longer be objective or handle it. Because you see, the tables are turned. The doctor has fallen in love with his patient. Well, but don't worry, Dave. I have the best men in the business ready to take over.
The only trouble was I didn't want the best men in the business. I wanted Paul. And when I found I wasn't to have him, never dreaming how he felt about me, it was my father again. And the only way I could find him was to cross the border to where he was. That's why I took the overdose of pills. And that's why, barely conscious as they took hold, some instinct of preservation helped me drag myself from the bed and head for downstairs in the open air. I never made it. Instead, I stumbled at the head of the stairs and pitched helplessly like a rag doll to a senseless heap at the bottom.
What's happening, Paul? How is Marcy?
Some superficial bruises, nothing.
But is she conscious?
No. Well, she's still in coma.
From the pills?
No, that's impossible. The hospital is taking care of to get them completely out of her system.
Then it's the fall.
No. There's no indication that that's the cause.
But why is she in a coma?
One of the aspects of the problem, catatonia. Fortunately, one of the easiest in its early stages to correct.
I don't care what medical name it is. How do you bring her out of it?
That's a good question. I wish I knew. I have a key, but it's too late to use it to unlock Marcy's jail.
When I first found myself locked inside the glass paperweight, I had no fear, only a surging sense of joy that at last I was where I wanted to be. I hurried up the path through the gently falling snow, which was warm and almost tickled like feathers, to knock on the little red door.
Who is it? Wait a minute. Yeah?
Pop!
Who are you?
Marcy!
It's been a long time. I don't remember so long.
Oh, you couldn't forget me. We were so close, Pop. You and me. So close.
The only thing close to me, Bright Eyes, is this little model. Or the next one. Or the next one after that.
You mean I just made you up? The way I wanted you to be? Not the way you were at all.
Maybe. What's the difference? That's your problem.
Thanks.
For what?
For telling me. For waking me up.
I can't look at her, Paul. She could be dead. If I can't find a trigger, she might as well be. That silly paperweight. How did it get to the hospital? It was clasped in her hand. We had to force her fingers open to free it. She's so damned intense. Why is this piece of junk so important to her? It's a symbol, Dave. Why was her father so important? Was he so wonderful? Jack Gerstenberg? The jerk of the world. Sober, he was a lump of clay. With some drinks in him, he was always on. Life of the party. Funny, for sure. Appealing. The women went for him, but he was a paste-up man. Not a human feeling in his whole lousy, non-existent soul. Then why did Marcy set so much store in him? And in this present? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because it's the one thing he ever gave her in his entire life. And for this nothing, someone like her has to be destroyed? Oh, damn him, and damn this silly thing. Somebody ought to have got rid of it long ago. Oh. I must be out of my mind. Why would I do a thing like that? Maybe because the man upstairs, if there is one, put it in your mind. Oh.
Oh, Paul.
Oh, Marcy.
Paul, where are you?
Marcy, darling.
I need you.
I'm right here, Marcy. Right where you can touch and feel me.
Oh, don't go away. Please.
Don't you ever worry. I'll never be farther from you than a whisper can carry.
That's how I escaped from my glass prison. And how I became Mrs. Paul Barkley in a private world with 3 children and happiness and no need to look further. So, to the press and all the media, I am no longer news or interesting, even to you who are listening. The story is finished. The beginning of everything for me, but for you, the end.
There's your answer to whatever happened to Marcy Herrick. This time, I'm as happy to tell you as I am happy with the answer. One further thing to add, but after I return shortly. A very brief postscript, but an important one. Neither I, nor Marcy, nor Dr. Paul Barkley would like to leave the impression that she was miraculously cured overnight. The ravages of the mind must be mended as carefully as those of the body, but with time, care, and equal devotion from patient and doctor, more and more of them, as we advance, even in adversity, can be and are. It isn't always won, but there is still hope for the human race. Our cast included Lois Nettleton, John Newland, Hans Conried, Peg Lecentra, and Barry Kroger.
The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
I'm E.G. Marshall, Dean of this College of Macabre Knowledge. We are told that we should forgive our enemies, but nowhere are we told that we should forgive our friends. A pity. How easily we recognize those who would destroy us through evil motives. How difficult to perceive those who will ruin us for love. But why is this so surprising? Isn't the road to hell paved with good intentions?
So you see, my dear, we're talking about at least $3 million.
And that's why you hired me. So I could cheat Mr. Gillespie.
Oh, no, cheat is a harsh word.
But it's true. And what will you do with me afterwards?
Why, we shall give you your share.
Won't you just kill me the way you killed everybody else?
We killed the others because they forced our hand. Give us no motive, and we'll let you live.
Aren't you afraid I'll go to the police?
No, because we will have evidence to show that you were the one who poisoned Mrs. Daimler.
But that's a lie. Oh, I don't want any part of this.
Oh, my dear Miss Watson, what are we proposing? Only to make you fabulously wealthy. Why are you being so difficult about it?
Our mystery drama, Person to be Notified, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mercedes McCambridge. What is love? That's the oldest question in the world. And why? Because no one has ever been able to answer it to the universal satisfaction. Therefore, we keep asking and asking. There is a young man named James Morton. There is a young lady named Sarah Watson. They have nothing in common. They meet by chance. And if they will fall in love in our story, they will be completely unaware of it until, well, we're still almost an hour away from the answer, so let us begin at the beginning. James Morton is the manager of an employment agency.
Please sit down. Have you filled out the application, Miss...
Miss Watson.
Yes, I see. Sarah Watson. You were previously a secretary for Starrett Valentine Inc. Oh, why'd you leave?
The company went bankrupt.
Oh, yeah, well, that's, 2 years of college. That's all to the good. Well, unfortunately, there's very little stirring at this particular time.
Are you saying that you have nothing for me?
Well, not at the moment. Perhaps, well, you know how things are job-wise. We'll hold your application on file, and if...
Thank you. Goodbye.
One moment. You didn't fill out the application completely.
I'm sure I did.
Well, no. You see the last line where it says person to be notified?
Yes.
Yeah, you left that blank.
I know.
We have a rule at this agency. All forms must be fully filled in.
Fully filled in. Almost sounds like a song.
There's a state regulation to that effect. So would you mind putting down the name of someone?
I can't.
Why not?
Because I don't have anybody.
Oh, well, that's...
That's what?
Well, everybody has somebody to notify.
Well, I don't.
Are you saying you have no family? No friends?
I'm saying there's no one I would care to notify in the event that something happened to me.
I find that difficult to believe.
I am all alone in the world.
Well, no one is that alone.
I am. Goodbye.
But you must fill out the form.
All right. What is your name?
James Morton.
All right, James Morton. There you are.
But you can't put my name down.
Why not?
Well, because it has to be someone who knows you.
Right now, you know more about me than anybody else. You know my name, my age, my address.
But it has to be someone you know.
I know you as well as I know anyone.
Miss, it has to be someone who means something to you.
No one means more to me than you do. Well, I really need a job, Mr. Morton. I'll take anything. I'll go anywhere. So, if anything at all comes up, please call me, huh? Goodbye.
Miss Watson, just a minute. Did you say you'd go anywhere?
Anywhere at all.
There may be a job.
Okay.
But the reason I didn't think to mention it before is you appear, to be a very attractive young lady.
Yes.
And so, therefore, I'd naturally assumed that you'd be unwilling to, I guess the word is bury yourself on a small private island off the coast of northern Maine.
And why did you make that assumption?
Well, looking at you, I would assume that you would have a very active, busy social life here in the city. And...
I could leave today.
One of the qualifications for this job is that the lady must have no ties or connections.
I'm qualified.
As I understand it, an elderly gentleman is writing a book. He requires a secretary. It would be rather dull.
Most jobs are.
And he wouldn't want a young lady who would be bored after a while and quit.
Well, I couldn't afford to quit.
Mm-hmm. Well, aren't you going to ask how much the job would pay?
I would expect it to pay as much as my last one.
Mm-hmm. The gentleman's attorney is here in town interviewing applicants. I must say he's having difficulty finding someone. His name is Mr. Carberry.
May I ask if your hair is naturally red, Miss Watson?
And may I ask what business it is of yours, Mr. Carberry?
Well, your prospective employer, Mr. Gillespie, is a rather conservative gentleman who becomes upset at changes.
Well?
And you, young ladies of today, you're constantly altering your appearance, and Mr. Gillespie would find that disconcerting.
Well, I shall do nothing to disconcert Mr. Gillespie.
I notice you're wearing a dress, Miss Watson.
Yes. I believe it's the prescribed female attire.
I know, only at dinner in the evening. In the daytime at Rotherwood, young ladies are expected to wear...
Oh, are there other young ladies?
Oh, no, you'll be the young lady. And Mr. Gillespie is accustomed to seeing young ladies attired in shirtwaists and skirts.
Shirtwaists?
Well, I believe you would call them blouses.
Yeah, well, I don't think I have any.
Well, then you'll be supplied with some. You see, Miss Watson, Mr. Gillespie lives in the past. He chooses to isolate himself on his estate and create an ambience of a bygone era.
When young ladies wore shirtwaists.
Precisely. Now, if you're afraid that might prove dull...
Oh, no, really, I have no objection. I'm not looking for excitement.
One other question. I asked the agency, of course, to screen out applicants, but one should always double-check for oneself. Have you any relatives?
No.
They're alone in the world?
Completely.
Now, the salary, you will admit, is rather generous. We will pay you $15,000 a year plus room, board, and expenses. I will require you to sign a 2-year contract. Do you object?
Not at all.
Well, then, it's settled. Can you leave on the 15th?
I can leave sooner.
No, well, you'll need the time. Now, here's a check for $1,000. You'll have to purchase a suitable wardrobe.
What are all those papers?
Well, this is a list of the clothes you should buy to guide you on color and style. And, here are some photographs.
Oh. Oh, I don't think any of this is, my taste.
But then again, none of it is to be bought with your money.
I see.
Well, we shall all get along just splendidly. Now, 9 o'clock the morning of the 15th, you'll go to the airport to gate 116. Mr. Gillespie's private plane will be waiting for you.
How does that square with his old-fashioned attitude?
It's the only concession he makes to reality.
You do not like the arroz con pollo, Senor Morton?
Oh, yes, it's fine.
But you have not eaten a bite. I have been watching you. You seem to be a thinker tonight.
Yes, young lady came into my office looking for a job today, and she filled out the usual form in the usual way, until she came to the last line. You know what the last line requires her to state?
No.
It asks her to list the person to be notified in case of, in case of.
I know.
Well, she said she had no one to notify. I couldn't believe it.
Why is it so difficult to believe?
Well, because everybody has someone, a relative, a close friend.
Everyone?
Well, of course, everyone.
Do you, Senor Morton? Do you?
How do you ask such a question?
How do you answer it? You come in here almost every night for dinner. Also, on many a Sunday afternoon, you come alone. So, you do not live with a family. You are not married. It is obvious you are not keeping company with a young lady. So, who is there for you to notify?
Well, my partner.
Why do you say, didn't you say my partner?
Well, because outside of the business, we don't know each other. We don't see each other. He's a much older man. We have nothing in common except the fact we seem to be able to, run a profitable business.
If, and I pray it shall never come to pass, you should meet with a misfortune, who would grieve for you? Who would miss you?
Well, now that I think of it, Senor Spinola, if I had to fill out that form, I would put down your name.
Tell me about the young lady. Whose name did she finally put down?
Well, she insisted she didn't know anyone. I said we had to have someone, so she wrote down my name.
Ah, and she fell in love with you.
That's ridiculous.
Why else would she write your name down?
Well, because she had to write down something, and I was sitting there.
No, Senor Morton, no. She looked at you, and suddenly her heart was lost.
Oh, come on.
She may not know this yet, but that is why she wrote your name.
These are to be your quarters. Oh, my, it's lovely. Well, thank you, Mrs. Daimler. I'm sure I'll be very happy here. Are you? Well, of course. I expected a room, but this is the whole suite. Now, don't let it go to your head. Well, Did they say you were to have dinner in the main hall tonight? Well, frankly, Now, don't be frank with me, because I'm not going to be frank with you. Well, what do you... I don't understand. I'm telling you right off. I'm not on your side. Side? I don't know anything about sides. I just got here. And you've got big eyes, and they can get very round. But I don't think it'll help you any more than it helped all the other girls. What other girl? Oh, he's coming here now. I can hear his steps in the corridor. Who's coming? Pontius Pilate. Who?
Welcome to Rotherwood, Miss Watson. I see you've met our Mrs. Daimler, probably the best housekeeper in the entire state. Now, will you excuse us, Mrs. Daimler?
Is she going to eat in the Great Hall tonight?
No.
Yeah, I can see why. She isn't ready yet.
I believe that will be all, Mrs. Daimler.
I give her a week.
You are excused, Mrs. Daimler.
She'll get wise to you. The old man will get wise
Mrs.
to her.
Daimler?
All right. I'm leaving.
Well, did you have a pleasant flight?
Yes.
Find your quarters satisfactory?
Oh, very.
We want you to be comfortable.
Will you answer a question, Mr. Carberry?
Well, of course.
Would you tell me just what is going on around here anyhow?
What indeed? Now, you must admit we've given you several basic facts to chew on. For instance, why would they want a girl who has no ties at all? Why are they offering such an attractive salary? Who is Mrs. Daimler? Who's the old man? What sides are there in conflict here? Well, in the first act, you present. In the second, you unfold. And I shall take you into my confidence after your announcer takes you into his. Why would a girl, an attractive, desirable girl, cut herself off from all social opportunities and take a job in a mansion on an island off the coast of Maine? Why would her employer insist on a girl whose absence would, in effect, cause no concern to anyone? Well, that's how jobs are filled, no? By employers and employees who fill each other's needs.
Mr. Carberry, tell me, what is going on around here? Why did Mrs. Daimler say I wasn't ready? Ready for what?
Oh, you mustn't listen to what Mrs. Daimler says.
Mrs. Daimler implied that there was a whole series of girls hired before me.
Ah, yes. Unfortunately, none of them proved satisfactory.
Why?
The job will require infinite delicacy and tact.
Describe the job.
You're to help Mr. Gillespie with his book.
When do I meet Mr. Gillespie?
Miss Watson, Mr. Gillespie must be humored at all times.
Well, I'm not sure I'm willing to.
It's part of your job. Now, when you are introduced to him, he will call you Regina.
Why?
Because that's who he will think you are.
Again, why?
Because you look like Regina.
Regina who?
Miss Regina Trumbull.
Tell me, Mr. Carberry, is that why I was hired?
Yes.
Well, I think I should like to leave at once.
You signed a contract.
I can't be held to that contract. I wasn't aware of all the facts.
You signed a contract to be Mr. Gillespie's secretary. That's the only fact.
Then why must I pose as Miss Regina Trumbull?
To make it possible to perform your duties. You see, Mr. Gillespie could only feel comfortable with Miss Regina Trumbull.
Well, then why not hire Miss Trumbull?
She, died many years ago.
Then how can you make Mr. Gillespie believe...
Mr. Gillespie has never been able to accept the fact of her death.
You're not up to anything illegal here, are you?
Oh, I assure you. Everything is completely above board.
You got a minute, Frank?
Yeah, sure.
You remember that girl we sent up to Maine?
Huh? Oh, yeah, that was a good commission. A lot of dough for just a secretary.
Yeah, that's what bothers me.
Well, why should it bother you?
Now, why should they want to pay so high?
Well, it is way up at the end of nowhere.
Well, even so, throw in room, board, expenses, it's worth another $5,000. $20,000 for a secretary?
Well, why is that our business?
Yeah, and why did they insist on a girl who's all alone in the world?
A man's got a right to set up the requirements if he's willing to pay the prices.
Frank, if that girl were to disappear, who would know about it?
Why would she disappear?
I'm only speculating.
Well, why? The girl's gone, isn't she? We're through with her.
That's hardly the way to put it.
Now, what other way is there? Look, you and me, we've been partners close to 10 years. Now, we've been pretty successful. Why? We have nothing to do with each other outside of the office. But for the first time, I'm going to say something personal to you. Get married.
Get married?
You don't have anything against women, do you?
No.
Well, then get married. It's economical. It's practical. And you won't have to make up fantasy stories about every good-looking dame who walks in here. Good morning, Miss Watson.
Good morning.
I'm sure you slept well. The ocean air here is so invigorating.
As a matter of fact, I slept poorly.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Why?
This morning, before breakfast, I went for a walk.
Now, that's an excellent practice.
We're on an island, completely out of sight of the coast.
Of course. Privacy is essential for Mr. Gillespie.
And the only way off is by boat. There are several boats tied up to a dock, and a man is there. And he has a gun.
Oh, yes, that's our Mr. Spencer.
And I told him that I wanted to take a boat out for a while. Why did he refuse me?
Those are his orders.
Why?
You'll understand them in time.
And then, when I returned to the house, I picked up the telephone.
Did you?
Yes. I wanted to call the sheriff and tell him that I'm being held here. But I couldn't get an outside line.
I know. There's only one outside line, and it's locked.
Am I a prisoner?
Oh, of course not.
Then why do you refuse to let me leave?
You will leave at the proper time.
And when will that be?
When the job is finished.
Then how can you say I'm not a prisoner?
Oh, my dear young lady, the job has certain conditions.
Why weren't they explained to me?
They were stated in the contract. It's no one's fault but yours if you didn't read it.
And suppose I refuse to perform any service.
That would not be in your best interests. I would advise you to do as you're told.
Or else?
Oh, now, why do you insist on proposing all these hypothetical conditions? Well, if we're finished with breakfast, would you care to meet Mr. Gillespie?
It says here on your application that you worked for Starrett Valentine, Miss Collins.
Until they went busted. I should have seen the handwriting on the wall, but, they offer this profit sharing and pension plan. What's the difference? It's all down the drain now.
Would you, did you know a Miss Sarah Watson?
Sarah? Oh, sure.
What type of person was she?
I don't know. I mean, she worked the next desk to mine for 5 years, but I never got to know her.
Why not?
Well, the rest of the girls and I, we figured it out finally. She was a loner.
A loner?
Well, there are some people in this world, they're just loners. They won't or they can't make friends, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Well, I had to bring her form over to personnel. And you know that place where it says person to be notified?
Yeah.
Well, she left it blank. So I reminded her, and she said she had no family.
Was it true?
Well, yeah, I guess. And she had no friends that anybody knew. I don't know, some people just can't seem to reach out and connect with other people. Maybe it's the way they were brought up, or weren't brought up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean.
And now, Miss Watson, you're to agree with everything Mr. Gillespie says. Do you understand? Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Look who's here. Regina.
Yeah. You always say you found Regina. You're always wrong.
Oh, no, this time it is Regina, Mr. Gillespie. Look, you see, she's come back.
Is it finally Regina? At last?
Can there be any doubt of it? Can you mistake that brilliant red hair?
Regina. Regina, speak to me.
Oh, sir.
You mustn't call me sir.
Sir, listen.
I realize you're angry with me, and you had reason to be.
Sir, something is going on here, and I don't know what it is.
Regina, you know you mustn't make Mr. Gillespie angry.
I'm not Regina. Sir, this man here is trying to do something to you, which I know must be illegal.
Oh, yes. Yes. That's my Regina, all right. A pretty head filled with all kinds of romantic nonsense. Sit. We'll talk for a moment.
But don't you understand?
I understand everything. Now, you will not leave me again. Promise? Even if I should be mean to you. Promise.
You must promise. Well, go ahead, Regina. Promise.
Regina, I shall be very much displeased. And perhaps I shall not let you have the diamonds after all. Now, you must promise. Well, you shall sit here until you promise.
I'll stay here until you finish the book.
The book? Oh, the book. Well, I know you. You know, I'll never write that book. I delude myself. Well, I caught you. If you stay here till I finish the book, then you'll stay here forever.
Where is everybody this evening, Mrs. Daimler? Do you miss them? No. Mr. Carberry's got some business to tend to, and the old man's tired, so we aren't going to have a big formal dinner. Listen, I was wrong about you. Oh? I heard how you spoke to the old man this afternoon. I didn't notice you. Oh, I get to hear everything. You're all right. You aren't in on it. In on what? Whatever it is Carberry's got in mind. And the other girls who came here, they must have been willing to go along. What do you mean by going along? Look, I've been working here 30 years. Now, maybe, 10 years ago, Mr. Carberry gets to be the old man's lawyer. Suddenly, the old man goes crazy. You see him, he's off the deep end.
Well, he's senile, isn't he? He must be well over 80.
He was a young man the day I came to work here. He was no older than me. He can't even be 60 yet. Oh, but that's hard to believe. Oh, I figured it out. Carberry's got him on some kind of a drug. Oh. Well, what are we going to do? We'll have to get out of here. And how? The boats are locked up. I have a key. Here, you take it. What are we going to do? And we'll go to the town, try to talk to the sheriff. Will he believe us? I got a bottle of the drugs that Carberry's been using. He'll have to believe us. Why did you wait so long? I wasn't sure until just now. Now, look, we'll wait till, about midnight. Can you come by my room? And we'll head for the dock.
Yes, you're Regina. I'm sure of it. Do you remember what I said about the diamonds? The diamonds? You don't remember the diamonds? How could you forget the diamonds? After all, they are your diamonds.
Oh, the diamonds, yes, Mr. Gillespie.
Oh, it isn't right for you to call me Mr. Gillespie. After what we've been to each other, I should think Edmund would be, proper.
Edmund?
I was wrong about the diamonds. You said $1 million invested in diamonds would be dead money. Put it in the market. Well, as it happened, the diamonds have tripled in value. Just the times, I suppose. Regina, will you breakfast with me tomorrow, and I'll explain more about the diamonds. I'm so tired now. I just want to get to sleep.
Mrs. Daimler. Mrs. Daimler, are you ready? Mrs. Daimler? Mrs. Daimler? Oh! Mrs. Daimler! Are you all right?
Obviously, my dear.
Why?
She is not all right.
What are you doing here?
I think poor Mrs. Daimler is dead.
I think poor Mrs. Daimler is dead. Notice how Mr. Carberry phrases these things. Well, obviously, she's dead. The question is how and by whose hand. Well, you can expect the unusual to happen on remote islands. Other things are also scheduled to happen. when I return to you in just a few moments with Act 3. When you... Our Miss Sarah Watson finds herself virtually alone on a small island off the lonely coast of northern Maine. And the truth, she feels like an island, isolated and alone. But wait, isn't it written that no man is an island? That there is a tie that binds all of us together? Yes, it's written. However, how about those people like Sarah Watson, who have no ties at all, no bonds to anyone? Well, that's what she thinks. But you never know.
She's dead. Mrs. Daimler is dead. I was talking to her earlier this evening. How could she...
It must have been the heart attack.
How could a woman with a cardiac condition perform all her duties as a housekeeper?
Ah, then, she didn't die of a heart attack.
Well, what did she die of?
Well, perhaps she died of a very dangerous disease, which I hope is not contagious.
What disease?
Indiscretion.
Well, if it was murder, I'm sure that you killed her.
Are you?
And you're going to have to call a doctor.
Why?
To sign the death certificate.
Who died?
Who died? Mrs. Daimler.
Oh, no, my dear, she didn't. She left here last week to live with relatives in the far west.
But that's ridiculous.
Oh, I can prove it. Here's a copy of the local paper dated last week. You see this social note right here? You can read it.
Mrs. Augusta Daimler, for many years housekeeper to Mr. Edmund Gillespie on Rotherwood Island, has announced her retirement. She is leaving to live with relatives in Oregon. But that...
It had become obvious a little while ago that Mrs. Daimler might become a problem. So last week we took the precaution of, well, should we say, being prepared.
Oh, you won't get away with this.
Get away with what? Now, why don't you get some rest, Miss Watson? You have a busy day tomorrow, and... Oh, yes, by the by, may I have the key?
What key?
To the book chain.
Let me see. I think I'll have, what do you suggest this evening?
Nothing.
Nothing?
It is a sin to waste good food. For the past weeks, you order. I serve. You do not touch. You are in love.
I have a feeling that she's in danger.
If you have a feeling, then it is true.
But I don't even know what to do about it.
You have no choice. You must save her. You have grounds for suspicion?
Yes.
And you sit here while your loved one is in peril.
Who says she's my loved one?
Why do you keep thinking about her? Now, I shall feed you enough to arm you for your journey.
But she's 2,000 miles from here.
Ah, love laughs at distance. And see, you are smiling already. Go to her. She wrote your name. She calls you. She needs you.
A dazzling morning, isn't it, Miss Watson?
I watched you and Mr. Spencer and those other men. And I saw you bury Mrs. Daimler.
At the risk of telling an old joke at a serious moment, we had to. Dead, you know.
Now, what are your plans for me?
Oh, that depends on you.
What am I supposed to do?
Just have Mr. Gillespie go on thinking you're Regina.
And what about the diamonds?
The diamonds. Well, you see, Mr. Gillespie was Regina Trumbull's guardian. Her father had entrusted him with $1 million worth of diamonds to be held for her until her 25th birthday. He fell in love with her, but she died in an accident. He went to pieces after that. He shut himself up on this island and, well, as you can see, he lost his mind.
Yes. And I'll tell you what else I see. I see that after a while, he started to get his mind back. But then you came into the picture. And you are making sure that he doesn't recover his sanity.
Why would I do that?
Because if you could get him to believe that I am Regina, he'll give me those diamonds. And then you can get your hands on them.
I must say, Miss Watson, you have an incisive mind.
The diamonds are hidden here somewhere. He won't tell you, and you can't force it out of him. So that's why you need me.
Oh, yes, you are vital.
Vital? Meaning alive. How do you know you can trust me?
We would make it worth your while. We would give you a considerable sum of money.
Why should you do that? Why not just kill me?
Miss Watson, I am not in the murder business. I only will commit a crime when I have absolutely no alternative.
And how do I know that I can trust you?
You have no other route to travel.
So, you think there's something going on over to Rockwood Island?
That's exactly what I think, Sheriff.
I must say, you don't give much evidence. None at all, tell the truth.
Sheriff, I traveled almost 2,000 miles.
On a hunch. Well, what do you want me to do?
Find out if she's all right.
How?
Well, search the place.
Son, you've been watching too many movies. You don't trespass all over a man's property and turn his establishment inside out unless you got a search warrant.
Get a warrant.
Tell you what I'll do. Agatha, connect me with Rockwood Island, please. Thank you.
What'll you accomplish by that?
We'll find out where we stand. Hello? Yes, sir. This is Sheriff Tate, to whom I'm speaking. Mr. Carberry?
He's the one who interviewed her in New York.
Do you have a Miss Sarah Watson working for you? Uh-huh. Yes.
Does he deny it?
I see. No. Just routine. Nothing at all. I'm much obliged, thank you. She ain't there.
Well, she has to be there.
She left.
How could she leave? She had a 2-year contract.
She decided she didn't like the place. Too lonely.
When does he say she left?
2 days after she arrived.
Now, that's impossible. We would have known about it.
Why? She quit, that's all. And she goes on to find another job. How do I know this all ain't a yarn on your part?
Why would I lie?
It's in style today. How do I know you're who you say you are?
Here is my card, and here's a copy of the contract that she signed.
Well, son, you let me study this here document.
But meanwhile, she can
Meanwhile, it's dark. And if I do decide to go to the island, I can't do it till morning.
But... Okay, forget it. Thank you very much.
Who is it?
Shh. No, don't turn on the light.
Who is it?
It's me, James Morton.
James Morton?
The person you notified in case of trouble. Well, you're in trouble, aren't you?
Oh, James Morton.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I am in trouble.
Here I am.
How did you know?
I got a boat. I waited till dark, then I sneaked ashore, made it to the house. I watched her through the window, and I figured out which room was yours. Now, we are going to get out of here.
James Morton. Oh, I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything. Let's hurry.
It's a miracle. That's what it is. A miracle never happened to me before.
Not to me neither. Well, it's about time.
I'm sorry to interrupt, somebody. Don't move and don't talk. Mr. Spencer is an excellent shot, and at this range, how can he miss?
I think you're finished, Mr. Carberry. That's the sheriff.
Why would the sheriff come here?
Because I spoke to him earlier.
Ah. Well, then he won't find you here.
He'll find my boat.
No, Mr. Spencer already has it well hidden. And don't scream, Miss Watson. Mr. Spencer would shoot you immediately. Now, Mr. Spencer, suppose I see who is at the door. You have your instructions? Why, no, Sheriff. I haven't seen the young man.
Funny. I could have sworn he'd have come out here.
Oh, for what reason?
I wouldn't know. You say this Miss Watson left right after she got here?
That's right. We were completely incompatible.
How's Mr. Gillespie these days? We never see him.
Oh, poor old man. Still completely senile.
Yeah. Well...
Is there, anything else I can do for you?
Yeah? you can produce both the girl and Mr. Morton.
Oh, wait a minute, Sheriff. I told you.
Lem Powers told me the young fellow rented a boat off of him just a while back and took off headed this way.
Well, I assure you he never got here.
Oh, he got here, and the girl's here, too. There ain't no one here, huh? Okay, break it up now. Break it up.
That man, he tried to shoot me.
Well, looks like Mr. Spencer won't be able to say anything for a while.
I jumped at him. He fired.
They were going to kill us.
I know, but it's all going to be fine.
Mr. Carberry, where's Mr.
He's probably figuring he can make a run for it. But he's got nowhere to go. I left a deputy on the dock.
What made you come here, Sheriff?
Well, sounded like a wild yarn. Then I read that contract you left me, the one your agency signed with Mr. Carberry.
Well, the contract, all it defined was what Mr. Carberry owed us in the event we filled his job. It's a standard agreement.
According to the agreement, he had to pay you 6% of $15,000. That's $900. If for any reason the applicant lasts less than a week, you have to refund him 2/3 of that amount. Now, if Miss Watson left what he claimed after a couple of days, you'd have owed him $600.
Well, that's right.
You never mentioned he claimed the money, and since you didn't, you assumed she was still here. Now, I don't know how it is down your part of the country, but there ain't one single solitary living soul up in these parts that'll let $600 sit there whistling. Well, I'll clear things up downstairs and give you a chance to talk to your girl.
My girl?
Belongs to you, don't she?
Well,
Of course I do. Why else would I have named him as the person to be notified?
Department of Loose Ends. An autopsy was performed on Mrs. Damer. It was established that she was poisoned. Mr. Carberry and Company will stand trial for that one. Mr. Gillespie was placed in a hospital where, with good care and treatment, he has a chance to recover all his faculties. At this writing, he still cannot remember where the diamonds are hidden. If I have to tell you what happened to Sarah and James, then you don't have an ounce of romance in your soul, and I give up. But only for a few moments. Actually, what we were talking about was not jobs or intrigue or murder, even though they were prominently featured. Our theme was loneliness, and it was a tale of so many people who really have no anchor to love and security in our world. And if you are one of the fortunates, if you can fill the space that says person to be notified, then you have the best of this world. If, on the other hand, you really can't fill that space, then go out and change that situation. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Russell Horton, Bryna Rayburn, Ian Martin, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. Welcome to the Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. In the assessment of criminality, the basic criterion, of course, must be volume. After all, Attila the Hun was a greater transgressor than, well, say, Jack the Ripper. Therefore, what does history tell us? We see that for those who kill more or less at retail, we have our local police. For those who murder at wholesale, the Attilas, the Hitlers, and the like, we must have our philosophers, men who inspire us to stand up and fight. And such a fighting philosopher was Thomas Jefferson.
Now, Mr. Jefferson, there's no need getting excited.
Sheriff, they're going out there to commit cold-blooded murder.
That can't be proved.
They intend to kill him.
But there's nothing I can do about it.
You swore to uphold the law.
Well, not exactly. What I swore was to uphold the law to the best of my ability. And this just happens to be the very best I can do.
Well, someone has to stop them.
I don't have the authority to keep men from riding through the woods.
Even if their purpose is to kill an innocent man?
But I don't know that.
I do. And if you won't stop them, I will.
Now, Mr. Jefferson, it could be dangerous.
Somebody has to enforce the law, Sheriff. And it looks as if it'll have to be me. Me alone. All by myself.
Our mystery drama, The Thomas Jefferson Defense, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The year 1775. The fuse of defiance has already been lighted. It is now hissing and sputtering towards the powder keg of rebellion. Thomas Jefferson has feelings of uneasiness and guilt all around him. He hears outcries for freedom, justice, equality, and yet he knows these fervent demands are not being made for everybody. There are those human beings who have neither equality nor equity in this brave new world that is soon to be born. As a matter of fact, because of their skin color, they are not considered to be human beings at all.
Good evening, Carter.
Good evening, Mr. Jefferson.
Oh, Mr. Jefferson, is it? Whatever became of Tom?
Oh, well, sir.
Oh, is it sir now? This becomes worse.
Well, sir, we're going to have us a new government, ain't we?
We most likely will, if we're not all hanged first.
Now, the way I hear it, we got to get rid of old King George, true?
True.
Well, then we've got to get us a new king.
Why, Carter?
Why are you going to have a country without a king? Who are the people going to obey?
We shall create an equal society.
Oh, it'll never work.
I think you have the wrong idea.
The king will have to be a Virginian.
Why?
Why? Well, there ain't nobody even worth talking about south of here. Go north. Pennsylvania's all pig farmers. New York's all potato farmers. And I wouldn't trust nobody lives in New England.
Carter, the entire idea is to get rid of king.
You know, you could be king because you're the smartest. And then we got Mr. Patrick Henry, who's got a powerful mouth. And Colonel Washington looks like a king. Ooh.
Yeah? Carter, what's wrong? Why are you so pale? Are you ill?
Good evening, Mr. Jefferson.
Oh, welcome, Louisa. Your mother sent word you mightn't come.
Well, I was feeling poorly, but Jeremy Morgan here just happened by and cheered me up. Hasn't he got the nicest smile? I tell you, it's the finest medicine. Mr. Jefferson, may I present Mr. Jeremy Morgan?
Your servant, sir.
Welcome, Mr. Morgan.
And old scowl face here, Carter McAllister.
You said you'd come here with me tonight, Louisa.
Did I?
You promised.
What's a promise? It's only something you make when you won't give your word of honor.
I won't have it.
What won't you have,
I
Carter?
won't have you seen around with every common Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Tread lightly, sir. I caution you.
Who are you to caution me?
And now, gentlemen, you're both under my roof, and I will not permit things to get out of hand.
Louisa, I'm taking you home.
You just let go of my arm, Carter McAllister.
I believe you heard what the lady said.
You say one more word, and I shall horsewhip you.
Like you horsewhip your slaves?
You impertinent ruffian.
Gentlemen, stop right here, or I may have to thrash the both of you.
Mr. McAllister, you will give me satisfaction.
Satisfaction? You overstep your bounds. Satisfaction is something that only can be exchanged among gentlemen.
And do you pretend to be a gentleman, Mr. McAllister? Your father's a thief who cheats his tenants. How dare you look down on me? My father traces his lineage back to King Henry II.
And your mother, no doubt, traces hers back to Pocahontas.
Why, you...
That's enough. Mr. Morgan, stop that. Now, don't strike him again.
I'm sorry, sir. I should not have lost my temper.
I'll kill you. I'll kill
Shut
you.
up, Carter. Now, you begged for it.
I'll kill you. I am going to kill you, Jeremy Morgan.
Nobody's going to kill anybody. Walter, Fred, help him to the sofa. Get some cloths. Get some vinegar.
Jeremy Morgan, I shall shoot you down like the mongrel dog you are.
Oh, do be quiet, both of you. Mr. Jefferson, may I retire to your sitting room?
Mr. Jefferson, I'm sorry. I had no right to abuse your hospitality. Therefore, if you'll excuse me...
Mr. Morgan. Jeremy, wait. Now, son, there's no need for you to run off.
I know I'm not welcome.
Oh, that's nonsense. This is my house.
I should never have come.
How can you say that? You're Lord Arthur Morgan's son. Your father was a dear friend of mine.
Was my mother? You see, sir, I forgot my place.
Jeremy, your place in this world is whatever you can win through strength and skill and courage. Every man has the opportunity to prove himself. Every man is free to strive.
You really don't believe that?
I do.
How can you? You own slaves. I'm sorry. I had no right to say that.
It's a difficult, complicated world.
I agree, sir. Especially for me.
You may be somewhat oversensitive. After all, Louisa Henderson did seem quite taken with you.
No. I saw what all that meant the moment we entered the room. I was just an instrument.
An instrument?
With which she could provoke Carter McAllister.
Oh, you're very young and very cynical.
And very right, Mr. Jefferson.
Jeremy, I would like to be your friend.
There's no need to consider my feelings.
I mean that, Jeremy, sincerely. Look at yourself. You've barely grown out of your childhood, and already you've abandoned your hopes.
It would be best if children like me would never be born. A consolation is, we die young.
Oh, now, come on. Come on back in with me, and we shall have some wine.
Usually we die by violence.
I offer you my hand in friendship.
I'm grateful. But there will be violence.
Come back inside. You and Carter McAllister will shake hands.
No.
You, Jeremy, are also to blame. You insulted him, too. Both of you must forgive each other.
That cannot happen.
Now, why do you say that? Aren't you willing to forgive him?
Yes. I am willing to forgive him for his insult. But he will be unable to forgive me for my mother.
Oh, I cannot believe that men of goodwill cannot reconcile their quarrels. Will you let me mediate between you?
If it pleases you, Mr. Jefferson. However, I have decided to leave this part of the country.
But why?
Carter is determined to kill me. I have no wish to kill him first, therefore I must go.
But where will you go?
Back to my own people.
Come in.
Louisa?
Now, Mr. Jefferson, I can tell from that look on your face you're about to scold me.
I'm afraid I must.
Well, suppose I say, whatever it is I did, I'm sorry.
Well, I don't think it was right of you to come here with Jeremy Morgan just so that you could make Carter angry.
Oh, did you see Carter's face?
Louisa, this is a serious business. One of those boys could very well kill the other.
Oh, Carter talks big. He's not the killing kind.
Any man can become a killer where a woman's involved.
You mean somebody would kill for me?
Oh, Louisa, if only you had a heart and a mind and a conscience to go with all that beauty.
Do you want to know the awful truth? I love them both.
Oh, you can't love them both.
When I want to have someone to have fun with, to ride with, to dance with, I love Carter. When I need someone just to be with, to talk with, I love Jeremy.
Louisa, how can you love Jeremy?
Carter McAllister. You standing there listening to that door. You are not a man of honor.
You belong to me.
I belong to myself.
Louisa, if I can't have you, nobody will.
I'll decide who has me.
Why, that thieving, skulking half-breed.
Carter, I cannot permit you to insult a friend of mine under my roof.
I'll do more than just insult him. I'm going to kill him.
Welcome, my nephew. Welcome.
I have brought you a gift, Blue Cloud.
Ah, a robe, a rich robe.
It comes from England, across the seas.
It is a robe of great value. Such color.
One may not fully realize the color by firelight. When the sun rises tomorrow, one's eyes will behold a robe of brilliant scarlet.
The color of blood.
You wonder why I come here, Uncle?
I wait for you to speak.
I have come back.
Back?
To my people.
We are not your people, my son.
You are my mother's people.
Are they unkind to you? The other sons of your father?
No. They treat me well. We are brothers.
Then why do you wish to come here?
Because there is no place, no real place for me in their world.
Why do you say this?
The women mock me, the men make sport of me. Only one sees me as a true friend. Tom Jefferson.
Jefferson?
You have called him Red Hair.
Yes, I know him. So you wish to live with your mother's people?
Yes.
Because you are afraid.
I want peace.
There is no peace. There can be no peace for your mother's people.
There is no peace for me in my father's village.
You must go back.
Why?
Soon we shall be driven from here. They want to turn our woods into fields to raise their tobacco. Your mother's people shall be destroyed.
No.
You can lose yourself in the forest and live out your life in peace and safety. But there shall only be misery for your children and death for your children's children.
What is there that I must do?
Your father's voice was strong in the councils for our people. Your voice must be heard there, too. You must make them listen.
Why would they listen to me? By some, I am called a half-breed.
You are strong, young, wise. You were born to make a new understanding between people. It is your destiny.
If I go back, I will surely die.
The day, the hour, the moment of your death has already been cast. And it shall find you wherever you are.
Yes, Blue Cloud, I see now. I must go back.
Hold on.
Well, it's Carter.
Yeah, Carter. Don't take one more step or I'll put a bullet in you.
Well, you've got a weapon. I'm unarmed. No wonder I hear such courage in your voice.
Don't provoke me, Jeremy. I came after you to kill you.
Yes?
It was just before sundown. I saw you going into the woods carrying that bright scarlet robe.
It was a gift for my uncle, Blue Cloud. What do you want now, Carter?
Good, I thought. He sees the light. He's going back to his own people. So, I let you go.
Thank you.
But I was wrong. You're coming back to town.
No, you were right. I am going back to my own people.
Your people are back there in the woods.
My people are everywhere.
I don't want to kill you. Go back to the woods. Paint your face. Stick a feather in your hair.
Stand aside. I have business in town.
Go back where you belong. I warn you. I'll kill you.
You're not going to kill anybody.
Stop.
Don't make me do it! Stop! I'll shoot! I told you I'd shoot. I told you.
Both very young, very proud, quick to anger. They were barely out of their teens, and now one of them lies dead, shot in the back by the musket of the other. And it happened on the very eve of the American Revolution, for some of the reasons the revolution came about in the first place. Reasons of pride, uncontrolled passions, and sheer blindness. But the fight that led to this midnight killing began in Thomas Jefferson's home. So you can expect to see him again in just a few moments when Mystery Theater returns with Act 2. Two is company, three is a crowd, and anytime you have a crowd, look for trouble. When a beautiful girl cannot make up her mind between two handsome young men, something has to give. And in this case, what has been given is the life of Jeremy Morgan. And naturally, the prime suspect is Carter McAllister.
Come in.
You wish to see me, Father?
Shut the door and sit down.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I understand Jeremy Morgan has been shot to death.
Oh?
I'll thank you not to play the innocent with me. You know he's been murdered.
Well, how would I know?
Because enough people have told me they heard you swear you would shoot him. Because at any minute the sheriff can knock on my door with a warrant for your arrest.
Well, they can't hang me.
And why not?
Well, because he was only a half-breed.
Unfortunately, his father was the late Lord Morgan. His brothers, Jeff and William, accepted him. He was well-liked.
Oh, Father, you have to save me.
Fool, did you have to kill him yourself? With all the riffraff hereabouts, couldn't you have hired a man?
Please. Father, please get me out of it. I don't want to hang.
You should have thought of that all long before.
I never wanted Louisa Henderson. The match was your idea. You're the one who needs your father's money. Yes, I killed him. But you also had a hand in it.
Oh, now be quiet. Now tell me. Everything. The truth now.
Well, I waited for him near the woods. He came along, and he was carrying a red robe, like Indians like to wear.
A red robe?
Yeah, brilliant scarlet. Well, I thought he intends to go back to his own people. Therefore? Well, I followed him. He headed toward Blue Cloud's village.
Fool! If he had decided to return to the Indians, why did you have to kill him?
But he didn't return. I saw him go into Blue Cloud's tent. I heard him talk.
About what?
I don't know. I don't understand their stupid language, but they were angry with each other.
How do you know?
Well, I think their voices sounded angry. Well, then, I watched him as he came out of the tent. He wasn't going to stay. He was headed back, so I...
Yes, speak up.
Well, I moved ahead of him and stopped a few miles away, and I said to him, I said, go back to your own people. Stay with them, or I'll kill you. And he didn't believe me, and now everybody knows I killed him.
What everybody knows is a lie. But now you listen to me. You are innocent. You did not shoot Jeremy Morgan.
But,
Father... You are a fool. All you can do is get yourself into trouble and then come whimpering to me. You're my son, and I must save you.
Yes, Father.
First off, who saw you heading for the woods?
I passed by Pearson's farm.
Noah Pearson knows any money.
I passed by Louisa Henderson and her mother. She was going out riding.
Very well. You went into the woods.
and then I'll hang.
No, because you didn't shoot Jeremy Morgan.
What?
Now, let me tell you what happened. You wanted to shoot him. You followed him into the woods. You saw him go into Blue Cloud's tent. You heard them fight.
Yeah, but I'm not sure this is what they were actually doing.
Oh, yes, you are. Your anger had meanwhile cooled, and you knew deep in your heart that you could never kill another human being. You do know that, don't you?
Yes.
And so you headed back for home. Suddenly you heard a shot. You turned around. The angry Blue Cloud had followed Jeremy Morgan and put a bullet into his back. When he saw you, he fled. Do you understand me?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, how do you know it was Blue Cloud?
How?
It had to be Blue Cloud. He was wearing that robe, that brilliant scarlet robe.
Father, will they believe me?
It's your word against that of an Indian.
But it's
Tell the story calmly and look every man in the eye as you say it. And of course, they'll believe you. And that's what happened. It's the Indian Blue Cloud.
Just a minute, Edmund McAllister.
Now, Tom, everybody knows how you feel about Indians.
And everybody knows how you feel about him, too, Edmund.
This is surely a crime. That Jeremy Morgan was a fine, upstanding young man. And that skulking savage shot him in the back.
Why?
Why? Who can figure what goes on in the mind of a redskin? It isn't as if they were fully human.
Blue Cloud loved his nephew. He had no reason to shoot him.
My son, Carter, heard the whole thing and saw the whole thing.
Your son, Carter, stated clearly in front of witnesses that he had every intention of shooting Jeremy Morgan.
Sir, are you calling my boy a liar?
I'm saying it's a matter of his word against Blue Cloud's.
I warn you, Tom Jefferson. You're getting mighty big around here as a politician. But you can't go around insulting people.
You are a bigoted, ignorant man, and that's the truth. You're too old for me to whip, and that son of yours is a product of your upbringing. And you accuse Blue Cloud of murder?
He was seen to do it.
By whom?
By my son, that's by whom.
Why don't you let him speak for himself? Carter, did you actually see Blue Cloud shoot Jeremy Morgan? Well, did you? Would you be willing to place your hand on the Bible and swear in the name of God that you saw Blue Cloud murder Jeremy? Would you?
Of course he would.
I'm asking him. Would you swear, Carter?
Yes. Yes, I would.
All right. Then come with me to the sheriff and swear out a warrant for his arrest.
What arrest? You don't arrest an Indian. He commits a crime. You go out and shoot him.
Hold on, Edmund McAllister.
Oh, you can surely talk, Tom Jefferson. But we have had enough talk. Any of you folk who agree with me, let's go home and get our rifles.
Mr. Jefferson, sir, it's an honor.
Some men are intent on murdering Chief Blue Cloud.
Well, sir, he did kill Jeremy Morgan.
He has been accused of killing Jeremy Morgan.
Well, ain't that the same thing?
Oh, no, Sheriff, you cannot permit murder to take place in this country.
Well, Mr. Jefferson, it ain't murder exactly after all. Blue Cloud's only an Indian.
Any man has a right to be protected by the law.
That's true. That's absolutely true. Now, the McAllisters and all of them, they ain't going to go out there to kill Blue Cloud.
Well, that's not the way I heard it.
Well, you see, as concerned citizens, we're just going to bring him back here for trial.
I see. And then he'll be shot while resisting arrest.
Now,
or
Mr.
perhaps
Jefferson,
while trying to escape. Sheriff, you just can't walk into Blue Cloud's village and murder him.
I ain't saying I agree with it, Mr.
Sheriff,
Jefferson. Why not?
Why not? Do you think his young men will stand idly by?
The answer to that question is yes. Now, you see, Mr. Jefferson, he ain't liked. Blue Cloud, that is.
I don't understand.
Well, a young man, they want a fighting chief, which you gotta admit, now, Blue Cloud ain't.
Still, they can't just sit by and watch?
The thing is being arranged. and nobody's going to be in the village.
I refuse to believe it.
No, everybody gets what they want. The tribe gets a new chief, one who would want to go to war.
War? What war? They know what happens when they raid our frontier settlements. They know the retribution.
They'll go to war on our side against the British. So that's what they get. The white folks avenge a murder.
Which hasn't been proved.
Proof, Mr. Jefferson, is usually a matter of satisfaction. And all for just the life of one Indian. All in all, it ain't a bad situation.
I've admired you. I've respected you for many years. But I see now you're unfit to be a sheriff.
I'm doing what everybody else is doing. I'm thinking of me first.
You took an oath to uphold the law. I won't see murder committed.
Well, now, what do y'all suggest?
What I've been suggesting. I suggest that
I
you
have
ride
a better
out.
suggestion. Why don't you ride out there?
Because I'm not the sheriff.
Yes, you are. Yeah. I hereby swear you in as deputy sheriff.
What? What are you doing?
Well, you now have the authority to uphold the law. If you think a crime is about to be committed, it's your duty to prevent it.
I have no experience.
You got plenty of experience, Mr. Jefferson. I watched you grow up. Everybody knows you was meant for high things. You're going to be an important man in this country. I don't throw everything away for...
For what?
For an Indian.
Sheriff. All right, write down on a piece of paper the fact that I am your duly authorized deputy.
We think in terms of intellect and action. We rarely see both qualities combined in one man. How few are the philosopher warriors in history, and yet, for the most part, the great men of 1776 could think and fight. Well, Thomas Jefferson has thought it over and decided it's worth the battle. Therefore, you should stay exactly where you are until Mystery Theater returns in just a few moments. The beginning of the year 1775 sees Thomas Jefferson deeply involved in the pursuit of justice in two separate areas. First, you know all about the struggle for independence from Britain. This is the big picture, the historical picture. But second, there is a small picture, indeed a tiny, almost invisible picture. This is the pursuit of justice, not as an ideal, but as a practical matter for a single human being. Those are always the toughest.
Welcome to my lodge, Red Hair.
Chief Blue Cloud, there is no time for ceremonies. You must leave here at once.
For what reason?
Men are coming to kill you.
Why?
For the murder of your sister's son.
It is well known that he was murdered in a cowardly manner by a young man who insulted him.
Yes. Well, that is not the way many people will have it. They accuse you.
He was as a son to me.
Blue, there is no time for the right and wrong of it. Men are coming here to do murder. Run from them.
Am I a coward? I run from no one.
One of our greatest poets has said discretion is the better part of valor.
Where may I run?
Deeper into the forest.
They will pursue.
No one knows this wilderness the way you do.
I will not be a hunted animal for the rest of my days. Besides, it is late. They come.
There he is.
Now hold up there.
Now you stand clear of him, Mr. Jefferson.
All of you. Now turn around and go back to your home.
Now see here. Who are you to order us?
I have here a piece of paper. I am acting in the capacity of the sheriff.
Now, Mr. Jefferson, the Indian's guilty of a murder.
Who says so?
We have got a witness.
Who is your witness?
My son here, Carter.
You saw Chief Blue Cloud murder Jeremy Morgan. Well, Carter?
Speak the truth, son. Speak the truth.
Yes.
Is he being charged with murder? Well, do you charge him, Carter?
Say yes.
I'm asking Carter.
Yes.
So that settles that. Now, why don't we just shoot him?
You'll have to shoot me first.
Now, Tom Jefferson...
That's how it is, gentlemen. We will have the law here. You will also have to shoot me. So, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Hayton, Mr. Wolverton, the rest of you, is that what you're willing to do? Shoot me?
Tom, we're entitled to justice.
Justice can only be dispensed in a court of law.
You mean have a trial for an Indian? You know they're only a waste of time.
I intend to enforce the law. Now, how will you gentlemen have it?
Well, there's no real difference. Instead of shooting him now, we can hang him later. And so, you say, you followed Mr. Morgan all the way to the Shawnee village?
Yes, sir.
And you saw him enter Blue Cloud's lodge?
Yes, sir.
And you heard them quarrel?
Yes, sir.
And then you saw Mr. Morgan leave the tent, move into the forest, and then you heard a shot.
I did.
Now, describe what you saw.
Well, I turned around, and there was Jeremy Morgan falling down dead, and Chief Blue Cloud was standing over him with a smoking musket.
Are you sure it was Blue Cloud?
Yeah, I'm positive.
How? Why? What makes you so sure?
Because I could see his splendid scarlet robe.
The robe that we found in his lodge?
Yes, sir, the very same.
Your witness, Mr. Jefferson.
Well, not every witness is fortunate to have his own father appointed public prosecutor. I must, however, ask some questions that may not have occurred to him. Why did you follow Mr. Morgan into the woods?
Well...
Isn't it true that you intended to kill him?
Well...
You must answer. Isn't it true that he escorted Miss Louisa Henderson to a party at my house? There, you two got into a fight. Didn't you threaten to shoot him?
Yes, sir.
Good. And when you followed him into the woods, isn't it true that you were carrying a musket?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Well, I...
Did you intend to kill him? You armed yourself for that purpose, and now, when the deed is done, isn't it true that you are trying to place the blame on Chief Blue Cloud's shoulders?
I object.
Your Honor, let him answer the question.
Go ahead, son. Answer him. Tell him it isn't so.
Without prompting. Isn't it true you want Blue Cloud to hang for your crime?
I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him!
Blue Cloud, you are accused of murder. Tell us, are you or are you not guilty?
I am innocent.
Gentlemen, I believe him. Don't lose courage, Blue Cloud. The gods will not permit justice to be mocked.
Red hair. The gods do not permit justice to be mocked. But they allow it to be tested.
I shall see you in the morning.
Yes, the morning. It shall be my last morning.
You must never give up hope.
I cannot give up what I have never had.
No, we can do more.
Oh, come in, Mr. Jefferson. My father isn't home.
Has he left for the courthouse?
Yes, sir. He likes to go early.
I thought perhaps you might like to walk down there with me.
Well, sir, should we be seen together?
Why not?
Oh, we're on opposite sides.
I'm still your friend, Carter. Well, shall we have our stroll?
Yes, sir. I was just leaving.
So, you insist you didn't kill Jeremy?
Please, sir, we've already been through all that.
I know. I also know it's a lie.
Mr. Jefferson, I must ask you to let me alone.
Oh, I'll let you alone. And I'm even sure your conscience will let you alone.
I am not listening to any more you're saying.
Yes, your conscience died a long time ago. And do you know who killed it? You did. You, Carter.
Well, what are you talking about?
A man's conscience is what makes him live a man's life. But you're not a man. You're a creature. You're a pathetic, crawling creature of your father.
Sir, you have no right to insult my father.
No one may be insulted by the truth. You're his creature. You don't think for yourself, act for yourself, live for yourself. Why? Why do you tolerate it?
Because I'm nobody. I'm nothing. I don't know anything. I can't do anything. I'm stupid.
Who says so?
My father. And all I have is the prospect of inheriting his estate when he dies.
You'll have worked for it.
Everybody knows I'm a fool.
That's not true.
Louisa, why do you think she even looked at me? She knows I'll be rich one day. It's
not true. There's nothing wrong with you.
Oh, please, Mr. Jefferson.
Now, look, you have to stand up to your father. You have to let him know you're a man.
I will. From now on, I will.
No. You have to stand up to him now. Tell the truth.
But I'll die.
Possibly, but if you don't tell the truth, you'll surely die. What life can be left you, huh? To spend the rest of your days even deeper within your father's shadow?
Mr. Jefferson, what do you want me to do?
Take the stand. Tell the truth.
No. I can't do it. I just can't do it.
Well, Mr. Jefferson, you may as well go home and get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, for sure, the trial has to end.
Tomorrow, for sure.
People keep wondering how you managed to keep it going even this long. The jury was ready with its verdict at the end of the first day.
The jury was ready before the trial even started.
Well, it's open and shut. I mean, I wish it wasn't, but it's open and shut.
Yes. Carter follows Jeremy into the woods, sees him enter Blue Cloud's teepee, hears sounds of a quarrel.
Sees Jeremy leave the teepee, re-enter the woods, and then sees and hears Blue Cloud shooting.
Wait, just... He says he heard them quarrel.
You have something, Mr. Jefferson?
You say they quarreled.
Yes, sir.
In which language?
Well, must have been Shawnee.
Do you speak Shawnee?
No, sir.
Do you understand it?
No, sir.
Well, then how do you know they quarreled?
Please answer the question.
One
need not know the language to know there is a quarrel.
Your Honor, I must insist that the witness answer.
Well, I could tell. You could actually hear the anger in the voices.
Your Honor, Mr. Jefferson clearly has exhausted his resources. He has no more evidence. He keeps going over the same ground.
Mr. Jefferson, have you any more evidence?
Well, Your Honor...
I must ask you then to bring your case to a conclusion.
Your Honor, I do have further evidence.
Then you may bring it here.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I cannot bring it here.
Then how may we evaluate it?
We must go to where it exists.
If it exists?
It does exist, but only at night.
I'm afraid I cannot follow, Mr. Jefferson.
Your Honor, the evidence exists at the scene of the crime, and since it cannot be moved from its place, we must attend it there.
Your Honor, this is just another scheme on the part of...
A man's life is at stake.
What do you propose, Mr. Jefferson?
Well, the murder was committed at 10 in the evening. At 10 this evening, I suggest we all assemble at the place where it occurred. Where were you standing, Carter?
Behind this tree.
Uh-huh. Well, would you place yourself there, if you please?
This is absolutely ridiculous.
Carter, how far down the path was Jeremy?
About 25 yards.
Uh-huh. Sheriff, would you pace off 25 yards? Take the prisoner with you.
All right, Mr. Jefferson.
Very well. Your Honor, gentlemen, here is the scene as it existed on the night of the murder. We are all standing in a line with Carter. We all hear a shot. Fire in the air, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
We all turn to look. We see Jeremy fall to the ground. Sheriff, fall to the ground, please. Now, we all see a figure standing there in the darkness. It is not easy to make out the face.
He didn't have to see the face. He recognized the red cloak.
Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, which one of you has supernatural eyesight? Which one of you would swear on the Holy Bible that the cloak is brilliant scarlet, as Carter testified? Which one of you is possessed of the ability to distinguish color in the dark?
It's a trick, Your Honor.
Carter McAllister lied about the cloak. Therefore, he did not identify Blue Cloud. Therefore, we must now consider his motive.
Don't you ever say a word, boy.
No, I will. I'm tired of lying.
Be quiet.
I killed him. I killed Jeremy Morgan. May God have mercy on my soul.
Your Honor, the defense rests.
I'll be back with a final thought in just a moment. Well, they didn't hang him. It was a crime of passion, and our forefathers were men who understood passion. He was sentenced to hard labor and later paroled to join a regiment of Virginia cavalry, and the people never forgot him, or Blue Cloud, or the Thomas Jefferson defense. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Leon Janney, Russell Horton, Jada Rowland, and Bob Caliban. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams. Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I have an unusual story for you about two young people kept in seclusion from the world. Their minds stunted, their thinking warped, their fantasies soaring into the supernatural. What is real and what is unreal seem to be melting into each other in a weird and frightening dream. When Mary began to ask questions, Frida Kurtz, the housekeeper, told her,
"It's to test you, to tease you. And they did that to Carol when she first came. She got to love them. We were all sad when she left on a Friday. Unlucky Friday. How did you know? I've heard all the gossip. I've heard about Gareth, too. They told you about him? Why are you trembling, Frida? You have seen him? No. He used to work here, I understand. But you asked me if I'd seen him. I thought you and I were the only employees in this house. Why, did I? I don't know what I meant by that. I must go. I must take care of the children. Don't ask me any more.
Our mystery drama, Circle of Evil, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Sidney Sloan and stars Marion Seldes and Christopher Tabori. When the rickety old taxi had deposited her in front of Greystone Manor that dark, cold, rainy day in late autumn, Mary Richards almost changed her mind and called the taxi back to return her to the station. There was something ominous about the big, ugly Victorian house. It was too much like the illustrations she remembered from the gruesome fairy tales of her childhood. When she had dragged her heavy suitcases to the top of the stone steps, she stopped. She was suddenly gripped by a nameless fear, a crippling fear of the unknown. However, after a moment, she made her way to the large oak door and rang the bell.
Yes?
I'm Mary Richards.
Oh, yes, of course. You must be the new governess. I'm Frida Kurtz. I'm the housekeeper. Oh, come in out of the rain. Here, let me take your suitcase. Oh, thank you. I can manage. Now, follow me. Your room is back here, down this hall. See, the children's quarters are on the second floor. All the help have their quarters down here.
Oh, are there many servants?
Oh, it's funny the way I said that. Help. You and I are the only help in this old house.
Really? But the house is so large.
Oh, we only use a small part of it. The rest is closed off. Used to be a big family living here. Big. 10 people all the time. Sometimes as many as 15, 16.
Oh, they're all away?
They're all dead. At least, most of them.
What?
All the grown-ups except Mr. Dykeman, William Dykeman. Then there are the 2 children, Andrea and Alex. You have to take care of them.
Oh, yes. Mr. Dykeman interviewed me at the agency in New York for the job.
He's Andrea and Alex's guardian. He's their uncle. Didn't he say anything about this place? What you were to do?
No, just that I was to look after the children, supervise their education until they would be ready for something more formal, until they'd be old enough to go away to school.
Old enough? How old did he say they were, Andrea and Alex?
He didn't say. I gather they must be quite young, 5, 6.
Oh, dear. You're in for a surprise.
Surprise?
Andrea is 18. Alex is 20.
So you're the new nanny, are you? I wonder if you're going to like it here.
Oh, shut up, Alex. You mustn't mind him, Miss Richards. He's always like this at first.
I like to play games. Don't you, Nanny? Hide and seek, that's my favorite. In this house, there are so many good places to hide. You'd never be found till it was too late.
Alex, stop it. Now, stop it, please.
I'll stop. I'll stop it for good. That'll make you happy. Bye, Andrea. Bye, Nanny.
Oh, please forgive him. He's not always rude, Miss Richards. You'll get to like him in time.
In time?
Well, Carol Wicker did. At first she hated him.
Carol Wicker?
Well, she was the governess before you.
She left?
You might say that, Miss Richards. Look, may I call you Mary? It sounds so formal to call you Miss Richards.
Oh, of course. Now, this Miss Wicker, how long did she stay?
Oh, nearly 2 years. 1 year and 11 months. She left on a Friday. I always feel Fridays are unlucky, don't you, Mary?
No, not necessarily.
Oh, Carol hated them. She would weep in her room on Fridays.
What?
Oh, not for the first few months. But later, she would weep in her room. She was in love. And he...
Andrea, I wonder if you would mind changing the subject.
Oh, of course, Mary. I didn't know. I didn't think that...
Didn't think what?
That you had met him.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Gareth Nordway. Oh, he's very handsome. And she was very much in love with him. He has a way with the ladies.
Andrea, I do not wish to continue this.
Oh?
So you've met him, too?
No, I haven't met him, and I don't wish to discuss this further.
You'll meet him, Mary. You'll meet him. Yes, we're having supper up in the playroom. Wouldn't you like to come up and eat with the children?
Come in, Mrs. Kurtz. I want to talk to you.
Oh, you haven't unpacked yet. Do you want me to help you?
No. As a matter of fact, I've decided that this job isn't exactly what I'd contracted for.
You're leaving?
Yes. I'm afraid this is more than I can handle. Mr. Dykeman gave me to understand that I'd be working with children.
They are children.
No. They are two young people who need attention, who seem to need psychiatric help, and I'm not qualified for the job. I've placed a call to Mr. Dykeman in New York.
Oh, yes, I know. It's that crazy act they're putting on for you.
Act?
Sure. It's to test you, to tease you. It's only a joke. They did that to Carol when she first came, and she got to love them. We were all sad when she left.
On a Friday? Unlucky Friday?
Well, yes, how did you know?
I've had all the gossip. I've heard about Gareth, too.
They told you about him?
Yes. Why are you trembling?
Have you seen him?
No. Does he work here?
He used to. He was the chauffeur.
Used to work here. But you asked me if I'd seen him.
Oh, did I? I don't know what I meant by that. I must go and have my supper now. They're waiting.
Mrs. Kurtz, wait. Hello? Mr. Dykeman, please. Mary Richards calling. What? Well, when will he be back? Well, how can he be reached? I'm the governess. I mean, he hired me recently to take care of his niece and his nephew, and No. It's nothing to do with the salary. That's quite satisfactory. It's just that... When may I expect to hear from him? Well, if he doesn't call, I shall leave Greystone Manor on the 31st. That's 2 weeks and 3 days. Who's there?
It's Alex Merritt.
Yes, Alex?
May I come in?
Come in.
You've locked yourself away from us here in your room. We haven't seen you for the last 2 days.
Yes.
Haven't you been well?
Nothing wrong with my health.
Well, I hate to bring this up, but aren't you our governess? Shouldn't you be teaching us something? Something useful? That's what you're being paid for.
Alex, if we're going to speak to each other at all, you'll have to drop this snide manner.
Snide? Whatever do you mean?
You're not a child. Neither is your sister, so stop this childish teasing. I shall only be here till the end of the month.
You're leaving us?
I accepted this job as a governess to take care of and teach young children. That's what I'm qualified to do. I'm not qualified to...
Say it. Go on, Mary, say it. You think I'm mad, don't you? You think Andrew is, too, don't you?
I think...
My uncle does, too. That's why he keeps us here, away from the world. Why he hires governesses for us to take care of us.
Why does he?
Because he can't let the story come out. Too unsettling. Impossible. Scandalous. He's ashamed of us.
I don't understand.
Perhaps it's better that you don't.
Alex? Alex, where are you?
That's Frida. She's looking for me.
Well, open the door and tell her where you are.
No.
Well, I will then. Mrs. Kurtz's here, and here with me.
Oh, there you are, you naughty boy, hiding from Frida. Now come, we're having tea upstairs in the nursery, and I've baked your favorite, apple kuchen.
No, I don't want any. I want to stay and talk with Mary. I've got things to explain to her.
No, you come.
I won't come.
Don't force him if he doesn't want to.
You stay out of this, miss. When I tell him to do something, he must do it.
But I'm...
And you are nothing here. I know all about your calling Mr. Dykeman. Wanting to quit your job here, I know.
I told you I was going to call. I wasn't concealing it.
But he didn't speak with you, did he? Mr. Dykeman called me. Told me what to do.
Well, why didn't he answer my call to him?
Because he wanted to talk to you in person. He's coming here to talk. And you will stay here until he comes.
The house doesn't look so gloomy when the sun is shining, does it?
Oh, Andrea, I thought I was alone out here.
You're very unhappy here, aren't you?
Oh, uncomfortable is closer to it. It's just that everything is so strange, so uncertain.
Like living in a dream?
Yes. Yes, like a dream, but not a very pleasant one.
You'll be going soon?
10 days.
I'm sorry. You can't help us?
Help you?
Oh, Alex knows that, too. We want you to stay.
Oh, that's very flattering, Andrea, but I can't possibly help you. I don't even know what kind of help you need.
We can tell you. Show you. We need your strength. Please say you'll stay.
I'm only staying till the end of the month.
End of the month. Well, then, that'll have to do. That'll be long enough. Tonight, we will show you what we mean.
Hello? Yes?
Did I wake you, Mary?
No, I was reading. I wasn't asleep.
Please come to the large drawing room on the 3rd floor as soon as you can.
What is it?
I can't tell you over the house phone, please.
Very well. It'll take me a few minutes to dress.
No, just put on your robe. Come now, please.
I'll come right up. Andrea? Andrea? Strange. This is the room. Andrea? Perhaps she meant the room at the end of the hall.
No, Mary. She meant this one.
What? Who are you? I can't see you in the dark.
Don't be frightened, Mary.
You know me?
They've told me about you. You're beautiful.
Mary? Mary? Where are you?
Here, Andrea.
Oh, I was afraid you'd gone to the wrong place.
No. Aren't there any lights in this room?
Oh, there used to be, but the mice nibbled the wires, Alex says, and they don't work. I have a flashlight.
Light it.
There.
That's very strange.
What?
A moment ago, I spoke to a man in the dark. A man whose name you mentioned to me. Gareth?
Gareth Norway. He was here. Where is he?
He left very suddenly. You told me about him. A chauffeur, wasn't he?
Oh, many years ago.
Wait a minute. Flash your light here on the floor. There are no footprints.
No.
The dust is heavy on the floor, and your footprints are plainly marked, as are mine.
But none for Gareth.
None.
The dead do not leave footprints, Mary.
I want an answer. I must have an answer.
Just accept what you see, what you hear.
Dead. He's been dead for nearly 15 years.
Dead, and yet not dead.
Well, what sort of nonsense is this?
It is not nonsense. You spoke with him.
What are you trying to do to me? I don't believe in spirits and ghosts and the supernatural. It was some sort of trick, wasn't it? Tell me the truth.
Believe this. Gareth is here. Possibly right in this room.
No, I don't believe you. It's all in your mind. It's some morbid story that somebody told you when you were children. If this house frightens you and depresses you, why don't you run away from it? You don't have to stay.
But we do.
What?
We cannot leave. He won't let us leave. He holds us. He keeps us here. It's part of his revenge.
Revenge? Do you expect me to believe...
Revenge for his murder. He says he was murdered. And he will not stop until all of us, all of our blood, are dead.
Already Mary Richards had fallen under the spell of the old house. She was beginning to believe the unbelievable. Had she really spoken to the spirit of Gareth Nordway? Or was this just a frightening thought conjured up by the strange young people who inhabit Greystone Manor? Perhaps we will find some of the answers in Act 2. Richards searched for an explanation of the events which had occurred, but which she, with her logical mind, could not accept. She waited impatiently for the arrival of William Dykeman, hoping that he could answer the questions to which she could find no answers. His first words were very reassuring.
I've come out here for one reason, Miss Richards, and one reason only, and that is to put these stupid superstitions to rest once and for all.
You don't believe them, Mr. Dykeman?
Definitely not. They're rubbish. The product of idle minds, childish nonsense.
But I have seen him, seen Gareth Nordway.
You have been made to believe that you have seen him. Miss Richards, it must have occurred to you that Andrea and Alex are, well, how shall I say, not quite normal.
Well, their behavior is somewhat bizarre. Strange,
Just pranks, childish pranks. Nothing serious, however, wouldn't you say?
But I'm not competent to judge. I'd say that it was more than childish pranks. Frida told me that almost the entire family died in a rather mysterious fashion. Almost all at the same time. She seemed to hint there was something supernatural behind it all.
Oh, that? Well, one can hardly call a serious epidemic of flu supernatural. We lost 9 members of our family. It was a terrible tragedy. Altogether in this house, we must have passed the virus to each other. Terrible thing to happen to a family. Alex and Andrea were little more than infants at the time. It very definitely affected them.
I see.
By your tone, I can see you don't believe me.
If the 2 children were affected by this tragedy, if indeed it twisted their minds, why wasn't something more constructive done for them?
Why, Miss Richards,
why weren't they given a psychiatric help? Why were they kept here virtually prisoners instead of being taken to a more healthful place?
I find it difficult to answer that.
Why? Because you are responsible for keeping them here?
In a way, yes.
Well, what do you have to gain from all of this?
Well, now, really, Miss Richards, I cannot tolerate this interrogation from a
hired servant. Don't let that disturb you, Mr. Dykeman. I'm quitting this job as of the 31st. There is nothing that could induce me to stay on any longer. Good day.
Wait.
I have nothing more to say to you, Mr. Dykeman.
But you do intend to speak to others?
Yes. There's something hidden here that's festering like an infected wound. Something that needs the light of day.
If you mean that you intend to go to the police or force some sort of investigation...
I shall certainly do something of that sort.
Well, then let me warn you, you can be stopped very effectively.
Are you threatening me?
Threatening? Oh, no, I wouldn't think of it. But I must, in your own interest, prevent you from causing yourself hardship. Yes, and perhaps even injury.
Yes? It's Andrea. May I come in?
Yes, of course.
I don't want to bother you.
Come in. I was just reading. Is something troubling you? You look upset.
I am. My uncle called earlier and spoke to Frida. He's hired another
governor. That was to be expected, since I am leaving at the end of the month.
No. You are leaving Friday. You haven't been told yet. That's the day she's arriving. Oh, if only Alex and I could go with you.
Well, why can't you?
You know why.
No, I don't. Andrea, who does all this belong to?
You mean this house?
All, the house, the grounds, the money, the entire estate.
Well, to Alex and me.
And your uncle?
Well, he's our guardian.
Oh, he manages the estate.
Until we're of age. 21 specifically. Alex will be 21 in 7 months, and I've got nearly 2.5 years to go.
And when that time comes, when you and Alex finally come into your money, Uncle will find himself in somewhat reduced circumstances.
But it never was his money.
He controlled it. He used it. For us. I wonder.
Mary, listen to me. I must speak to you, Mary.
Who?
Mary, listen. won't scream. I will not harm you. I will let you speak if you promise not to scream again. Promise?
Yeah.
Good.
Who are you?
We have met before. Spoken before.
Oh, yes, that voice. I remember Gareth. Gareth Nordway.
I've seen you so many times. When you didn't know I was there.
What do you want?
I'm going to tell you something. And I want your help.
Help? How can I help you?
To right a wrong. A wrong done me many years ago.
This is all a dream.
I was a servant here. A chauffeur. A lonely unknown. No family, no home. Cynthia. Was 18. Beautiful. A member of the rich and snobbish Dykeman clan. But she didn't see me as the dirty stable boy. That's what Uncle William called me when he found out she loved me. And I loved her. Well, we ran away. And we were married for one ecstatic month. We hid while they searched for us. When they found us, Cynthia was dragged back here. A note was planned. Then I came back. Broke in one night to find my bride and take her away. It was then Uncle William stopped us. Shut me down like a stray dog. The last memory I have is the life ebbed from my body, and my blood reddened the white dress of my beloved. Was her scream piercing, hopeless?
Then you are...
Yes, I am dead, and yet not dead. Call me what you will. My white-hot hatred sustains me. I have only one mission left. Uncle William.
You said that you expected I would help you.
You've already begun that. William fears you. He's afraid you'll search until you've brought the truth out.
Well, I suspected that something was being concealed.
You will search it out. Now you know. And you will.
No. This is a dream. It's a dream. It's not happening.
I'm asleep, and it's only a dream.
Going cycling again, Mary?
Oh, Alex, what are you doing in the garage? I hope you don't mind if I use your bike.
Not at all, since it's not mine. I've got another bike. Mind if I come along?
Well, I wasn't exactly going just for a ride.
Going into the village, then?
Alex, I had a strange dream last night.
It was Gareth, wasn't it?
However did you know?
It's his way. He's working on you. He told you a story, didn't he?
Yes, tragic. I almost wept for him.
Oh, he's won you over, Mary. The way he won Carol over. He wants your help. He'll try to use you. Listen to me, Mary. Gareth can be very persuasive when he wants to be. He can make you believe the most ridiculous things.
I don't want to hear any more about Gareth.
Let me tell you the true story. Or at least the official version of the tragedy.
I don't want to hear it.
You better listen. Cynthia was attracted to Gareth Norway. Everyone knows that. She flirted with him, some say. Whatever it wasn't love. Not on her part. Gareth kept after her, and finally...
They ran away together? They married?
No. He tried to get her to go away with him. She refused. He got angry, wild. He kidnapped her. Uncle William chased them, found them. Gareth drew his knife. Uncle William shot him.
That's how it was?
That's the way the police got the story. It was called self-defense. Case was dismissed.
And Cynthia?
He killed her. Whereas the story goes, the first shot wounded him. But he was able to stab her with this knife. Uncle William fired at him again.
I believed him. I believed Gareth.
Carol Wicker believed him.
And committed suicide.
No.
But I heard...
She did not kill herself. She was murdered.
Deeper and deeper, Mary Richards plunges into the morass of claims and counterclaims. The circle of evil that surrounds the old gray house is being drawn tighter and tighter around the lives of all who dwell there. As though fighting up to the surface of a stagnant pool that threatens to suffocate her with its vile and rotting weeds, Mary reaches out for help. I'll be back in a moment with Act 3. Mary Richards' sleep that night was filled with frightening dreams. Dreams of frustration in which she could not fight or defend herself from unknown and unnamed forces. She found herself slipping into a deep abyss, the sides of which afforded not the slightest foothold. Her fingers, clutching at the slimy walls, could grasp nothing. The next morning, clear and sunny, brought with it the resolution to take positive action, to reach out to the sane world outside for help.
Hello. County Coroner's Office. Mr. Lascombe. Oh, my name is Mary Richards. I'm inquiring about the late Carol Wicker. No, I'm not a relative. Let's say that I'm a friend. Was a friend. Yes. Now, I've read your report on her death. I got the transcript from the Bureau of Records. Well, I'm just a bit confused. Your original opinion was that she might have been struck with a club or some other blunt instrument. But your final opinion was that her death was caused by an overdose of sleeping pills. Well, I was just wondering why you changed your mind. New evidence. What new evidence? That she had been upset, melancholy, despondent. Well, who gave you that evidence? Oh, I see. Well, the reason for this call is to ask, how does one go about getting permission to exhume a body?
I'm not so sure you're doing the right thing, Mary.
After all, Carol was in a bad state of mind, unhappy, depressed.
And she knew something. Something which might prove embarrassing. It was your Uncle William who supplied the information that changed the coroner's opinion. Don't you find that interesting? I do.
You're jumping to conclusions, Mary.
Am I? All you know has been told to you, and you believe what you've been told.
Mary, we don't know what we believe anymore.
Well, where did you get your version of what happened to Carol Wicker?
Frida told us.
And who does Frida work for?
Frida works for me, Miss Richards.
Mr. Dykeman.
Well, children. Now, are you going to greet Uncle William?
Good afternoon, Uncle William.
Uncle William.
That's nice. Now, would you mind leaving the room? I should like to speak to Miss Richards in private.
Anything you have to say had better be said in the presence of witnesses.
Witnesses? Children?
And I think you better stop referring to them as children.
Oh, well, very well. They may stay. Now, may I ask the purpose of your call to the county coroner?
I see the news of my call was relayed to you very quickly.
Well, do you think it's strange that Mr. Lascombe would call me?
No, not strange at all. I rather expected that he would.
I would like to dissuade you from your purpose. I think nothing will be gained by digging up the remains of poor Carol Wicker.
You can't change my mind. I have the exhumation order, and I have only to order the men from the cemetery.
Oh, yes, I know. And I see you're not going to listen to me. So I'm going to make matters easier for you. I have ordered the men, the gravediggers, to be there tomorrow night at 9.
Good.
The remains will be delivered to the coroner for re-examination.
I would prefer that the examination be made by a doctor of my choosing.
Well, of course, but until you have engaged a man, the body will be sent to the county morgue. That is a state law. I have no control over it.
Thank you. You've been very helpful.
But don't mention it, Miss Richards. Anything to keep you and the children entertained.
Is that you, Alex?
Yes, Andrea.
Where have you been?
Upstairs, in the old part of the house.
Looking for him?
I thought he would want to speak to us.
Are you certain that he can?
That he... Are you beginning to have doubts?
I don't know. Uncle William is going to have us committed. I heard him speaking with Frida. He said he'd had enough trouble. He doesn't care if the entire matter comes out.
We're going to be locked up. Treated as though we're insane.
Isn't it possible, Alex, that we are?
No, we're just frightened, afraid. Don't tell me that Gareth is just something I imagined. You've seen him, too. Spoke with him as I have.
Yes, Alex.
Carol saw him. Spoke with him. Mary, too.
Isn't it possible that we, you and I, have conjured him up? Perhaps he's nowhere but in our minds.
No, I'm not that mad. I'll not believe that. They can't lock me up.
What is this? Still up? It's long past your bedtime. Now go to your room at once, children, or I will punish you both.
Yes, Frida. We're going right now. Aren't we, Andrea?
You rang for me, Mr. Dykeman.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Coates. I just wanted to tell you what my plans are as they concern you and your future.
Future?
Well, you'll be well taken care of. I'm settling a substantial sum on you, a sort of a annuity.
You're letting me go?
Well, let us say that I'm retiring you.
Oh, but this is so unexpected, so sudden.
Mrs. Coates, as you know, the welfare of the children has been my prime consideration for many years.
But I can take care of them. I can watch them.
Of course, I'm not criticizing you. It's just that I have decided we can't do it any longer on this level. They're grown people now, no longer children.
When am I to leave?
Well, there's my car waiting in the driveway. If you hurry, we'll be able to have you catch the 11:20 train at the station.
Yes, tonight. So soon. Yes, I will go. I will be ready. But first I say goodbye to my children.
No. Under no circumstances are you to let them know that you're going. It would be very bad for them.
Oh, yes. Yes, I will do as you say.
What time is it?
A little after 9, I think.
20 after 9. I checked my watch before we left. Andrea, do you know the man driving?
No. But Uncle William said he would send a car for us. Probably some man from the village.
I tried to speak to him. He didn't give me much of an answer. Just mumbled something about driving us to the cemetery.
Is it very far from the house?
That's it, just up ahead.
Oh, this is it. We'll have to walk from here.
Oh, driver, will you wait for us here?
Follow me. I know where it is.
Alex, don't run ahead. Wait for us.
Come on. It isn't too far.
I don't like being here, Mary.
Neither do I.
Oh, I recognize the area now. This is the Dykeman family plot. And Carol was buried just up ahead.
Andrea! Mary, come quickly. Hurry.
Come on, don't frightened. We're coming, Alex.
Look. Oh, it's empty. The grave is empty. It was dug up. And the body removed.
Oh, it's obvious that your Uncle William never intended to go through with the re-examination.
But he never tried to block you. Or at least he said he never would.
Why did he go through this whole business of digging up the body and bringing us here to see what he had done? The car! The car that brought us here! It's leaving! Stop! Wait! Stop!
Hold your breath, Alex. He won't stop.
How are we to get back?
You might ask that question of your Uncle William.
Why, yes, that's an excellent suggestion, Miss Richards. But we must hurry. There isn't too much time left.
Why did you take the body of Carol Wicker from her grave?
I had two reasons, dearest nephew. One, I didn't want the body re-examined for obvious reasons.
It really was murder, then. Not suicide, as the coroner's report says.
Oh, my dear niece, you have an absolute genius for the obvious. Yes, the report is in error.
Carol Wicker was murdered by you.
As you have suspected for some time.
Why did you kill poor Carol?
She snooped around and snooped around. She came upon the truth.
That you're story of how Gareth died was a lie.
Yes, I shot him down. I killed him. I don't believe in giving a rabid dog a chance to bite.
You brought us here to make a confession of your crime?
I brought you here, Miss Richards, to tie up all the loose ends neatly. You're all going to die right here.
No! Oh, Uncle William couldn't. Why, what have we done to you?
You stand in my way. The Dykeman money will be mine.
You can't. You'll be discovered.
By whom? There'll be no witnesses. No one will investigate your disappearance.
Gareth, help us. Help us. He is your murderer. He's here.
Oh, keep calling if you think it will do you any good. Gareth Nordway is dead and buried. He cannot help you.
You wanted revenge. Here he is. The man who killed you.
All right. Line up now. Line up as I'm telling you.
Gareth, come now.
I shall have to shoot you then where you'll stand and drag your bodies into the pit if you...
Gareth, come. Face your enemy.
Gareth, save us.
You see, Miss Richards, they are stunted human beings, as I said. Wouldn't it be better to end it all and let them find peace? Poor, mad creatures.
You are the madman.
Perhaps. But I control the situation, and it shall be as I want it to be. You will all be dead and silent, and no one will be the wiser. Now!
No, please.
No! I will stop you. I must stop you.
Stand back, will you?
I've got the gun. I've got it.
Oh, you shot here.
I'm quick. Oh, he's fallen. He's shot.
Alex.
Did I stop him?
Yes, Alex. He's dead.
Gareth, why didn't you help me? I did it. I was able to do it.
I had to let you become a man, Alex.
Then, have I, Gareth? Have I become a man? Why doesn't he answer me?
He doesn't have to. You've proven yourself, Alex. You know the answer. I just checked with the ticket agent. The train's on time.
I'm almost sorry. I hate to see you leaving.
I must. And you'll be all right now, Andrea. Oh, are you sure you won't reconsider and come back to the city with me?
No. I've definitely decided to stay in the old house. So many memories.
Well, if you ever change your mind, you know where and how to reach me.
I know. The old house will be different now. It feels different. The gloom seems to have lifted, and everything seems brighter. If only Alex...
Now, you promised not to dwell on that.
Yes, I'll keep my promise. But I wanted to say that I'm so proud. Yes, that's the word. So proud of him. He worried that he was weak and ineffectual.
But when the time came to be strong, he met the test.
I have a feeling. I know that if I stay in Greystone, I will see him again. He'll be there always.
As the train began slowly pulling out of the station, Mary Richards could see the lonely figure of a young girl standing wistfully looking after the departing train. Then she saw Andrea turn and make her way back to the old station taxi, get in, and start to Greystone Manor, empty now of all but its ghosts. I'll be back shortly. What is real and what is unreal? It's a question which has troubled man since he began to reason. Some say the answer can be found in our primeval fear of the dark, a carryover from our early days on this earth. There are others who believe that there are forces beyond our comprehension, forces which control us, guide us into good or evil. What do you think? Our cast included Marion Seldes, Christopher Tabori, Mary Jane Higby, Rosemary Rice, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. How do you measure fear? It's like pain or love or hate or any of the imponderable things in life. It varies from individual to individual. But even that is not accurate. For fear, at the very least, has two constants. Fear of the known, fear of the unknown. Which is the more terrifying, blood-chilling, agonizing? You may decide that for yourself from this tale of tortuous suspense.
What are you doing? There are preparations to be made. I can't leave you alone. If you fight me, I'm going to put you back to sleep. No, please. Hush, please. Beautiful, please. Hush. You're so lovely when you sleep.
Our mystery drama, Sheer Terror, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Terry Keane and Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Scattered around New York in various broadcasting studios, actors and actresses live surrogate lives for their millions of viewers. The TV daytime serial, 5 days a week, is a central point in the average housewife's life. Only recently are we discovering that men share its vicarious lures in ever-increasing numbers and identify just as strongly with the characters from this make-believe world as women are supposed to do. TV actors like Betty Campbell and Pete Hale are far less real to the viewer than the characters they play. Vicky Banks and Drake Haywood.
Who is it?
It's Pete, Betty.
Oh, come on in, Pete. I'm all changed.
Well, it's gotten real dark out. Looks like it might rain, so I'm going to grab a cab. Can I drop you?
Hey, that'd be great. Jim and I are going out to dinner, so I told him to go on straight home from the precinct and change. Can you wait long enough for me to take off the false eyelashes? I hate to wear them home. They bug Jim.
Oh, no, I'm in no rush. How is that big lug you married, huh?
Best captain on the detective squad.
Oh, you mean he hasn't made police commissioner yet?
No, just give him a couple of years. How's Marge?
Want to know a secret?
She already told me last week. Congratulations, Pops.
Well, maybe this time it'll be a girl, huh?
Well, if at first you don't succeed.
Yeah. But this one's number 3. And how long can you keep on trying?
Hey, wait. You'll have to talk about that with Marge.
Well,
one day soon, we'll catch up.
Yeah. Hey, with the big day coming up Monday, you've got no contract to hold you back anymore.
Yeah, I wish we'd pre-taped the wedding scene this week like I asked. Jim has accumulated leave, and we could have left by today and had a whole extra weekend in the Bahamas.
Well, you can't fight the powers that be, Betty, or let down the fans. When dream girl Vicky Banks and a dashing millionaire from Philadelphia, Drake Haywood, get married up, it's got to be live in person, not a picture.
There. Darn lashes are off.
I'll just put them in the box and save them for lights, camera, action on Monday. Okay, leading man, let's travel.
Okay, leading lady, but only as far as home. You don't get me on the road again. I like it too much right here in the Big Apple.
Oh, hey, make sure it's locked. I promised wardrobe I'd guard that bridal dress with my life.
Oh, it's locked. No precaution is too great to guard against any hitch about Vicky and Drake getting hitched.
Yeah, it's kind of scary, isn't it?
Scary?
I mean, that two made-up people that you and I act out could be so important to so many real people.
Doesn't scare me. Keeps me laughing all the way to the bank. Oh, darn it.
What's wrong?
I left my wallet upstairs in the dressing room. Hey, can you wait till I run up and get it?
I'll do better than that. You go fetch it, and I'll go outside and round up a cab.
I won't be more than a minute. Oh, hey, it's kind of dark outside. Why don't you wait for me?
Don't be silly. I'm a big girl now. Besides, like you say, 1/3 of the nation loves Vicky Banks, to say nothing of being married to a detective. What do I have to be afraid of?
Vicky?
Hmm? Oh. You mean me?
Yes. Vicky, don't be afraid, Vicky. I'm not going to hurt you.
No, but you are. And that smell,
It's only chloroform to put you to sleep. Don't worry, my beloved. Don't worry. I love you, Vicky.
No, please,
Don't worry, my dear. You're so small and helpless and so desirable. I can lift you into my car as easily as I can carry you across the last threshold.
Betty, I'm sorry. Betty? Where in the heck could she have gotten to? That was her pulling away in a cloud of dust. Why the heck would she stand me up? Hi, darling.
Well, not unless I've misjudged our friendship up to now. It's Pete, Jim.
Oh, Pete, I'm sorry. I've been expecting Betty home, so I thought it must be a call from her. You still at the studio?
No, I just got home. I had an uneasy hunch that I ought to give you a ring.
Oh, how come?
Oh, Jim. Look, Jim, I'm not trying to cry wolf or anything, but about an hour ago, when Betty and I were leaving the studio, this thing sort of happened.
What sort of thing?
Well, Betty and I were going to take a cab together, and I had to run back for my wallet. She said she'd go outside and flag down a hack and wait for me.
All right, come on, Pete. What are you trying to say?
Well, he said, that's when the whole trouble started, Jim. I mean, I don't exactly know. Well, when I came down and went charging outside, Betty was gone.
What do you mean, gone?
Well, you know how the block is. The studio's in the middle, so you could look either way to see someone hailing a cab.
Well, not exactly. It's a one-way street.
Yeah, but I mean, if you walk either way to one of the avenues...
Now, never mind all the evasions, Pete. We're not kidding here anymore. I'd be a pretty lousy detective if I couldn't read concern in your voice. Now, what are you worried about?
I give you my word that it wasn't 2 minutes before I came downstairs from the dressing room and went outside. When I got there, Betts was gone.
The street was empty?
Well, that time of night, yeah. Except for some kid burning his tires getting away up the block.
Some kid, huh? Or maybe some guy just plain abducting my wife, Betty.
Yeah, but what for?
For money. Like any kidnapping. Now, you people who work in those soap operas got any idea how much any of it could be worth to a wrong guy?
Oh, Jim, now come on, you don't
Right
think...
now, I don't know which way to think. Just get off my line, Pete, and let me get some pros to help check this gig out. What do you got, Warthog?
Hey, don't call me Warthog.
All right, pardon me, Sergeant Wartowski.
You, Captain Campbell. Oh, that's all right. You could call me Warthog.
I only do when I'm worried. What do you got, Sergeant?
I don't want you should get mad, Cap.
All right, what do you got?
Nothing. I mean, that sofa.
No witnesses?
No.
Nobody saw Betty come out of the studio, hail a cab?
Hales and Everest are combing the block. Anything overlooking or any residents who might have been going and coming. I work this whole building here, and I got a list of the TV employees. As soon as I get back to the precinct, I'll get on the pipe, check them out.
All right, we'll want to check all the cab companies, see if anyone has a record of picking her up at that time.
Trouble is, it could have been an independent.
Yeah, or a gypsy.
Well, maybe it's a false alarm. Have you checked?
Yeah, I called home just before I stopped the car. Nothing. All right, come on. I want to prowl the area myself a minute or two.
I got a notion in the back of my head, Sergeant. There's some lead hanging around that I'm not following up.
You awake, my darling?
Yes. Where am I?
No, where you're safe. Always and forever.
Who are you?
Don't you know?
Why am I tied up like this?
Because you're not ready for the truth yet. Because I can't trust you all the way till the final truth.
Please let me go. Untie me.
Oh, I wish I could. I wish.
Why can't you?
Well, it isn't the moment for you to understand. I have to go now.
Where?
Well, there's so many preparations to be made and so little time. If you want me to untie you, I could put you to sleep again with the chloroform.
No. I'd rather be tied.
Are you arguing with me?
I'm only telling you not to use that awful stuff again.
Don't ever say no to me, or don't.
I didn't say no or don't, or I didn't mean to.
Good. Now, please, you must never cross me. That's when I start to get violent. I don't mean to. It just happens. You see? Well, you didn't answer.
I didn't know how to. What is it? What do you want? Is it money?
Money?
You can have all you want. I mean, all I have.
All you have?
If I could just make a phone call.
No, Vicky, no.
Why do you keep calling me Vicky? That is not my...
Yes, that is your name.
It's not my real name. My name is Betty.
Don't contradict me. I warn you. I can't stand to be contradicted.
Oh, what are you doing?
I told you. There are preparations to be made, and I can't leave you alone if you're going to fight me. Now, I'm going to have to put you back to sleep.
No, please. Please.
Hush, my beautiful. Oh, hush, you're so lovely when you sleep.
Any luck, Captain?
No. All we have is an approximate time, 6:18 p.m. Did Everett or Kelly turn up anything?
Why, no, they're still working a block for eyewitnesses. But, I did.
What?
Well, see, I figured your Betty is a nice, active little woman. Now, how easy would it be to hustle her into a cab that fast?
Are you trying to tell me she just got into a cab by herself and took off from nowhere?
Oh, no, sir.
All right, then what?
Then I found this. It's, a rag for cleaning like. My old lady calls it cheesecloth.
That's just what it is.
Only it's been soaked in something, and...
It's chloroform or ether or something like that.
Yeah, you said it.
Now, where'd you find this?
Well, in the corner of those two steps from the door, right out of the building. It caught my eye like somebody, threw it away in a hurry.
Yeah. Right here, where Betty came out. Now, let's see. Would have had a car running by the curb, right where that street light is out. They take her from behind, out of the shadows, smother any cry for help, and by the time they got her in the car, she'd be out.
Sure looks like a snatch, all right. What are you going to do, Captain?
I'm going to get back to my apartment and wait for him to make the contact. Now, you call off the boys, and everybody sit tight till you hear from me.
Call them off? Why don't you just let the department go ahead?
No, this is my wife. I'm not taking any chances on her life till I know what these guys, or whoever it is, want with her.
Well, I don't mean to speak out of turn, Captain, but don't you take more of a chance if you stop giving us any chance to trace her?
No.
But you always said, Captain, there's no way to trust a kidnapper. The only thing...
Maybe I'm learning a lesson. It's always been someone else before. Well, this time the victim happens to be my wife. I'm going to go home and sit by that phone.
Jim? Oh, no. My hands are still tied up. Oh, if I could only get them loose. I can't. What does he want with me? Where is he? He scares me so with those flat, blank, pale blue eyes. Oh, if only it weren't so dark. There's no window. There's nothing. Why does he keep calling me Vicky? I'm afraid he's mad. If he keeps me prisoner like this before he's done with me, I think I could go mad, too.
The seeds of terror are sown. What does the man with the pale blue eyes want of Betty? Or as he insists on calling her, Vicky. Is this a kidnapping of a girl named Betty Campbell? Or is it a deeper horror, an abduction by someone who lives in a fantasy world and has stolen a girl named Vicky Banks from a world as fantasized as his own? I shall return shortly with Act Two.
One Valentine's Day, when I was younger, a boy gave me my first Valentine candy. I would have married him then and there, except I was 8 and he was 7. Even today, every February 14th, I get all sentimental when Jeff gives me one of those beautiful Whitman samplers, or a great big romantic Valentine heart filled with delicious Whitman chocolates. It may sound corny, but Valentine's just isn't Valentine's for me until Jeff shows up with that Whitman's heart.
Hours later, how many hours, she doesn't know, Betty awakens in a dark room. In the half-world between drugged sleep and the return of awareness, she lies supine on the hard bed. Then the cords tying her wrists and pulling tight across her ankles bring the terror flooding back. Her eyes are open, but her world is still dark. Helpless to move, her mind runs scattering through fright, half-memories, prayer, and what possible action she can take to escape.
I have no idea where I am. Only a vague memory of this room I'm locked into. Empty. No rug, no window, just the door. And when he comes back through it, how can I escape? The door. Yes, wait a minute. I remember once. What? Yes, a door, I know. When I was little, and the lock to the bathroom jammed, and my father, what did he do? Something about the hinges. No, but first I have to get my hands free so I can get untied.
Yep. Oh, it's you, Sergeant.
Okay to come in, son.
You got any news?
No. You?
No.
You look real beat, Captain. I thought maybe I could spell you here at the phone.
You got an idea. Let's have a cup of coffee first. I got it all brewed. You got no leads at all?
And like I told you, 7 o'clock this morning, we're still checking hackies. 0. Witnesses, 0. Except for your friend, Mr. Hale.
Oh, Pete? No, all he saw was some car hightailing it out of there. He figured it was some wheel-crazy kid. There's nothing to go on there. Here's your coffee.
Hey, thanks.
Why doesn't the guy call?
What guy?
Whoever abducted her. Just let him call. He can have anything he wants, just so I get her back.
Oh, you'll get her back, Chief. We'll get her back for you. Only, Captain.
What?
How's about opening it up instead of sitting on it? Give it to the press, radio, TV. Get it in the headlines. Spread it wide enough so this guy can know what he's up against.
What do you mean what he's up against?
That he didn't snatch no ordinary dame.
He knows that.
Oh, he could know she's a TV star and like that. But does he know that she's married to a cop?
And what difference does that make?
You ain't thinking straight.
What, do you think a policeman has any more rights or clout than an ordinary citizen?
Maybe not where a kidnapping is concerned.
Well, then what are you talking about?
You ever stop to consider maybe this ain't no ordinary snatch?
What?
Look at the time, Captain, huh?
5:30.
Right. That means Mrs. Campbell's been gone pretty near 24 hours. Now, how come there's been no contact yet?
Well, maybe he thinks it's safer by mail.
Hey, it's a weekend coming up. He ain't going to allow that much time to pass. And here's another thing. I don't know how much money someone like Mrs. Campbell makes in daytime TV, but it's hard to figure it's all that heavy bread.
Now, what are you getting at?
But there's 2 other possibilities. You must have thought of them.
You mean someone like Ferrara or Big Charney might want to get back at me because I busted them and had them sent up?
Yeah.
Well, I thought of that. I had their files pulled. They're still doing time.
Well, there were others who promised they'd get you as soon as they got out.
Yeah, I know. I'm having the precinct check them out right now.
You don't have to, Captain. That's where I've been all day. I dug them all up. Mad Dog Perrine, Charlie Deadbeat, Jimmy Valdez. They're clean. At least as far as this is concerned.
So, that leaves the last possibility.
Yeah.
And that's something I don't like to face.
I don't blame you, boss. There's no way to put your finger on a kook.
You don't think this could have been a psycho?
You don't have to ask me that, Captain. You know that's what's in your mind.
Well, why, Betty? Why?
When it comes to psychos, count me out. You're the one with the brains, Captain.
If I face it doesn't take much brains. Now, Betty's highly visible in that serial. Millions of people know her. Now, what would he want with her?
We gotta get a lead on this bird somehow. A picture, a description, something. If we only had a witness. You know, it's crazy. A New York street that time of night, somebody...
Now, wait a minute. The bag lady.
The what?
Remember I told you there was something in the back of my mind, something missing from the street? It was the bag lady.
You mean one of them old dames who hangs around with shopping bags and picks through trash?
Yeah, that's right. You know, every time I pick Betty up from the studio, she's been sitting there. She hangs out in a corner under the steps between the last brownstone and the new building. They're sad old things, but they have to have someplace they feel safe from whatever haunts them. It takes one heck of a jolt to uproot them. Well, I saw her the day before Betty disappeared. Why was she missing the next night?
Hey, you think she might have seen something?
Well, it's a chance.
Set a psycho to catch a psycho, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, maybe you got something, Captain. Now, how do we find it?
Well, I'm going to have someone here to cover the phone and get out on this myself. Now, you, me, and everyone the precinct can spare are going to drag that area until we do. I only hope we can find her. And if we do, that she saw something, and if she did, she can remember what it was.
Vicky? Vicky, you sleep? How about some meat? Get some soup and some Chinese food. Do you like Chinese food? Hmm? I couldn't remember. Do you like Chinese food? Of course. Silly of me. The gag, we must take that off. But you must promise not to scream. Please, that upsets me. I don't like to have you scream. It makes me feel... Well, it's funny because I'm very gentle. I want to be gentle, but some things make me violent, so you won't scream, will you? No. Oh, good. And if I do it quickly, it shouldn't hurt. I don't really want to hurt you. Did that hurt? Did it? Oh.
I don't know. Everything hurts. Being tied up like this, I'm so cramped.
Oh, there, poor darling Vicky. I'll set my little bird free for a moment here. Now, let me see. Why, you almost had your hands free. You were trying to escape. Oh, I don't like that. Now, why should you want to escape from me, Vicky? You know what I should do because of that. I should hurt you back.
No, I was not trying to escape. It was just that, the ropes hurt so. I wanted...
Oh, my poor Bill. Oh, yes. I don't want to treat you so, really.
My ankles hurt, too. Could you set my feet free also?
Oh, yes. I want to do everything for you. You see, what you ask is easy. As easy as this. There. You see? And you see what cut them?
A straight razor.
Yes. Yes, it belonged to my father. You know, he cut my mother's throat with this. And he left me alone. I thought I was always going to be alone until... Do you want to have something to eat, huh? A nice dinner for two? Hey, well, did you like our first dinner together, Vicky?
I was hungry. And stop calling me Vicky.
Don't tell me what to do. Don't ever tell me what to do.
I'm sorry. Yeah. It's just... It is not my real name.
But of course it is. Now, haven't I known you for nearly 3 years? I've watched you grow up and flower into a lovely woman, just like... Your name is Vicky Banks, and I love you.
But it isn't really... That's just a part I play on a show.
Do you remember when Tommy Prince was in love with you, and you were kind because he lost an arm? So kind that you might have married him if he hadn't died in that car crash.
Tommy, yes, but you see, that was just a made-up story. That
you know, I knew then that at last there was somewhere I had a chance.
What do you mean, a chance?
A chance to be loved, to be accepted. See, I knew that you were a girl who wouldn't care about what was the matter with me. That you would take me just like I am. And that's when I knew that someday we were going to be married. That you would marry me, Sid, proud. That you would be my wife.
But, Sid, I can't marry you.
Why not?
Because I'm already married.
Oh, no, you're not. You don't marry Drake Haywood till the day after tomorrow, Vicky.
Drake Haywood?
Mm-hmm.
Drake Haywood is just a made-up character like Vicky Banks. We are not real. Drake's real name is really Pete Hale. He has a wife and 3 children and a 4th on the way. And my real name is Betty Campbell, and I'm married to a police detective called Jim.
You're lies, all lies. You are Vicky Banks, and nobody is going to have you but me. Now, it's all arranged because I arranged it. I just have to finish the preparations, and Monday, you and me will be married. Vicky Banks and Sid Prout. And then we'll consummate our marriage. Oh, but it will be beautiful, Vicky, and not sordid and hateful like my father and my mother, because you and I, we will find perfect peace together forever.
What are you talking about?
This. The razor is so sharp you will never feel a thing, and I shall follow immediately.
You're mad.
No, don't say that to me. Come, Vicky. Come to me.
No, don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'll scream.
Well, you know that won't do any good. There's nobody to hear you.
How do I know that?
Because I tell you it's so.
Then why won't you believe what I try to tell you? Sid. Please, Sid, listen to me. We can't be married because I'm already going to have a child.
Oh, that's a lie.
It's the truth.
No, you can't be having a child. Vicky, everybody knows how sensitive and how fastidious you were, and that's what put men off. But it drew me to you because it was just how my mother was. Oh, to find a woman like her. Oh, Vicky, we were made for each other.
No, stay away from me, please. Don't touch me.
I understand, my dear. You're right. You're right. When we meet together, it must be pure and perfect. It's late. It's 8 o'clock. Now you must rest.
No. Please, not the chloroform again, and please don't gag and tie me.
But don't you see, I must. The rest of the world doesn't understand. And we must celebrate our wedding alone. Hi, Jim.
Pete, no calls?
No, nothing except the precinct and,
And what?
Well, a couple of reporters. They seem to have gotten wind that something's up.
Oh, brother, that's all we need.
You haven't turned up anything?
No. What kind of a detective am I? Can't even find my own wife. She's in terrible danger, Pete. I know it. I can sense it. Now, what am I going to do? What am I going to do?
What feeling in the world is more desperate than frustration, especially when it is linked with fear or concern for someone's safety? And that Betty Calder is in danger, ultimate and complete, there can be no doubt. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
A message from the CBS television network. Walter Cronkite, one of a kind, writing, editing, working with the superb CBS News team to gather and report the news. The daily, constant pressure of being the best. And there's only one place you can find this anchor man, this editor, this team. Good evening. After strong trust, Cronkite and Company, only on the CBS Evening News. Monday through Friday on Team. Good evening. After strong trust, Cronkite and Company, only on the CBS Evening News. Monday through Friday on the CBS Television Network.
An interminable period of time, she has lain, listening, trying to determine if she is alone. At last, she has decided she is, and decides to use her last weapon, for she has not been gagged.
Help! Help! Can anyone
can hear you in this loft building. We are the only tenants. But because you don't have faith in me, I should...
No, Sid, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything. It's only that... Please. I woke up, you see, in the dark, and I was all bound like this from a terrible dream, and I was scared and alone, and I was so afraid.
Oh, yes, of course you were, Vicky. Dear, I'm sorry. So you don't... I know how terrible this is for you, but I don't want to have you tied. It's only that I can't lose you. Not now when we're so close to the moment of truth.
Then can I be untied?
Well, now you can.
No. You're going to let me go.
Let you go? Oh, never. But now I don't have to worry about losing you.
Why?
Because I have a guardian angel for you. Michael? Meet Vicky. No, boy. No, friend.
Well, what is he?
Oh, well, it's hard to say exactly. He's part Alsatian, part Doberman, I guess. I borrowed him from the kennels.
He sounds dangerous.
No, shh. Not unless anyone goes against what he's being taught. Oh, he's beautifully trained. Look. Sit. Lie. Stay.
He's your dog?
Oh, no. I borrowed him. I don't want to keep you tied up, Vicky, but I still have so many things to do before it all happens for us. So I brought him to guard you.
To guard me?
Yes, oh, no, he's very, very friendly. He is an attack dog, but unless someone is threatened, he's a nice boy. Aren't you, Mike, huh?
He seems quite gentle.
Yes, that's his nature. But don't be fooled. He's been trained to be a killer. Here, let me have the pillow.
What for?
Here, I'll show you. Here. Now, here, boy, here. Attack. Okay, now, freeze. Please, good boy. Good boy. Good.
Tore that pillow apart.
Yes, or anything else he was ordered to attack. You see, training.
You seem to know a lot about dogs.
Well, I should. It's been my profession.
Been?
Yes. You see, come Monday, you and I start a new life, married in the true faith and dedicated to eternal life together beyond the curtain.
Please let me talk to you.
No. I'm sorry, not now. I must go to work for the last day. And then there are so many things still to get ready for tomorrow.
You're going to tie me up again?
No. There's no need with Michael here. He'll be your guardian. I will be back tonight to say my last goodbye. Then we will join the long sleep together. Don't try to run from me, or Michael will stop you. I'm leaving him on guard outside the door. Now, he's better than any lock. Now, for your safety, my darling, I warn you not to try to leave.
Captain Campbell, 83rd Precinct.
It's the old Warthog, Captain. I think we got your back, lady.
Where are you?
On the south side of the Bible building, just off Broadway to the west.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Great, and, Captain.
Yeah, what?
Why don't you bring us all some coffee, huh? Amanda likes hers half and half.
Hello, Sergeant.
Captain, this here is Miss Amanda Schutz.
What are you on, ferries, tugs, Hudson River line?
I told you, Amanda, he's a cop, just like me.
Another one. I don't like cops.
We only want to ask you some questions, Miss Schutz.
That's why I don't like you guys. And don't call me Miss Schutz.
Isn't that your name?
It is. Just say Amanda.
All right, Amanda, I need your help.
Ben, do I get left alone?
I hope so. First off, I brought us all some coffee.
Got any half and half?
Yeah, I sure do. Just like Sergeant Watowski told me.
In that case, maybe I'll answer. Give me the coffee first.
Okay, here you are, madam.
Miss.
I'm sorry, miss. Here you are, what?
Oh, thanks, boss.
Hey, that's good Java. Now, what else can I tell you I ain't already told this lug?
What did she tell you, what?
Yeah, and she was right, boss. She seen this guy drive up and park. She's seen him there before, hanging around. She saw the missus come out Friday night, and this guy hustles her into the wagon and took off.
You got the license plate number?
I don't see good. I got glasses, but they're not my prescription. I found them in a trash can.
All right, what kind of car was it?
The best she remembers is it was a station wagon.
Station wagon, that's just great.
Well, there's something more. She said it had bars, like, in the back.
Bars? What kind of bars?
Like you got in some patrol cars. That's why I took off. I got enough trouble with cops.
Now, what about the man who hustled my wife into the car? Was there anything special about him?
I don't see so good. Yeah, that is good coffee. Oh, yeah, he had a limp like, with one of them shoes all built up like a, what do you call it, a...
Clubfoot?
Yeah, I guess. Hey, you got any more Java?
What?
Yeah, Captain.
I think maybe the balloon just went up.
What do you mean?
A station wagon with bars, like you put up for a dog, huh? Chloroform. Now, that's not so easy to get hold of unless you work around a clinic or a lab. So, how about a vet?
Well, I don't get you.
A veterinarian. Now, he'd have it right on the shelf, and he'd have a car like that, too. Hit the gas and turn on the squealer.
Sure.
Where to, Cap? The precinct house. Round up a dragnet. We're going to cover every vet in this city.
Sid Prout.
Yes, Dr. Montrose. Yes.
I just came up from the kennels. There's a dog missing.
A dog?
When you hear me, what kind of an idiot are you? They're our stock in trade, aren't they? The Stewart's dog, the one that Prowler knifed. He's not in his run.
Well, he's not?
Are you listening to me? Now, that's a valuable dog that Joe Stewart invested a long time training, and he'll be here tomorrow to pick him up. What happened to him?
Oh, excuse me, Dr. Montrose. I've got to go. I have an appointment.
Well, wait a minute, you clumsy idiot. I'm talking to you. Sid, you come back here. I want to know... Oh, now, who in heaven's name could that be on a Sunday afternoon? Yes?
Captain Campbell and Sergeant Wartowski, 83rd Precinct. Here's our IDs.
Oh, all right. What do you want? It ain't him, Captain. He walks all right.
Just a minute. Do you own a station wagon with bars or wire netting in the back, Dr. Montrose?
Oh, yes.
Does anyone else drive it but you?
Matter of fact, I very seldom drive it. My assistant does that.
Your assistant?
Well, that's rather a grandiose title. Sid Prout feeds the dogs, delivers them sometimes, or picks up strays.
Does this assistant of yours have a clubfoot?
Yes, he does.
I want to talk to him.
Oh, very well. If he's still here, he went down towards the kennel. Well, that's my car now. And that's Sid driving. I don't know what he's doing.
Come on, follow him. And don't you lose him, or so help me, I'll break your neck.
If I wait any longer, he'll be back. I've got to take the chance. It's now or never. I've never been afraid of dogs before. Yes. That's the secret. I mustn't let him know I'm afraid of him. Okay, Betty. If you ever thought you were an actress, this had better be your best performance. Hey, nice. It's all right. Nothing to worry about. Come on, you and I are just going to take a nice little walk. Yeah, see? That's a good boy. Come on. You want to take me for a walk? Heel, boy. Heel. Oh, God, thank you. Maybe I'm going to make it. All right, fella? Huh? Friends? Let's you and me get out of here. Put down the razor.
Oh, no. No, somehow you betrayed us. You sent the police on us, Vicky, and we can't be married anymore.
Did I didn't.
You lied to me. You lied. You spoiled it all. I had it arranged. Your wedding dress. I read your size in a magazine, and it was all finished for me to pick up tonight. It was going to be so beautiful, but you spoiled it.
Keep away from me.
No, never. It's too late for us to be married, Vicky, but we can still be together. One quick stroke across your throat, my beloved, and then a second across mine, and I'll follow you, and we're together for all eternity.
No, Sid.
dead. There is no way you can stop me. No. Oh, Vicky.
Michael, if you are my guardian angel, attack. No, attack. No, attack.
No, let go. Let down, boy, down. Okay, Phil, please.
You don't have to worry. You don't have to worry. Mike's taking care of him. Oh, Jim. Jim, I've been so scared.
All right. It's over, darling. It's all over.
What I'll never quite understand, Jim, is about the dog.
Yeah. It's what Sid Prout didn't understand either. See, Mike wasn't an attack dog. He was a guard dog. His training taught him to attack only when someone was threatened.
So he really was my guardian angel.
Yeah, well, only for one time around, darling. But from now on, I'm taking the job full time, and I promise you, you'll never be threatened again.
And as Betty Campbell, she has never been threatened again. Of course, as Vicky Banks, if you follow that particular story, even after her happy marriage to Drake, the catalog of disaster that Vicky has gone through would make Job look like a piker. But that's storyland, and never to be confused with real life, or after what has happened, what is. I'll be back shortly. Shakespeare said, "Tell me, where is fancy bred? Or in the heart, or in the head?" What wild fancies swarmed in Sid Prout's tortured brain, and how fortunate that in this case, no one was the victim. Let's not even speculate that someone else, sometime, somewhere, might be the victim of a deranged brain. Take no more thought unto tomorrow. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Our cast included Terry Keane, Larry Hames, Ian Martin, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm building your whole case on the proposition that you didn't know what was happening.
I'm telling you the truth.
Now, just remember, if you're not, I can get blindsided, ambushed, and destroyed in that courtroom. All I stand to lose is the case. I'll go on to something else. But you won't.
Look, do you think I'd have held still for it? I'm not that kind of a guy. When I found out about what she was doing, I put an end to it. Right then, right there.
Did you ever argue with your wife?
How can you be married and not argue with your wife?
Loud, angry arguments that the neighbors could have overheard?
No, never.
I mean, I have to make sure that they can't spring a witness on us to testify that he heard the two of you having some serious shouting matches.
Whoever says anything like that would be lying.
All right, that's what I have to know.
So, how does it look?
If you're telling me the truth, you've got a chance.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Catch a part of life beneath, 'cause there's so much you can do. Catch a part of life beneath, through the sounds of KARZ. Oh, the world and all that's in it, every minute there's a lot.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Is there any one of us, no matter how rich or poor, who who wouldn't feel a thrill if we opened a piece of ordinary-seeming mail one day to read, "This letter will make you a millionaire"? Or, "By the terms of my late client's will, I am authorized to tell you that you are a sole heir to his entire estate"? That's what this story is about. Our mystery drama, A Mexican Standoff, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Joe Silver and Catherine Byers. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Greyhound Package Express. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Of course, all of us receive this kind of mail constantly. "Dear Mr. or Mrs. Blank, your retirement estate is waiting if you only solve the puzzle on page 7. Well, I won't belabor the point. Come on, trash. Even more unpleasant terms have been applied to this approach to human greed and human need, and none of us are total proof against its lure. But this is the story of something else, of a letter that might have fooled you or me or any of us listening. Something begun sheerly accidentally by an ambitious young reporter on the Nebraska Daily Journal.
Danoff here.
Ed Grandy, City Desk. Tanya, I got your idea for the series. You want to have lunch at the Spare Rib and kick it around?
Sure thing, Mr. Grady. Where better for an enterprising young lady reporter than the Spare Rib? That's where you chauvinistic pigs figure us girls began. You don't understand, Mr. Grady.
Why does everyone who works for me use that same line?
I mean about this. I'm not talking about someone who's out to build an image, who sees himself as the next state or national congressman or even, the Lord help us, president. This is a guy with no axe to grind.
There ain't no such animal.
You bet your sweet colon, exclamation point, and asterisk there is. Not only one, but millions of them.
You know what the trouble with you is, Tana?
I'm Polish.
Hey, let's not get ethnical. What I was going to say...
My interest is ethics, but I interrupted you.
Maybe it's why I put up with you. You're the only one who does. What I was going to say is that just because you're second generation, third, whatever the devil you are, you're always ready to wave the flag.
So you came over on the Mayflower
Watch it. I'm maybe seventh generation American, but who said I came over on the Mayflower?
I take it back. If you had, you'd have had to be the captain.
So I was 3 ships back. What's that got to do with it?
Like this. Since Watergate, we've kind of lost our image.
We'll get it back. We're still a world power.
Oh, I didn't mean so much for the rest of the world. Maybe I was just thinking small, like here at home.
What here at home?
How we look to our own eyes, ourselves. Look, we're smack in the middle of a big bicentennial celebration, remembering how we were, what our forefathers did, how they brought us here. I think somewhere we ought to be taking a look at the best of what we are today, like George Adams.
Who? I don't remember him.
Maybe no one will, except the Daily Journal. But he's worth at least one day in the sun.
Like how?
Like he's 45. He's in the post office department, and he's a verger at his church. He's got 4 grown-up kids, 2 of each kind, a wife he's been married to since he was 21. He doesn't owe a nickel. He's a Boy Scout leader, member of the town council, drives the free town ambulance every Thursday afternoon and Saturday. He's on the PTA, the Good Neighbors Committee, works for ecology supervision, and heads up the Keep Our Town Clean and Bright Committee.
Good Lord. What does he take for headaches?
Headaches?
Doesn't his halo fit just a little tight?
You see, Mr. Grady, that's just the kind of cynical attitude that's destroying the country. People don't want to feel like you.
They don't?
No. People are just trying to believe in simple, ordinary things again. Like good neighbors. And the Adams are perfect for this.
Well, you can't knock the name. Adams.
And what's so bad about George?
Father of our country. What's the wife's name?
Martha.
You gotta be kidding.
You haven't heard a thing yet. What do you figure her name was before she married?
If you tell me Washington, I just may be the first man to throw up a chef's salad.
Oh, calm yourself.
But how does this grab you for substitutes? Martha Jefferson. I tell you, this whole story is a natural.
All right, what'll it cost us?
Mr. Grady, can't you get it through your head that these are two simple, happy people who are not looking for a thing out of life except the satisfaction of living it the way they do? Which in my book is something very special, even if they don't know it. I just wish we were a national publication, because I think George and Martha Adams would bring a breath of fresh, clean life into the whole rotten, uneasy world America has slipped into being.
Okay. Take it easy before you knock the coffee over.
I won't take it easy, because I know I'm onto something good and productive and right. The Adams aren't the only people in this country like they are. I just think they're two damn good representatives of what most of our people are really all about.
You know something, kid? You're so smoking hot about this, you're getting me all steamed up. Maybe I'll go for it. All right, how do you see it?
A full page, or at least 3 to 4 columns op-ed. We can run it Monday through Friday with a big wrap-up in the weekend edition.
And no payoff?
Not a cent.
What are you going to call it?
Mr. Good Citizen USA.
All right, Tanya. It's your baby. You got a deal. Here's good luck to Mr. George Adams, Mr. Good Citizen, USA.
Phew, boy. Whew.
Did you get the mail, George?
Oh, I sure did. Well, there's so much stuffed in the box, a couple of them froze right to the metal. Oh, I guess Hiram didn't feel like lugging it on up to the house.
You gonna bring it into the kitchen?
Oh, you betcha. I want to warm up. Whew. I'm sure glad I don't have to walk my route today, Martha.
Oh, my, that is a load.
Oh, I knew I never should open my mouth to that reporter.
Oh, no, you don't. You thought she was real cute, and you couldn't wait to open up and tell her all about yourself.
Now, Ma, you know you were the one who really talked me into it.
I thought it was about time you got some recognition.
Recognition? Now, what are we going to do with all these letters? We can't even read them all, let alone answer.
Well, I have to admit, I just thought it was going to be in the local papers. I didn't figure it to get spread all over the country.
Not only the U.S. of A. Seems like it's got the foreign countries, too. Now, look at this big fat one here.
Why, that's special delivery. You better open it.
Me being in the post office, you should know special delivery don't mean much since the same old carrier has to deliver it, same as he does the regular mail.
You always call the people up.
Well, that's because when I'm not off, there's just two of us. Hiram's all alone my day off. You got any coffee there?
Sure. I'll get you some.
Well, I could use it. Cold, clear to my bones. Now, let's see here what this one's all about.
Maybe I should put the thermostat up, but the oil bill this month's so high. Oh, George, I don't mean to question the good Lord, but every so often I wish you and me could get away from these cold winters and just lay in the sun somewheres, like you see in those advertisements in the papers. Here's your coffee. Go on now. Drink it while it's hot. George, what's the matter?
Well, maybe the good Lord heard what you said. Listen to this, Martha. Dear Mr. Good Citizen USA, I have just read your story reprinted in the overseas edition of the New York Press. As an expatriate, it restored all my pride and joy in our country, as long as it can produce men of integrity like you. Our country has done a good deal for me. I would like to repay it by doing something for a man who has done so much for it. Enclosed you will find 2 round-trip tickets for you and your wife to Mexico City, plus reservations at the Casa Cantina Hotel for 1 month. An account has been opened in your name at the Banco de Alhambra to cover all your expenses up to $5,000. God bless you, and let me assure you I do this only out of the goodness of your heart. From an unknown and forever anonymous admirer.
Well, if that don't beat all. Mexico. When are the tickets for?
Next Monday.
I could be packed and ready by then.
Martha! Wait, you're not thinking we can go?
Why ever not? You got all kinds of time coming to you at the P.O.
Oh, no, it isn't that, honey. I mean, well, how do we know this isn't some kind of a stunt? You know, a come-on. People just don't go around giving something away for nothing.
You have. Your whole life.
You want to go?
Yes, I do. But I'm not being offered it. It's you. George, dear, it's cold. You've worked hard your whole life. Never taken a vacation, used all your holiday times to do things for others. You deserve to get away where it's warm and sunny and exciting, and for once someone's doing something for you. It's not what I want to. I just think you ought to.
Oh. Well, honey, I just don't know. How do I know this is all, well, like the fellow says, on the up and up?
Well, why don't you let the people who got you into this check that out for you? Why not talk with Mr. Grady?
Well, it all checks out, Mr. Adams. Tickets okay. Mexico City reservations are paid in advance, guaranteed. An account has been opened in your name at the bank, so I guess you're on your way.
I don't know. Somehow I don't like to accept something for nothing. Isn't that what this is?
You know, George, this is nice.
Yeah, beats walking a mail route for sure.
I thought I'd be scared, but I wasn't a bit. Even taking off. Oh, my, that was beautiful.
Yeah, and so are you.
Oh, just think. My first time ever in a plane, and I had to wait till I was a middle-aged old lady.
Oh, hush up now. You don't look a day older than when I married you.
That's so long ago. You just can't remember.
Oh, I remember. I won't ever forget. I was the luckiest guy in the world. Still am, Martha.
Just one person luckier. Me. Can't you just hardly wait to get to Mexico?
You're darn right. I wonder.
What, dear?
I wonder if that old anonymous admirer might just turn up there and make himself anonymous.
Make himself what?
Well, make himself known who he is. And maybe what he really wants.
Excuse me. Would you be Mr. and Mrs. Adams? George Adams?
That's right.
Well, I reckon now you know that we are. What can I do for you?
Oh, nothing for me. Just I'm here to do for you. I got a limousine outside. Take you to the hotel.
Oh, well, we were just going to get the bus in. That's all right.
Oh, no, sirs. No charge. No charge, Mr. Adams. Courtesy of the hotel. And you wouldn't want me to lose my job, would you?
Why, no, of course not. It's very kind of the hotel.
So I'll get your bags, and then you can just follow me. There, you just climb right in, ma'am.
Why, thank you.
What is it, Martha?
Just sit down, Mrs. Adams, and tell your husband to follow right in.
I'm all right, George. Better get in, dear.
Oh, just a minute, honey. You don't sound right. Something... Oh.
Yeah, Mr. Adams. It's a gun. And Sal has one in your back. I think you better join us.
Do as he says, George, please.
Well, I don't have much druthers, do I? Who are you? My anonymous friend?
That's right. Only I won't be that much longer.
Hey, where are you taking us?
I'm taking you for a ride, Mr. Adams.
It was all too easy, wasn't it? In this cynical world of ours, I'm afraid nobody gets anything for nothing. Free, no strings attached. But what are the strings? And what could Mr. Good Citizen USA possibly have in common with an obvious gangster? I'll return shortly with Act 2. The Adams couldn't have known it, but on leaving the airport, the big, smoothly purring limousine, instead of turning southwest for the city, headed almost due north deeper into the hills. In the fading light, passing an occasional policia before they left the airport proper, more than once George Adams had the impulse to try to wave or shout to them. But each time, a terrified but sensible Martha laid a restraining hand on his arm.
Your wife is very wise.
You wouldn't risk using that gun with cops around.
Possibly not, although it does have a silencer. But even if you had tried to signal one of the fuzz, he wouldn't have seen you.
Why not?
You didn't notice on the way in. One-way glass, Mrs. Adams. You can only see out. And, don't get any fancy ideas of grabbing the gun, Mr. Adams. You couldn't get out of here without Sal opening up from outside.
I suppose the glass between us and the driver is bulletproof?
Yeah, it's all bulletproof.
What do you want with us, Mr. Anonymous or whoever you are?
You don't recognize me?
Should we?
I used to get a lot of press coverage. A lot more than Mr. Good Citizen here. I was number one also, only not quite in the same class.
The mobsters. Falcone. Gino Falcone. Sure. The picture was always up on the bulletin board just a few years ago.
Bulletin board?
Yeah, at the post office.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot you were the department.
You have something to do with the post office, Mr. Falcone?
Not exactly. It's just that for a while there, I was a real celebrity, like your husband. One of the 10 most wanted. Right, Mr. Adams?
Yes, but I thought you were in Italy or somewhere.
Yeah. So do most people, I hope. Including Uncle Sam. Only I ain't anymore. I'm Gino Falcone. Here in Mexico where the U.S. can't touch me. But, Mr. Adams, I got $2 million in cash waiting for me in the States. And I can't get to it. So that's where you come in.
I don't get you.
You will. Just as soon as we get where we're going, I'm going to tell you just how. Sure you won't join me?
No, thanks.
We don't drink.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. He's a Boy Scout. Well, here's looking at you. Okay, let's get down to cases. I want you to run a little errand for me.
I'm not getting mixed up in anything criminal.
No, who said it was?
Well, it has to do with you. It figures that way.
Listen, mister, don't make it hard on yourself or me. You're going to do just what I tell you, and I'm going to tell you why. Because either you run my little errand, or you and the missus here run out of time. I'll have the both of you dropped in Lake Tecate for a little scuba diving party. Only you won't have no tanks or masks, just a couple of cement fins.
George, why don't you let Mr. Falcone tell us what he wants?
That's very sensible, lady. You just listen to your missus, George.
All right. Go ahead. I'm listening.
It ain't much, George. Just think of it as another mail route. Only this time, you ride first class all the way.
Where?
New York City.
What for?
You'll be given an address. You'll go to that address by yourself without getting in touch with no one. And you let yourself in with these keys. Only first of all, you're going to buy a crowbar.
Crowbar? What for if I have the keys?
That'll be for after you get in.
Well, how can I walk into a building carrying a crowbar without anybody...
You'll shove it down your trouser leg. Hook it over your belt. You'll be a little stiff-legged, but you're only going up one flight of stairs
now,
anyway.
Look, this is all crazy.
Shut up and listen, punk.
Please, dear, let him finish.
He better. Now, once you get in, you go in the living room. The wall on your right-hand side, in the middle, is a place that sticks out a couple of feet from floor to ceiling, like it used to be a fireplace, which it was. Only it's been closed up and plastered shut for years like it was just a wall, right?
If you say so.
There's one of them false fireplaces and mantles standing in front of it. Now take all the junk off the mantle and move the fireplace. It ain't all that heavy. Then you take the crowbar, and from about 2.5 feet above the floor down, you knock all the plaster out. till you get to the wire lath. Rip that out, and you find 2 dark blue suitcases with combination locks. Bring them back to me. That's all there is to it.
Well, where's Martha going to be all this time?
Why, she and Sal going to be at the hotel. Sal will be with her to see that room service is sending up 2 meals 3 times a day. And we know you're doing what you're supposed to do and keeping your mouth shut. Otherwise...
Why, you...
Take it easy, cousin. Bring those bags back safe and sound, and you and the old lady can get started on the Mexican holiday just like you planned.
Well, what's in those 2 suitcases?
Why, George, you're not thinking. The money, of course. Why can't you get it yourself, Mr. Falcone?
Because a joker that used to be my best friend got me framed on a lousy income tax rap. The only way to beat it was to get out of the country, and fast. Now, even Italy was getting too hot for me. It looked like they might be able to extradite me, and besides, something else came up. Well, that don't matter now.
Are you really serious about all this?
Baby, I don't kid around. Never.
No, I mean, this apartment. What about whoever lives there?
She don't anymore.
She? Your wife?
No. My mother. She died.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So am I. The day I read the obituary, that was the same day I read about you. I knew I had to move fast, and I figured you was the answer, so I sent the letter.
Why me?
Cousin, you got any notion what most guys could do to get their hands on $2 million cash that can't be traced? Why, they'd slit their own mother's throats to get their hands on it.
You're kind of guy, sure.
Oh, don't kid yourself. Almost any Joe Blow. He'd run out on his wife, his kids, anything to be that rich. So when I found out my ma had died, knowing I couldn't take the chance on going there myself, I started figuring who I could send. And what it boiled down to was the one guy I knew I could trust all the way was Mr. Good Citizen USA.
Well, what about coming back through customs? Suppose they want those bags opened.
I'm going to tell you how much I trust you. I want to give you the combination. But they got false bottoms, and you're going to have clothes on top. Only, they ain't going to open your bags.
Well, there's no way you can be sure of that.
Ooh, but the best. You think anyone's going to fuss over John Wayne's luggage or Hubert Humphrey or Billy Graham? Same way they ain't going to have a worry in the world about you as long as they know who you are.
Well, how would they know that?
Trust me to get that to the press. #1 citizen off for Mexico vacation.
They think it kind of strange. I mean, not even knowing us real well, that George would be going alone without me.
You left ahead of time from Nebraska, Mrs. Adams, so your husband could fly to New York for a secret conference on a new high position for the elections. Everything can be covered. You better believe it. Now, look, I'm playing for all the marbles here. I need that dough bad enough to risk anything. All right. That's enough talk. Let's get moving.
Martha?
You just do what has to be done, George. The Lord will provide like he always does.
Well, it just doesn't seem right, mister. Where'd all that money come from?
What do you care? I mean, next to your missus there.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, let's get it over with. Let's get those suitcases.
All right, Mr. Adams. You'll go down the back staircase and out to the rear. Your driver will be waiting for you. But get going.
Well, are you going down with me?
You kidding? Me and the missus will be here. Nice and cozy. Waiting for you to get back. What's to worry? It's a suite with 2 bedrooms.
Look, if you so much as...
Come on, Crumb. The lady should excuse me, but she ain't my type.
Don't worry about me, George. I'll be all right. Just get back as soon as you can.
Well, I have to be back on the flight they booked, honey. I'll see you then.
Bye, darling. Don't worry about me. God's with us.
Same as he was when he gave you to me. He won't take you away.
Okay, Adams, you got company to make sure you get on that plane. So don't break it up, man. You got as much writing on this as the rest of us. There. Queen of Spades. The unlucky lady. Now, I know you don't want that, Mrs. Adams. Hey, Mrs. Adams.
What, Sal?
I discarded. Nothing you want. Didn't you see?
I'm sorry, no. My thoughts were very far away. I was just thinking of George in New York. You discarded the Queen of Spades.
Yeah.
I think I'll take it. It's beginning to get dark here. I suppose it must be really dark there.
Yeah, 2 hours later, after dinner already. Well, you're going to discard?
Oh, yeah. Well, I have gin.
Oh, no. Again? Oh, boy, what luck. It's a good thing we're playing for pennies.
I wish that was the game George was in. He must be at that apartment now.
How'd I ever get into this? Just like he said. I get this crowbar out of here. Get these things off the mantle. Now get a fireplace here. That's it. Now the crowbar. I hope this doesn't make too much noise.
Okay, just hold it right there. Don't even breathe. I've been waiting for someone like you.
In the strange apartment, poor George Adams finds his backbone turning to jelly with total guilt, while his stomach churns with the kind of terror that most of us, thank heaven, only feel in nightmares from which we gratefully awake. But George Adams is awake and is guilty, and this nightmare will not go away. I'll return shortly with Act 3. The crowbar in George's hands has already made 2 deep and devastating bites into the plaster wall. He stands, his arms raised for the 3rd blow, the bar balanced in his hands, his eyes blinking against the powdered particles. Behind him is a presence, still only a voice, but in George's mind a voice as chilling as the voice of conscience, or the voice of doom.
You heard me, buddy. I got you covered. Now you just keep your hands over your head like they are and drop that crowbar. All right, now just lean forward and put your hands high on the wall. Now, come on. Come on, move.
Like that?
What are you, a joker? You never been frisked before? All right, okay. Okay, you're clean. You can put your arms down now and turn around. Who are you?
Who are you?
I'm asking the questions. This isn't your apartment. How'd you get in here?
Well, how did you?
I had a key.
So did I.
Where did you get your key?
Oh, I could ask you the same question.
Only you're not in the spot to force any answers. I am. This is my enforcer. Now, come on. Who are you? You want me to make you take off your jacket? Look through your wallet?
I guess at the point of a gun, I couldn't stop you. Okay. My name's George Adams.
You one of Falcone's boys?
I don't know what you mean.
All right, I'll spell it out. Who sent you here? Abruzzi?
No.
Louis Carlotta?
I never heard of him.
It couldn't have been it. Was it Gino Falcone himself? Okay, don't bother to answer. Brother, that's a rocker. So he's alive.
Who?
Falcone. You know something? You're really a hard case.
Or what?
Or if you're not feeble-minded, you just might be...
Say, wait a minute. Maybe we should get off this merry-go-round and just start over. My name is John McCarthy, Federal Bureau of Investigation. Here, my identification.
Shit. What? Is this for real, Mr. McCarthy?
What are you, putting me on? What else do you want, my fingerprints?
No, it just... Well, I never saw an identification card or anything from an FBI man before. I never even saw an FBI man before.
I don't know. I never bumped into anything like you before either. You think we can talk now?
Well, sure. Anything you want to know.
Okay. Suppose we start with just what you're doing with a crowbar in an apartment that doesn't belong to you. Knocking down the walls. I knew your face was familiar. Sure. I read about you in the paper. So that's how you got here.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is how you...
How I got here?
Uh-huh.
Well, when Mrs. Fortaleone was dying, she called my mom. They've known each other most of their lives, and she was all alone and turned to her best friend. Mom asked me to go over with her, but we were too late. Well, she asked for Gino just before she died. I figured he didn't get here in time for her, but he might in time for me.
To arrest him?
To kill him. I took a blood oath to get even with that lousy murdering skunk.
Why?
He was once my best friend, see? We grew up together on the Lower East Side. Me, Gino, and Frankie.
Frankie?
My kid brother. We used to live in the same tenement. The McCarthys and the Fortaleones.
Look, I don't understand who these Fortaleones are.
Well, didn't you notice the name on the mailbox downstairs?
I didn't look. I just had the apartment number.
Well, that's Gino's family name. When we were around 15, his father died and his mother married again, a bum named Falcone. He walked out on her in a couple of years, but not before he'd stolen her blind and settled Gino into being a sneak thief and then into the numbers and then prostitution, drugs, finally to tie in with the mob. Well, that's okay. That ended a friendship, but what a man does is his own business. Only he didn't have to drag Frankie down in the muck with him.
Well, how did Gino manage to do that?
We were just tough kids, like you had to be in our neighborhood. Gino was the toughest, see? We all sort of looked up to him because he was smart, too, see? But Frankie worshipped him. Gino could do no wrong. Yeah, he steered Frankie wrong, all right. It's too bad he isn't still around to see it.
He died?
He died.
How?
I shot him.
What?
I killed my own brother.
How could you...
Well, you don't think I did it deliberately, do you?
Then how? How did you?
When we went to pick up Gino on the income tax rap, Frankie was one of the jerks who tried to protect him while he slipped away and left them all holding the bag. Frankie's thanks from Gino was a bullet in the gut. And it had to be my bullet.
Oh. I don't know what to say, Mr. McCarthy.
There's nothing to say. There's no words. Just this. I got a special bullet waiting for Gino. Now I know where to find him. And at last I can deliver it personally.
No.
What do you mean, no?
You're not going to find out from me how to get to him.
What side of the law are you on?
I always thought that would be easy to answer, but now, as long as there's any danger to Martha, there's only one law I'm going to follow. Anything that protects her.
Suppose I arrest you right now and you don't get back with the money. Then what do you do?
You wouldn't do that, Mr. McCarthy. You lost a brother. It wasn't your fault, but it was your hand that killed him. You going to force me to do that to my wife?
I'll tell you what. First off, let's you and me find out if the money's there. And then we'll talk. So go ahead. You get busy with that crowbar.
Okay.
So, the suitcases were there, all right.
Yeah.
All right, now let's see what's in them, huh? You know how to open these?
Well, he had to give me the combination so I could pack some clothes in them in case customs made me open them.
Well, let's get them open.
Just give me a minute here. See, 13 right, 8 left, 24 forward. Yeah, that's it there. Oh, it's empty.
Let's have a look. No, there's a false bottom.
Here.
Yeah. There it is. Well, how do you like the looks of that?
Oh, I never saw a $1,000 bill before.
Or $1 million in cold cash. We'll check, but I think we can take it for granted the other bag holds the same. Now, where do we go from here?
I know where I go.
You be careful with that, Mr. Adams. You're not used to handling guns.
No, I'm handling this one until I get my wife away, safe from the danger she's in.
Now, let's be sensible, Mr. Adams. You're not going to start shooting. And the government has no intention of jeopardizing a citizen's safety, especially our number one citizen. I'll tell you what.
Yeah?
Let's make a deal.
A deal? What kind of a deal?
Your plane doesn't leave till tomorrow morning. You open the other suitcase, and you let me have it overnight.
Oh, no.
I'm not going to do anything with the money except have it marked.
Oh, no. Then Falcone would know.
I can assure you no one but the Bureau could possibly know. At least we'll have a way of tracing him after you're out of the picture.
What? I don't know. How can I trust you?
How can you do anything else? I hate to point it out to you, Mr. Adams, but we are now at a point that is known by many names, but which in this case can be called the Mexican standoff. If you don't trust me and the law, who else can you trust?
Thank heaven. I thought you'd never get here.
Just relax, George, relax. I had to wait till the reporters were through with you.
Is the money still there?
Trust me. And covered up with a nice selection of summer suits for a Mexican vacation. Now, I heard your plane called, so long and good luck.
I want to thank you, Mac. And once I get Martha out of this, I hope you nail him.
Don't you worry. This is the one that won't get away.
How do you mean?
Vamos, amigo. Your plane's about to take off. Hasta la vista.
You wanted something, Mr. Adams?
Yeah. We're not heading for the city. Where are you taking me, Sal?
To deliver the money to Mr. Falcone.
Well, where's my wife?
Like I told you. She's waiting for you. Why don't you do just the same?
What?
Wait. It'll all be laid out for you when the time comes.
Well, it all seems to be here. You had no trouble?
I just followed instructions.
Pretty good hiding place, huh?
Why not a bank, a safe deposit box?
No, Mrs. Adams, no chance. Big Brother government knew every step I made, except this one.
All right, now, I did what you wanted. I brought you what you sent me for. Now, can Martha and I go?
You anxious for that gay Mexican holiday?
I don't want any holiday at your expense.
Now, look, I never go back on my word. Only now I can promise you both a much longer one to share together.
Now, you put that gun away or I'll take it away from you.
I don't think you'd make it.
George, don't.
Don't you see? If he doesn't do it, he'll have one of his gunsels take care of us. Now, run, Martha. I won't let him get away with it.
Are you all right, George?
Mac, what are you doing here?
Marines have landed, courtesy jet military plane that beat you here by a couple of hours. And a beeper the FBI built into one of the suitcase handles.
Oh, but you promised.
Now, I asked you to trust me. Now, there's a difference. Come on, George, face it. I knew even if you didn't, the moment you gave Gino the money, you were as good as dead. And your wife.
Martha.
No, she's fine. She's fine. And so are you. Bullet creased your skull. You'll have a headache, but you'll live.
Oh, and Gino?
Gino died rather suddenly from lead poisoning. Probably the best way out. He left enough money to cover his back taxes, and he won't cost the government a wasted bundle and a long trial.
Well, I suppose you're glad you had your revenge, Mac. You finally used that bullet, huh?
No. I'm kind of lucky, come right down to it. Mexican police fired such a barrage, I'll never know what bullet killed him. But forget about me. Let's get you to Martha so you can enjoy that vacation.
Oh, I wouldn't touch a penny of Gino's dirty money.
Well, that's up to you. As it happens, you won't have to. Remember your wanted poster? There was a $10,000 reward for information leading to Gino's capture. Well, that's all yours. You can still have that Mexican adventure Martha wants so much. Only this time, it'll be on the U.S. government.
So all is well that ends well. And this could hardly have ended better. Extradition is a tangled web. And so many crooks use it to entangle legitimate government prosecution against them. This time, the spider was caught in his own sticky web. I'll be back shortly. So Martha and George did have their Mexican vacation after all. The money credited to the bank account in their name by Gino was covered by the reward, and the plane fares and every incidental expense except one, the trip to New York and back to pick up the suitcases and the money. That was an expense that Martha refused to allow George to defray. It had cost both of them enough in anguish and suspense so that neither of them should have to pay for it in money as well, which I wouldn't argue against. Would you? Our cast included Joe Silver, Catherine Byers, Robert Dryden, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Greyhound Package Express and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Some call it mental telepathy. Others say it's thought transference. And it's also been named mind reading. Mark Twain stated firmly, it is not a jest, but a fact, and a thing not at all rare, but exceedingly common. Though to most of us, it has never happened at all. I do not intend to take sides or even offer an opinion, but simply bring you a story called The Doll.
He's coming home, Mother.
Are you sure?
Don's coming home. He's on his way.
When'll he be here?
Within the hour, maybe sooner.
How do you know?
I've always known where Don was. What he was doing, what he was thinking, what he was feeling. I've always known, and I know now. He's coming home.
Our mystery drama, The Doll, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Christopher Tabori. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Telepathy is defined as apparent communication from one mind to another, otherwise than through the channels of sense. Don't overlook the word apparent, meaning that it appears to be, but is not of necessity actual, real, or true. However, simultaneously, it does not mean that it is not actual, real, and true. So, for the time being, we must content ourselves with the thought that telepathy is a phenomenon which may be valid or may not exist at all. Not very satisfactory, but the best we can do for the present.
Have you got your key?
Yeah, got it right here.
I forgot mine for some reason.
Go ahead. Go on in, Emma.
Where's Don and Bob?
Well, they'll be along.
I thought they were right behind us.
They'll be along. Go on in, Emma.
They were right behind us when we left the cemetery.
Let me have your coat.
No, I think I'll keep it on.
Now, Emma, you don't want to do that.
I feel cold.
The house is as warm as toast. Now, come on, give me your coat and I'll hang it up for you.
I don't know why I feel so cold.
Well, it wasn't easy.
Oh, I thought the grave looked very nice, didn't you?
Yeah, very nice.
All that ivy and the headstone.
Yeah, they take really good care of it out there.
Oh, I don't know why I feel so cold.
I'll tell you what. Let's go out to the kitchen and I'll make us a cup of tea. How would that be?
Oh, that would be nice, I guess.
Sure, warm you up. Come on.
Can't imagine why I feel so cold.
It was just a year ago today that, you know.
I know.
A good, strong cup of hot tea, you'll be fine. Now, you just sit there and rest yourself.
I don't think rest is what I need.
Water will be boiling in just a minute or two.
What I need my little girl. I need my daughter, that's what I need.
Emma, now don't cry, Emma. I can't stand it if you cry.
And I can't stand it if I don't.
All right, then. Just go ahead and cry.
No. I'm all right now. Henry, do you realize that if she'd lived, we might be grandparents by now? We might have a little granddaughter looking just like her.
Mm-hmm. Or a little grandson. I realize that.
She was going to be married the very next day.
To that Arthur, what's his name?
I hear he's engaged to somebody, some girl from the East. Didn't take him long, did it?
A whole year.
Even so.
Well, he's a young man. You can't expect him to grieve forever.
I expect I'll grieve forever.
No, you won't.
How would you know?
Well, I don't really, but...
Remember when we brought her home from the hospital? And she was all pink and white, and she was never red and wrinkled like most babies.
Water ought to be boiling by now.
You take Don and Bob. They were really funny looking when they were born. All wizened like little old men. Oh, but she was never like that.
There now. Water's boiling.
It's all pink and white and smiling. And so pretty.
I wonder what's keeping Don and Bob.
She hardly ever cried.
Well, they ought to be here by now.
They slept most of the time.
Here's your tea now. Drink it.
Never a bit of trouble.
We've been very fortunate with our children. Now, go on. Drink your tea.
Henry, I don't think I want it.
Drink it, Emma.
Oh, all right. Oh, Don and Bob weren't any trouble. Not much trouble, anyhow. But then they had each other. No matter what, they always had each other.
Being twins, it's a special bond. Or so I've been told.
Remember how excited they were when we brought her home? So pleased to have a baby sister. They just stood there and stared at her in the bassinet.
I don't understand why they're not home. They left the cemetery when we did, didn't they?
I think so.
Sure they did. They were right behind us. Don had his hand on Bob's shoulder.
That's the way they always walk, always have.
Well, why aren't they home?
They'll be here. Oh, now, see? What did I tell you?
Was that the front door?
Of course, I told you they'd be along.
Don? Bob? We're in the kitchen. Certainly took their time getting here.
Well, they're here, so put out some extra cups, why don't you?
Sure, I'll do that.
We're in the kitchen, boys. Having tea?
Hi.
Oh, sit down, dear. You have some tea.
Where's your brother?
What?
Where's Don?
Don?
Sit down, Bob. Here's your cup.
Oh, okay.
Didn't Don come with you?
Come with me?
from the cemetery, didn't he come home with you?
We saw you leave together.
You were right behind us.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
So, where is he?
I don't know. I don't know where Don is.
A grown man just doesn't disappear like that.
4 whole days now.
I'm not going to worry too much about it. After all, Don's 23. He's old enough to look out for himself.
But why doesn't he get in touch with us? He must know we're worried.
Well, what worries me the most is Bob, locked up in his room like that. I've tried to talk to him through the door, but he won't even answer me.
Well, I've left food for him every day. Sometimes he takes it in. I guess he eats it. And sometimes it just stays there on the floor in the hall.
Well, what if...
Yes? What?
Never mind. Forget I said anything.
You were going to say, what if he never comes out, weren't you? Well, weren't you?
I guess something like that.
You think there's something wrong with him?
Well, isn't there?
Something wrong with... in his head. You think he's not quite right in the head, don't you?
I don't want to think that.
You think something happened to Bob when he was with Don on the way back from the cemetery, and now Don's disappeared somewhere, heaven knows where or why, and Bob shut himself up in his room and won't come out.
He hasn't said one word since we asked him, where is Don? And he said he didn't know, not a blessed word.
Oh, Henry, what have we done to our children?
Nothing, not a thing, except try to bring them up properly, or what we thought was properly.
Our daughter dies the day before she's going to be married. A year later, one son's gone off somewhere, and his twins shut himself up in his room, won't tell us where his brother is.
Doesn't know where his brother is, or so he says.
Do you think he does know?
Emma, don't ask me things like that, things I've got no answer to.
Those 2 boys have been closer than any 2 people have ever been. Remember, Henry, how neither of them ever said, I've got a headache. It was always, we've got a headache.
And they always had sore throats at the same time, too. That wasn't just a way of talking. That was real. The doctor said so. You remember that?
Yes. And you remember how each of them always knew whether the other had passed an exam or not?
Sometimes even knew what grade the other one got. Though I found that hard to believe, I must say.
There was so much that was hard to believe. So much that seemed strange. Weird, even.
Well, not to them. Never seemed strange to them, or weird. As far as they were concerned, it was perfectly natural.
Yes, and after a while, we just accepted it. You and I, we just took it for granted.
It never did either of them any harm, though. Not so far as I could see, anyhow.
It did them good. Because they were never alone. Never. Even if they weren't actually together, their bodies, I mean, they were never alone. Never lonely. The way the rest of us are. From time to time, I mean.
I know what you mean. I used to envy them, I admit it. I used to envy them never being lonely. Wait. Hush. I think I heard Bob's door open.
You did?
Yeah, I think so.
Is he coming out, do you think?
I don't know. I think so.
Do you think he'll come downstairs?
I hope so.
Do you think he'll talk to us?
Emma, how should I know?
I only meant...
I know what you meant. I know perfectly well what you... Oh.
Oh, good morning, Bob.
Hi.
Good to see you, son.
I'm sorry if I upset you.
Well, as long as you're all right.
Oh, yeah. I'm all right. More or less all right.
Well, sit down, son.
Can I get you anything? You want anything?
No, thanks. I don't even want to sit down, but because I have to tell you something, and then I have to go someplace.
Oh. Well, all right.
You see, this is the first time since Don and I were born that I haven't known where he is. Since before we were born, maybe. Before we were born, I certainly knew where he was. He was right next to me, inside you, Mother. We were lying right next to each other for 9 whole months. And I think that's when it started.
When what started, dear?
Knowing each other's thoughts, each other's feelings, and always knowing where the other one was and what he was doing.
And now you don't know where he is or what he's doing.
Now I don't know. And it's so It's so lonely without him.
Oh, darling.
The last thing I really remember is his hand on my shoulder, walking home from the cemetery. We were both thinking about her. We hadn't talked about her, but we didn't have to. We knew we were both thinking about her. And then I don't know when it happened. I certainly don't know why it happened. But all of a sudden, I didn't feel his hand on my shoulder. And I looked up and he wasn't there. He simply wasn't there. He'd gone off and he'd left me.
Darling, he'll come back.
Of course he'll come back.
But that's not the point, don't you see? I should know where he is. I always have before. Why don't I know now? So, I'm going to find out where he is.
You mean you're going to go looking for him?
Oh, no, that wouldn't do any good. I couldn't find him that way. No. I'm going to church. I'm going to ask God to tell me where my brother is.
Though there is no proof, still there is reason to believe, at least there is no reason to disbelieve, the theory that identical twins, during the 9 months spent in close proximity before birth, can develop a telepathic communication with each other. This telepathic communication may, in some instances, continue through life, unless, as we have just heard here, the line of communication is, for some obscure reason, broken. We'll return shortly with the second act. A year after the death of their well-loved sister, the twin brothers, Don and Bob, started to follow their parents back home after a visit to their sister's grave. But it was only Bob who arrived there, and he has, at this point in our story, no notion of where his brother is. His despair is many times greater than that of his parents, for never before has he failed to sense his brother's whereabouts. At the end of Act 1, he announced to his father and mother that he was going to church to ask God's help.
Can I help you, my son?
Are you the pastor here?
Yes, I am.
I'm not one of your parishioners. I'm not a member of your church.
That's all right.
Matter of fact, I'm not a member of any church.
All right.
I haven't been inside a church for years, not since I was a kid.
Oh, but you're here now.
I just turned in at the first church I came to.
Mm-hmm.
It just happened to be yours.
It's not my church, really.
Oh, it's not?
No, it's God's church.
Oh. I never thought of it that way.
You should, I think.
Yes. Yes, I should. It makes everything easier.
You're in some sort of difficulty, am I right?
Oh, yes, you're certainly right. You're certainly right about that.
And you think that God can help you?
Nobody else can, I know that.
But you don't know how to reach God, is that it?
Yes, that's it. That's it exactly.
Well, that's why I'm here. To try and help you reach him.
You mean that?
Well, that's my job. That's my whole life.
Really? And I thought you just preached.
Oh, I hope not.
Well, it looks like I came to the right place. You see, the thing I need God to help me with, well, it's not your ordinary run-of-the-mill problem. It's you might call it peculiar.
So I don't think God considers any problem peculiar.
You don't?
Well, I'm quite sure he doesn't. In fact, I'm positive.
Hardly anybody really understands it.
Hardly anybody is God.
Well, yes, that's true, all right.
I hope you don't think I am. Or that I think I am.
Only God is God, right?
Right as rain.
Only I don't know how to approach him with this particular problem.
Well, would it help you to approach him if you told me first? Told me what this problem is that's giving you so much trouble? Putting it into words to me, would that help?
I think maybe it would.
Well, then if it would help, why don't you?
Okay, I will. You see, I have a brother, Don. Don and I are identical twins.
Yes?
I don't know if you know what that means, what it can be like.
Well, not from personal experience, no.
I'm not sure if it's the same with all twins, but it certainly was with Don and me.
Don is your twin brother?
Oh, yes. Not that we look exactly alike. I'm a little taller, about a half inch. And we don't sound exactly alike. But we're identical twins.
Born from the same ovum.
Yes, I think that's the medical explanation. The ovum splits in two, and you have two babies. I think that's how it is anyway.
I believe so.
With Don and me, it's as though the split never happened. I mean, we stayed together, as much as two people can stay together who are really two separate people. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think I'm beginning to.
It's like we never accepted the fact of being two people. We were always trying to be one. And we were one. Anyway, whenever we wanted to be, we could become one. No trouble at all, no matter what we were doing or where we were. One of us would think about the other and know right away what he was doing and where he was.
Sounds very interesting.
I guess it was. It always seemed perfectly natural to us.
And your parents, did it seem natural to them?
Oh, I don't think so, not at first. But they didn't object to it or try to interfere or anything. Not that it would have done any good if they had.
I think you're quite right about that.
And it wasn't just a matter of knowing where the other one was and what he was doing. We knew each other's thoughts and feelings. Like maybe I'd get mad about something or anything. Before I had a chance to say anything, Don would put his hand on my shoulder and say, "Take it easy, Bob." And I'd calm down and tell him about it.
Remarkable.
Oh, I guess so. Lots of times I'd do the same for him.
Of course.
It was a reciprocal sort of thing.
And it always worked between the two of you?
Yes, as far back as I can remember.
Well, go on with what you were telling me about what brought you here.
When Don and I were, about 4 years old, my mother had another baby, a little girl. They named her Amelia. Mother says she was a beautiful baby, hardly ever cried or made any trouble for anybody. Of course, I don't remember anything about that. But I do remember about later. Amelia started to grow up, and she was a really wonderful girl. Don and I were both crazy about her. Oh, we helped to take care of her. We kind of protected her from other kids, stuff like that. And then...
Yes?
About a year ago, Amelia died.
Oh. I'm so sorry.
Yes, it was very sad. Because she was beautiful and sweet. She was just 18. She was engaged to be married. Very next day. Very nice guy.
That must have been a terrible shock.
It was. Terrible. For everybody. Don and I... Well, I guess you'd call it we grieved together. Even if we didn't talk about Amelia, we thought about her a lot, and we always knew we weren't grieving alone. Am I making any sense to you?
A great deal of sense.
I think one of the worst things in the world must be to have some terrible sorrow and nobody to share it with.
I agree with you completely.
Of course, I never had it happen to me on account of having Don. Anyway, it never happened until now.
Are you trying to tell me that something has happened to Don?
Oh, no. Or maybe it has. I don't know. That's the awful part, the not knowing. I should know if something happened to him. I've always known before. Why don't I know now? What's become of the communication between Don and me? It's like it's been short-circuited or something. It doesn't work anymore.
Have you tried talking to him about it?
I can't. He's disappeared.
Oh, you didn't tell me that.
Oh, no, I didn't, did I? Well, 4 days ago was the first anniversary of Amelia's death.
Yes?
We all went to the cemetery. Mother and Father and Don and myself. We took flowers, of course. We all stood by Amelia's grave and talked about her a little bit. Not much, just a little bit. And then we sat by the grave, and we were quiet for a while. I don't know just when our parents left, but pretty soon, Don and I got up and followed them. Don had his hand on my left shoulder, his right hand. We often walked that way. It was a habit we had from way back. Neither of us was saying anything. We were just looking at the ground and thinking about Amelia. Anyway, that's what I was thinking about.
Not Don?
I thought he was. Now I don't know. Because all of a sudden, I felt that Don's hand wasn't on my shoulder. Know what I mean? About feeling the absence of something?
Of course I know what you mean.
It startled me, that absence. I looked up. Don wasn't there. Without saying a word to me, he'd simply gone off somewhere. At first I didn't worry, because I knew that if I thought about him, I'd know right away where he'd gone to, and I'd go after him. So I thought about him. And it didn't work. It didn't work. For the first time, it didn't work. I didn't have the slightest inkling of where my brother was, or where he'd gone to, or what he was doing.
Well, what did you do then?
I got home somehow, and I told my parents. And they said, don't worry, Don would be home eventually. They meant well, I know that. But what they didn't understand was that I was supposed to know where he was. I always had known. Why didn't I know now? I shut myself up in my room. I thought it would, come to me where Don was. But it didn't. It didn't. It's been 4 days now, and I still don't know where Don is or what he's doing. It's driving me crazy.
I think what has existed between you and your twin brother all these years could be called telepathy.
I guess you could call it that.
For some reason we don't know at the moment, the telepathic communication has been interrupted.
Yes, that's it.
Have you ever heard that prayer is telepathic communication with God?
I never heard that.
Maybe you knew it without ever having been told it.
I know that I had to ask God to help me. I know that.
So you really came here to pray, didn't you?
I guess so. Only I don't know that I know how to pray.
Did you know how you communicated with your brother?
Oh, no. It just happened.
Well, then why not communicate with God the same way? Just let it happen.
Sit down, Emma. Stop walking around.
I don't want to sit down.
Bob will be back. He just went to church.
Bob hasn't been in church in years.
Maybe it's about time.
He went because he's worried about Don.
Well, for whatever reason.
Henry, what is the matter with this family? Are we all falling apart?
Well, what kind of a thing is that to say?
We've been a very loving family. We've always been very loyal to one another. We've been honest with each other. What's happening?
Nothing's happening.
Is there some kind of curse on us?
Oh.
Were we too happy, too fortunate, too close? Because in the last year, losing Amelia, then Don's disappearance, then Bob acting crazy, locking himself in his room. Now he's been gone for almost 2 hours. He hasn't phoned or anything. It's like he's forgotten he has a father and a mother.
He hasn't forgotten.
How do you know he hasn't?
Because he just came in.
Oh, thank the Lord. If anything had happened to Bob.
Nothing has. Hi there, Bob.
Hi.
Oh, dear. Everything all right?
We were just starting to worry about you.
Well, just, a little.
Everything's okay. Anyhow, it's going to be.
You mean you found out?
I found out where Don is.
Bob, that's wonderful.
Where is he?
I'm going to fetch him and bring him back here.
Well, where is he?
Oh, he'd come back anyway all by himself, but I'd rather go get him. It would make me feel better, and I think he'd like it better that way, too. Don't wait dinner for us or anything. I don't know exactly when we'll get here.
Oh, wait a second, Bob.
Well, probably in an hour, maybe more. I don't know yet how long it's going to take. Oh, yeah, one more thing. If he acts a little strange, a little odd, not quite like himself when he gets here, don't pay any attention. Don't take any note of it. Just leave him alone.
Why should he act strange?
In his own house, with his own family.
He's been through a lot. That's the feeling I get. Some kind of terrible strain.
What kind?
I don't know yet. But I'll find out. Now that I've reached him, I'll find out. I've got to get going now if I want to catch up with him.
But where is he?
What's he doing? You said you knew.
Why, he's in a store. A department store.
What's he doing there?
Didn't I tell you? He's buying a doll.
Few of us are startled by the idea that a telepathic relationship exists between mother and child. The body and the love that has protected the baby from the first will continue that protection and love. While two small bodies lying within the same woman may not have the strength or the wisdom to protect each other, is it really surprising that they should develop an empathy that may last a lifetime, an ability to sense the other's thoughts, feelings, and needs, and, conceivably, where the other is and doing what? I shall be back with Act 3 shortly. Lately, certain researchers have become interested in the telepathy between mother and child. They tell us that they have demonstrated its validity by electroencephalographic patterns of the dreams of mothers and their children. These, they tell us, show such extraordinary similarities that they are forced to assume that an extrasensory relationship truly exists. So far as I know, no such patterns have been established between identical twins, but perhaps when science searches further, that, too, will be demonstrated.
Would you like this gift wrapped?
I guess so, yes. Could you, would they wrap it in pink? Maybe a pink box or pink paper, a pink ribbon, something like that?
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you very much. I'd appreciate it.
Hello, Don.
Who?
It's Bob.
Oh. Yes, Bob.
Now, you remember me, don't you?
Well, certainly I remember you. You're my brother.
That's right.
What are you doing here?
I just thought I'd see what you're up to.
How'd you know where to look?
Well, I'll tell you about it sometime.
Well, why not now?
I'll tell you on the way home.
All right. If you say so.
Well, here's your package. That look all right?
Oh, yes, that's beautiful. Thank you very much for taking the trouble.
You're welcome, I'm sure.
That looks nice, doesn't it?
Very nice.
It's plain white paper, but the ribbons are pink. That's good. Well, shall we get going?
Yeah, let's.
Don't you want to know what's in the box?
I know what's in the box.
Well, how could you know? Oh, you saw me buy it. That's it?
Something like that, yes. After you.
No, you go first.
Okay.
I have this package. I have to be very careful with it.
I understand.
No, you don't. That's all right.
You want to take a taxi, or do you want to walk?
Oh, I don't know. What do you want?
I'd rather walk, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. Let's walk.
Don, mind if I put my hand on your shoulder?
What for? What do you want to do that for?
Oh, no special reason.
I'd rather you didn't.
Okay. What makes you think I don't understand about the package?
Because you couldn't. You, of all people, couldn't. I just hope Mother and Father will understand.
I'm not sure they will, Don.
You mean that? You think they won't understand?
I said I'm not sure, that's all.
Well, that's just your opinion.
But that's right, and I could be wrong.
You are wrong.
It's certainly possible.
Well, it's not just possible. You are wrong, completely wrong.
Okay, Don.
You're humoring me, aren't you, Bob?
Is that how it seems to you?
That's how it is, I can tell.
You can? You can really tell?
Why not? You're saying to yourself, poor old Don, he's all mixed up. I have to be careful how I talk to him. Well, isn't that what you were thinking?
Oh, boy. Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, really? What's so wonderful?
You see, nothing's changed. Nothing's really changed. Everything's just the way it used to be. Oh, what a relief. I thought... For a while there, I thought... No, never mind what I thought.
No. Tell me. What did you think, that I was crazy?
No. I never thought that.
No? Well, I did. Maybe I still do.
You're not, so don't think it.
Look at this package. You looking at it?
Yes, it's very pretty.
Remind you of anything?
What does it remind you of?
I asked you first.
It's your package.
Yes, it's mine, and I'm going to give it to Mother and Father. Are they home, by the way?
Well, they were home when I left, and I don't imagine they've gone anyplace. I think they're waiting for us.
We better hurry.
No, wait, Don. Don't walk so fast.
No, I want to get there before they go out.
Yeah, there's time. They're not going to go out anywhere.
You can't be sure.
Yes, I can. I am sure. Will you slow down, will you? There's something I have to talk to you about.
I can't think of anything we'd have to talk about.
There is something, and it's very important, so slow down a little, will you? That's a good guy.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
Don, do you by any chance remember how it used to be?
How what used to be?
Things between you and me.
You're my brother, that's all I know. My brother Bob, my twin brother Bob, that's all.
No, it isn't all.
It's all as far as
It used to be quite different. We had a communication between us. Some people call it mental telepathy. Whatever you want to call it, we had it.
We did.
When was that?
All our lives, Don. Maybe even before we were born. We always knew what the other one was doing and thinking and feeling.
I don't remember anything like that.
You do, you must.
I don't. I know what I remember. It was nothing like that.
Then you've got some kind of amnesia about it. Because just a minute ago, you knew without my telling you what I was thinking.
When was that?
When you told me I was humoring you. When you said I was thinking, oh, poor Don, he's all mixed up and I have to be careful how I talk to him. Well, that's exactly what I was thinking, Don. Matter of fact, those were the exact words that were going through my mind at that very moment.
Yes. Yes, I know it.
Of course you knew it, because you've always known what was going on in my head. And I've always known what was going on in yours.
Is that how it was?
That's how it was. You do remember, don't you?
Not really.
That's because something's happened to break the line of communication.
What happened?
I don't know. And you don't know. But between us, we've got to find out. I'll try if you will.
I think we ought to walk a little faster.
No.
I want to get home.
There's time. Believe me, there's time. There's plenty of time.
If you say so. I just hope you're right.
Don, do you remember going to the cemetery?
When was that?
Last Tuesday.
What day is it today?
Saturday.
Saturday? You say we went to the cemetery on Tuesday?
Yeah, that's right. You and I and Father and Mother went to the cemetery and we put some flowers on Amelia's grave. You remember that, don't you?
I'll tell you the truth, Bob. I don't know if I do.
Will you believe me if I tell you we did? The four of us went to the cemetery. We all stood by the grave. It's got a plain little headstone. And the grave itself is all planted with ivy. Remember now?
I'm trying.
Good. We took some flowers, some yellow roses, and some pink carnations. Remember that?
Kind of.
And we all stood there for 15, 20 minutes. Then Mother and Father left. And then we left.
We did?
Yes, we did. Try to remember that, Don, because it's important.
I am trying.
Oh, maybe I told you wrong. Maybe you shouldn't try. Maybe it doesn't work that way. Maybe you should just let it come to you out of the air, sort of. You know how it is sometimes when you can't think of a word or somebody's name, something you know perfectly well, but you can't think of it, and you try, and the harder you try, the more you can't think of it, and you start to feel like you're losing your mind.
I know, and then maybe an hour later or the next day, there it is. You've got it for no reason at all. You got it.
Yes, that's exactly how it is. Right. So don't try to remember. Just walk along with me, and I'll tell you what happened, and maybe it'll all come back to you. Okay?
Okay, I guess.
Just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What's that?
Put your right hand on my left shoulder.
What for?
Oh, just do it for me, Don, please.
Well, okay.
Doesn't that feel familiar?
Kind of, yeah.
This is like it was Tuesday. We're walking very slowly, just like we are now.
Yeah?
And we're not talking.
We're thinking about Amelia.
That's right. We've just come from the cemetery. And we're thinking about Amelia.
How pretty she was. How sweet.
That's right.
How little.
What?
How little and helpless. Lying there. And that's when it came to me. Right out of the blue. And that's when I took my hand off your shoulder right then.
Oh, leave your hand there, Don. Please leave it there.
No, because that's when I remembered that you wanted her dead.
Me? I wanted my sister dead?
Lying there in her bassinet. It was white wicker, and it had pink ribbons hanging down from it.
Yeah, but that's right. But that was a long time ago.
Never mind about that. Never mind when it was. We were standing there, looking at her. And you thought, I wish she'd never been born. But now she's here. And I wish she would die.
I don't remember thinking anything like that.
Well, you did. I know you did. I've always known what you were thinking, always.
Well, yes, that's true, but
standing there and looking at her, you thought, what do we need her for? We were fine, just the way we were. Why did she have to be born and spoil everything?
I thought that.
Yes, you did. Oh, maybe for just a second, less than a second, maybe, but you thought it. You thought it. And when I remembered
What was it? Tuesday? Was that the day?
Yes, Tuesday.
Tuesday. When I remember Tuesday, what you thought about that poor little baby. Yes. I took my hand off your shoulder, and I walked away. I didn't want to be near you. I didn't want to touch you. I didn't want to have anything to do with you. I thought you were the worst person in the whole world. I thought you ought to die for thinking such a thing, and I still do. You are a monster. You are an unspeakable monster. I ought to kill you.
Oh, Don, listen to me.
Don't come near me, Bob. Don't touch me.
I have to.
Get away, you murderer.
No, Don, no.
Kill him! I told you. I told you. You shouldn't have.
Ah, Don. Don.
Get up. Why don't you get up?
I will. In a minute, I will.
Your nose is bleeding.
Yeah, that's all right.
I hurt you, didn't I?
No, I'll survive.
Let me help you out.
No, you just let me sit here for a minute.
I didn't mean to hurt you. I hope you understand.
I'm starting to understand a lot. You know, in all our lives together, it's always been like one life lived by two people.
Yes. Yes, it has, hasn't it?
Yeah, the year you went away to camp and I couldn't go because I had the flu. You remember that?
You knew when the canoe upset and I nearly drowned.
Yeah, you see, you do remember how it was with us.
Yes. Yes, I do. It's all coming back to me.
So if you say I wanted Amelia dead when she was a baby, I believe you.
Oh, it was only for a second.
But you caught it, didn't you? And you remembered it all these years, and coming home from a grave, it came back to you all of a sudden, and you thought, it's his fault Amelia's lying in that grave. He wished her dead, and now she's dead.
That is what I thought.
And that's when you took your hand off my shoulder.
I couldn't stand touching you.
And you went off by yourself?
I wandered around a lot.
And finally you went into the department store and you bought a doll. Had it wrapped in a white box with pink ribbons.
Like the bassinet?
Yeah. What were you going to do with it, Don?
I don't know exactly.
Give it to Mother and Father?
I guess that's it.
Say, here's your baby back again. Forgive Bob for his terrible thoughts, and we'll all start over, make everything the way it used to be.
I guess that's what I was thinking. Matter of fact, I know it was. But I don't know how you know.
We've been twins for 23 years.
Yeah, till I broke the connection. Well, it beats me how you set it up again. You feel all right now?
Oh, I'm fine.
Give me your hand. I'll help you up.
Thanks. What about the package? Where is it?
Oh, it's around somewhere.
Oh, yeah, here it is. You want it?
Really does look like a bassinet, doesn't it? All pink and white. But it's not. It's just a package from a store.
That's right.
There's a doll inside.
It's not Amelia.
No. It's just a doll.
So, what should I do with it?
Just leave it there.
Okay. Let's get on home.
You know something, Bob? I'm not sure that it was just you who wished Amelia had never been born. I think it was me, too.
Possible.
Or maybe it was just me, never you at all.
It really doesn't matter. Let's get started for home. What do you say?
All right with me.
And on the way, there's a church. We might stop in there for a minute. That is, if you feel like it. I was there for a while this morning, and I want to tell you, it did a lot for me. A whole lot.
Nobody knows for certain whether it is empathy or hostility that lies at the root of the telepathic experience. What surely is embedded there is a powerful emotional attachment. And as we all know, every strong emotional tie is made up of both love and hate, tenderness and rage, and all the other feelings that nest in the hearts of humans. I shall be back shortly. In an effort to interpret ourselves to ourselves, I offer you the words of a Roman poet named Catullus, who lived 2,000 years ago. I hate and I love. Why I do so, I do not know. But I feel it, and I am in torment. Perhaps when we comprehend a little better our own torment, we will better understand the torment of others, and in consequence be a little kinder to one another. Is that not possible? I'll leave it up to you. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Terry Keane, Russell Horton, and John Beale. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of your terrifying imagination. Consider, at one time, the great cold-blooded reptiles ruled supreme on the face of this earth. But they sickened and died, and dominion was seized by savage, ferocious, hot-blooded killers with hideous fangs and terrible claws. Today, the undisputed lord and master of the planet is man. Yet, in the fullness of time, every victor is finally vanquished. Will we, in our turn, also be conquered? Who waits to make of us what we have made of the animals?
Jean? Yes, Monsieur de Maupassant? Do you want to save the world? I? Save the world, did you say? Yes. Save the world. Save the people. Save every human being on the face of the earth. Well, sir, if I could be sure. Look out. Look out toward the harbor. There. At the pier. Do you see that ship? The white three-masted schooner? Yes, sir. You and I, we have to blow it up. But it is such a beautiful ship. Beautiful and deadly. Deadly enough all by itself to enslave the entire human race.
Our mystery drama, The Horla, was especially adapted from a story by Guy de Maupassant for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan, and stars Paul Hecht. His name was Guy de Maupassant. He was probably the greatest writer of short stories who ever lived. He died in the year 1893. He died young. He died insane. And if you read the stories he wrote toward the close of his life, the critics tell us, you can see how his madness slowly destroyed him. That's how they look at it. He himself insisted he was being possessed. His mind and all of his vital forces were being drained from him by a mysterious, supernatural, and superior being. He called it the Horla. And the Horla is one of the last stories he ever wrote. Is the Horla merely the raving of a man going mad, or is it an inspired prophecy of a fate that awaits us all? You decide.
Dr. Cartier.
Yes? Yes, what is it?
I have been pressing the bell signal, Doctor. It means you must pick up the telephone.
Oh, that confounded diabolical contraption.
Oh, please, Dr. Cartier. It's Monsieur de Maupassant.
De Maupassant? Who is he?
The nervous one. He was here the other day.
Oh, that one. The writer. Tell him I'm busy with a patient.
I did, but he insists on talking.
The combination of de Maupassant and the telephone.
Just Speak into it, Doctor.
Yeah, the telephone. Hello. This is Dr. Cartier.
Doctor, you must come to see me. You must come here at once.
Please, monsieur, calm yourself.
If I knew how to calm myself, I wouldn't need you. You must come here.
Monsieur, be reasonable.
I would like to be. I'd give everything I own if I could be reasonable, if I could only be reasonable, but it won't let me leave.
What won't let you leave?
It. The Horla.
The what? Monsieur de Moisson. Monsieur, speak up. What happened? You may put on your shirt, Monsieur de Maupassant. Ah, a lovely place you have here. Breathtaking view of the harbor.
What's wrong with me, Doctor?
Oh, nothing.
Then why do I...
You see, that's a handsome ship out there, huh? That sparkling white three-masted schooner.
Something must be wrong.
Where's she from, I wonder?
Oh, Brazil, I think. Doctor, why won't you tell me what's wrong with me?
I told you, nothing. You have a mild nervous upset. Your nerves are highly strung. Your pulse is rapid. Your eyes dilated.
And what do you advise?
A course of shower baths. Cool shower baths. 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, 2 in the evening. And send down to the chemist for some bromide of potassium.
You haven't listened?
I listened. I heard every word. Now, you go to sleep.
Yes.
You slumber deeply for 2-3 hours, correct?
Yes.
Then a nightmare lays hold of you, true?
Yes, exactly.
You feel someone is in the room with you, in the dark room. Someone is in the room. Am I stating the fact?
Exactly.
This someone or something is staring at you?
Yes. I can't see it, but I know it's there. I know it's staring at me. And then it comes closer and closer to me. I feel it touching me. A cold, terrifying touch. And then I hear a sound. A low, vibrating sound. It's nothing human, nothing animal, nothing mechanical. And then I feel a weight, as if something kneels on my chest. A pressure, a terrible pressure. My neck is being squeezed and squeezed as something seems to be draining the breath from my body. Not only the breath, but my strength. Everything is being drawn from me. I want to struggle, but I can't move. I want to shout for help, but I can't utter a word. I try to fight, to resist, but I'm paralyzed and powerless. And then suddenly, I awake, bathed in perspiration, trembling. And then, exhausted, I fall asleep and slumber restlessly till morning.
Yes, I heard.
Well, what have you to say about this mysterious creature?
He exists in your imagination.
Are you sure?
Try the treatment. Then call me in a few days.
No, Doctor. No, you must give me an answer for the Horla.
The Horla?
This creature, this being, this whatever it is.
Monsieur de Maupassant, I understand you're a writer. Is that so?
Yes.
Now then, do I tell you how to write stories? Do I?
No.
Then don't tell me how to practice medicine. Fish, fresh fish, fresh marlet, mackerel, bass, flounder, fresh and sweet as a faithful wife.
Good morning, Madame Bossard.
Oh, it's you, Monsieur de Maupassant. I hear you have been ill. It's because you have not been eating enough fish.
I instructed my cook to buy some for dinner.
Oh, yes. She has been here. Monsieur, you promised to put me in a story.
Well, perhaps I will. Tell me, Madame Bossard, have any interesting new ships come in?
Now that is a good question. Yes, it is. And I would say it's not what comes in that's interesting. It's what's not going out. If you get my drift, monsieur.
No, I'm afraid I don't understand.
The Brazilian.
The Brazilian?
The white three-master schooner at the end of the pier.
Oh.
You see?
Oh, yes. Well, what about her?
Oh, monsieur, she has been tied up here for 3 weeks.
So?
She hasn't unloaded a stick of cargo.
Well, perhaps she's put in for repairs.
She has not replaced so much as a rope.
Supplies? Food, water?
Listen, Monsieur de Maupassant. No one is allowed to go aboard her. Her crew has not been given so much as 10 minutes of liberty. Strange, no? Every few days, her captain comes down to the dock to buy fresh fish, meat, some fruits. And that's all we ever see of them.
What does the captain say?
Not a word. He's a huge, surly ape of a fellow. He points to what he wants and pays. Comes in without a hello and leaves without a goodbye.
Well, we seem to have a mystery. What is the name of the ship?
The Horla.
The what?
The Horla.
The Horla? But that's...
What is it, monsieur?
The Horla. I thought...
Yes?
I thought I had just made it up.
Monsieur, what are you saying?
Are you sure? Are you positive that that's the name? The Horla?
Well, walk down the pier. You'll see it. It's printed on the bow.
Yes. I think I will. Good day, Madame Bossard.
Good day, monsieur.
The Horla. It's incredible. Ahoy! Ahoy there! Aboard the Horla! Ahoy there! Anyone there?
What do you want?
You have a beautiful ship there, sailor.
Listen, mister. Move on.
Well, all the other ships allow visitors.
Captain's orders.
Well, why...
None of your business.
Couldn't I ask you something, sailor?
No.
Your name, the Horla, what does it mean?
It doesn't mean anything.
How did you come to choose
Go on, move. You got no business here.
This is a public pier. I have as much right to be here as you do. Perhaps more.
Now, listen, mister. Please, for your own good, get out of here. Leave as fast as you can. Go away. Go away as far as you can before...
Before what?
Before the... Aha! No! Please! I didn't say anything to him.
Well, who are you talking to?
No, please. Don't do that to me. No!
Sailor, what is it? What is it?
No!
Sailor!
Monsieur de Maupassant. Monsieur.
What is it?
Are you all right?
No, I'm not all right.
I thought as much. I saw you from my shop. You've just been standing here. Standing still without moving a muscle for... Oh, monsieur, it must be every bit of 3 hours.
The ship.
What about the ship?
My head, I feel so weak.
Oh, take my arm, monsieur.
Ship. No, I must go aboard that ship. Listen. Do you hear that?
What, monsieur?
That sound. It comes from the ship.
I am sorry, but I hear nothing.
Nothing?
Oh, I hear seagulls, waves. Oh, and now, come, monsieur. It's thunder, it's storm.
I must go aboard that ship.
But they won't let you.
The ship.
Oh, come quickly, monsieur. You'll catch your death.
The ship. The ship.
Oh, hurry, monsieur.
How did I know? Answer me that. How did I know?
How did you know what?
The name of the ship. How did I know that name? The Horla.
How indeed. And as long as we're asking questions, here's a couple to keep the cauldron boiling. Who, or should we say what, is aboard the Horla? Or perhaps the most strategic question of all,
What does the name Horla mean? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Guy de Maupassant is writing a story about a mysterious force which he calls the Horla, a force that drains the life and strength from his hero. Now he discovers that a mysterious ship that lies in the harbor is also called the Horla.
Hello?
I must see Dr. Cartier.
Oh, it's you again, Monsieur de Maupassant. I told you I would have him call the moment you return.
Mademoiselle, I must see him at once.
But he is... Monsieur.
Oh, excuse me. I'm in my room, my bedroom, and at any moment I'll fall asleep. I'm so tired.
Well, sleep, Monsieur, by all means. Sleep would be the best thing for you.
No, not this kind of sleep. The Horla will come to me again tonight. I know it.
But all I can do is tell the doctor.
Tell him I need him urgently.
Yes, Monsieur de Maupassant. Yes.
Who's there? Who is that? Who's there? Oh.
Monsieur de Maupassant?
Oh, it's you, Jean-Baptiste.
And who else might it be?
Please come in.
My lady's finished in the kitchen, and I'm finished, too, with the paint job. Just in time, just before dark.
Oh, you didn't have to hurry.
Well, get it over with. That's my motto. You thought your house was white before? You should see it now.
Please, Jean, sit down.
Yes, monsieur.
Jean, I have a job for you.
Doing what?
Doing just what you're doing now.
But I'm not doing anything.
Oh, yes. Yes, you are. You're sitting there.
That's the job?
That's the job.
And I'm just supposed to sit here?
Well, you could talk to me.
About what?
About anything that comes into your head. You may also have to serve as my bodyguard.
Bodyguard?
Someone may try to break in while I'm asleep.
I'm your man. I served H in the Chasseurs d'Afrique. The tourist outfit in the army.
Oh, that's so. Well, tell me about it.
Well, we were the only ones who could hold the ground at Sedan. And, are you really interested?
Oh, yes, please. Tell me everything. Tell me the story of your life.
And so we advanced against the Prussian left flank, and we...
Jean, go on, Jean. Don't stop. Talk to me. If you fall asleep, I'll fall asleep. Jean, please talk to me. Don't let me sleep. Oh, I'm so tired, but don't let me sleep. Don't let me fall.
Catch it, Monsieur de... Hold it! What is it? Kill it! Wake up!
Get it up, please! Kill it!
Kill what?
The Horla!
Wake up, Monsieur! Please, wake up!
I am awake. Can't you see? I'm awake.
Rest, Monsieur. Relax.
Where is it? Where did it go?
There is nothing here.
Somebody was in this...
There was no one in here except you and me.
It was here. It was.
Impossible, monsieur. It's impossible.
You didn't hear it? That terrible sound?
Monsieur de Maupassant, I heard nothing. I saw nothing. There was nothing.
Oh, no. No, you're wrong. It was here.
The window? As you can see, still locked from the inside. The door still barred. From the inside. Nothing human could have gotten in or out.
Who says it's human?
Are you saying that something Less than human may be coming in and out of here at night.
It may be more than human.
In that case, monsieur, I resign from the job.
No, Jean. I'll raise the pay.
You cannot raise it high enough. There isn't that much money in the whole of the world.
Dr. Cartier, I thought you'd never get here. Nothing works. Shower baths, the bromides.
You insist you still have this visitor?
I know I do. He was here last night.
He overpowers you?
Yes.
He makes this awful sound?
Yes.
He drains all your strength?
Yes, exactly as I told you.
Your handyman, Jean-Baptiste, stopped my carriage as I drove up. He spent the night in this room with you, I understand.
Yes, that's right.
While this
Horla.
This Horla attacked you. He heard nothing. He saw nothing.
Well?
Well, what? Come, monsieur. Admit this is all a nightmare.
But it was so real. It's always so real.
But there was a witness. Is Jean-Baptiste reliable? Is he sane?
I would say so, yes.
Would he have any reason to lie? To embarrass you?
No.
Then, why do you insist on maintaining this ridiculous fiction of a Horla?
Doctor, that name, Orla, I thought I had made it up. That it was a creation of my own imagination. But it happens to be the name of that ship.
What ship?
You know, the one you asked me about last week, the white three-masted Brazilian schooner. I mean, where would I get that name? Why would that name pop into my head?
That Brazilian ship is called the Orla?
Prove it to yourself. Pick up that telescope. See her out there at the pier. You can read her name.
Ah, then that explains it. You had picked up your telescope one day to view the harbor. Without being aware of it, you might have read the name on her bow.
I have never seen that name before in my life. Someone somehow placed it into my imagination.
Monsieur de Maupassant, sit down.
Huh?
At once. Now, I have coddled you long enough. You are one of the great writers of France, but you have reduced yourself to a terrified, trembling wretch. This will not do.
I admit that I am terrified. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Yes, you terrified. You have been terrified by the critics.
Oh, that's a lie. I don't care for the opinions
You
of
are
those...
human. You care. I read what they write. You've lost your touch. Your best work is behind you.
I am as good as I ever was. Better.
Sometimes genius becomes too heavy a burden to bear. And so you construct this fable in order to have an excuse not to work anymore, not to be judged anymore.
That's not true.
But the fact is, you're not writing.
I am writing.
What are you writing?
I'm writing a story. A story called The Horla.
That's not a story. It's an account of your nightmare.
Oh, I just don't know what else to do.
I do. Sit down at that writing desk. Pick up your pen. Create another Bellamy. Another Pierre and Jean. Another ball of fat.
Doctor, it's not that simple.
Make it simple. Remember, you're more than a great writer. You're a great French writer.
Oh, that's a lie. I don't care.
May I come in, monsieur?
Oh, Jean-Baptiste, yes, of course.
I see your honor is working. That's good. That's good.
Yes, I feel wonderful this afternoon.
The old lady wants to know if you'd like to come down for tea.
Oh, no, I'm in the middle of things here. I'll work through till supper.
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just brought you the paper from Paris.
Thank you.
Well, I'll see you later. I've got to put in the chrysanthemums. The old lady...
Jean, listen.
What is it, monsieur?
You tell me.
I can't tell you nothing.
You don't hear anything?
What? What am I supposed to hear?
Just listen, John, listen.
You're having that problem. The one you had last night.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Well, you'd better see the doctor.
I've just seen the doctor. Sean, please, would you mind sitting here with me?
I I don't mind as long as it's the daytime.
I just can't work anymore. I don't think I'll be able to concentrate.
Well, why don't you take a little nap?
No, I don't want to sleep. Jean!
Huh? Oh, I must have dozed off.
Jean, quickly, take this telescope. Go to the window.
What for?
Down at the pier. At the end of the pier, the three-masted schooner. Do you see her?
Yes, I see.
Well, don't you see anyone standing on her deck?
No. It's empty.
All right, now keep looking.
Why?
Cover the gangplank. Have you got it in focus?
Yes, monsieur.
Now, if you see anyone at all, leaving that ship, follow him through the telescope and see where he goes, and let me know. Do you understand?
I think so, but why?
I don't think you would really want me to tell you. Now, just watch. And watch carefully.
Wait, monsieur. Where are you going?
I'm going to see Dr. Cartier.
But how will I be able to tell you if anybody...
Well, just call me on the telephone.
The telephone?
There's nothing to it. You just pick up the receiver, turn the handle, and ask the operator for Dr. Cartier.
See here, de Maupassant. You simply can't barge into my surgery.
I can if it's an emergency.
I thought we had settled your problem this morning.
Look, there is an article in the Paris newspaper, and I want to read it to you.
I refuse to listen to anything that's in a Parisian paper. They're all filthy rags.
Oh, come on, just listen to this article.
I listen to nothing from Paris. It's a sewer of anarchy and atheism.
This won't take a minute.
Perhaps if you spent less time reading Parisian papers...
Doctor, this time you sit down and listen. Now, the date is August the 19th. A curious piece of news comes to us from Rio de Janeiro. That's in Brazil.
Yeah, I know that's in Brazil.
Madness, an epidemic of madness, like that contagious madness which attacked Europe in the Middle Ages, is now raging in the province of São Paulo. The terrified inhabitants are leaving their houses. They say they're being pursued and possessed. Now, these are not my words, Doctor. I quote from this article.
Typical Parisian exaggeration.
They only copied the story that arrived on the wire from Brazil. The people are quoted as saying that they are pursued and possessed, dominated as if they were human cattle by invisible, though tangible beings, like so many vampires which feed on their life while they're asleep. Now, what do you say, Doctor?
South Americans are basically Spaniards. They're highly romantic, unstable people.
To continue, if I may, Professor Don Pedro Enriquez and several other medical experts have gone into the province to study this madness. Brazil. Doctor, Brazil. The ship that you noticed in the harbor, she comes from Brazil.
What of it?
I say she brings this madness here with her. She has been tied up here the better part of a month. No one leaves her, no one visits her. She makes no repairs. She takes on no cargo. Now stop fighting me. Think with me. Why is she here?
What do you expect me to say?
She is here to spread that madness, to capture our souls.
Very well. I'll stop fighting you.
Good.
I'll start to think with you. Assume she is here on the errand you mentioned.
Yes.
Then why is there no panic in the town, as there was in Brazil?
Well, perhaps the conditions aren't the same here.
So far, again, for the sake of argument, only you have been attacked. Why? Why you?
Perhaps this Horla, perhaps it's selective. Perhaps only I have what it wants.
Yes, that could be possible.
Or, of course, it could be completely irrational. When I saw that ship sailing up the Seine, I thought she looked so pretty, so white. And this being, this Horla, it also saw me. And it saw my house, which was also a brilliant, sparkling, dazzling white, just like the color of its own ship. For that reason, it decided to take me.
Monsieur de Maupassant, I recommend a journey for your health.
No, thank you, Doctor. I am going to play this out.
Listen to me. Does it matter if you're attacked by an outside force or by a weakness in your own body? The result is the same. Madness. Now, try a change of scene, of climate.
Monsieur de Maupassant, the telephone for you.
Oh, thank you. Yes?
Monsieur, this is Jean-Baptiste. Hello?
Yes, Jean.
Is this really Monsieur de Maupassant?
Yes, of course it is. What is it?
It's the first time I ever spoke on the telephone, sir. Your voice sounds different somehow.
Never mind that. What do you have to report?
A man looks like a ship's officer. He just walked down the gangplank, you know, from the Brazilian.
Where did he go?
Into Madame Bonsard.
Well, meet me there. I may need your help.
Yes, sir.
And bring a weapon.
Well, will the man of letters become the man of action? And how ironic it is that the epic struggle for the mind and the soul of not just one man, but perhaps all men, may take place in the small, crowded stall of a provincial fishmonger. I shall return shortly with Act 3. A beautiful white sailing ship is docked in the harbor near the mouth of the Seine River, and a famous French writer claims she carries aboard her a mysterious force that intends to destroy the world. Only he can't be sure, and neither can we. Is this just a story he is writing, or a nightmare he is living? But fancied or real, a confrontation with the ship's captain awaits us.
Jean, here I am.
Yes, monsieur.
Are you armed?
Yes, I have my old service revolver loaded and ready.
I'll keep it out of sight.
Your man is inside the store buying fish from the Bonsard.
All right, come along. Follow me.
Yes, monsieur. And you'll have some mullet. Very good. Oh, good afternoon, Monsieur de Maupassant. I'll be with you as soon as I'm through with this customer.
You know this, Jean?
Yes. It's the mackerel.
Look, he doesn't speak.
Yes,
he points to the fish he wants and holds up his fingers for how many he'll take.
He's a looking customer.
No, sir. Very well. That will be 27 francs, monsieur. René will bring it out to your ship. Bon appetit.
One moment. Captain, I'd like a word with you.
Stand aside.
My name is Guy de Maupassant.
Stand aside.
I would like to talk to you about your ship.
I said stand aside.
Not until we learn what's happening here.
Stand aside.
Oh, help me with this fellow. Help me. My head.
What's the matter, monsieur? René, get Monsieur de Maupassant a glass of wine.
Jean, why didn't you help me?
Help you to do what, monsieur?
To detain that man, to hold him here.
But you didn't say anything. I kept waiting.
I called on you for help.
When?
Just now. Madame Bonsard, didn't you hear me?
Oh, I didn't hear anything.
But you saw me struggle with him.
No, monsieur.
I asked him to stop. I said I wanted to have a word with him, and then he pushed me away. I tried to hold him. I called on you for help.
Oh, no.
No. All right, according to you, just what happened here?
He finished buying whatever it was. He paid Madame Bonsard. She gave him his change, and he walked out.
Madame, is that true?
Yes.
I was waiting for you to stop him. But as long as you didn't, I fear, well, it's your concern.
Yes, Jean-Baptiste. It is my concern. All mine.
Good evening, de Maupassant.
I didn't send for you, Doctor.
No, you didn't. But I received a visit from your handyman and the Bonsard woman. They fear for your sanity.
I can't fault them in that regard. I fear for it, too.
I want to help you.
What can you do? I tell you the problem, and you dismiss it as an aberration. Give it up. Give me up, Doctor.
I can't.
Surely you've lost a patient or two in your career, Doctor.
Oh, yes.
Well, then this should be no novelty. Why do you persist? Are you that fond of me?
No. Actually, I dislike you heartily. Your ideas, your politics. But I am first a Frenchman and a patriot. Your writing brings honor to our country. You are one of our national resources. I must save you.
How far would you be willing to go?
I still don't know the problem.
I told you the problem. I read you the dispatch from the Paris newspaper.
Very well. This thing, this Horla, why does it attack?
Why? Perhaps the reign of man on this earth is over.
Oh, what kind of nonsense is that?
We'll get nowhere if you keep saying nonsense to me every time I open my mouth. Man did not always rule this planet.
He didn't?
No. We are but one of a series of rulers according to evolution.
Oh, evolution?
What do you say, oh, do you quarrel with Darwin? Why, is it too much to suppose that we, in our turn, are being supplanted?
By whom?
It doesn't have to be a whom. It could also be a what.
What kind of a what?
A Horla.
And we are back where we started.
Yes. A Horla.
I would accept a vampire, a physical, tangible, visible creature, but your Horla cannot be seen.
That's true.
Then how can he do damage?
He can seize control of the brain.
Never. The brain is inside the skull. It is safe. It cannot be tampered with.
The Horla has always tampered with it. Primitive man feared him, this unknown, unseen horror. The priests, magicians through the centuries have tried in vain to exorcise him. Yet he has stolen into our minds, captured our thoughts. Mesmer, he understood this power. He could even demonstrate it. And Mesmer was a Frenchman.
I regret to say he was also a charlatan.
The mind, that part of it we don't know. That dynamic, unconscious portion. The part discovered by Freud.
Who?
Freud, Sigmund Freud of Vienna.
Oh, an Austrian.
A brilliant psychologist. Freud, Mesmer, others, they show us glimpses of this awful mental power. Some call it magnetism, suggestion, hypnotism. But only the Horla fully understands it, and he will use it to conquer.
But why?
Why did we conquer? Because our time had come. And I hear him. He keeps telling me he has come.
My boy, let us put you into a hospital for your own good.
He'll follow me there.
What do you suggest?
Eventually, he will make of us what we have made of the horse, the ox. His beast of burden and his food, just by the strength of his will.
You need a complete rest, a change of scene.
But you know, sometimes an animal turns on its master. Sometimes the slave rebels and kills the oppressor.
And I know just the place. Just get away from the sea. Breathe some good, crisp mountain air.
And so I'll kill this Horla.
I'll have your servants pack some clothes.
And if I kill him, perhaps all of us will be safe. For a while.
Hello? Hello? Jean-Baptiste here.
Hello, this is Dr. Cartier. I called to make sure Monsieur de Maupassant is all right.
Oh, he's all right, feeling fine.
Ah, is he back for the journey?
Yes, we're all set here.
You say he's feeling fine. Is he sleeping soundly?
No, he's not sleeping at all. He felt so good he went out for a walk.
You let him go out?
Well, he said he felt so good.
Where did he go?
I guess he went to the harbor.
We have to bring him home. Bring him home at once.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm coming aboard.
What for?
I'm delivering a special order of fish to the captain.
All right. Go all the way aft.
What is it? What are you doing here?
What are you doing here, Captain? What is your ship doing in this harbor?
I'll have you thrown overboard.
I'll keep coming back. Why are you here? Why?
You know. You know why.
Tell me.
You know everything there is to tell. The ship is captured. It belongs to
the Horla.
Yes. It captured us in the harbor back in Rio. It owns us. It owns every man on board.
What is it doing here?
Looking for captives. Looking for you.
Why me?
I don't know. It chooses its victims according to... I don't know the reasons. Some are obvious. Us, we have a ship. It wanted a ship. But you, others, I don't know. I don't know why it wants you.
The Horlock. Where is it now?
Here, in this cabin.
With us? Here, now?
Yes.
What's it doing?
Sometimes, like now, it sleeps. Other times, you better leave now while you can.
No, Captain, let's fight it.
You cannot fight.
Let's kill it.
You can't kill it.
Kill it, and then we'll all be free.
But how can we kill it?
It's in here. It's asleep in here.
Yes?
Lock the door. Lock the door and destroy the ship.
Destroy the ship?
Burn it.
I can't burn it. It's my ship.
Not anymore. It belongs to the Horlock. You belong to the Horlock. I belong to the Horlock. Let's be free.
I cannot let you do it. I'm afraid.
Let go. No. Let go of me. Let go.
The floor.
You knocked over the lamp.
The floor is
Look
the
out.
highest.
Let's get out of here. We'll be burned to death.
Doctor, look! The ship! It's on fire! 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 The Mocassin is aboard her!
Come on!
Guy! Guy! Where are you? Monsieur de Mocassin! Where are you? She's going to blow up! The whole ship is going up!
Comfortable, monsieur?
Yes.
This is such a pleasant, restful ride. We will be at the sanitarium in time for dinner. You won't regret it. You had a narrow escape last night.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Why did you go aboard that ship?
Why?
Yes, why?
I told you. To strike a blow for freedom. To overthrow the slave master. To kill the oppressor.
And, did you?
Did I what?
Did you kill the Horlock? Did you prevail?
For just a moment. I thought I did. But no. How can man prevail against the Horlock?
They say de Maupassant lost his mind. They also say those whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. Are there new gods? As we are absolute monarchs over the willing horse, the faithful dog, will someone soon force us to yield, spirit, soul, and body, to him? I'll be back shortly. We look down from the top of the evolutionary tree, and we consider ourselves the highest, the noblest, and the best. But there can be someone ready to take over. Someone more perfect. Maybe the only way we can survive is to beat this thing at its own game. Improve ourselves, shape up, and also show up regularly for the next adventure in the macabre. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Bryna Rayburn, Robert Dryden, and Dan Ocko. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Most people, although they are fascinated by the prospect, simply do not believe in the supernatural. They consider that witches and vampires, demons, and all the other myriad spirits of the netherworld have gone out of style, that they no longer exist, except as figments of the diseased mind. Maybe. Although they would never admit to practicing black magic, there are witches' covens all over the world, even in our own America. I take no stand in the matter. I leave you with this story to decide for yourself.
Don't talk about it if you don't want to, Jenny, but what happened?
We were driving back to the hospital after Sharon died, and he was like a wild man.
He was driving too fast?
He was burning rubber like it had gone out of style.
But why?
Maybe he wanted to commit suicide.
No, not my brother, and not with you in the car. But such a terrible accident. How did you get out of it alive?
It wasn't my time yet.
Our mystery drama, Child of Misfortune, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The home is a pleasant one on the outskirts of a small town. Not large or too expensive, but with a feeling of being well lived in. By the farthest stretch of imagination, no one could even accept the idea of any ghost haunting this bright little villa, or any skeletons skulking in closets. It's a house that suggests nothing but life, and its occupants, Dr. Sam Taylor, his wife Jane, and their son Bucky, just beginning his 13th year, are just the sort of people you would expect to find living in it. Except for one thing. Dr. Taylor is a general practitioner, but his specialized interest is in pathology, the surgical dissection of the dead.
Sam, that you?
Sure, honey. Now take it easy. Go back to sleep. I'll be right with you.
No, I wasn't asleep. I'm always so scared when you're out these days.
Scared? Oh, come on. I don't have that many late nights.
Well, even one a week is more than enough for me.
I'm sorry, darling. My life. You got to live it, too. Remember? For better, for worse, etc.
Oh, I don't really mind it, Sam. Except for...
Except for what?
Oh, forget it. Just what my mother used to call night qualms, I guess. Well, I'm a city girl who doesn't adapt too well to the country.
This is scarcely the country. And what's to be afraid of?
I don't know. Squeaks, squeals, rustlings. Just being alone, I suppose. I mean, there's so much crime and...
That's the second time you hung up on saying something. You better say it, honey. Get it out of your thoughts. It's about me, huh?
Oh, so silly. I just wish...
That I hadn't taken the job as medical examiner.
Yes.
But it's my field, Jane.
Cutting up dead bodies?
Oh, that's what I get paid for, so I deliver. But there are secondary benefits.
What?
Do we have to talk about it tonight? It's only in understanding the causes of death that we can make any attempt to keep it from happening. Oh, come on, not at 3 a.m. What a crazy discussion with a woman I love.
I'm sorry, darling. I'm a mope.
Well, I work too hard at more than one job. You know, we owe ourselves some time off. Like Tim. He lives it up all the way with Sharon. Why didn't I decide to be an actor like my older brother?
I don't know. Why didn't you?
Because I wanted permanency, continuity, endurance. I hope I bought it. You know, I had this crazy feeling hovering over me all the time that it was all an illusion.
I wonder... The police?
It's too soon for any results from tonight unless we've got another DOA. Oh, that damn phone. I'd love not to answer it.
Well, then just take it off the hook and forget it.
I wish my bump of whatever it is, morality, conformity, was just a little smaller. No, I have to, Jane. Hello. Yes, this is Dr. Sam Taylor. Who? Yes, of course. It's about my brother's wife.
Oh?
Is she...
that's impossible. Well, have you any idea what caused it? Oh, that's incredible. Look, Doctor, I'd like to discuss it with you further, but first let me talk to my brother a moment. What? Dead?
My darling. Not Jim, too.
How? Huh? Yes. Yes, I see. Well, for the moment, I don't quite know what to say. Yeah, of course I'll be there to make arrangements for the funeral. Excuse me, funerals? I can't believe it. What about the girl, the daughter? Yes, of course, I see. Well, look, just hold everything, and I'll be out there by tomorrow night. Yes, I should make it before dinner. Yes, that's fine, and thank you.
What is it, Sam?
It's crazy, Jane. It's just crazy. Sharon had the mumps, and suddenly she's dead, and so is Jim.
Well, how could both of them...
I can't explain about his wife. One of these things medically which shouldn't happen this day and age, but does. But Jim is something else again.
Wait, now, you're not making any sense. Sharon died from mumps?
Or complications.
And Jim?
No complications there. He was driving to the hospital and went off the road into the canyon.
Killed?
Yes, burned to a crisp and the car caught on fire. It's an absolute miracle that Jenny escaped.
Their daughter was with him?
Yes.
Well, how badly is she hurt?
Well, according to Dr. Holcomb, whom I talked to, she was thrown clear and came out unscathed. Look, Jane, I've got to go out there first thing tomorrow.
Of course you do.
You want to go along?
Well, you know I do. But, well, what about Bucky? I could call Mom and Dad.
No, don't forget it. Jim and I were never very close. You know, I never even met his wife. I'll fly out there and handle it. There's only one thing.
What, dear?
Jenny. I don't know if she has anywhere else to go. You might end up having a daughter, more or less, in the house. I can't leave the child alone.
Of course you can't. You know she's welcome here, darling. Oh, your poor brother and his new wife. What a terrible tragedy.
From the Los Angeles airport, I went straight to the hospital, since there was no answer at my brother's home in Beverly Hills. The physician in charge, Dr. Holcomb, met me.
How do you do, Dr. Taylor? Sorry to meet you under such tragic circumstances.
We're doctors, and particularly in my case, should be inured to the fact of death. Only sometimes it never quite happens that way, does it? No matter if it's in the immediate family or not.
Well, I'd hope that most of us are still human beings.
What happened to my sister-in-law, first of all?
I don't know.
But, well, she had mumps, right?
Dr. Taylor, she had glandular swellings. The whole lymph system was invaded by something. But what it was, I haven't the faintest idea.
But the cause of death?
Massive edema. Lungs, heart failure.
What did the autopsy show?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I'm a toxicologist myself. We had a neurosurgeon, a pathologist, so mention any specialty you want that had any relation to this. None of us could even estimate what caused her death.
Then it wasn't mumps.
I can't even tell you that.
But weren't serum specimens taken?
Only after she was brought to the hospital, shortly before her death.
So?
Well, since we have no epidemic here, as you can realize, diagnosis is often difficult.
Yes, of course. The symptoms, especially in an adult, could be anything. But tests, even post-mortem, must have shown something.
Nothing, Dr. Taylor. And believe me, they were done exhaustively. All of us here are just as puzzled as you must be. I've already told you how your sister-in-law died, almost literally smothered or choked to death, as if by some evil force. But why? What caused it? Well, our records are all open to you for study.
I'm sure I couldn't find out any more than all the distinguished men who've already tried. Let's leave that for the moment. My brother.
I can be more specific about that. When I notified him of his wife's death, well, quite frankly, his reaction was almost, what shall I say, paranoid.
Paranoid?
Yes. He screamed something on the phone about, well, again, he was so distraught, I thought the word was witch, but of course, it could have been a more familiar one.
Witch? In what connection did he use it?
I can't exactly say. It was something about, so the witch has had her way. And then he slammed up the telephone. I tried to call him back, but the next contact I had with him, with your brother, was when they brought him, or his remains,
to the hospital.
After the accident?
Yes. We can only presume that he was on his way over from the valley on Benedict Canyon and somehow lost control and went through the guardrail. The car was totaled. And your brother...
You don't have to go through that. I know that he was caught in the car and that it burned to a crisp. With him. But what happened? He couldn't have tried to kill himself.
Well, it's one reason I was called in. There are some who thought he might, under the circumstances, not have been quite himself.
Oh, sure. What was the alcohol in the blood?
Normal. No other evidence of any drug. Under ordinary circumstances, I might have guessed at a suicide attempt, except for
the fact that he had Jenny in the car with him. So that rules that out. We use our comfortable little phrase, death by misadventure, right, Doctor?
Right.
Which completes the role of the dead. Now the living. I called the house as soon as I landed, but there was no answer. Do you know where my niece is?
I most certainly do. Although she was... and I must say that there's only one word for it, miraculously unharmed. I was afraid of post-factum shock. I kept her here in the hospital, since she seemed to have no one else to care for her, except yourself.
How is she?
Well, I can only say that from any point of view, she's a most remarkable and completely beguiling young woman.
Young woman? Well, she's only 16.
Yes, so I've been informed. It's hard to believe. Her self-possession and, what shall I say, inner strength are quite formidable. Only matched by her general appeal. She's very hard to resist. I might mention also that she's quite incredibly beautiful.
May I see her now?
Yes, of course. She's been waiting anxiously to meet her only surviving relative.
I followed Dr. Holcomb. I was conscious of a strange aura of mystery hanging over my brother and his wife's death. Somehow, both seemed so unnatural. Oh, I don't for the moment mean that I had any precognition of the fact that there was anything supernatural about them, or the niece I was about to meet. But I did have an uneasy premonition of, well, I don't know exactly what. And at any rate, it was banished momentarily the moment I met my niece. For I must say she was the most beautiful woman I've ever met in my life. A woman, a 16-year-old child. Looking at her, listening to her, falling under her spell, she was as lovely and compelling as any of the great beauties of all the ages.
Well, Jenny, how do we feel today?
Oh, so much better, Doctor. Thank you.
I brought you a visitor. No, something more than that. A relative.
Yes, well, I'm your father's brother, Jenny.
Uncle Sam! No, that sounds funny, doesn't it?
Well, maybe, but I don't mind the comparison. Jenny, I'm sorry about everything. Are you all right?
I guess. Only, what's going to happen to me now?
Why, you're coming to live with me and my wife, if you want to.
I think that would be super. Aren't you going to give me a kiss to let me know I'm welcome, Uncle Sam?
I'd be glad to do that little thing.
That was nice. And I think I'll just leave out the uncle. All right with you, Sam?
Should I have known right then? How could I possibly have guessed? The dark violet eyes, pools of strange and infinite wisdom. The voice, half child, half woman, in that ravishing body. All woman. Or most of all, the kiss. Far less a welcome than an invitation to and promise of forbidden things to come. I should have taken to my heels and run as though the hounds of hell were at them. But I didn't know. I didn't guess. And so I sealed my doom.
Intriguing? What doom? What threat can a 16-year-old girl pose to a doctor in his late 30s, no matter how precocious she may seem? Precocious? No, that is not exactly the word for Jenny, as I think you will agree when I return to continue this story shortly with Act 2. an adjective usually applied to a child, meaning, of course, exceptionally early development, the ripening of something or someone before its time. Well, that would apply to Jenny, naturally. But it would be only part of the story, the tiniest part, for the rest lies submerged in dark layers of history that are timeless and beyond boundaries few would dare or know how to cross, but which we will cross as we dig for the rest of this fascinating story.
Flying home in the plane with Jenny a few days later after the funerals, looking sideways as she peered out in eager fascination at the ground far below like any other young girl, I was ashamed of myself for other thoughts that had clouded my head.
Oh, look, is that Las Vegas?
Yeah, that's it. Old Sodom and Gomorrah.
Oh, I don't think it could be that wicked. I'd love to be able to go there and gamble.
Well, the percentages all go with the house. You can't win.
Oh, the luck couldn't run against me. I'd win.
What's that mean?
Just that I always do. When I want to.
Well, I'm afraid it'll be a couple of years yet till you can prove that out.
You mean because I'm not of age?
That's right.
I don't think that's fair.
Well, lots of things in life don't seem fair, Jenny.
Yes. It could have worked out if only...
Oh, you poor kid. Try not to think about your mother.
Oh, it isn't her. Sharon wasn't my real mother anyway. She died when I was born. Then my father married her, Sharon. And then when he died, your brother came along. He's the one I was thinking about. Oh, crazy.
Look, don't talk about it if you don't want to, Jenny. But what happened?
We were driving to the hospital after Sharon died. And he was like a wild man. I asked him to let me drive, but he wouldn't.
He was driving too fast.
He was burning rubber like it had gone out of style.
But why?
I don't know. He was real gone on her, Sharon. Maybe he wanted to commit suicide.
Oh, no. No matter how frantic he was with grief, Jim would never do that. I know my older brother too well. And certainly not with you in the car. No, it was just a terrible accident. But how did you get out of it like you did?
It wasn't my time yet.
You sound like a combat soldier. You know, you are quite a fatalist, young lady.
If you want to call it that, old man. Only you're not old at all. So like Jim. Only younger. I'm really going to dig living with you, Sam.
And Jane.
Jane?
Is my wife.
Oh, yes, your wife. I wonder how she's going to feel about me.
Like footsteps over my grave, a faraway icy draft in a back layer of the mind. Why? The statement was innocent enough. It was only the way she said it. As if Jenny had already made up her mind how she felt about someone she'd never met. Jane, we're here.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I didn't hear the car. I missed you every minute, though.
Oh, Jane, darling. This is Jenny.
Hello, Jenny.
Hello, Mrs. Aunt Jane.
That's nice, dear. You know, I hope you'll be one of the family.
I hope I can.
Where's the other member?
Oh, Bucky was all in a dither. He was dying to meet his new cousin. Or sisters, I hope you'll beat Jenny. But Peter Timmons' father had tickets for some big league baseball game, so he took them up to Kansas City for lunch first. And they're not back yet. He hoped you wouldn't mind, Jenny.
Why should I? How old is Bucky?
He's 13.
Gee, I never would have thought you were that old, Aunt Jane. She doesn't look it, does she, Sam?
Well, I don't think she looks old at all.
Well, anyway, she's not like Sharon, all painted up and hair dyed and all. It's nice to see someone not afraid to look her age.
Well, I guess I should take that as a compliment. Come on, Jenny. I'll take you upstairs and show you your room.
I carried up the bags and then went downstairs to make myself a drink. It was a little early in the day for one, but of course Jenny hadn't meant anything by her remarks. Or had she? Yeah, I could tell that Jane was a bit miffed, which isn't like her. And damn it, she had made me glance at the wife I loved and notice that she had a few strands of gray hair, and the wrinkles were beginning to show. But with unpacking, Bucky's arrival home full of the game, and the excitement at meeting Jenny, dinner, and one thing or another, it wasn't until we were in bed that Jane and I had any chance to talk privately.
I'm surprised about Sharon not being Jenny's mother.
Yeah, it's a mixed-up history. The whole marriage was a mix-up, you know. Imagine not being at your own brother's wedding and never even having a chance to meet his wife. My other brother, Ted, was fit to be tied about it, too.
Well, you were laid up with pneumonia. But the police department could have let Ted go.
Oh, no way. He was on subpoena to the court as a witness on that murder case. And you know my oldest brother. Even if he could have gotten out of it, duty always comes first.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, older brother. There are only 2 of us left now.
Oh, my poor Sam.
It's easier on me. I have you. Ted has nobody. Thanks to me.
No, we're not going to rake up that ancient history.
Well, I did steal you away from him.
Nothing of the kind. I made the choice. Now, come on. That's enough agonizing for tonight. You need some sleep.
Look, dear, if it's asking too much of you to bring Jenny into the house...
Oh, don't be silly. I'm sure she'll be a help. Bucky's crazy about her already, and...
And?
Nothing. She's a strange girl, though. My Lord, how beautiful a little sex goddess can you be at 16? She really put me in the shade, didn't she?
You mean... the remark about not minding showing your age?
Well, yes, if you want to know. Do I?
Well, not to me.
I do to myself. I looked in the mirror, damn her.
Well, she couldn't have meant anything.
Of course not. It was just an innocent remark. Except...
What, dear?
I don't know. I have the queerest feeling that for some reason she's antagonistic to me.
Now, that is downright ridiculous. Everyone loves you.
I don't know about that.
What reason in the world could Jenny have for disliking you?
None in the world that I know of.
Well, then, look, let's just call this all off, baby, and get some sleep. Good night. But it wasn't a good night. There weren't to be that many good nights left, although I didn't know that yet. And all through my half-waking, half-sleeping state, I was haunted in my dreams by violet eyes promising ancient wisdom and tight young flesh. And then it was morning, and something like the old familiar life began all over again, and the days went wheeling by.
I don't mean to complain, dear.
Well, what is it? Jenny again?
Well, I have to spend most of the days with her. You are out.
Mm-hmm, working.
Of course.
So what is it that she's done?
Well, nothing really. Just little things that somehow... I don't know, they rattle me.
Oh, Lord, I'm tired. So, all right, for example.
Well, I know it's going to seem silly, but she's forever after me to cut my hair or give me a manicure.
Well, what's wrong with that? She just wants to do something nice.
All right. Do the washing, clean up after dinner, anything, but why does it have to be so personal?
Well, did you ever think she might be trying to sort of heal the breach between you?
There isn't any breach. We've just never gotten together. And another thing, several times I found her in my room, prowling around my dresser. And she says she's looking for a nail file or a powder or some ordinary thing.
Well, for Pete's sake, what else? You think she's trying to steal?
No.
Well, then what?
Please, Sam, don't let's quarrel. It's happening more and more.
I know. I'll have a talk with her, okay?
I was thinking of taking Bucky up to see my parents this weekend. But what I'd rather have us do is just get away together.
There isn't a chance, dear. I'm tied down on a couple of cases. Well, why don't you two go, and that'll give me a chance to set up some ground rules with Jenny.
Well, all right, dear. But can you manage alone?
I think we'll make out. Jane, are you all right? I mean, physically.
Well, I think so. I'm very tired. Why?
Well, let me feel your neck.
Why?
Gland area is a little swollen. There's a puffiness under the eyes that
Oh, please. I feel quite old and unattractive enough as it is. A couple of good nights' sleep in the mountain air and I'll be fine. And maybe you can get Jenny straightened away. Now, I'm sure this is best and it will all work out.
Famous last words. Best. But I suppose, in a sense, it was the real beginning of the eventual solution. The first night that Jane was gone, I had worked late, and I hadn't the slightest notion of working anything out, except that when I got home...
Hello, Sam. I thought you'd never get home.
What are you doing up?
Waiting for you? You look beat. Sit down on the couch, kick off your shoes, and let me get you a drink.
No, I don't think I want a drink, Jenny.
You won't join me?
Well, who said that you could have one?
Me. Alone at last, Sam.
Jenny, I think that you're a little drunk.
Only with power.
What are you talking about?
You've known it from the very beginning, Sam. You. Me. Don't tell me I didn't get to you. And you're just what I want.
Now, you listen, youngster. We'll just forget this. You've had a drink and you don't know what you're saying or suggesting.
Oh, but I do. And I'm not suggesting. And don't tell me you're not buying.
I can't believe that I hear what you're saying to me.
Oh, you better believe. You're under my spell now. There's no escape. Just as there was none for your brother. Except the road he took.
Why, you little witch, I ought to just...
Saved by the bell. Don't count on it. Go ahead, pick it up, Sam. Pick it up. And after you listen, you tell me who holds the whip hand. Pick it up.
Dr. Taylor here. Oh, Jane, darling, I didn't expect you... What? Yes? But what are your symptoms? But how on... What about Bucky? I see, no signs, huh? Yes, well, look. We'll take no chances. Can Bucky stay on with your mother and father? Good, that's fine. Then you go straight to the hospital from there, and I'll be over to join you. Okay. No. There's no question it sounds like mumps, but we'll know as soon as we can run some tests. I'll see you at the hospital, darling. Bye.
Isn't she a little old for mumps, Dr. Sam?
You be quiet.
Oh, no, you're the one who's going to be quiet. And listen to me.
What?
Sharon had mumps, too, remember? And she died because I wanted her to.
You are a little witch, aren't you?
And this time, I don't want any mistakes. I'm going to get just what I want.
Jenny revealed at last? Or is she? Is this just a girl shocked by a succession of tragedies in her life who has lost contact with reality? Or is it Dr. Sam Taylor whose preoccupation with the dead and whose story we're listening to, who is the man who breeds fantasies? I will return shortly with Act 3. Vibrant, beautiful 16-year-old, sensual beyond her years, who may be the epitome of all evil. The girl who may be a psychiatrically distressed child or a witch. And drawn to her, fighting desperately against her enchantments, a relatively young doctor who, by his own admission, fights to escape her physical allure and who himself is overwrought, overtired, and racked by several emotional shocks.
What are you trying to say, Jenny? What is it you want?
It's very simple, Sam. You.
Oh, stop talking like a silly child.
But I'm not silly. Not at all. Nor am I a child. I want you. And what I want, I take.
Oh, look, I'm afraid that Jane would take a rather dim view of that.
Jane doesn't matter. She's out of this.
What?
Oh, come on now, Sam. You're the one who's being childish. You really think your wife has the mumps?
What else could it be?
A hex, my charming lover. A fetish doll stabbed and stabbed again. The poison drips into its veins until it swells beneath the skin of the unwanted. As the cursed one feels the thorns and spears pierce it to the soul, where it writhes in agony, knowing the body will die, and it will be lost to scream down through all the night years, hung between heaven and hell, never to find a home. How do you think Sharon died? I wanted Jim for my lover, but she stole him from me, so I made her image. And I made her dead.
You're mad, Jenny. You're sick. How can a child dream such fantasies?
No child. No fantasies. Come. I'll prove it to you.
As if hypnotized, I followed Jenny upstairs to her room, my conscious mind operating as a doctor. At one level, I was accepting the fact that somehow the trauma of this girl's past had ended in paranoia, and I was thinking how best to handle her. But underneath, writhing like some tethered snake in the morass of sense memory and superstition and fear of the unknown, was a voice warning me what I had known from the beginning. That I was trapped in something beyond my comprehension or control. And then, in her bedroom, Jenny wrenched open the door to her closet and pushed aside her clothes to reveal, draped over her suitcase, stood upon end, a black cloth. On it, between two guttering votive candles, lay a doll. A figure with long, real red hair and tiny fingernails on the modeled hands crossed over its breast. An effigy of Jane. With revulsion, I remembered her laughing about Jenny's wanting to trim her hair, give her a manicure, skulking in her bedroom. But most of all, what made my blood run literally cold was the sight of the two shiny, silver-bright skewers driven down through the doll's neck on both sides, pinning into the mock catafalque, and the rest of the slender stilettos which waited, neatly laid out, ready for some future foulness. I wanted to be physically sick.
Now do you believe?
You really think that you killed your mother?
My foster mother, not my real mother. My real mother made me all I am. She was me, and I am her. In one body, inseparable. As I will be with my child, which you must give me.
Jenny, what am I going to say to you?
Nothing. I will talk and you will listen. It could have been your brother, but he wouldn't. But there was this difference. He believed. He saw me drive the last sacrificial knife home and knew that at that same moment Sharon died. And he turned from me to seek revenge instead. He thought he could kill me.
Jenny, what is it that you want?
I've told you. You.
But why me?
Because you are in your brother's image. And because I need a girl child to be there to carry on my human guise when I am called home.
You're mad. And even though I don't know if I am absolutely sane, I just don't know how to talk to you.
No need. Just promise me to give me my girl child. If you want to save your wife.
And if I don't?
The next pin shall pierce her heart, like Sharon. After that, I take your son, if necessary. You have no choice. The weapons are all mine.
I don't think so.
A gun?
As medical examiner, I have a license to carry it. And it is loaded.
There's nothing you can do about it.
You try to stick the pin in your hand into the doll, and you might be surprised at my reaction.
Oh, then I'll test it. Oh. I didn't believe you.
I hope I'm right in believing you.
What difference will that make? No one else will. I'm an instrument of destruction. But I little expected to be destroyed myself. At least you are destroyed with me.
Oh, no, you little witch. You can't have it all your way. Let me tell you something. When your body is found, it won't be near this house. And as medical examiner, I will do the autopsy and remove the bullet. Be very sure the bullet that is filed in the police records will not be the one from my gun.
You won't get away with it.
I can try. I don't care for myself, only for the innocent ones.
You don't consider yourself one.
Not after knowing you. I can never be the same again, and heaven alone knows where I belong. It was relatively easy. It was so simple for me when extracting the bullet to exchange it for any one of the slugs in the morgue file of unsolved murders. Who's going to look further? So it seemed as if I had committed the perfect crime. I had gotten away with murder. But I hadn't gotten away with murder. As long as one person knows, dead or alive, you have failed. And it wasn't just one person. It was sheer irony, sheer ironic coincidence that the homicide detective called in was my brother, Ted.
Well, whatever was the matter with Jane, looks like she's out of the woods, huh?
Yeah, Ted. The infection's gone. Just a matter of recuperation. Oh, what is it, Ted?
You're my brother. The only one I have left. I'm a cop, and my profession, myself, me, my honor, whatever you want to call it, is something that can't be invaded. It's all I've got to my life to give it meaning.
You're an honest man, Ted. Everyone knows that.
You knocked her off, Sam. And I can guess why.
You mean Jenny?
Yeah.
How did you know?
The bullets you switched. Why'd you have to pick one of my cases, and Feldman in particular? It's funny the way life is. I just found his gun after all these years, too late to use against him because he just died. But no bullet from that gun could have been fired to kill Jenny. So then I checked. And the bullet I found in the files came from, well, guess whose gun?
Mine.
Yeah. With a wife like Jane, how could you have done it, Sam? How could that little tramp be worth it? And what am I going to do now?
So I told my brother Ted about it from the very beginning.
I think you've gone right off the track. You ought to see a psychiatrist, maybe a lawyer.
What do you mean, a lawyer?
Well, right at the moment, it's less that you're my brother and that you happen to be married to a woman I love and have a kid who deserves every decent break he ought to get that's holding me and my conscience back. Every cop instinct I have tells me to go looking for a warrant for your arrest.
No, Ted, wait. Don't do that to Jane and Bucky.
It wasn't me did it. It was you.
Well, what are you going to do?
I don't know. It's something I got to think out.
How would I have solved that problem? Don't ask me, because Jane handed me a far bigger one when she came home from the hospital.
Yes?
Your husband, can I come in?
Why not?
Or the door seems to be locked.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
It's never been locked before in all our marriage.
I never felt quite this way before in all our marriage.
Like how?
Like I don't know you, Sam.
After 2 weeks in the hospital that kept us apart?
No. Since Jenny came into this house and was alone with you while I was gone and died.
You think that I killed her?
I don't know. I think she killed our love. What did you do, Sam? Get her pregnant? We could have worked that out, maybe. Well, why don't you answer?
Jane, do you honestly think that I could have...
Oh, don't lie. Please don't lie. If there were any rational explanation why a child that age... Can you give me any?
I don't know, Jane. I don't see how I could. I don't think I could tell anyone anything that they would believe.
Well, where are you going?
Not just for a drive. Think, maybe find some way out of this. I put the top down and drove over by the old quarry, wrenching the convertible around the turns until the tires screeched. The wind rushed by me, the wind that I hoped would clear my head, but instead it brought a ghost voice whispering in my ears.
Where are you going, Sam?
I don't know. No place left for me to go.
In your world, maybe. How about mine?
I don't belong there.
You no longer belong in your own. You're lost. Just as lost as I am.
Leave me alone.
Never. You can't go back. You've sinned, Sam. You committed murder. And you can't get away with that.
You deserve to die.
Perhaps. But now, so do you. Justice must be served. Come to me. Come to me. Don't let me wander alone. You know you want me. You'll always want me. Come. Come.
I said in the beginning, few people really and truly believe in the supernatural. Certainly Jane and Ted would never have accepted any such world. To them, Sam's unfortunate accident was fortunate. For Jane, it closed a chapter in her life in terrible sadness. And for Ted, it was, in a sense, a relief, since it solved a problem that lay on his conscience. And in the long run, it was the beginning of his real life. For eventually, he and Jane married. I'll be back shortly. Once again, looking back, we have threaded our way through the maze that winds back and forth across the border of real life and shadow life. And as always, it seems, we end with not answers, but questions. Are there truly creatures beyond our ken? Or is everything just in the mind? To tell the basic truth, there's nothing either good or bad. It's thinking makes it so. Our cast included Norman Rose, Jada Rowland, Joan Copeland, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Are drastically altered. And two people become lost in... Well, you'll hear. It'll all come out as we go along. Norma and Hal, he's Harold Glenford III, have inherited an ancient brownstone on New York's East 58th Street. Hal hasn't seen the house or the uncle who left it to him since he was a little boy. He doesn't know what to expect any more than Norma does, as they inspect the old house now for the first time since it became their own.
Yeah, you need a machete to get through these cobwebs.
Well, nobody's lived here in 10 or 15 years, you said. But it's going to be beautiful. A little belt tightening, maybe, but we can make it.
I don't advise tightening your belt. No kidding, Norma. The baby's due in April. You're going to have to stop working pretty soon. It's not going to be easy on my salary alone.
Oh, nobody said it was going to be easy.
And there are the ghosts, of course.
Cut it out.
Well, now, according to Uncle George, that's the reason nobody's been living here. The ghosts drove Uncle George himself out. That's what he said. And he couldn't keep the place rented, so he just gave up.
Okay. A house like this needs a ghost.
Our mystery drama, The Fatal Connection, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Fielden Farrington and stars Jennifer Harmon and Nick Pryor. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Many scientists and philosophers see time as a road along which we pass, or a river along which we drift. The future waiting for us just around the bend ahead. The past obscured, but not obliterated by the turn we just made. The rest of us, ordinary mortals that we are, find the moment in which we are currently trapped just about all we can handle. Norma and Hal Glenford have moved into their old house on East 58th Street. The furniture from their former 3-room apartment only half fills the first floor. The second floor and the attic-like third floor will have to wait.
Except how we'll have to have a nursery. You know, our baby's bedroom.
You stand there, the living proof of it.
And there's no place for it on the first floor, so we'll have to find a place on the second floor, right?
Logical.
Then our bedroom will have to be on the second floor, too, don't you see? I mean, we have to sleep on the same floor with the baby.
Hey, you're right. I hadn't thought of it before.
The back room on this floor makes a very small bedroom anyway. We could use it as a sort of, I don't know, music room, a study or whatever.
You make us sound very prosperous.
We will be. Lawyers are always rich when they get a little older.
I like the sound of that, Norma. Doesn't make any sense, but I find the simplicity of it comforting.
So shall we go upstairs and see what's there for a bedroom and a nursery?
Okay. I'll go first and clear away the cobwebs.
Oh, we'll carpet the stairway. Later, of course.
When we're rich. That's an old bedroom, as I recall. One of the doors is a linen closet. There are 5 doors, so that leaves just 3 rooms.
One more than we need. Well, this would be all right for our bedroom. It's much nicer than the little room downstairs, don't you think?
Okay. Bedroom here. That takes care of us. Now about Junior. Hey, this door's locked.
Well, just stuck, probably.
No, it's locked. Why would anybody lock an inside door? That's odd. Where did I put that bunch of keys the lawyer gave us?
In your jacket pocket, dummy. You think maybe there's a treasure hidden in that room?
Or ghosts. It's been locked for a while.
It's all furnished.
Son of a gun. Right out of the 19th century. It looks like what used to be an upstairs sitting room or something of the kind.
Oh, Hal, just look at that secretary. It must be 100 years old, and it looks just as solid as...
Oh, my gosh, a telephone.
One of those old wall phones. I've seen pictures of them. Shouldn't it have a crank? Oh, I'd like to furnish the whole house just like this. You know, everything to match the house itself. I wouldn't change a thing in here.
Well, I could live without the cobwebs and the dust.
Well, I'll speak to the upstairs maid about it. Good help is so hard to come by lately, my dear. Have you noticed?
Oh, I have indeed.
It's the times, I'm afraid. Everything seems to be going to pot. What? Darling, would you believe it? The butcher today wanted 18 cents a pound for steak. Just plain old beef steak. 18 cents a pound.
Well, might as well eat at Delmonico's if it costs that kind of money to cook at home.
Oh, let's, shall we?
This evening? Well, why not? I'll order a hack. Excuse me, my dear. Operator, I'd like a hansom cab sent to 621 East 58th Street at once. At once, understand? We'll be going to Delmonico's. Let's go back downstairs where the 20th century is and see if there are any hot dogs in the refrigerator.
Actually, though, I guess 18 cents was hard to come by in those days, as $2 is today.
Not for old Grandpa Glenford, it wasn't. Great-grandpa, that would be. He was filthy rich.
Was he the one who built this house?
No, I don't know that he built it. He was the first Glenford to own it.
Whatever happened to all that money?
Gave it away.
Gave it away?
That's what my father told me. Maybe it was just a figure of speech.
You know what we ought to have? We ought to have a bottle of champagne to break over the bow of the house, or the stern, or whatever they break it. If houses had them.
Well, now, if you look in the refrigerator, just to the right of the meat drawer, you'll find a quart of excellent domestic champagne cooling. To be taken internally, though, not broken over anything.
Oh, what a doll you are. Shall we have it now?
Well, I thought after dinner, but if you'd rather...
What was that?
Oh, it sounded like somebody at the door.
Well, what's the matter with the doorbell?
I don't know. Maybe it's broken. Maybe somebody likes the knocker better. I'll see who it is. Yes? What can I do for you?
Your hansom cab, sir? For Delmonico's, I believe?
It was a joke of some kind, Norma.
Who played it if it was a joke? I mean, who knew you made that nutty pretend phone call upstairs? I don't see how it could be a joke.
Well, then, a coincidence. There are hansom cabs still operating over at Central Park.
Oh, sure. And one of them just happened to drive all the way across town. And as long as it was in the neighborhood, the driver just thought he'd knock at our door and tell us our cab was here to take us to Delmonico's. Oh, come on, Hal.
Well, okay. You explain it.
I can't. That's what's bothering me.
Well, you don't think... No, you surely don't think...
No. No, of course I don't. What did the driver say when you sent him away?
Well, something about it was a funny mistake for the office to make if I didn't order a hansom. He was grumpy about losing a fare.
Did he look like a real hansom cab driver? I mean, did he look like somebody you've seen driving a hansom around the park today, or was he, dressed like the real old-timey ones?
I didn't really notice. Look, now, why don't we just forget him? Why don't we just have dinner and see what's on TV and drink our champagne and go to bed? I've got to go to work in the morning, even if I do live in a mansion. Especially since I do.
Here's to great-grandfather Glenford.
Look, take it easy with that stuff, will you? The bottle's half gone already. You're a novice at this, remember?
And here's to handsome cab drivers everywhere. Hey, you know what we ought to do?
There isn't any more champagne, if that's what you mean. I only bought one bottle.
No. What we ought to do is something about that phone upstairs.
Yeah, like have it taken out.
No, I want to order something. A new dress. Something like that. I mean, if they send over cabs when you order them, why not?
You'd better let me finish this bottle.
Bring it upstairs. Come on.
4 years it's taken me to find out I married a lush.
There it is. Our fairy godmother compliments of the telephone company. You want to go first?
No, you go ahead. I'm just along for the ride.
What shall I ask for?
No, look, don't fool around with one dress. Ask for a whole new wardrobe. As long as you're going to be a kook, you might as well be kooky in the grand manner.
You're a genius. Hello? I want a whole new wardrobe. Oh, no, 2 wardrobes. One for myself and one for my husband. Everything in the latest style and everything must fit perfectly. Oh, and have everything finished and delivered by the time I get home from work tomorrow afternoon. That's, I guess, it for now. You want to order something, Hal?
Well, sure. Why not? Here, give me that. Hello. I want the house completely redecorated. Completely. Restored, I should say, exactly as it was when the place was new. And I don't mean just when you get around to it. I want that finished by tomorrow afternoon also. By the end of the working day. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Let's finish this bubble water and get to bed. Hey, what do you bet you have a headache in the morning?
You'd have lost that bet. No headache. All I want is a cup of coffee, though.
Me too. That's all we have time for anyway.
Well, pick me up after work this afternoon.
Sure. I may be a little late, though.
That's okay. A secretary's work is never done.
So, after I spend the better part of 3 weeks working on this brief, and it's brilliant if I do say so myself, who do you think is going to take it into court?
Mr. Fuller?
Old J.C. himself. Who else? How was your day?
Oh, you know. Once you've typed one letter, you've typed them all. You know something? We ought to walk home from my office every evening.
Hold my briefcase while I unlock the door, will you?
I wonder if they finished.
Who finished what?
The decorators, you know. You told them it had to be finished by the end of the working day. How?
Now, this is too much. I mean, what kind of a joke?
It is, Hal. It's all been redecorated, restored. Just like you ordered. Oh, Hal.
Hey, where's our new television set? Now that is going too far. That set cost color TV. That was a 21-inch screen.
But how did they do it? Who did it? I mean, I can't figure. How?
What?
The refrigerator's gone. Look at this thing. What is it?
It's an old ice box. It's full of ice. I don't think you can get ice like this anymore. There's something. This is all wrong, Norma.
It's not a joke, is it, Hal? Nobody makes this kind of a joke.
A coal range. An old coal range. My grandmother Scott had one of those out in her summer kitchen. Nobody used the things even then.
The toaster, the blender, everything, Hal. It's all gone.
That telephone. That damn telephone.
It's real, isn't it? It really is real. You tell the telephone you want something and you get it. It's like a genie in a bottle. You just order it and I think I'm scared.
All right. If it'll work one way, it ought to work the other too. In reverse.
What are you going to do, Hal?
Come on. I'm going up there and I'm going to tell that lousy telephone to put our own stuff back in this house and then leave us alone. That's what I'm going to do. Now listen, you, whoever you are, I want you to stop...
Please. Number, please.
Oh, my God.
Hal?
Norma, let's get out of this place.
A telephone? Redecorate and completely restore a 19th century house? And all in the course of an 8-hour day? It seems impossible, doesn't it? And yet there it is. And somebody did it. Or something. We'll look into it further when I return shortly with Act 2. Time. One of the many things we still don't understand about our universe. Now here, in an old house on New York's East Side, Hal and Norma Glenford have found an antiquated telephone that seems to constitute some kind of flaw in what we consider the natural passage of time. At least in the incredibly short objective space of 8 hours, the house has somehow become its original 19th century self. The past, if Hal and Norma can believe what they see and hear, has been trapped within its walls. The eeriness of it has sent the two of them frightened out onto 58th Street.
It's so quiet out here. And so dark. I don't remember it being this dark before.
Well, we haven't been around this neighborhood much at night. I guess east of First Avenue, the city just doesn't waste money on bright lights.
Let's walk up that way, Hal. Right now, I don't want to go back into the house.
Okay. Up toward 3rd Avenue or Lex? You know, I don't think I ever heard New York this quiet before. East side, west side, day or night. It's like a tomb.
Hal? Hal, do you hear it?
I don't hear anything, just...
Now do you hear it?
Well, yeah, I hear something like a... It's like a...
It sounds to me like an L train. A few blocks away, like the 3rd Avenue L.
Which was torn down. When? 15 years ago.
Well, listen to it.
Hey, this I've got to see.
But how, if it's the old 3rd Avenue L, then that means that everything...
No,
everywhere...
listen, we don't know what it means. Some nostalgia freak with a recording, probably. Something like that. Come on, let's go see.
Now, if that isn't an L stopping, I've never heard an L stopping.
You haven't in a long time.
But I've heard plenty of them when I was a kid.
Wait a minute, Norma. What do you hear now?
A horse. Don't tell me that's not a horse.
That sure sounds like one. Mounted cop, most likely, or maybe that same nostalgia buff.
If that's a recording, then it's some recording. I've never heard a record.
Now, wait a minute. Wait. That horse is no recording. It's either a mounted policeman or...
There's your nostalgia buff. All 4 hoofs.
Well, some companies must still use horses. You know, late at night.
It's not that late. Anyway, look what's in the wagon.
I see them. Those big milk cans. They used to... Well, look, I don't know. Maybe they still use them.
I'm scared.
Well, it's spooky, I admit that. So still and no traffic except that horse and wagon? Well, look, Norma, there's got to be a logical explanation. I mean, if there's not, what's happened? Have we lost our minds?
Oh, No.
Well, no, Norma, don't get upset.
No, Hal, that's not what I mean. Look up there.
Up where?
At the light. The street light on the corner.
It looks like a...
It's a gas light, that's what it is.
I think maybe we ought to get back to the house and see if we can't get organized.
It's back there, too, Hal.
Okay, but if everything's gone back to the 19th century or something, let's at least go back and face it in our own home.
If we still have a home.
The key seems to turn easier.
What if there's somebody in there? I mean, we didn't live here, and... Oh, what year do you think it is, Hal?
It's... Oh, Lord, I'm so mixed up. How can it be anything but 1974? That's what it is.
Or was, or will be.
Now, we've got to stop this foolishness. The first thing we need is some dinner. Maybe with some good, solid food inside us, we can take a more reasonable view of this mess.
I don't know how to cook on a coal range. I don't even know how to make it burn, do you? Well, we were lucky there was some stuff in the icebox already cooked. I wonder who cooked it.
Maybe my grandmother.
What do you suppose happened to them? Your great-grandmother and grandfather. Are they supposed to be living here? Are they going to come walking in and...
Listen, what's that?
It's that phone upstairs, Hal.
You mean the one that... Oh, Lord.
Let it ring, Hal. Just let it ring.
I can't. If it's somebody from whatever year this is, I've got to talk to him, Norma. I've got to.
All right, but I'm going with you. I put carpet on the stairway, or had it on the stairway, whichever.
Hurry up, will you? I don't want whoever it is to hang up before we get there.
It's actually a new house now, isn't it? You don't see the signs of age anymore. It doesn't look like 1,000 coats of paint on everything.
Hello?
This is Bill, Harold. Where have you been all day?
Well,
I practically camped outside your office all afternoon, and you never did show up.
Who did you say this is?
Are you all right, Harold? It's Bill Voigt, your partner.
Oh, yes, of course. I was wool gathering.
I guess you were. Listen, I've got to talk to you bright and early tomorrow morning. You're in a jam, Harold.
A jam? Well, can't you tell me about it now?
You'd better get in here tomorrow for your own good. It's nothing to do with me, but for your own good.
Oh, well, if it's that important...
It is. It's to you, Harold, not to me. To you.
All right. Thanks for calling, Bill.
What was that about a jam?
He didn't say. But you want to know something weird? He thought he was talking to my great-grandfather. That man called me Harold, and that was his name. I can't remember anybody ever calling me Harold my whole life. He thought he was talking to my great-grandfather. I can't see. How did they read by these silly gas lights anyway?
There's an oil lamp right there on the desk. I think they used oil lamps to read by at night. The gas fixtures are all up on the wall.
Well, do you know how to light one of these things amid the lamps?
Well, just take the chimney off, or the glass thing. Then you hold a match to the wick like a candle.
Because if this is my great-grandfather's desk, I mean, the way he left it only yesterday, I want to know what's in it. Is this what you mean by the wick?
Yes. Do you think we'll ever get back, Hal? I don't know if I could stand it stuck here forever.
There's no way of knowing, Norma. Everything's written in longhand. This looks like a deed of some kind. Most likely for the house. No. My gosh.
What?
This is a deed to an office building on 5th Avenue. Way downtown, but that's where the action was in those days. These days.
Your great-grandfather owned an office building?
I told you, he was loaded. There goes that lousy telephone again.
Don't answer it, Hal.
Look, you can come with me. It's no good just letting it ring. It's got to be somebody important. There weren't many phones in those days. These days, damn it. Only rich people could afford telephones.
It'll just mix things up all the more, though, answering it.
Look, it's our only contact the way things are.
I wish. Oh, it's no good wishing.
Hello.
Hello. Mr. Glenford?
Yes?
This is Maud Spencer, Mr. Glenford. Is Norma in?
Just a minute, I'll see. Norma, do you know a Maud Spencer?
I don't know anybody here.
She asked for Norma. Norma. Now, maybe it's a link of some kind. You'd better talk to her.
Oh, Hal, I don't want to talk on that thing.
Look, this could be the breakthrough. Here, talk to her.
Hello?
Norma, my dear. We were all expecting you at Sarah Aldrich's tea this afternoon. I do hope you're not sick.
Sarah who?
Aldrich. Sarah Aldrich. Well, you were invited, weren't you? Sarah said you were.
Oh, well, yes, I guess I was. I mean, yes, of course I was. I've been having these spells, you know, headaches and that kind of thing.
Oh, dear. No trouble about your delicate condition, I hope.
Well, it's related, I guess. Nothing to be concerned about. I'm just supposed to get a lot of rest, you know, stay at home and take it easy.
Oh, dear. Is there anything I can do? I'll come and see you tomorrow afternoon.
No, don't do that.
What?
I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. All I meant was I'm perfectly all right. I really don't need a fuss made over me or anything like that. It just isn't necessary. That's all I meant.
Well, I'm sure I have no wish to intrude where I'm not necessary.
I wish you wouldn't. Hello? She hung up.
It wasn't anyone you know?
No. I was supposed to have gone to Sarah somebody's tea this afternoon and didn't show up.
Well, it could have been the breakthrough.
One thing. Whoever was supposed to have answered this phone is called Norma, and she's pregnant.
I'll tell you this. My great-grandfather was not a very popular man.
How do you mean?
Well, if he had any friends, they sure didn't write to him. These letters are all from people who hated his guts, claim he stole them blind.
Stole? Do you think it's true?
I'm beginning to believe that old Harold Glenford Esquire was mixed up in some pretty shady enterprises.
What kind of shady?
Kickbacks, near extortion, character assassination, embezzlement, or something very like it. If a third of these letters are right, you name it, and old great-granddaddy Glenford was into it.
Oh, that's shocking.
Listen, you want to hear one?
I'm not sure I do.
Glenford. This guy signs himself James Blakely. Glenford. You are unfit to breathe God's pure air. The ways of God are beyond understanding, but justice is inevitable either in this world, which you befoul, or in the next where, never fear, the punishment you deserve has been prepared for you. To hasten you into that world would be an act of the highest nobility. If I do not do the deed myself, rest assured that another will in good time.
Wow.
A sample. Only a sample.
How?
Well, what is it?
Look at this.
It's This is a picture of you and me. That sure is what it looks like. But in those clothes? Well, where did you get this?
In this desk drawer. Look on the back.
Mr. and Mrs. Harold W. Glenford on the occasion of their wedding, June 1894.
And look at those signatures. Except for a couple of curlicues, they're yours and mine. I can't help it, Hal. I'm scared.
I don't see how it's possible, but it must be. I have somehow become my own great-grandfather. Not only that, but you're my great-grandmother, and that child you're carrying, due to be born next April, is my grandfather.
Paradoxical? Well, yes, of course. You presuppose paradox the moment you start moving about in time. How do you know you aren't your own great-grandfather or grandmother? If tomorrow you found an old telephone in your attic, well, how do you know? I'll return shortly with Act 3. If I had my life to live over, that's not an uncommon expression. We've all heard it. But have you ever heard anyone say, if I had my great-grandfather's life to live over? That's exactly what has happened to Harold Glenford, if his conclusions are correct. He has not only gone back in time to his great-grandfather's day, but he has also taken on his great-grandfather's identity, and the wife he loves is now, as he must believe, his own great-grandmother. A situation of many complexities. Hal has broken open the strong box he found in old Harold Glenford's desk and has gone quickly through its contents.
Well, there's one comfort. If we actually are my great-grandfather and grandmother, we're very rich people.
Well, what difference does that make?
A lot. If we're stuck in this time.
I want out, rich or not.
Well, honey, so do I, of course. But there are securities and deeds in this strong box representing well over $1 million in assets. And $1 million was really worth something in 1897.
Is that when it is now?
Mid-November of 1897, according to the dates on those letters I read.
How can't you do something about it?
What? Invent a time machine? Look, I don't know. Maybe it'll just happen. Like the other time, only in reverse. Norma, I'm sorry. That's the best I have to offer. Meantime, I think we ought to get some sleep.
Sleep? In the middle of a thing like this, sleep?
Try to, anyway. I wish we had that bottle of champagne we drank last night. Oh, Lord. It wasn't last night. The grapes that went into that champagne haven't even been planted yet.
Hello there.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had someone in your office with you.
Never mind. I was just leaving. Sit down, Harold. You were wise to shave off your beard.
Oh, yes. Well, my wife never really liked it, and I thought...
Well, it served you well. Blakely didn't recognize you.
Was that James Blakely?
What are you talking about? You know perfectly well it was James Blakely.
No, I mean, I had a letter from him yesterday. I could have... you know I could have him in court for some of the things he said?
Yeah, that's rather funny, you know. You having James Blakely in court instead of the other way around? That's really very funny.
I don't think I know what you mean.
Well, that's neither here nor there. I want to dissolve our partnership, Harold, as of this moment.
Oh? Do you mind telling me why?
Do you really think that's necessary?
I wish you'd tell me...
All right. I've had my fill of being a thief's associate.
Now, wait.
I know. I took my share in the beginning. You're not the only fool in the room, but I'm through with it now. And thank God I had no part in the Blakely thing.
All right. I was checking things over last night. Thinking things over. Some of my business tactics have been, all right, shameful. I admit that. But I decided last night to change things. I mean, no shady dealings of any kind from now on.
I see. Change things. And make restitution?
Well, where it's reasonable, where it's possible.
Without costing you money, you mean? I don't believe you, Harold. Not for a minute I don't. How are you going to make restitution to Jim Blakely?
I don't... Would you mind refreshing my memory on the Blakely thing?
Oh, now, really,
No,
Harold?
I've been Lately, I've been reassessing. I've been reevaluating, and there are just so many details. I'd just like to hear the Blakely affair clearly stated. Objectively, you know.
Oh, nonsense. Well, all right, if you want to hear it all over again, if you really want to wallow in that miserable can of worms a second time.
Please. Bill, it would help me.
Well, Blakely came to you in the first place, looking for a handout. On the tape, granted. I'm sure you haven't forgotten that.
No.
You were still under 30 at the time, but you were already under my guidance, damn it. That's what I hate. You were already a power in the construction industry. Blakely was sure you gave kickbacks, and he wanted one.
Then he was as much to blame as I if he came to me.
At the time.
You managed it so that you had his signature on a dozen damaging documents. And you never signed so much as a letter to him. You remember that? Well, you've always worked that way, and you gave him a low bid on that job, and good value, too. The State Parks Commission building, wasn't it? I don't remember. And Blakely got a promotion because of it, and another, until he was made State Highways and Buildings Commissioner. It wasn't until then that you started blackmailing him. Blackmail? Well, it's not an uncommon practice. And you bled him white. No more kickbacks, but every contract out of Blakely's office has gone to you for, what's it been, 2 years now? Well, if I put him where he is in the first place... They've caught him, Harold. He's going before a grand jury next week, and they'll indict. He's finished. There isn't a shred of evidence against you except his word, which, of course, isn't worth a tinker's damn now. You never signed a thing, did you? A man who signs damning documents is nothing more than a fool, like Blakely. Well, does that refresh your memory? It puts things in perspective. Well, as I've told you, I'm very happy that I had anything to do with the Blakely business. Right now, he's thinking about killing you. No, seriously. That was just what he was telling me. Oh, God. What's the matter? Nothing. I just remembered something. I'll have to leave now. There's something I must do. But before you go, about dissolving the partnership. I don't know how you feel about it, but anything you say. It doesn't matter. We'll do it any way you like. It isn't important now.
I'm so glad you're home.
Yes, listen, we have to get out of here.
So awful, Al, being in a place you're so terrified of and being even more terrified of leaving it. I've never in my life...
Norma, we have got to get out of here.
Out of here? Where to?
I mean, altogether out of this time. We've got to get back to the 20th century.
Hal, something's happened, hasn't it?
No. Yes. Norma, there's no time now. Let's try the telephone again.
I want to know. Tell me, Hal. Tell me.
Number, please.
Listen, I want you to get off the line. Do you understand? I want you to just unplug yourself or whatever it is you do and just get off the line. Just for a minute or two. Will you do that, please?
Number, please.
Oh, for God's sake, shut up. If you can't get off the line altogether, at least shut up. Don't talk. All right. Listen, you, whoever you are, we have had enough of this nonsense. We want to go back to the 20th century, and we want to go back now. You're the one who got us into this mess. Now get us out of it. Do you hear me?
Number, please.
Hal, what are you doing?
Pulling the wires out of the wall. Can't you see? I'm trying to get the lousy telephone back the way it was when we first moved in here. All right. Can you hear me? You in there in your damn stupid telephone? I want you to put us back. Do you hear me? We didn't ask to be brought here. We're not responsible for anything that happened before we got here. We want to go back. You can't punish me for something my great-grandfather did. Do you hear me? All right, don't answer. You don't have to answer. Just do it. I don't know what else I can do.
Hal, the phone isn't hooked up. You pulled the wires out of the wall.
It wasn't hooked up before when all this started. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll get us out of here before...
Before what, Hal?
Okay. Come on downstairs. I guess you'll have to know. And he's threatening to kill me. Blakely is. That's what my great-grandfather's esteemed partner told me this morning.
Well, then what are we sitting here for? We have to get out of this house.
It won't do any good, Norma.
It will. There must be 1,000 places to hide. You're just a sitting duck here.
No, there's no hiding place but the 20th century. Back where we're really Hal and Norma Glenford. There's no hiding place at all in this century.
I just don't know what you're talking about.
The thing is, I remember now. I remembered while I was sitting there in Boyd's office.
Remember what?
I remembered hearing my grandfather... Was he my grandfather or my son? I remember when I was just a little boy... hearing my grandfather telling my father about it.
About what, Hal?
My great-grandfather was shot to death by a business associate. By a man he'd cheated. Ruined. That's what my grandfather told my father.
All right. That was your great-grandfather.
But it's already happened. To whichever one of us was here, it's already happened. It can't be changed.
I don't believe any of that. I don't. I want you to do something.
I've done all I can do. It's up to that telephone upstairs.
Maybe if we just sit here and think 20th century, it'll work. Close our eyes and just know we're in the 20th century. Listen for auto horns. Think about the Pan Am building. Try to decide what we'll watch on TV later. Breathe the polluted air. Mightn't it work, Hal?
It couldn't hurt.
Close your eyes.
That'll be Blakely.
Don't answer it.
Do you think I'm crazy? Now listen to me. If he's got a gun, he can get at us through the front window. I want you to head for the coat closet as fast as you can and get in there and stay in there until I tell you to come out. Have you got that?
Yes.
Norma, get in the closet.
No. Not as long as you...
Get down, Norma. Get down on the...
How?
Don't move, Norma. He may still be out there.
How? You're bleeding.
I am. I don't feel anything, but I can't seem to...
All over your shirt. I'm going to call an ambulance. Now, don't move. I'll be right back. Don't move.
Can't call an ambulance. I pull...
Hal, there must be a cop or something.
I'll go, Norma. Please. It wouldn't do any good. It's already happened.
But I can't just...
I might not be here when you get back.
Oh, Hal.
I want to tell you something important.
All right.
The kid. Next April.
I'll name him Harold and I'll call him Hal.
No. Anything but that. Anyway, his name was Edward. My grandfather.
Hal, don't you think I ought...
No, tell Edward. Tell him when he's old enough. Understand? Tell him get rid of the money. All of it. Dirty, filthy, dirty money.
Justice must be served. That goes without saying. But how many times? It's unlikely, of course, that anyone listening to me at this moment will ever find himself unexpectedly living in the 19th century. But just in case, how much do you really know about your great-grandfather? I'll be with you again in a few minutes. Young Edward Glenford, Norma's baby, was born in April 1898 and lived a long and, in some respects, fruitful life. He never made much money, but he gave away several millions of dollars, according to the instructions left by his father. But was it his father or his grandson who gave him those instructions? I leave you to puzzle it out for yourself. Our cast included Jennifer Harmon, Nick Pryor, Robert Maxwell, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Well, that's exactly what I've come to talk with you about, Arthur. Your niece.
Oh? Something important?
Very. I've asked Amelia to marry me, and she said she would.
Oh, no.
I've never lied to you, Arthur, and there's certainly no reason for you to...
Don't be a fool, Gerald. I didn't mean that Amelia had turned you down. Of course, she accepted you.
I don't understand.
I know, and I'm reluctantly forced to explain. When you hear why, you won't want to marry Amelia.
Impossible. There's nothing you can say about Amelia that would make me love her any less. She's the perfect woman.
She's not a woman.
What did you say?
I said Amelia
is not a woman. She's a robot.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Once again, it's open house here on your dial for mystery and suspense and the excitement of the unknown. They say, whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. Yes, they do say that. But these days, it would be quite possible to take the opposing view. One could also say, whom the gods would preserve, they first make mad. More and more, we find our world dominated by the senseless, the irrational, the incongruous, the incredible. And if this is the way things are truly headed, perhaps a touch of madness may be absolutely necessary for survival.
I'm sorry I crashed in on you like this, sir. Oh, I hope you're not injured. No, I'm fine. You're playing? I'll examine it in the morning. Then you'll join us for dinner, won't you? Thank you. If you'd like to go to bed early, we have a room ready for your convenience. You're very kind. We don't usually have much here in the way of entertainment. We're so far away from everything, but if you care to stay up tonight, you're very fortunate. Really? Yes, you might enjoy it. Enjoy what? Tonight's entertainment. Oh, what is it? It might turn out to be a hanging.
Our mystery drama, A Scaffold for Two, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars John Beale and Brett Morrison. It is written, where men are innocent, laws are unnecessary. Where men are corrupt, laws are useless. It stands to reason, therefore, that laws are intended for that great mass of us who are in the middle, neither completely innocent nor entirely free of corruption. It's a subtle philosophical point, and there are times when Charles Farnsworth would enjoy discussing it over a drink and a roaring fire. However, this is not one of those times. For the last 2 hours, Charles Farnsworth has been fighting for his life. His tiny single-engine plane is being buffeted without mercy by a ferocious thunderstorm. His radio has gone dead. His instruments are useless. He has been blown off his course. He has no idea of where he can be. And the needle of his gas gauge is hovering at empty. And now, suddenly as it erupted, the storm subsides. There is brilliant moonlight, a bright twinkling star. And just below him, he can make out a long, gently rolling meadow. He has no choice. He directs the faltering plane downward.
I guess I'm all right. I guess everything's all right, but where am I?
Easy, boy. Okay. All right. Who's that out there?
Oh, sir. I need help.
Down, Alexander. Down, Cedar. Be quiet. Quiet! Now, sir. Move this way. Very slowly. That's fine.
I assure you, sir, there's no need of that rifle.
Far enough. Now, sir. What are you doing on this island?
Was this an island? I didn't even know
How'd you get here?
I was driven off course by the storm.
What storm?
Well, it ended a few miles north of here, or south of here, or even east or west. I couldn't tell you. I was forced down in a meadow, but...
You all right, sir?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
And your plane?
It seems to be okay. I need gasoline.
Oh, you alone?
Yes, sir, all alone.
I see.
I wonder if I may impose upon your hospitality.
It's yours, sir.
Thank you.
Step this way, won't you? Oh, my name is Bennett. Franklin Bennett. Welcome to Bennett's Island.
My name is Charles Farnsworth.
Oh, you're just in time for dinner, Mr. Farnsworth. This is Mr. Farnsworth, who will spend the night with us. My daughter, Mayetta.
How do you do?
What is your sign, Mr. Farnsworth?
Sign? Well, Taurus, I think.
Mayetta.
But it's vital, Father. How's a man to be saved if he's unaware of his sign?
And this is my nephew, Conrad.
How do you do, sir?
Hello. Mr. Farnsworth was forced to land his plane in the South Meadow.
I knew it. I could tell he had the earth sound.
Mayetta, that's enough. Conrad.
Sir?
Is there gasoline in the garage pump?
It's full, sir.
Good. In that case, we can have Mr. Farnsworth up and away tomorrow morning. May I set another place at the table, please, for Mr. Farnsworth?
Yes, Daddy.
Conrad, you'll serve.
Yes, Uncle Frank.
Mix yourself, whatever you like. Everything's on the sideboard. Excuse me. Frank Bennett here. Oh, yes, Wayne. Yes, it's this evening, as we agreed. Midnight, officially. But get here before that. Good. I'll see you then. Good. You all right there, Mr. Farnsworth?
Oh, yes, just fine.
I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me.
For what, Mr. Bennett?
Well, I can offer you dinner and a bed, but regrettably I'll be unable to entertain you.
Oh, that's quite all right.
No, it's not all right. I realize I shall be remiss in my duties as a host. But I have a previous engagement. A matter of great importance.
Well, I hope I won't be in the way.
Oh, not at all, sir. You won't be in the way at all. Well, if everyone's had enough, Conrad, Mayetta, clear the table. Charles Farnsworth. Where have I heard that name before?
Well, I'm an attorney.
Oh, yes, you're that Farnsworth. You're the lawyer that gets all those guilty people acquitted.
Oh, that's impossible.
Impossible?
If a person is acquitted, it's proof that he's innocent.
Oh, you know what I mean.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Why, you usually get these people rabble-rousers, mostly. They go around, they commit murder.
How do we know that?
Because we know it. We just know it. It's a matter of pure common sense.
Guilt or innocence is a matter of law.
Most of these people you defend are against the law. Most of them are out to overthrow the government. And anyway, they're dirty. They're unkempt.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
I would.
Mr. Bennett, I defend a great many people. Some of them happen to be associated with unpopular causes, and some of them, I admit, are personally quite unappealing, but what would you have? Everyone's entitled to counsel.
I know. It's just that I hate to see people get away with murder.
If they don't get away with it, if a judge and a jury acquits them, that means they didn't commit murder.
That's what's wrong with the system.
Well, you could also say that's what's right with the system.
Well, I'm doing something wrong right now. I'm having an argument. A serious argument with a man who's a guest under my roof. I apologize.
So please, I don't feel in the least.
I'm a deep believer in the law, Mr. Farnsworth. And to me, the most sacred of all laws is hospitality. When a man is your guest, in no way should he be made to feel uncomfortable or under a strain. Forgive me for what I said to you before.
No, I felt in no way insulted.
That's very kind of you. Conrad, Mayetta, come in here, please. Mr. Farnsworth, I'll have to excuse myself for the night. I hope you understand.
Yes, of course.
Conrad, my guests are beginning to arrive. Show them into the library, will you?
Yes, sir.
And Mayetta, conduct Mr. Farnsworth to the guest suite. Now, Mr. Farnsworth, you must excuse me. I hope to see you at breakfast in the morning. Good night, sir.
Good night.
You want some more coffee?
Oh, no, thank you.
When I asked you your sign, I didn't mean the signs they have in the zodiac, you know?
I think so.
There are the 4 basic signs, and they're earth, air, fire, water.
Oh? Is this some new kind of science?
Oh, no. It's an old kind of religion.
I see.
It's mine. I'm the head priestess.
Are you?
Yes. I'm maybe the only one. You see, I don't know anyone else who's a member.
Oh.
No. Most of the folks we have around here are Methodists. We also have some Congregationalists and some Catholics and some Jews. But I can't find anyone who's a member of EWAF.
EWAF?
Yes. The 4 elements. Earth, water, air, and fire. So far, all we've got is Conrad and me.
Well, you can never tell. Maybe there will be more one day.
Oh, it's very nice of you to say that. Most people just laugh at me.
I'm sure they don't mean any harm.
I don't mind. You're a very nice person. You're not at all like most of the people who come to see Daddy.
Why do you say that?
Because you're a perfect example of the balanced EWAF. I see now. You don't have any sign. You have all 4 of them.
Oh, is that good?
Oh, that's perfect. You're in heavenly balance. Your fire and water, your earth and air, they don't fight each other. They work together in harmony. Didn't anyone ever tell you that before?
No, not that I can recall.
Well, as I was saying, most of the folks who come to see Daddy are unbalanced. They're usually too much of one thing. Now, Daddy himself, he's too much fire. And poor cousin Conrad, he's mostly earth.
Earth?
Yes. You know, it's like he's just there. Well, Daddy said to show you to the guest suite.
Yes, I believe so.
Now?
I suppose now's as good a time as any. Your father, as I understand, has other guests.
Yes. If we weren't on the island, you could go to a movie in town.
I think I'll just turn in.
All right. Come with me.
Well, this is quite a place you have here.
Daddy built it for Mother. Daddy fought in France during the war, and that's where he met Mother. She was French, you know. And he built her this chateau. That's what they called them in France.
I can see. It's lovely.
This is your suite.
I can only say it's magnificent.
You'll find everything you need. You have your private bath through there, pajamas and a robe in the closet.
Thank you very much, Mayetta.
That's all right. I rarely meet a person who's in full balance.
Good night.
Look, if you're not sleepy, you could come with me later and watch. That is, if you'll promise to be very quiet.
Oh? What is there to watch?
Well, I'm not supposed to see it either. I'm not even supposed to know about it.
Know about what?
Why, the hanging.
The what?
The hanging. You know, when they hang a person. We're going to have one here, tonight.
Yes,
just like that. How would you like to blunder into this kind of lodging for the night? Charles Farnsworth looks at Mayetta. She's young, but not a child. It's true she babbles a bit and has several, offbeat ideas, but she seems sane enough. What's this about a hanging? Well, you'll just have to wait until I return shortly with Act 2. What we consider solid reality is usually, on close examination, a very thin crust. Civilization, rules, laws. We think these are the powerful defenses that protect our lives from anarchy. We rarely consider how quickly, how easily, all the laws and rules can suddenly be suspended.
Now, just a minute, Mayetta. Do you mean to tell me somebody's going to be hanged here?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
But who? How? Why?
Well, who, that I don't know yet. But how? Well, they use a rope, and a scaffold.
But why?
Well, they're holding a trial. Daddy summoned all those people here for a trial.
But what kind of a trial?
I'm not sure I know. But the idea of a trial is to hang someone.
No. The idea of a trial is to find out.
But they've already got the scaffold built.
How do you know?
Because I've seen it.
You've seen it?
Yes.
But how can they hold a trial? This isn't a court of law.
That's Daddy's business. I would never question him about anything like that.
Mayetta, do you realize what you're telling me?
What did I tell you?
About the hanging.
I wasn't supposed to say anything about that.
But
And since I wasn't supposed to say it, I didn't say it.
Mayetta, please, now listen.
And since I didn't say it, then you don't know anything about it.
But I do.
And since you don't know anything about it, then it's not going to happen.
But you did tell me.
That's what EWAF is truly about. What you don't know about does not exist.
But you specifically said someone is going to be hanged here tonight.
I said it before I realized I shouldn't have said it. So no. I will unsay it, and it won't happen.
Mayetta, this is... I don't know what to think.
That's why I like you, Mr. Farnsworth. You don't know what to think. Other people, unbalanced people, they know what to think. And they think I'm crazy, but I'm not.
All squared away, I see. Is everything satisfactory?
Yes, I've been having a most intriguing conversation with your daughter.
Oh? Well, she takes us to her mother. Her mother was French, and they like to talk in riddles,
Oh, they?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Bennett, I feel I must discuss this matter with you.
Oh? What matter?
Mr. Bennett, do you intend to hang somebody tonight? I realize as I said it just how that must sound, but
Why do you ask?
Well, why is unimportant. May I have your answer?
Oh, whatever could have given you such an idea?
Well, your daughter mentioned it.
Oh. Also, Mayetta said we're going to hang someone tonight. Well, she thinks so.
May I ask why?
I love my daughter, Mr. Farnsworth, but I'm not blind to what is obvious to everyone else.
And what is obvious?
Oh, you've seen it yourself. She's not like everyone else. You're not like everyone else, are you, Mayetta, honey?
No, Daddy.
And you see things and hear things and believe things that other folks don't. Now, isn't that true, darling?
Yes, Daddy.
Yes. You just run along to bed now.
Yes, Daddy. Good night, Mr. Farnsworth.
Good night.
She has a problem, Mr. Farnsworth. She was born that way.
I'm sorry.
And I realize I'm in a very embarrassing position.
Well, let's say no more about it.
Well, you're probably wondering now what this gathering is about. Well, we're having a reunion tonight. My old Army outfit. Each year, we become fewer and fewer.
Well, I hope you have a good time.
Oh, we will.
Sir, you spoke of the law of hospitality. All the obligations are not centered on the host. The guest is also obliged to make things easy.
Well, thank you. Well, I'll see you in the morning. Sleep well.
Good night.
Good night.
I was exhausted. It had been quite a day. I thought I'd sleep the moment my head touched the pillow, but for some reason I was wide awake. I kept wondering why sleep was eluding me so completely. Of course, I knew. I knew there was something mysterious going on in this house. Something was wrong. Maybe it wasn't as deadly as Mayetta had claimed. But I felt certain it wasn't as innocent as her father had asserted. And I also knew that I wasn't going to rest until I found out. And so I fought it no longer. I got out of bed and dressed myself. And I walked quietly to the door. And I turned the handle. And that's when I discovered that it was locked. Locked from the outside. I walked to the window. And I discovered that I couldn't open it. It was a large casement window made up of many small panes. And as I examined them closely, I discovered that they were made of very heavy, leaded, apparently unbreakable glass. And now I knew with crystal clarity I was a prisoner. In the distance, I could hear the sound of approaching cars and men's voices. Something was about to happen. But if it were only an Army reunion, why was I locked in this room? And then I heard it. A key was being inserted in the lock. And I could hear it turn. And the door opened slowly. Was someone coming after me? Who? And for what reason?
Mr. Farnsworth.
Mayetta?
You just have to help.
What is it? Why have I been locked in here?
They're going to have a hanging.
But I thought you said...
That's before I knew who it was going to be.
Well, who is it going to be?
Cousin Conrad.
Conrad? But why?
Because they're holding a trial for him.
I have to keep asking why.
Because they held one over at Maple City 6 months ago.
Conrad was tried? What for?
Murder.
Murder? Whom did he kill?
Cousin Bertram. And you see, the jury said he was innocent.
Well, then what's this trial about?
Daddy didn't like the verdict, so he's holding a trial to get a different one.
We have to do something, but what?
Well, I was thinking you could take Cousin Conrad away from here.
How?
In your airplane.
Take off at night from that field?
They'll hang him.
Gas. I need gas.
We've got plenty of gasoline in the garage.
Where's Conrad?
He's waiting for the trial to start.
Then we'd better hurry.
Conrad?
Does Uncle Frank want me to come to the library now? He said he'd sent for me.
No, it's me and Mr. Farnsworth.
Conrad, what's supposed to be happening here tonight?
I'm to be tried for murder.
But I understand you've already stood trial in a court of law.
Yes, sir, but Uncle Frank doesn't think it was a fair trial.
Well, you were acquitted.
I know, sir, but... Well, he doesn't think the people of the state got a fair trial.
But
There's something to what he says.
What are you saying, Conrad?
Well, sir, I had a very smart lawyer. But the lawyer for the state, he really wasn't much good.
Well, are you innocent?
Oh,
Well, are you or aren't you? Did you kill him or didn't you?
I wanted to kill him. And that's the worst kind of imbalance, but... Well, that's really the worst kind of all.
That's right, because that's when all of your signs are just completely out of control.
No, but there's a difference between wanting to kill and killing.
Is there?
I wanted him dead. I wished him dead, and he died.
All right. Why did you wish him dead?
Well, sir, because Uncle Frank wanted him to marry Cousin Mayetta.
Oh, and you were jealous?
Oh, no jealousy. No, that's not it. That's against our religion.
Well, what were you?
Sir, I knew he would be mean to her.
Just tell me this. How did Cousin Bertram die?
Poison.
He was poisoned. And if I may maintain my sanity, I would assume that you were accused of the crime. Now, is that it?
Yes.
How was he poisoned?
Well, someone put poison into his iced tea. You see, we were all sitting around drinking iced tea.
Who is all?
See, me, Mayetta, Cousin Bertram, and Uncle Frank.
We'd better hurry. They'll be looking for Cousin Conrad soon. I'll go see if the coast is clear.
Well, you see, sir, Cousin Bertram was sipping on his drink. And suddenly he fell forward dead.
And they accused you of putting the poison in the drink. Well, did you?
Probably.
But please, Conrad, I have to know.
Well, you see, sir, I did direct poison thoughts against him.
But you can't kill a man with poisoned thoughts.
Now, that's not true. You and me, what are we?
We better get out of here.
But I'll take my punishment. But Cousin Mayetta, well, she says she doesn't like the way people look after they've been hanged, sir.
They're still in the library. Come.
No, wait. Just 1 minute.
What is it, Mr. Farnsworth?
Look, you realize what you two have said to me about a hanging. It's unbelievable.
But that doesn't mean that it isn't true.
Do you want proof?
Well, it would help.
We're headed that way anyhow. It's just in back of the garage.
What is?
Proof. We mustn't make noise. Now, right here. See? Some of Daddy's friends were here this afternoon. They put it together.
I can't believe it's a scaffold.
Yes, sir. See, there's the platform, and you walk up those steps, and they've already got the rope hanging from that crossbar. I heard Daddy say that was made out of mahogany. And you stand on a trapdoor.
No, that's enough. Now, hurry, let's get the gasoline. I'm going to fly you out of here, Conrad.
One moment, please, Mr. Farnsworth.
Daddy!
My associate's here, and as you can see, we're armed.
Mr. Bennett, I intend to take Conrad to my plane. Now, if you want to stop me, you'll have to shoot.
That's exactly what I'm prepared to do, Mr. Farnsworth.
Well, something has got to give. We already know enough about both men to realize that each is a person to be taken seriously. What we have here is the old story about the irresistible force and the immovable object. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Right now, on remote Bennett's Island, we are having what can be considered a confrontation. On one side, we have 12 men with guns. On the other, we have 2 men and a young lady who are completely unarmed. At first glance, the advantage would seem to be with the group that has the weapons. And a very grim and determined-looking bunch they are, too. But there are times when you may need more than a gun to win a fight.
Mr. Farnsworth, I said I would shoot you down if you took one step toward your airplane.
Yes, I heard you.
But before you take that first step forward, Mr. Farnsworth,
yes,
you have to realize that you're committing each of us to a position he doesn't want to be in.
Well, what do you suggest?
Let's discuss it.
You intend to hold a lynching. I don't see what's negotiable.
It's a trial.
You can't do it.
This is to be a real trial. What he had before was just a farce.
The law of this country has clear procedures for trials. You're obviously interfering with his civil rights. We have a federal involvement.
Tell me more.
Each one of you who is involved in this activity will be arrested.
All right, I listen to you. Now you listen to me. You lead here. You tell that story, and who do you think is going to believe you?
Who? Oh, I see.
Yes. I'm the biggest taxpayer in the county. I own a mill that's the largest employer in Maple City.
Yes?
Well, I hope that you're beginning to get the picture. The people here with me, all upstanding, law-abiding citizens.
Law-abiding?
Law-abiding. We're interested in seeing that the laws aren't twisted and perverted. We want laws that punish the guilty. We'll deny every word you say.
Upstanding, law-abiding, respectable citizens and willing to commit perjury.
Who's going to believe?
Is this what you wanted to discuss?
Now, you give me your word of honor, Farnsworth. Your oath as a gentleman. That you'll never mention any of this to a living soul.
But I thought you didn't have to worry about all that.
Well, why take chances? Give me your word. And you can gas up and fly out of here.
Alone?
Alone.
You know I can't do that.
Oh. Then I'm afraid you can't leave this island. Wayne, Bob, a couple of you. Get some rope. Tie him up. Mr. Farnsworth.
Well?
I want you to understand my position.
Yes, I understand it. I just don't agree.
Well, it's a little complicated. This whole business has become more complicated than I guess most of us bargained for.
What business?
The redressers of injustice.
The redressers of injustice?
Yes, that's the name of our organization. We felt, a group of us felt, that there were people who were getting away with murder, and so we decided...
You decided to take the law into your own hands?
Yes. Where it would be safe. Where it would be honored.
Mr. Bennett, we really have nothing to discuss.
No, just a minute.
Tell me why you want to lynch your nephew, Conrad.
I said you didn't understand, and obviously you don't. I love that boy.
Well, you have a remarkable way of showing it.
Listen, we formed this organization, as I said. And this is the second time we've met.
Oh. So that scaffold has been used before.
Yes, it has. You remember reading about a man who murdered a farmer and his wife and their 4 children, just murdered them for no reason. You remember that, don't you?
Yes, I think so.
Well, everybody knew he did it. He was seen then. He even bragged about it later on. And he was tried. And he was freed, finally. And you know why?
No.
Because of some legal mumbo-jumbo.
Come, Mr. Bennett, I'm sure you can do better than that.
It all had to do with the fact that he wasn't arrested properly. That his confession hadn't been obtained properly. Nonsense like that.
Well, it's hardly nonsense.
He killed 6 people in cold blood. And a court of law said, go free.
And therefore you took the law into your own hands.
Yes, we did. And before you say another word, let me ask you if you remember that man's name.
No.
It was Wayne. George Wayne. And his cousin, Gordon Wayne, is a member of this committee. That should prove something.
Well, it proves that some of the greatest crimes can be committed in the name of sincerity.
Mr. Farnsworth, I need your help.
My help?
Yes. Let me tell you the situation here. You see, we started something that looked very good in the beginning. You know.
Yes, I know.
But now, some of the gentlemen, well, I guess it's like everything else. People lose interest, change their minds, and then there's you.
Me?
Yes, what to do about you? Unless we kill you. And there's not an awful lot of stomach for that. We're not just murderers, you know.
Well, you do have a good opinion of yourselves.
We're law-abiding citizens, and we want to protect...
Yes, I know. You said it so often. You actually believe it.
Now, the reason we're trying my nephew, Conrad...
Yes?
Well, I admit that there was no love lost between Conrad and Bertram. And Conrad could have done it. Actually, he had the motive. They were both in love with my daughter, Maynetta. And Conrad was going to lose out.
You're sure of this? She seems quite fond of him.
Well, I had decided in Bertram's favor, and that was the end of that.
Oh, why had you favored Bertram?
You mean it's not obvious? How could Conrad take care of her? He's well, I may just as well say it. He's as crazy as she is. But Bertram was sane, practical. He did have a heart condition, but with care you can live with those things forever.
Well, Conrad may have had a motive, but that doesn't mean he was guilty.
Well, what happened was he was acquitted at the trial. And a lot of people kicked up a fuss. They
Yes?
Well, they said it was my wealth, my influence that got him off.
Pardon me if I enjoy this irony. Well, was your wealth and influence a factor?
Never. But you know how it is. When a rich man's relative gets a murder charge, people talk. There's discontent.
Yes, I see.
And I had helped organize this organization.
Oh, yes, the redressers of injustice.
Yes, the redressers held a meeting and demanded action. Now, what could I say? It would look as if I were trying to make an exception out of Conrad. And Gordon Wayne, he said that if the redressers could try his cousin, they could try my nephew.
Well, you're in quite a position there.
I tell you, I wish I were out of it. Finished and done with the whole thing. And so do most of the others. But Gordon Wayne demands that if... Well, I can see his point.
And so you will sacrifice Conrad?
Oh, no. He's going to get a fair trial.
Why do you say that?
Because you're going to represent him.
But I can't. I can't legitimize a lynching session.
Please, Mr. Farnsworth, don't give me all that law. Just find us a way out.
No, I don't see why Conrad should have a lawyer.
Just a minute, Wayne. Just a minute.
Now, you wait a minute. I thought the reason this committee was to get together was to get away from lawyers and their shenanigans.
A man's entitled to counsel.
I object to that.
All right, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor of Conrad's having counsel, raise your hands. All opposed? The vote's 9-3 in favor, counting mine. All right, why don't we proceed? Who wants to speak against Conrad?
What's to speak about? Now, we know Conrad hated Bertram. Did you, Conrad? It was my one weakness, sir. Now, the idea of losing Mayetta drove him wild. Didn't it, Conrad? Yes? Okay, now, Conrad, did you or did you not poison Bertram's drink? I did, sir. Well, then why isn't that the whole ball of wax?
Just a moment.
Here comes the lawyers to steal it.
What do you mean by poison?
I poisoned him.
Do you mean you poisoned him with a drug or a chemical of some sort? I understand a heavy dose of poison was found in his system. Did you administer it?
Yes, sir.
How?
Does that matter? For crying out loud, the man admits he did it.
How, Conrad?
Well, my poison thoughts toward him, sir. It turned into actual poison.
Did you at any time place into his glass a pill, a powder, a liquid, a substance of any sort? Did you?
No. I didn't do that.
How did the poison get into Bertram's glass?
Conrad, put it there.
How? When? Where? Now, where did the iced tea come from?
The kitchen. Bertram said, I'd like some iced tea. We were all sitting out on the patio.
Yes, and I said, I'll tell the cook to make some.
And Bertram said nobody makes better iced tea than I do.
And he went inside. And a couple of minutes later, he called for Mayetta to come in and help him serve.
We heard all this at the trial.
But it is important, Mr. Wayne.
So Mayetta went inside and came back carrying the tray. She set it down, and Bertram set a glass in front of everyone's place.
And then what happened?
Well, there was a sound of an explosion from near the house. So we ran back to see what it was.
Who ran back?
All of us.
In any particular order?
I remember. Uncle Frank first.
Yes, and then Conrad, and then Bertram and Mayetta.
And what was the explosion?
Oh, the cook's little boy. He'd found a firecracker left over from the 4th of July.
I see. And then what did everybody do?
Well, we all went back to the patio. And everyone picked up his glass and started to drink. And then, in a few minutes, Bertram just keeled over.
Then how did the poison get into Bertram's glass?
Conrad, put it there. He admitted it.
But when? And how did he have a chance? He couldn't do it in the kitchen. Only Bertram and Mayetta were there. He couldn't have done it on the patio because someone would have seen him.
He did it when they went out to investigate the noise.
How? He was second man out. Bertram and Mayetta were still on the patio.
When they came back.
Did you all come back together?
Yes, we did.
This is the same kind of hocus-pocus the lawyer pulled at the trial. Now, Conrad admitted it.
He can admit anything he pleases. It doesn't work unless and until we can show he put the poison in the glass.
The thing was put into the drink after the glasses were set out.
No, it wasn't.
Mayetta, what do you say?
Yes, Mayetta?
Well, you all should have asked me. Nobody ever asked me before. As I came into the kitchen, I saw Cousin Bertram place a pill into one of the glasses.
A pill?
Well, he always took pills for his heart. I didn't think anything of it. But then we set the glasses down. I saw him put the one with the pill in it in front of Cousin Conrad. Uh-oh, I thought. He made a mistake. So I just put the glass with the pill in it back in front of his chair.
You changed the glasses?
Oh, yes. I was going to call it to his attention, but everybody started to run to the back of the house, so I just changed them myself.
But, Mayetta, that was not a pill. That was the poison that killed him.
Oh, no. No, Conrad is right. The poison that killed him was Conrad's mean and unbalanced thoughts. But Conrad has atoned. He's balanced now.
Mayetta, why would Bertram want to kill Conrad?
Oh, Bertram. Bertram was unbalanced. Everyone knew that. He was so angry because I told him I could never marry him as long as Conrad was alive.
What? We love each other so much.
Gentlemen, the defense rests.
It's tempting to consider people like Mayetta and Conrad as being somewhat out of focus. But how clear, how sharp are your motivations and mine? I may tell you that the redressers of injustice have been disbanded. That is, I think they have been. The weirdest of urges and desires and motivations can still make any number of people go bump in the night. Be sure of nothing, except that I shall be back in a few moments. As they say, you take the law in your own hands only to manhandle it. We hope Mr. Bennett has learned his lesson, as have Mr. Wayne and the rest of the redressers of injustice. Mr. Farnsworth won what he considers his most important case, but it's a secret between him and us, since he doesn't talk about it in public. You'll learn a great many more fascinating secrets when you visit with us again. Our cast included John Beale, Brett Morrison, Denise Alexander, and Casey Kasem. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome. It's such a nice, evocative word, isn't it? Makes one think of love, of friendship, and kindness, of joyful reunions. But I'm sorry to say that our little theater doesn't usually deal with such pleasant topics. We prefer murder, mayhem, and mischief of all kinds. So that's why this story is called Welcome for a Dead Man. It's about a reunion and a man named Harry Beggs, a very special man with a very special problem.
Go away, kid. Go away and leave me alone.
Everybody knows what you did, Harry. You killed that factory cop and you got life for it. Only you made yourself a model prisoner.
I gotta go now, kid.
Where did you bury that money, Harry?
There isn't any money.
You might as well tell me, because if you don't, you'll be seeing me for the rest of your life.
Our mystery drama, Welcome for a Dead Man, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Howard Da Silva. Let me show you a picture postcard. It's an idyllic country setting. The trees are tall and green, and the surrounding hills are gently curved. In the distance, you can see the turrets of some gray stone building that might be somebody's ancestral home. But if you were to come closer and recognize that structure for what it is, you would probably shudder silently and move on. Because prisons affect people that way. And this place is one of them. But for at least one of the long-time residents, this is a very important day.
Come on in, Harry. Sit down, sit down.
Yes, sir.
Didn't you hear me? I said sit down.
Yeah, sure.
There is no part of my job I like better than this. Seeing you men leave this place.
Yes, sir.
Especially men like you, Harry. Men who have served long sentences, stayed out of trouble, and went out clean. How long has it been, Harry?
You got the record right there.
Well, I'm sure you know the exact time a lot better than I do.
Yes, sir, I know the exact time. 21 years, 1 month, 3 days.
I'll bet you can tell me the hour if you wanted to.
Whatever you say, Ward.
Oh, come on, Harry, cheer up. You don't look like a man who's facing the greatest day of his life. Now, you've got a lot of living ahead of you. Now, I just hope you know that.
Not me.
Oh, of course you do. You're only 50. 50's not old these days. Plenty of men get new starts in life at your age.
It's too late for that, Ward.
What?
I'm a dead man.
Oh, nonsense, Harry.
I died in the joint 10 years ago. You just forgot to bury me.
I don't like that kind of talk.
Yeah, but it's the truth. I'm dead. I'm a corpse. In a brand new suit and $20 in my pocket. Just enough for a cheap coffin, maybe.
I don't like that. I don't like it at all.
Whatever you say, Ward.
You've got a family, haven't you?
No.
Oh, don't talk bull to me, my friend. Now, I've got the records right here. Just as you said, you've got a wife and a child.
You're wrong.
Oh, all right. All right, now, I know she wasn't much on visiting. But she will be out there now waiting for you.
No, nobody's waiting for me. Except maybe the elephants.
The what?
Nothing.
You said something about elephants. What did you mean?
Nothing, Warden. Just a little joke.
Well, I've got a joke for you, Biggs. Now, you walk out of this place feeling the way you do, acting this way, and you know what's going to happen to you?
No, sir.
You will be right back here. And you wouldn't be the first I've said goodbye to one day and hello to the next. Now, do you understand me?
Whatever you say, Warden.
Oh, all right, I'll get the hell out of here.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Beggs. One more thing.
Yes, sir.
If you are going to pull another robbery, steal something smaller the next time, and don't shoot anybody doing it.
I'll remember that, Warden.
Hello? Hello? Who is this?
It's Harry, Edith.
Harry? Well, what do you know? What is this? That they're letting you people make phone calls now?
I'm out, Edith.
Out? How do you mean, out?
That's it. Out of prison, paroled.
Oh, you've got to be kidding.
I'm in a phone booth at the bus station right now. I had to break the 20 they gave me to make this call. I didn't even know if you'd be at the same number.
I'm at the same everything. Nothing ever changes for me. Harriet, how could you be out serving life?
I told you. Parole. They reviewed my case again. They decided it was time.
Not because you told them anything.
I had nothing to tell nobody.
You know what I mean. About the money.
They stopped asking me about that 10 years ago, Edith. If you had come to visit me, I would have told you that.
I can't believe it. I never thought I'd live to see the day.
The day's here, Edith. Only now what?
How should I know?
Somebody's got to tell me.
Oh, leave us alone, Harry, all right? Go find your friends, your old friends.
My friends are all gone. There's none of them left. Except maybe the elephants.
The what?
I used to dream about the elephants every night. I used to wake up in my cell, sweating. But it's funny, you know. After a while, I stopped worrying about them. Maybe it's better that they find me and finish the whole thing.
What thing? What are you talking about?
Well, somebody's got to do it. You can't let a corpse walk around. It isn't decent. You've got to bury them.
Harry, have you gone crazy? What's all that about a corpse?
I went and died in prison, Edith.
You must be crazy.
I'm dead.
I'm going to hang up.
No, wait. One more thing.
What is it?
Edith, what if I came home?
No, Harry.
You haven't seen me in 10 years. I'm 10 years better looking.
Stay away from us, Harry. You're here.
Don't you want to see if I lost my hair? Remember you used to say I'd look like my old man if I went bald? Well, don't you want to see?
No. Oh, for heaven's sake, why didn't you stay out of my life? Why did you have to call me?
I want to see you, Edith.
No. You can't. You can't look at me. I don't want to see what I look like in your eyes.
Why not?
Because I'm an old woman now.
No, not you.
Yes, I'm old. Older than I ought to be. Thanks to you. I look older than my mother does. That's what my last 10 years were about, Harry. Working like a dog. No money, just getting poor and old.
Let me come up, Edith, just for a while. We could talk.
No, stay away from here. You understand me? You say you're a dead man? Fine. Stay dead, Harry.
Here's your change, Mac.
Price of beer has gone up, huh?
Everything goes up. Inflation.
Yeah, we heard about it. Even inside.
Want something else?
I got all I can handle.
Okay, pal. Just yell if you want anything.
Can I buy a drink?
Huh?
I said, can I buy you a drink?
What for?
Just for the heck of it. What else? No, I seen you sitting around there all alone, looking like you could use a friendly word, so here I am.
And what's the friendly word?
A drink, of course. Come on, name it. Come on.
Now, what makes a guy like you want to buy somebody like me a drink? Why don't you wait until some nice chick comes into the joint? I mean, if you still call them chicks.
Yeah, we still call them chicks. It's what you said, the bartender.
What did I say?
Well, I heard you say to him about being inside. Now, look, he's a nice, clean guy, and maybe he doesn't know from that kind of talk. But me, I know a few things.
Tell me just one.
Inside means the joint. Am I right?
Could be.
You sitting there with that suit on? Look at the creases in that suit. They're like broken cardboard.
You ever wear a suit like this?
Oh, no, not me. The only time they had me in a slammer, I walked out 2 days later in my own hard Schaffner and Marks.
And that's all, huh? You must be lucky.
Well, I like to think I'm smart.
Okay, so you're smart. Only now I'll be smart, too, and get out of here. I'm not used to alcohol.
One drink, huh?
All right. One more beer.
Okay. Hey, Max, the 2 beers, and we'll take them over here at the table.
What's wrong with the bar?
The table's more private. Come on.
Okay, since you're buying.
That's better, isn't it, huh? Well, now we can talk.
Sure. Only about what?
Well, let's talk about you. How long you been on the street?
This is the first day.
Oh, are you kidding me?
First day.
Well, ain't that something, huh? Well, this really is a day to celebrate, you know. We ought to be having some champagne, huh?
beer.
Thanks. Hey, listen, I didn't get your name. Mine's Roy.
My name's Harry.
Well, here's good luck to you, Harry.
Thanks.
Sure. And here's hoping you get everything you want out of life. Oh, boy, you deserve it after all those years.
I didn't say how long I was in stir.
No, you didn't say. How long was it, Harry?
How old are you, Roy?
Me? 23.
You were still eating baby food when I went in.
No, kid. Well, that's a real shame. All those years wasted.
Yeah.
I bet you thought about this day a lot, huh?
I used to think about it. Then I stopped.
Oh, come on. Don't kid me. I bet you made plans. I mean big plans.
No.
What about women? Bet you thought plenty about women, huh? Like I said, I was locked up only a few days, and that was all I could think about.
Even that stops. Everything stops when you die.
Huh? What's was said about dying?
Nothing.
Well, here's to you, Harry. Here's to your future. Hey, you're not drinking.
I'm not thirsty anymore, I guess.
Boy, if I had spent 20 years in the joint, I'd be mopping up every bar in town, eating every steak I could get my fork on.
Yeah. You got a 23-year-old stomach, Roy.
Come on, you look in pretty good shape to me. I'll bet you mopped up a few bars in your time, huh?
No, just one of them. There was just one place I used to hang out. Looked a lot like this one.
Where was it?
Over on Clinton Street, right across the way from the building where I lived. It was called Lucky's.
Lucky's. No, I don't know the places. Any kind of action there?
It was just a neighborhood place. My wife and I used to go there a couple of nights a week.
So you're married, huh? Well, why don't you say so?
I'm not married. Look, Roy. I'm feeling a little woozy. Like I said, I'm not used to alcohol.
Hey, please, one more minute, huh? Oh, come on, I want to talk to you, Harry. No kidding. About what you're going to do.
Why should you care about that?
Because I want to help you.
What are you talking about?
No, I mean it, Harry. I want to help you. Well, you look like you could use some help. I mean like a partner.
Hey, are you stoned or something? What would I need a partner for?
Oh, you know, Harry.
No, tell me.
The money, Harry.
What?
The $50,000. Well, you're going to need help getting it. You know that.
Good Lord.
Don't look at me like that, Harry.
You're an elephant.
What?
I never would have figured you for one of them. I've been waiting for one of you to show up, but I never figured a 23-year-old kid.
What do you mean, elephant?
The ones that wouldn't forget me. Not even after 20 years.
And so Harry Beggs, who calls himself a dead man, has met a man he calls an elephant. Definitely an odd couple. But what will become of their encounter? Will Harry obligingly tell the young man named Roy where to find $50,000? They say that dead men tell no tales. Will Roy be satisfied with silence? We'll find out in just a moment when I return with Act Two. Harry Beggs is a free man. He has just put 21 years behind him and walked out into the future. But less than 24 hours later, the past has come back to haunt him. The past has taken him by the elbow, led him to a table in a dimly lit tavern, and made its grim presence only too clear.
Let's not be cute about this, Harry. You're too old to be cute.
I'm telling you, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about 50 big ones. The money you walked off with from the Reed Hammer job.
You got the wrong guy.
Okay, your name is Harry, isn't it? Harry Beggs?
That's right.
Then I got the right guy.
Who you working for, Roy?
Me? I'm self-employed.
Don't give me that. You're 23 years old. You're too young to know me.
You're a famous man, Harry.
You were in diapers when that Reed Hammer job was pulled.
So what? I wasn't around for the American Revolution either. But I heard about it.
Go away, Roy. You're starting to bother me.
Oh, come on. Then that's no way to talk. I bought you a beer, didn't I?
I see. And now you want 50 grand in return, huh?
No, I didn't say that. Look, I just want a taste. Now, I wouldn't take the whole bundle. You put in a bit of time earning that money.
There isn't any money.
Oh, everybody knows it wasn't recovered. Now, you must have hidden it someplace, right? Well, that's what everybody says.
All right, for the last time. What you heard about me, about that payroll money, is all a phony. I pulled a heist and I shot that guard and killed him, but all I got for my trouble was 21 years in a tin can.
What happened to the money?
I don't know.
Don't give me that baloney, dead man. Now, you had it in your hand. Now, what did you do with it?
I had to dump it.
Where?
I don't know. I just dumped it. Side of the road someplace. I couldn't tell you where.
Yeah, sure, that's the story you told the cops. Now, don't keep repeating yourself.
I told the cops the truth. I was in a panic. I didn't know what I was doing. Then I saw the roadblock ahead of me, and I knew I was finished.
You're kidding me, Harry.
I'm telling you the truth.
You make it sound like the cops grabbed you 10 minutes after the heist. Now, it was a good 6 hours before you were arrested.
You really did your homework, Roy, huh?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I was driving a long time. I was almost at the state border before the cops threw up that blockade, and then...
The money, where was it?
I told you. When I knew that I was going to be caught with a meat in my mouth, I did the only smart thing. I tossed it out of the car window.
Oh, the hell you did.
It's the truth.
You buried it someplace. Everybody knows you buried it.
People like to think that. They like to think there's buried treasure all over the place, just waiting to be picked up by any guy with a lucky shovel.
Oh, come on, you buried that money. Now, you figured you might get out of stir and come back for it one day.
Oh, forget it, kid, huh? I'm telling you, the money's gone. It's gone for as long as you've been alive.
The cops searched that whole road for the money bag, and so did 9 million other people. Only it never turned up.
I'll tell you why it never turned up. Some smart farmer boy found it and stashed it in the barn. He's been living high off it ever since.
You're a good liar, Harry.
The money's gone, kid. You think I'd be sitting in this bar drinking beer if I knew where it was?
No, you're too smart to rush it. You figured there'd be some elephants around who might be watching you, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I was looking for some old elephants. Instead, I get a kid.
Okay, mister. You stick to your story. But now, listen to my proposition. Huh?
What for?
Now, just shut up and listen. Okay, now let's say you did bury that money.
Look, I told you...
This is just a for instance, okay? Now, let's say you buried that money. Now, that's what the cops think. That's what the Reed Hammer's insurance company thinks. And for all you know, they've been tailing you ever since you left the joint.
Tailing me? What are you talking about?
Oh, come on. You can't be that dumb, Harry. Now, didn't you figure they'd be watching you?
No, you're wrong. Nobody's tailing me.
How do you know?
Because it's crazy. Because it's 21 years.
The money is still good.
All right. So what's this proposition you're talking about?
It's a sweet deal for you, Harry. No, I mean it. It's a way for you to get your 50 grand without any trouble at all.
I see. All I have to do is tell you where it is.
Hey, that's right. You see? You're not so dumb.
And you're not so smart if you think I'd do that.
But it's the only way to go, Harry. You can't dig it up yourself. Now, even if you stay on ice for 6 months, you'll never be sure some fuzz isn't sticking on you. Or maybe one of your old elephant friends. You'll never know if you'll wind up with a shovel in your hand or a bullet in your neck.
Go on.
But if you didn't pick up that bag yourself, I mean, if you didn't do the digging, but had somebody do it for you, somebody who you could trust...
meaning you, I suppose, huh?
Yeah, now you got it, Harry. Look, I'll do it for you. And guess what? All I'll take for my trouble is 20%.
Is that all?
Yeah, 10,000. It'll be worth it to you, believe me. You won't run any risks at all.
No risk, huh? What would stop you from taking the whole thing?
You just have to trust me, Harry. I got an honest face, don't I?
Go away, Roy. Go away and take your cat pistol with you. I don't want to see that honest face of yours again.
But you're gonna see it, Harry. If you don't make a deal with me, you're gonna be seeing it all the time. Now, everywhere you go, in every mirror you pass.
You intend to follow me around?
Yeah, for as long as it takes. Sooner or later, you'll have to dig it up. You'll have to.
What if I get someone else to do it for me?
But you'll still have to receive it. And I'll be there. Me and my cat pistol. Now, what do you say? Are you going to be sensible?
All right, Roy.
Hey, well, now.
All right. I don't want your ugly shadow following me. I got enough shadow of my own.
Hey, then it's a deal?
On one condition. That we make the dig together.
But what if we're being tagged by one of your elephants?
I'm sure they're all in that graveyard. But I won't let you dig the bag up by yourself.
Something tells me you don't trust me, Harry.
That's right, Roy. I never trust anybody under 30.
Hey, where is this place, anyway? I've never been so far out of the city.
It's called Purdy's Landing.
Real country stuff, huh? I didn't know you were a country boy, Harry.
When I was a kid.
Is that what gave you the idea? I mean, the stash, you know what, out here?
You talk too much, Roy. I know where the bag is, but it's 21 years ago. Someone else might know, too.
Well, how do we get to this place?
We get off the train, then we get a taxi.
Hey, you think this old heap is going to make it to where we're going?
Who's that?
I said, where did you get this pile of junk? Out of a car museum?
Always gets where it wants to go. Now, where's that again?
I told you. The Cobbin Farm on Edge Road.
Never heard of Cobbin Farm. Heard of Edge Road, but never heard of any Cobbin around here.
Well, just take us to the road.
Seems to me you got the wrong place, mister.
There was a family named Cobbin lived on the road about 20 years ago.
Well, they must have moved then. I've been living around here about 15 years now and never heard of them. But I guess things change.
Yeah, that's right. Things change.
How much further?
Not much.
Well, you said that 20 minutes ago. When we first got into these dumb woods.
We'll come to the clearing soon.
How do you know we're in the right place, huh?
You think I could forget it? You think I could put a suitcase with 50 grand in the ground and forget where?
Well, let's go then. Let's go.
There. There's the embankment. I remember that. I remember I could see the top of the silo from this spot. It was painted red then. I guess the color got worn off.
Yeah, and I'm getting worn out, so come on, hurry up.
Keep looking for the stone I told you about.
Okay.
The big black stone. If the sun was shining, you'd see it all sparkle like diamonds.
I don't see anything like that.
No, it's here someplace. Even 20 years wouldn't touch that old stone. Looked like a fist coming out of the earth.
Hey, is that it? Over there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's the stone.
Where's the money?
3 paces from it. 3 paces to the nearest tree. Damn. What is it? The tree's gone.
What?
The tree, I remember. It must have fallen or something. Yeah, but this is the spot. It has to be the one.
What do we have to do? Dig up the whole clearing?
No. We won't have to dig it all because there's the other rock, the one I put over the payroll bag.
Where?
By that stump. That must have been the old tree. Yeah, I remember rubbing my hand on that old tree and telling it I'd be back. I didn't know it would take me 21 years.
Come on, let's go.
All we gotta do is move that smaller rock, Roy. If she's still there, that's where she is.
Got it. Stuck in the ground.
I'll help you.
Come on. Push.
I'm pushing.
She's coming. I think she's coming loose.
Here it goes.
Hey, it's over.
You see anything?
There. There's something over there under the leaves. It looks like canvas.
Yeah, that's what it was. The bag was canvas, all
Harry,
right.
we found it. Harry, we found the money.
Looks like we did.
It's here. It's just like you said. Now look, I can see the name on the bag. The Reed Hammer Company.
That's the one, Roy.
Oh my God.
What is it?
Oh, there's nothing in the bag. What? There's nothing in the bag. It's just leaves and dirt and rocks. There's no money. There's no money. There's not a dime.
Let me see.
It's all gone.
Gone?
Somebody swiped it. Somebody took all the money out.
Some farmer boy. I warned you, kid. Some farmer boy searched this spot and found the money. He took it all and threw away the bag.
It's not fair. It's just not fair.
How do you think I feel, Roy? I waited 21 years for this. For this handful of dirt.
What happened to that young fella come up with you?
He's not with me anymore. He decided to take the train back to the city.
And you really want to go to the old country graveyard, huh?
That's right.
What do you want with that place? If you don't mind my asking.
I want to find something there.
Tombstone?
That's right.
Someone in your family?
Someone who used to be very close to me.
I see. Sort of sentimental journey. I say something funny?
I was just thinking about a joke. A very funny joke.
So Harry Beggs, the dead man, is going to pay a visit to the home of the dead. But obviously he has something more in mind than a sentimental journey. Obviously, Harry Beggs is interested in the old county graveyard for reasons that have to do with the living. 50,000 reasons. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Monsieur.
Harry Beggs spent almost an hour alone in the county cemetery at Purdy's Corner. His taxi driver waited patiently at the foot of the hill, gently dozing in rehearsal for the night that was rapidly approaching. And when he saw his customer again, he seemed suddenly transformed. You might almost say that the dead man had come to life.
Hello?
Edith, it's Harry again.
Oh, for heaven's sake, what are you bothering me for?
I've got to talk to you, Edith. It's important. Are you alone?
Of course I'm alone. I'm always alone.
Edith, listen carefully. I've got big news. I'm a rich man.
What?
I got $50,000 in a paper bag.
Are you crazy?
I got it with me right here in this phone booth. It's got a funny smell to it. It smells like dirt and dead leaves and maybe corpses for all I know.
I swear you went crazy in that jail.
I thought I died. I told you that. Only now, maybe I can come alive again. When I touch this bag full of money, it makes me feel like maybe I can live.
Harry, are you telling me the truth?
I wouldn't lie to you, Edith. You see, I did hide that money just like they said I did. I hid it in the graveyard.
Oh, Harry.
I buried it where they bury people. I thought that it would be safe there, and I was right. Only at first I took it out of the bag that it was in. I hid that bag in the woods. I'm glad I remembered where I hid the bag, too. That came in very handy.
I don't want to hear about this.
What? Edith, you don't understand me.
Of course I understand you. From the minute we got married, I realized you were a cheap crook.
I wasn't cheap. I was just no good. But now, Edith, I've got $50,000. Don't you know what that can mean to us? We can be a family. You can move out of that dump. We could buy ourselves a house in the country, just like we had when we were kids.
Oh, leave me alone. You sound just like you did then, when we first got married 25 years ago. All those promises you made me, all about money, nothing but money.
No, that was a dream. This is real.
You wanted money more than you wanted me, Harry. You didn't want a family, a house in the country, nothing. Just that bag full of money.
Oh, you...
Well, I'm glad you got it. I hope you're very happy.
No, Edith. Edith, don't hang up. Edith.
What can I get you, mister?
I'll have a beer.
One beer coming up.
No. Wait a minute. Make a whiskey.
Okay. One whiskey. How do you want it?
Neat with a soda on the side.
There you go.
Thanks. Hey, can I ask you something?
Sure.
I used to know this bar. I mean, I used to live right across the street.
No kidding.
Yeah. What I wanted to ask you was, whatever happened to Lucky Rossiter?
Rossiter? 6 feet down.
No kid.
12 years ago. His wife gave him a set of golf clubs. Goes out on the course, drops dead on the first tee. You wonder why they called him Lucky?
And what do they call you?
They call me Lucky, too. For me, I don't play golf. Hey, take it easy.
Sorry.
Maybe you should have stuck to beer.
I'm just not used to whiskey. It's been a long time.
You been sick or something?
Yeah, something. Give me another one. I'll mix it with soda this time.
Suits yourself.
Hey, this place looks different now.
Yeah, I spiffed it up.
Yeah, used to be just plain. No jukebox or stuff like that.
Well, you gotta keep up with the times. We even got a machine here that plays electronic ping pong. How about that?
Hey, that's progress, I guess. And women. You hardly ever saw women in the old Luckies.
You said you came in with your wife.
No, I mean women like that.
You're looking at her like you never saw any kind of woman before. Well, enjoy the drink. I got things to do.
Yeah.
What's the matter, Pop?
What?
You got a cold or something?
It's the drink. I'm not used to this stuff anymore.
Oh, well, you need practice, that's all.
No, maybe I better just quit while I'm ahead.
Oh, you can't fly on one wing.
This is my second wing.
Yeah, but you're still not flying, are you? Oh, why don't you have one more?
No, I don't think so.
I tell you what, you buy one more and try it. If you don't like it, I'll finish it for you. It's like a money-back guarantee, only you don't get your money back.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try one more. Maybe you'd like one of your own?
Oh, hey, that's a nice idea. I mean, I like mine with ginger ale, and maybe we could have it at a table, huh? I hate these stools, don't you?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we could do that.
You're cute, you know what?
Cute?
Yeah. I love men with gray hair. And by the way, everybody calls me Honey.
Hey, Mac.
What?
Wake up.
The machine is still on.
It's a vacuum cleaner.
Huh? Oh, I thought it was the machine shop. I must have been dreaming.
Yeah, you've been dreaming for a good half hour. Only this ain't a hotel. I have to close up.
What time is it?
It's after 1. Time to go home.
Home?
Come on, you had a good time. Now let's pack it in.
Yeah, I'm going. Where's my bag?
What?
The paper bag I had with me.
What bag?
I had it with me on my lap at the bar. I took it with me to the table.
Don't look at me, mister.
It's gone. It's gone.
I didn't see any bag. If you're accusing me...
That girl I was with, the one that works here.
No girl works here, fella. You got the wrong idea the kind of place I run.
Please don't fool around. What did you do with her? Where's that girl? She called herself Honey.
Mister, I'll tell you this once more. I didn't see your lousy paper bag. And no girl works here. And if you got rolled by somebody, that's your business, not mine.
No, you're lying on me. You're lying.
Huh? That does it. That really does it. I don't care if you knew old Lucky Rossiter. You're getting out of here, pal.
Please.
You're either getting out on your feet or on your tail. Now you take your choice.
All right, I'm going.
Who is it?
It's me.
Who?
It's Harry, Edith.
Oh, no.
Please open the door, please.
1 second.
Edith.
Oh, I was afraid you'd do this. I was afraid you'd just show up.
Let me come in, please.
Oh, you look terrible. You look sick, Harry. I never would have recognized you.
Can I come in?
You're not even looking at me. Why don't you, Harry? Why don't you see the mess I am? Oh. All right. Come inside. Oh. So you didn't go bald.
No, just gray. Edith, I'm in trouble.
Trouble? You? A rich man like you?
Something happened to the money.
The cops weren't following you. Harry, you didn't let the cops know you were digging it up.
No, nobody followed me. There was this one kid I told you about, but I got rid of him. I fooled him. He won't bother me again. But the money, the $50,000, it's gone.
What do you mean, gone?
I got drunk. 21 years I was sober, Edith. Sober and dead. And then I go to Lucky's, and I get drunk, and now the money's all gone.
Well, how did it happen?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, Edith. I should have realized it wouldn't matter. A dead man can't spend money.
Oh, please stop saying that. Stop talking that way about you being dead.
No, but I am. And you know what killed me, Edith? It wasn't the prison. It was you.
Me?
When you gave up on me 10 years ago, when you decided to think of me as dead, that's when I died.
Oh, Harry.
You were the only thing keeping me alive. You and our kid. The thought of you. But when I knew you stopped thinking about me, that was it.
Oh, don't you? You're hurting me so much, Harry.
I just wanted to see you one last time, Edith, and you know something? You don't look as bad as you said. You still look beautiful to me.
Harry?
Yeah?
Where are you going?
I don't know. Anywhere.
It's late. Where will you sleep?
Park bench, bus station. What does it matter?
You could stay here.
What?
I couldn't turn you out without a place to go. I couldn't do that to a dog. You could sleep on the couch if you wanted to. Do you want to do that?
This couch? I'd rather sleep on this couch than in a palace.
Oh, Harry. Harry.
Edith, I missed you so much. It wasn't the money I thought about all the time in prison.
Oh, hush. Don't talk now.
It was you, Edith. You and all the things I could do for you with that money.
Oh, don't. It's all right now. Everything's all right. We're together again. That's all that matters.
You mean it? You mean that together?
Oh, I felt dead too, Harry. Maybe together we'll be alive.
Alive, Edith.
Harry, you know how old I am.
I don't care.
I'm a woman with a grown daughter. Oh, Harry, you never even saw your own daughter. You never saw Angela. She was only a baby when... Angela, wake up!
She's here?
In the bedroom. Angela, come out and meet somebody. What the heck's
going on? What's all the yelling about? My God! What's he doing here?
Just wait till you hear who he is, honey.
Honey.
Harry, tell her who you are.
I'm nobody, honey. Just a dead man.
That's the trouble with the past. It seems to be sleeping peacefully, and then sometimes it wakes up and stares us in the face, filling the present with horror. We hope we've added a little horror to your life. I'll be back in a moment. It's been said that the past is history, but isn't it also true that the future is mystery? It's the unknown that lies ahead of us that gives life its excitement, its novelty, and its terror, which describes exactly what the future has in store for you at Mystery Theater. Excitement, novelty, and terror. We hope you'll be back for another helping of all three. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Bryna Rayburn, Earl Hammond, and Gil Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
White Sox station, Sports Radio 78, WBBM, Chicago.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Music, it is said, has charms to soothe a savage beast, to soften rocks, or bend a knotted oak. For so many of us, music has provided so much happiness and comfort. And yet, so often, music, even the most divine music, has failed to soothe or soften or even comfort the very people who created it. Isn't it a mystery that so many of those gifted composers who wrote such heavenly melodies often felt they were living in hell?
Hector, what are those?
What do they look like? Double-barreled pistols, my friend.
But why?
I have 4 bullets. One for the scheming mother, one for the faithless trollop, and one for the fat fool for whom she betrayed me.
And the 4th bullet?
That's for me.
You mean you'll kill yourself?
Ferrand, would you rather I was sent to the guillotine?
Our mystery drama, The 4th Bullet, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Russell Horton and Bernie Grant. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Ask any successful person, what is the secret of your success? And the answer will usually be timing. Timing makes all the difference between failure and success. What was the wrong move yesterday may be exactly the right move for today. And so, the wise time their actions with one eye on the calendar and the other eye on the clock. But of course, the most important timing of all is beyond our power. Regardless of how talented or brilliant we happen to be, there is one thing none of us has the power to decide, and that is when we shall be born. And so often, that makes all the difference in the world.
Such divine music. It will live forever, along with everything else he wrote. I'm speaking of my best friend, Hector Berlioz. This is the overture from an opera called The Secret Judges. I wrote the libretto.
Hector! Hector! Are you at home? Hector!
Ah, Ferrand! What are you doing here?
What am I doing here? We had an appointment.
Did we?
Yes. I finished the libretto. You wanted to see it.
What libretto? Oh, that's right. The Secret Judges. Well,
don't tell me you've lost interest.
No, my friend, not at all. I'm fascinated more than ever by the whole dramatic idea. This court of secret judges in medieval Germany which dispenses a summary justice of its own. What was it called?
The PEM.
Yes. And do you know, there are those who say it still exists to this day, even in this enlightened year of 1830.
Hector, here it is. Do you want to read it?
Oh, I can't at the moment. I'm leaving for Italy.
Italy? When?
Tonight. The Academy has given me a scholarship to study in Rome.
Oh, I didn't know. Congratulations.
And the libretto's finished. Good. I shall take it with me and write it in Rome. Rome, the eternal city.
Hector, I wanted to talk to you about something.
Of course you do. We must have a long discussion.
Yes, but when?
Tonight.
But you're going...
I'm not leaving Paris till after dinner. Come with me. I'm going to dine with the Countess Moke.
Yes, but I haven't been invited to
Well,
dine.
you're with me. I have to have dinner there tonight.
Why?
Because I'm in love. Yes, dear friend. I'm going to marry the Countess's daughter, Camille.
And what made you fall in love with Camille Moke?
When I heard her play a Rhapsody by Franz Liszt.
So the sense of what you're saying, then, is that you fell out of love with one and in love with the other.
Exactly, my friend.
But how do you know you're not in love with the music?
Oh, Ferrand, look at the divine face of Camille Moke and tell me that.
I had already looked at the divine face of Mademoiselle Camille Moke, and I found it somewhat too intense for my taste. The same could be said about her playing, even though she was the latest rage of Paris and all of her concerts were sold out. Yes, the word to describe her would be intense. Also smoldering, simmering, seething. If you ask me, if these two ever were married, they would go up in flames. But nobody ever did ask me. After dinner, Camille played a little music for us.
Magnificent, superb. Isn't she marvelous, Ferrand?
I congratulate you, Mademoiselle Camille.
My adorable Camille, our lives shall be spent with music.
My beloved Hector, you shall write the notes, and I shall make them come alive.
My angel, my adored one.
Oh, my precious.
My love.
These exchanges continued despite the fact that they were not alone in the room. Oh, I didn't count. To Hector, I was more or less like another piece of furniture. But among others, there were the Countess Moke and a thin gentleman called Ignaz Pleyel. And Monsieur Pleyel seemed quite upset. And obviously the Countess wasn't giving him very much comfort.
Are they not the most adorable looking couple?
Oh,
Don't you think he is the most handsome gentleman in Paris, Monsieur Pleyel? He has the most magnificent brow. Truly, a creative artist's forehead. But of course, he leaves for Italy tonight. Did you know that? He will be away for a year. Who knows what can happen? Especially when a girl is young and impetuous. Look at her, monsieur. She is a flower that must be constantly nourished by love.
Have you the heart to leave her to languish on the vine? Seize the day, the hour, the moment. Remember, absence makes the heart go wander. Direct that searching heart toward yourself.
So, that's what the old witch was after. To my friend Hector's face, she was as warm as the summer sun, gentle as the spring rain. But that's how women are. And we men, are we any better?
How brilliantly she plays, Countess.
My dear Hector, this is your inspiration at work. It is your noble spirit that moves her.
How can I leave her?
But you must. Fame, fortune, glory await you in Italy.
Perhaps I shall not go.
Oh, go. And return as one of the immortals. Already they speak of you in the same tone, whether for Mozart, Beethoven, even Bach.
But Bach didn't write operas.
Which is why you shall surpass him in greatness one day. Ah, how proud I shall be to call you my son.
And so when the evening drew to its reluctant conclusion, there were tearful, almost heart-rending farewells. Camille swore that she would be faithful to Hector forever. And 3 weeks later, she announced her engagement to Pleyel. Somehow, I felt I'd better be there when Hector received the news. So, I decided to go to Rome immediately and tell him myself.
What? It's Ferran.
Hello, Hector.
What good wind blew you to Rome? Come in, come in. I'm so happy to see you. I'm not even one bit disappointed.
Disappointed?
Oh, that you're not the post. I've been waiting all these days, all these weeks for a letter.
Oh? Any special letter?
Special? It's the only one in the world. From my darling Camille.
I see.
Why is my beloved Camille so cruel to me? Why doesn't she write?
Well, the fact is, perhaps it's because she no longer has anything to write about.
Well, how can that be?
Now that your engagement is broken...
Well, even if our engagement is broken, how could that affect the plans for our... What did you say? Did you say our engagement is broken?
Hector, believe me, it's for the best.
She broke our engagement?
Her mother wanted someone like Pleyel. Someone who was harmless and could be handled.
I want to be alone.
So they used you to make him jealous, to force his hand.
I must be by myself.
Oh, Hector, if there's anything I can do...
There is. Walk out that door.
I was frightened. I had expected fireworks, but I wasn't prepared for a quiet, subdued Hector Berlioz. What would he do? But there was no help for it. I went outside. I remained near the house to watch, to wait.
What are you doing here?
Hector.
You're spying on me.
Oh, I'm worried.
About what?
About the engagement. I was afraid you might do something violent to yourself. Where are you going?
I must perform a few errands. Come dine with me this evening.
Oh, why don't I come with you now?
It would be best if you were not involved in this particular aspect of my activity. Till dinner, then.
But,
if you try to follow me, I shall never speak to you again.
More fruit? No, thank you. I've had enough of everything. Except an explanation. Hector Berlioz, what are you up to?
Permit me to open this wooden box. This may explain.
What are those?
Well, what do they look like?
Pistols.
2 double-barreled pistols. That's because 4 shots are needed.
4 shots?
One for the evil genius behind the plan, the mother. The second for the perfidious daughter. The third for Monsieur Pleyel. I've been wounded by these vulgar people. I have every right to restore my honor.
But murder, Hector.
I'm willing to pay the price.
What price?
I have 2 double-barreled pistols, 4 shots. 2 for the women, 1 for the man, And the fourth one, for me.
You're going to kill yourself?
Ferrand, would you rather I went to the guillotine?
Oh, I would rather you forgot the whole business.
My friend, I am a Berlioz.
And you intend to walk into the Countess's salon and simply commence this gunfire?
Oh, no, it cannot be done simply. They know me, these harpies. They expect me to come back. They fear my vengeance. They'll take precautions. I should never be permitted to set foot in the house as Hector Berlioz.
Then the thing's blown up right there. You couldn't even get into the house, which is the only place you could be sure of finding all of them together.
I cannot get into the house, I said, as Hector Berlioz, but I can get in as someone else.
Who?
As the Marchesa di Forli Speranza.
Who is the Marchesa di Forli Speranza?
You like her? I just made her up. Now, you know what a frightful snob Countess Moke is. She loves to collect all sorts of titles. So, I shall call at one of her soirees. I shall be admitted. I shall be announced. And once inside, I shall produce my 2 double-barreled pistols from where they've been hidden in my voluminous skirts. Oh, that reminds me, voluminous skirts. We need a dressmaker.
We need a dressmaker?
You haven't been paying attention. I must have a complete wardrobe created for the Marchesa di Forli Speranza. No, not complete. A gown for when I shall call on the Countess Moke, and a traveling costume.
A traveling costume?
Of course.
Are you going to travel? Dressed as a woman?
I shall travel as the Marchesa di Forli Speranza.
Yeah, but why? Even if you intend to go through...
If?
You don't have to dress up as a woman until you're about to enter the Countess's house.
Hector Berlioz, pretending to be the Marchesa di Forli Speranza, would never be admitted inside. Therefore, I must become the Marchesa.
Oh, but Hector...
Not another word. Those who are not with me are against me. Now, where do you stand?
I'm with you.
Good.
It's not the first foolish thing you've ever done, but it may very well be the last.
And so the plot thickens and the pace quickens. Revenge for an insult. Loaded pistols. Disguising oneself as a woman. It has all the time-honored ingredients of grand opera. And why shouldn't it? Isn't it all being conceived by one of the great operatic composers himself? We shall return with Act 2 shortly. He seems a bit flaky, this Hector Berlioz. And you may think we're taking poetic license, but the fact is, he was quite a singular character. And he did live in a very floridly romantic age. Remember, his contemporaries were Byron and Keats and Shelley and Poe, and a great many others who insisted on marching to the beat of their very own drummers. Here once again is Monsieur Ferrand, Hector Berlioz's best friend, who seems to be taking this latest escapade as a matter of course.
Yes, well, he had every intention of disguising himself as a woman and traveling to Paris to kill 3 people, and then himself. So you might ask yourself, why didn't I try to stop him? My answer, how could I? My only hope was to humor him and to pray that over the course of what would be quite a long journey, something might come along to distract him.
I must become letter perfect as the Marchesa di Forli Speranza.
Yes, Hector.
Who is she? Think. What sort of woman? What are her tastes?
Oh, Hector, after all, how...
We are creating a character, my good Ferrand.
You talk as if this were theater.
Well, of course it is. When I present myself to the major domo at Countess Moke's establishment as the Marchesa di Forli Speranza, shall I not be playing a part? And unless I believe in the character, as every good actor must, my audience will not believe me. Now, to begin, I must shave closely. Now, then, I shall be posing as a woman of 30. What colors suit my personality? What is my personality?
You would think he was composing an opera. Well, whether he knew it or not, he was. Of course, it would have an ending unlike anything in the theater. The people who would be shot in the final scene would remain dead forever. I kept hoping for something to turn up. But every day saw the plot advance further. Finally, it was time for wardrobe. We went to the finest shop in Rome, naturally. Only the best for Hector.
And how may I be of help, Signor?
Ah, Signora, we wish to purchase several outfits for a young lady.
Ah, I shall be happy to serve you. What does the young lady need?
Everything.
Oh, I see.
Particularly a traveling costume.
Yes.
Also, a formal gown and all of the required undergarments.
I understand.
Can it be done quickly, Signora?
As quickly as you can bring the young lady in for her fittings.
Oh, well, that may present us with a difficulty. It's not convenient for the young lady to come here.
In that case, perhaps you could supply me with her measurements.
Her measurements?
Or would that also be inconvenient?
No. As a matter of fact, we could do that right away.
Do you happen to have them with you?
Actually, you might say that I have them on me.
Signor?
You see, the young lady and myself, by a coincidence, happen to have the same measurements.
Exactly? The same measurements?
You might add an inch or two, or perhaps 3 to certain parts of the basic costume.
Oh, yes. I suppose I could.
Good. Shall we begin?
And they began. There was a burst of activity throughout the entire shop, what with stitching and cutting and sewing and embroidering and who knows what else. He'd keep going back for more measuring and consultations about colors and, well, I lost track of it all. But finally, it came to an end. Everything fit perfectly.
Signora Rosetta, you have done a most spectacular job. You're a sublime artiste.
Oh, grazie, signor.
There's your money.
Oh, thank you again, signor. May I say that you, the young lady will be quite charming.
I shall be forever in your debt. Come, Ferrand, my good friend. Let us be off.
Maria, come here, child. Those two French gentlemen who just left this shop. Follow them. See where they go.
And now what, my friend?
Now we go home to France.
There's a brig that sails from Ostia to Marseille.
No. We shall return overland.
By land? Do you realize we'd have to ride through more than half of Italy and all of southern France? The trip from Marseille to Paris is bad enough, but that would...
We need the time, Ferrand.
For what?
For rehearsal.
Very well, my friend. If you insist, we'll get seats on an overland stage.
No, we'll hire a trap.
A trap? And a driver? What with changes of horses? Do you realize the expense?
It won't be too bad if we drive it ourselves.
What was the use? He would have his way. We hired a trap. It was small, it was uncomfortable. The roads were narrow and needed repair, deserted for the most part. And we could never make real time because we had to keep stopping to rehearse.
Now, let us play the entire scene again.
Go ahead.
The major domo opens the door. I tell him I am the Marchesa di Forlì Speranza. He bows, he admits me. He passes me along to an usher who conducts me to the reception room. He raps on the floor with his staff and announces my name.
Wait. The flaw.
What flaw?
The fatal flaw in the plan. Now, you can dress like the Marchesa, you can wear your hair like a Marchesa, you can walk like her, smile like her, but once you open your mouth, you, my friend, are undone. Your voice is the voice of Hector Berlioz.
Oh, I can disguise my voice.
Can you? Can you sound like a woman? Pretend I'm the major domo. Tell me who you are.
Very well. I am the Marchesa di Forlì Speranza. Didn't sound too good, did it?
No.
Was it forced?
Yes.
Artificial?
I'm afraid so.
I have to work on it. There's just no way I can do it, is there?
No way at all.
What am I going to do now?
Go back to Rome. Study. Create.
But my revenge.
Oh, revenge yourself by becoming successful. Show her what she lost when she cast you aside.
No one cast Hector Berlioz aside. She made me the laughingstock of Paris. They all did, all three of them. They are going to pay for it with their lives.
Yes, but this present plan of yours is obviously unworkable.
Wait. Why do you say that? Aside from the voice, it's all perfection, isn't it?
Yes, but the voice destroys the illusion.
Then there shall be no voice. The Marquesa is unable to speak.
The Marquesa is dumb?
The Marquesa is mute.
But how can you introduce yourself if you're unable to speak?
Well, you shall do it for me. You'll be my escort. Come, we must rehearse. We're arm in arm at the door of the Countess's house. Here is the butler. Well, what do you say?
Monsieur Ferrand and the Marquesa di Forlì Speranza.
You need more confidence, more authority.
Well, I'm sorry. I've never been a person of very much confidence or authority.
You'll get it in rehearsal, my friend. Never fear. Now, come along. We're ushered into the salon. There they are, this despicable trio, the Countess, Camille, and Monsieur Pleyel. Now, don't stand there. Introduce me.
May I present the Marquesa di Forlì Speranza?
We can